Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 525 to Chapter 618. Miss Yi was obviously not referring to Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Qingqing. Meng Yanqiu could not help but sneer when he heard that. He did not speak, but the confidant beside him said in shock, "She still has the face to come to the Meng family?" Meng Yanqiu entered directly. Yi Qingqing was talking to Meng Yanqiu's mother. Meng Yanqiu's mother did not know what happened in her previous life, although she was a little unhappy with the cold attitude of Yi Qingqing's family at that time. But since Yi Qingqing's family had come to visit, they were too embarrassed to kick them out. When he saw Meng Yanqiu return, he calmed down and handed the matter over to Meng Yanqiu. Yi De and Yi Qingqing's face was far thicker than others imagined. Now, Jiangling Embroidery Workshop had completely lost its business. Yi Qingqing was jealous of Yi Xiaohua's current life, but she did not expect Meng Yanqiu to return with success. "Brother Meng." Seeing Meng Yanqiu enter, Yi Qingqing recalled how he had worked so hard to find the Yi family's acupuncture technique for her. Meng Yanqiu ignored her and got someone to chase her out. Yi Qingqing had thought about many things along the way, but she had not expected Meng Yanqiu to do this. She wanted Meng Yanqiu to give her a chance to see the 13th prince. After being chased out, Mother Meng frowned slightly. "If she comes into contact with the 13th prince, will she?" Meng Yanqiu sneered. "Don't worry about her. In the future, don't open the door for that group of people from the Yi residence." Now that Meng Yanqiu was in charge of the Meng family, Meng Yanqiu's mother did not object to his words. Yi Qingqing saw that Yi Xiaohua had opened a shop in the capital, and she was not as good as before in Jiangling. She was indignant and resented Meng Yanqiu for not helping her, so she went to the capital as well. Huinyang persuaded Father Yi to go together. After Yi Qingqing arrived in the capital, she used some kind of trick to climb into the 13th prince's bed. She had no value now, and 13th prince was afraid of Yi Xiaohua. How could he have anything to do with her? He didn't even need to do anything, the 13th princess consort would deal with her. When Yi Xiaohua inadvertently learned about this matter, it was already a month later. At this time, Mu Jinyun had also finished governing the Yellow River and returned to the imperial court to report. "Why are they so respectful to me?" After Yi Xiaohua saw him, she found that the courtiers who followed Mu Jinyun to govern the Yellow River were very respectful to her. Mu Jinyun pursed his lips and glanced at her. Finally, he sighed. "Don't go out too often for the time being." Yi Xiaohua rolled her eyes and probably knew what was going on. "I think it's still because of the talisman, but it's not a big problem." Yi Xiaohua counts the days. Coincidentally, Concubine summoned her to the palace. Yi Xiaohua cleaned up and went to the palace the next day. Concubine liked her very much. Yi Xiaohua also felt that it was difficult to see such a positive woman in ancient times. They chatted in the imperial garden and appreciated each other very much. "So it's Sister Concubine. Concubine Shu could not help but smile when she saw Concubine. "Wei Su, meet the Shi Shonyang," she said to the woman beside her. He emphasized the word Shi Shonyang. Wei Shi was the granddaughter of the current prime minister, the cousin of the 13th prince and the 13th prince's wife. Concubine Shu was humiliating Concubine in front of all the people in the palace. Wei Su just looked at Yi Xiaohua and did not call out. Seeing her like this, Concubine Shu smiled even more. She was followed by many concubines in the harem. Concubine glanced at them. Many of them did not show it on their faces, but their actions and expressions were almost the same. 13th prince's wife, the flowers in the imperial garden are blooming well. Let's go and have a look. A concubine was obviously very close to Wei Su and deliberately flattered her. They met Concubine Concubine Shu, and Wei Su. The only one who did not call out was Yi Xiaohua. Although Yi Xiaohua was only a Shonyang, she was also in the limelight. They at least called Yi Xiaohua for the sake of Concubine and the crown prince. However, in order to please Concubine Shu and the prime minister, a group of concubines did not speak. Concubine was naturally angry, but she could only grab Yi Xiaohua's wrist and did not speak. "Xiaohua, bear with it," she said. Yi Xiaohua looked at her strangely. "I'm not that kind of person." Concubine was stunned. Yi Xiaohua did not answer. It was at this time that the most popular eunuch of the emperor came, Miss Yi, His Majesty invites you to the Imperial study. Imperial study? Concubine Shu frowned, are you sure? Wei Su came, but the emperor did not ask her to go to the Imperial study. Why did he ask in Xianxia to go there? The eunuch bowed respectfully, replying to Concubine Shu, Miss Yi and Master Ding Hai are old friends. Now she specially came from Phoenix Mountain to see Miss Yi. His Majesty is afraid that Master will wait for a long time, so he asked me to inform Miss Yi. After that, he left with Yi Xiaohua. People with discerning eyes could see that he was more respectful to Yi Xiaohua than to Concubine De and Concubine Shu. Yi Xiaohua and Master Ding Hai are old friends. Concubine Shu and others were stunned on the spot. Yi Xiaohua gave him the embroidery that Master Ding Hai wanted and let him go back to Phoenix Mountain. I want to know, why does my master want your embroidery? Qichuan was very curious about this matter. After Yi Xiaohua and Mu Jingyun sent Master Ding Hai away, they went back. Neither of them answered. Mu Jingyun did not speak either. He just remembered that a month ago, when the dam was about to collapse and a ship of officials was about to be overturned by the waves, he opened the brocade bag that Yi Xiaohua gave him. The talisman inside turned into a ball of energy and rolled the officials to the shore. He knew that Master Ding Hai asked Yi Xiaohua to embroider the Buddha statue because of this matter, but he did not answer. After the two left, Qichuan did not leave. He just sighed. He took his jade flute and was ready to find someone else to play with. He did not expect to meet the 13th prince when he turned around. Are you on Mu Jingyun's side? The 13th prince took a deep breath. Master Ding Hai has never participated in worldly affairs. Why did he intervene this time? 13th prince was stunned. Isn't it? Qichuan has always been casual. He doesn't care about 13th prince at all. He directly sneered. Isn't what Miss Yi said clear enough? All the bandits in the river Tumaria were caught by her alone. Qichuan glanced at the 13th prince. Don't even mention the group of people you brought that night. Even if you brought twice as many people, they wouldn't even be enough to play with one of her fingers. 13th prince's heart jumped. Qichuan shook his head. Mu Jingyun will still worry about the country and won't do anything, but Miss Yi is different. Master is afraid that she will start a massacre. He calculated this and sent us to stop her. 13th prince, you should thank me. Otherwise, your father will receive your head the next day. After that, he left directly, regardless of 13th prince's face. The court of Dama country has changed a lot. No one thought that 13th prince, who always had the best chance to compete with Mu Jingyun for the throne, didn't take any action. However, Yi Xiaohua, who everyone in the court didn't think highly of, was shocking. Not only the old minister was very polite to her, but even Master Ding Hai would go down the mountain to discuss Buddhist scriptures with her from time to time. Su Xian, who the emperor didn't invite 3 times, stayed with Yi Xiaohua and didn't leave. Mu Jingyun's face was black all day, but it was useless. Even 13th prince was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Yi Xiaohua. For a time, everyone knew that Yi Xiaohua was not simple, but no one knew what her identity was. Even Master Ding Hai was not sure. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about anything. She just wanted to open an embroidery shop. After the embroidery shop was successfully opened all over Dama country, the task was completed. Ding! Main task 1 is completed, the system rewards 700 points. Main task 2 is successfully completed, the system rewards 1000 points. Ding! System 008 serves the host. 1700 points have been received. Out of the world. Yi Xiaohua thought, fortunately, she left. Otherwise, she would be told to be a nun by Master Ding Hai. When she woke up again, there were several people talking around her. Auntie, don't blame me. Xiaohua's character is too soft. The company deprived her of an intern. She's so tired. It's better to change a company. This was the voice of a young woman. Plot? 008 knew that Yi Xiaohua woke up and asked directly. Yi Xiaohua did not open her eyes and directly received the plot. This time it is a traditional modern world of Huaxia, but according to 008, the task is getting more and more difficult now. The task world of modern society is not simple. In the plot, the original owner was actually very outstanding. She graduated from Imperial Capital University. Under the persuasion of her teachers, she did not choose to take the postgraduate entrance examination. In order to help her parents alleviate their difficulties, she chose to work. Because she graduated from a famous university and finally applied for a very famous industry in China, Fenghua Group. It's just that she is a new graduate. There are few ordinary people who can work in Fenghua Group. Therefore, she is ordered back and forth in the office. Her older cousin, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had a child out of wedlock, had tried to persuade her mother not to let her suffer all day. Feng Xiaoxiao's parents had passed away when she was young and she had been raised by Yi father and Yi mother. She was 4 years older than Yi Xiaohua and had a child before she had even graduated from university. No one knew who the father of the child was, but Feng Xiaoxiao was very rich. That was right, Feng Xiaoxiao had been exceptionally talented since a young age. In high school, she had found a teacher on the internet and became a hacker. She was a very famous hacker god, and she earned all her money online. If this was a novel, Feng Xiaoxiao would be the female lead in the novel. The cliché CEO's wife runs away with the ball. The child in her belly was the son of Fenghua Group CEO, Yan Donghe. However, Feng Xiaoxiao did not know that the person who had an affair with her was Yan Donghe. Later on, she found out. She did not want to have anything to do with Yan Donghe. Yan Donghe was originally a little interested in the original owner. However, when the original owner saw that Yan Donghe looked very similar to her nephew, she was shocked and did not dare to have any contact with Yan Donghe. She even told Feng Xiaoxiao about it. Feng Xiaoxiao had long known about the relationship between Yan Donghe and her son through her identity as a hacker. She did not find it strange when she heard this. Later on, Yan Donghe found out about Feng Xiaoxiao and her son. He was greatly surprised and the two of them began to compete with each other. Yan Donghe then discovered Feng Xiaoxiao's identity as a hacker and became even more interested in her. This matter should not have much to do with the original owner. However, this world was not as simple as it seemed. Yan Donghe was not just a CEO on the surface, he was also a descendant of an ancient martial arts family. An ancient martial arts family had a daughter who wanted to marry Yan Donghe. After finding out about Feng Xiaoxiao's existence, they wanted to teach her a lesson. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was a hacker. Although she did not know ancient martial arts, she could not possibly teach them a lesson. But it was the original owner's family that suffered. They were completely ordinary people. Even though Feng Xiaoxiao had been raised by father and mother Yi, she had been extraordinarily intelligent since a young age. She had become a super hacker on the internet after high school. Once she had learned how to earn money, her attitude towards the Yi family had changed. Although it wasn't a big deal, there was still a sense of looking down on those high and mighty people. Not to mention Yan Donghe and the others from the ancient martial clan. When the ancient martial arts family had come to cause trouble for the Ye family, Yan Donghe had already transferred his genius son and Feng Xiaoxiao away. The original owner's family had been killed by the ancient martial arts family. No one dared to go against the ancient martial arts clans. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. After Yi Xiaohua received the plot, he opened his eyes very complicated. Gu Ruoyun tilted her head and stared at the pure and innocent-looking woman who was chatting with the original owner's mother. Gu Ruoyun immediately knew that she was the original owner's older cousin, Feng Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaohua moved and leaned on the sofa. She touched her chin and smiled. Hacking. Ancient martial arts, out of topic, God Yi, I'll give you a handicap with both hands. If you don't vote now, your Huahua's anus is going to be busted again. Other graduates don't have a chance when they think of Fenghua Group. Xiaohua was lucky to get in. It's only right that she suffered a little. Ma Jinghong waved her hand. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned when she heard this. She had always been used to having a smooth sailing. She simply could not understand the thoughts of a commoner like Ma Jinghong. She was also aware of Yi Xiaohua's situation. Fenghua Company was clearly bullying newcomers. If there was someone above her, no matter how long she worked in Fenghua Company, she would not be able to make a name for herself. However, she had also persuaded her aunt that Ma Jinghong was very weak in other aspects, but she was very paranoid about Yi Xiaohua. Aunt, if you don't like to hear this, don't look at Xiaohua's studies at Imperial Capital University. In fact, she is far worse than those real graduate students. Feng Xiaoxiao said directly, I've read her graduation thesis. Although it's an excellent graduate thesis, it doesn't make any sense in my eyes. There's no development in Fenghua at all. It's better to find a small studio and have a chance to make a name for herself. However, Feng Xiaoxiao did not think that although the original owner graduated from a famous university, there were a lot of students who graduated from famous universities. Her family did not have a lot of connections. Being able to apply for a job in Fenghua Group was already an outstanding graduate. The hope of promotion was slim, but even if she really resigned in the future, there were still a lot of companies waiting for her to choose. At this time, she could not get any work experience from resigning, and other small studios may not be able to see her. It's not worth it to resign. Ma Chunhong was not a backward parent. She knew how much weight Yi Xiaohua had, so she had no opinion on Feng Xiaoxiao's words. She knew that Feng Xiaoxiao's mouth was a little poisonous, but it was also for Yi Xiaohua's sake. Old Yi and I are very stupid. We didn't inherit our IQ to her, but we didn't expect her to do anything big. Xiaohua is different from you. You've been smarter than most people since you were a child. Xiaoxia is very much like you. Hearing Ma Chunhong's unambitious words, Feng Xiaoxiao was too lazy to say anything. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but cover the book in her hand over her face. She hid behind the book and sighed. Feng Xiaoxiao saw the book that Yi Xiaohua had covered her face, PHP Core Technologies and Best Practices. This was not a compulsory book for computer science students. It was a book about advanced PHP techniques. It would be difficult for an average graduate to fully understand this book. The original owner of the body had been studying this book recently. Yes, the original owner of the body studied computer technology in university. During the college entrance examination, the trend of IT technology was set off. The original owner of the body listened to his parents and chose this major. But I didn't expect that there were too few women in this major, less than 5%. Yi Xiaohua also admired the original owner for successfully entering Fenghua Group under the competition of so many people. Cousin, are you still reading? Feng Xiaoxiao had noticed that Yi Xiaohua had been holding this book since last month. It has been a month but she was still reading it. How's it going? Let's just leave it at that. Yi Xiaohua heard Feng Xiaoxiao's question and slowly removed the book from her face. This book was not within the scope of the original owner's knowledge. I still don't know much about it for now. Feng Xiaoxiao could not help but shake her head when she heard Yi Xiaohua's reply. If you listen to me, you should stop reading this book. Xiaoxia will be able to finish it in half a month. At this point, Feng Xiaoxiao could not be bothered to speak to Yi Xiaohua any longer. She turned towards Ma Chunhong and said, Auntie, if you trust me, hurry up and get her a new job. With her level of intelligence, she has no future. Feng Xiaoxiao was used to being a genius. She had been able to learn software engineering by herself in high school and had even become a hacker under the guidance of a teacher on the internet. She had read the book that Yi Xiaohua was holding in her hands when it was first published. It had been a few years since then. She never thought that Yi Xiaohua would still be reading this book and still have a smattering of it. Even her son, Fengjia, could see through this book. Based on her genius eyes, Yi Xiaohua naturally had no talent in programming. Ma Chunhong was used to being told that she was not angry. She only shook her head gently. Xiaohua's monthly salary is 4,800. She also has 3 insurances and 1 fund. I'm already very satisfied. As a newcomer who had just graduated, her salary was not considered high in a first-tier city. However, there were various commissions, overtime pay and bonuses. To Ma Chunhong, she was already very satisfied. Yi Xiaohua replied softly, That's right, cousin sister. 4,800 a month, I didn't even think of that myself. Isn't it just PHP? Isn't it just high school hacking? Do you believe that I will build a virtual galactic web for you to see in a few days? Yi Xiaohua expressionlessly picked up an apple and slowly nibbled on it. Feng Xiaoxiao paused. She was satisfied with 4,800 a month. A year's salary was not even enough for her to take on a single job. Ma Chunhong did not know what Feng Xiaoxiao was thinking. Suddenly, she said, Xiaoxiao, you don't know this but everyone in town is envious of Xiaohua for getting into the Imperial Capital University and finding a stable job. She's not young anymore and I'm preparing to set her up on a blind date. By the way, Xiao, do you know any young people? All she cared about all year round were the two children that she had raised. A few years ago, Ma Chunhong had also worried about Feng Xiaoxiao's marriage. However, she never thought that Feng Xiaoxiao would have a child out of wedlock. Ma Chunhong had introduced her to a few men, but Feng Xiaoxiao was not satisfied with any of them. In the end, she had even told Ma Chunhong not to worry about her. After all, they were not biological children. When Ma Chunhong saw that she was really angry, she did not say anything else. However, when it was time, she would visit Feng Xiaoxiao and her son. Her heart ached for Feng Zhe, who had been born into a single parent. I do know a few outstanding people. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was complicated as she said this. Ma Chunhong's eyes lit up. Yes. But cousin's sister is not worthy of them. Feng Xiaoxiao knew what Ma Chunhong was talking about and rejected her immediately. The people that she knew were well-known hackers in the country and were in a different circle from Yi Xiaohua. At the very least, they would not read old books like PHP. I'll contact someone else. Ma Chunhong blushed. She knew that Feng Xiaoxiao had been living a good life all these years. She could not help but glance at Yi Xiaohua when she recalled her rude words, hoping that her daughter would not be sad. However, Yi Xiaohua's expression did not change. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's cell phone rang. She lowered her head and saw that it was an overseas call. Master? Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with disbelief when she picked up the call. In reality, Feng Xiaoxiao had become famous at a young age, but very few people in the hacker world dared to provoke her. This was because she had a powerful master, but this master had always been mysterious. Ever since she had given birth to Feng Zhe in her first year of university, this master had rarely called her except to teach her something online. This was the second time he had called her after so many years. Naturally, Feng Xiaoxiao was extremely excited. She knew that this master had always done as he pleased. He had offended many big shots, but no one had been able to stop him. Whenever she received his call, she would avoid the crowd. However, there were only two people in the hall this time, so Feng Xiaoxiao did not avoid him. It was not because she trusted Yi Xiaohua and Ma Chunhong, but because she spoke F language to her master. Ma Chunhong had only been in junior high and had not even learned English, much less F language. As for Yi Xiaohua, Feng Xiaoxiao knew very well that Yi Xiaohua had a hard time learning programming and English in university. How could she possibly have chosen F language? Hence, she did not avoid him on purpose this time. Instead, she openly chatted with her master in F language. Feng Xiaoxiao had first met her master through the game. At first, she did not know that her master was an internationally famous hacker. Later on, when she had achieved some success, she had occasionally browsed through the hacker forum and found out that her master was so famous. Her master's ID was not in English but a very simple word, Gue. Gue was a very cold person. Feng Xiaoxiao did not know why he had found her in the game and asked someone to teach her how to hack. However, he had treated her coldly. It had been 6 or 7 years and this was only their second phone call. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Xiaohua with a complicated expression when she thought about the game. However, this time, it was not her master himself who had called her. Instead, it was someone by her master's side. It was a very steady middle-aged man's voice. Lady Feng, I found out about the matter that you've asked me to investigate. Your family should be the Feng family. The young master has instructed me to inform the Feng family. The Feng family? Feng Xiaoxiao could not help but frown. She had never heard of it. She was going to go back and use the computer to check what was going on with the Feng family. However, this time, the caller was not her master. Feng Xiaoxiao hung up the phone in disappointment. Little Xiao, who are you talking to? Ma Chunhong listened to French for the first time, which was a bit novel. It doesn't seem to be the English that Xiaohua often speaks. Feng Xiaoxiao had many things to hide in her heart, so she could not be bothered to explain anything to Ma Chunhong. She waved her hand and said, You don't know who I am. Auntie, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she dragged her feet back home. She and Yi Xiaohua did not live in the same place. Feng Xiaoxiao would never mistreat herself. She lived in a high-end residential area while Yi Xiaohua's family lived in a very old residential area which was quite a distance away from the city. Yi Xiaohua was looking at her back, holding the book in her hand, slightly thinking, return? In the scenarios 008 had given her, this person rarely appeared. He was Feng Xiaoxiao's biggest cheat in the early stages of the game. However, this person had never appeared. Feng Xiaoxiao did not expect Yi Xiaohua to understand F language. Why are you still sitting there? After sending Feng Xiaoxiao off, Ma Chunhong twisted Yi Xiaohua's ear. Hurry up and help me pick the vegetables. Your father is coming back from work. Mother Yi had twisted her ear in her previous life. Now that her ear was twisted in this life, Yi Xiaohua felt a strange sense of familiarity. She calmly put it down and went to help Ma Chunhong pick the vegetables. Ma Chunhong was amused when she saw that her daughter was much quieter than usual. Yi Xiaohua, have you changed your temperament? She did not push Feng Xiaoxiao nor did she quarrel with her today. Has her youth reversed? Ma Chunhong took a handful of spring onions and rinsed them. Yi Xiaohua's hand paused. I'll call her back and have a fight with her before letting her go. Don't, Ma Chunhong thought that Yi Xiaohua had lost her temper again. She took the spring onions out and saw that Yi Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged on the floor. She then returned to the kitchen. Why are you so vengeful? Didn't your cousin stop you from playing online games when you were in junior high? She did it for your own good. If it weren't for her, you might not have been able to get into Imperial Capital University. Ma Chunhong couldn't help scolding Yi Xiaohua. You have to be grateful, comrade Yi. Yi Xiaohua turned it over from her memory. She also hid a game account from me. Why don't you say it? It's just a game account. Your cousin was in a bad mood at that time. Your father heard that young people liked to play that and distracted her. After you finished the high school entrance examination, your father didn't apply for another one for you. Ma Chunhong said. Comrade Yi, I didn't expect you to remember it until now. It's been 7 or 8 years? Yi Xiaohua changed her posture to pick vegetables. That's different. My account has feelings. If you didn't hurt my young mood at that time, I might be a master engineer now. Ma Chunhong poked his head out of the kitchen. Well, I can't talk to you. Come back and let your father educate you well. Yi Xiaohua spent a few days peacefully. The head of the engineering department of Fenghua Group saw her press a long row of codes the next day. Even the computer couldn't keep up with the hand speed. He immediately transferred her from the logistics department to the engineering department. Ma Chunhong was very concerned about Fenghua. On another rest day, she came to Feng Xiaoxiao's house with a can of health soup. There were also many things that Fenghua liked to eat. The door was opened by Fenghua. Feng Xiaoxiao was standing by the bed with a man. She didn't know what they were talking about. Although Ma Chunhong's knowledge was not high, it did not mean that she had no eyes. Although she did not see the face of the man in the black suit, she could feel that his aura was different from ordinary people. Feng Xiaoxiao had been talking to the man. When they saw the two of them, they stopped and didn't say anything. The man stared deeply into Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes. Yi Xiaohua stands beside Ma Chunhong. When I saw the man turn around, the face that was the same as Fenghua, I don't need to think with my toes to know that this is Yan Donghe, the president of Fenghua Group. When Ma Chunhong saw Yan Donghe's face, she was shocked. It took a long time for him to regain his senses. I heard from Xiaoxia that you're an employee of Fenghua. This was the first time Yan Dong had met a woman like Feng Xiaoxiao who had many secrets. She also had a son that he liked. Hence, he was more patient with Yi Xiaohua and the others. If there's anything you need from work, you can come and look for me. He handed Yi Xiaohua a business card. Yi Xiaohua took it and took Fenghua to the bathroom to wash his hands and drink soup. Yi Xiaohua, don't grab a man's neck. Fenghua was very dissatisfied with Yi Xiaohua's actions, but he did not struggle. Yi Xiaohua laughed, what do you call me? Fenghua stepped on the small bench, washed his hands, and did not look back. Yi Xiaohua. Fenghua called Ma Chunhong aunt, but never called Ma Chunhong aunt, or called her sister, or called her name. When you picked me up last time, my classmates envied me for having such a sister. Yi Xiaohua squeezed her hand as she felt that she was somehow one rank lower than Feng Xiaoxiao. Wow, Grandma, I want to sleep with Sister Xiaohua at night. Fenghua saw that the situation was not right and slipped directly to Ma Chunhong's side. After a long time, Ma Chunhong doesn't force Fenghua to call Yi Xiaohua aunt. Yi Xiaohua's face is tender. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's Feng's sister. She waved the shovel directly at Yi Xiaohua in the kitchen. You're such a big person, but you're still teasing a child. Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng peeled an orange and gave it to Yi Xiaohua. Don't be angry, it will affect your IQ. I will teach you PHP. Yan Dong and did not expect that Feng, who was very cold and elegant before, would become like this after Yi Xiaohua and her mother and daughter came. He stared blankly at the three of them before he returned to his seat next to Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa as well and placed her laptop on her lap. She then began to search for information about the Feng family. Her typing speed was very fast. Before Yan Donghe could see it clearly, a search engine popped up. He no longer had the energy to think about Yi Xiaohua and Ma Chunhong. He looked at Feng Xiaoxiao in astonishment. Are you a programmer too? But something was wrong. At the moment, Feng Xiaoxiao had no interest in Yan Donghe. She couldn't be bothered with Yan Dongyu and naturally didn't explain to him what she was doing. Yi Xiaohua paid no heed to Feng Xiaoxiao and Yan Donghe as she helped Ma Chunhong wash the fruits in the kitchen. Take it out and let the guests eat with little Xiao. Ma Chunhong secretly glanced at the living room and said worriedly, I don't know how little Xiao. However, when she saw Feng standing at the side, Ma Chunhong's expression became much better. When Yi Xiaohua went out with the fruit plate, she found that in addition to Yan Donghe, there was another man in a white shirt in the living room. The man's appearance was the same as Yan Donghe's. As soon as she went out, the conversation between the three of them came to an abrupt end. The man in the white shirt glanced at Yi Xiaohua calmly before he turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao. Your relative? Feng Xiaoxiao nodded without raising her head. When the man heard this, he did not look at Yi Xiaohua again. Have you found anything? After confirming that she was just an ordinary person, the man asked Feng Xiaoxiao in a low voice. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head with a solemn look on her face. She then showed the computer screen to the man in white. Nothing. Yan Donghe, who had been silent all this while, could guess what they were up to. You're investigating the Feng family? Don't waste your energy, you won't find anything. Feng Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes at Yan Donghe. What do you know? All I can tell you is that information about the Feng family has been encrypted by special personnel. Yan Donghe rose to his feet. Unless you're a professional hacker. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned when she heard this. She had not told Yan Donghe that she was a hacker. However, even after hacking into the National Intelligence Bureau, she could not find any information. This was the first time Feng Xiaoxiao had suffered such a setback since she had become a hacker. Feng Zhe glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao before he returned to his room. Yi Xiaohua had wanted to leave, but when she thought about Ma Chunhong, she could not help but stay in the kitchen to accompany her. When it was time for dinner, she went to her room to call Feng Zhe. However, she saw Feng Zhe sitting cross-legged on the bed with a deep frown on his face. Time to eat. Yi Xiaohua leaned against the door and knocked. Feng Zhe pulled a long face. Sister Xiaohua, I don't feel like eating. After saying that, he continued to type something on the keyboard with a frown on his face. Yi Xiaohua raised her brows and walked to his side. There was a long line of code displayed on the screen. Your IQ isn't bad, you have 1% of my talent back then. Yi Xiaohua patted his head. Feng Zhe glanced at her. Aren't you being pretentious? You should eat with your great aunt first. I'll do some research and teach you PHP once I'm done. Yi Xiaohua watched as he fumbled around for a long time, but there was no progress at all. Ma Chunhong was still calling out from outside. She pressed her temples. Then, he took the computer on Feng Zhe's lap, and his slender fingers pressed on the keyboard with a palipala sound. Feng Zhe did not even see her fingers move clearly. Don't move, it wasn't easy for me to type this. Yi Xiaohua finally hit the enter key with a smack. Feng Zhe stared at the page displayed on the computer and was shocked. Digression, Feng Zhe had always been smart since he was young. He must have inherited Feng Xiaoxiao's talent and was much more mature than his peers. In reality, he had been aware that Feng Xiaoxiao was trying to crack a firewall for the past few days. However, Feng Xiaoxiao's usual attack code had not been successful. Today was her second attempt with a new code and she had not succeeded as well. Feng Zhe observed the entire process without batting an eyelid. He did not like Yan Donghe, who had an overbearing aura, so he simply went to his own room and tinkered with it himself. The result was worse than his mother's. The code he used wouldn't work here at all. He was young and very stubborn. He did not want to move until he could find a reason. However, he never thought that his little aunt would insert a page of code and a database page would appear in front of him. Xianxia was still young and did not know how to hide his thoughts. He was even more shocked by the results that had suddenly appeared on the computer page. How had Xianxia managed to do it? Even his mother could not do it. You don't know how to. Xianxia stared at Xianxia with his mouth agape. His brain had completely crashed. He knew that Xianxia was studying in the computer science department. Although her grades were outstanding, she was only average in the field of computing and did not have a flexible brain. The PHP technical guide that the other party was reading was the list of books that Xianxia had secretly given to Xianxia. Xianxia patted his head. Don't make a sound. She did not look at Xianxia and only glanced at the page. Xianxia was looking for an encrypted document from a secret department. With a cursory glance, she could tell that it was information on the ancient martial arts Feng family. If it was a group of people like this, it was only natural that they would be encrypted. Xianxia turned away thoughtfully. It seemed that Feng Xiaoxiao was about to find out about the existence of ancient martial arts. Xianxia covered his mouth, but his little face was flushed with excitement. He lifted his head to look at Xianxia as his long eyelashes trembled. Ma Chunhong was still calling them for dinner. Do you want to learn? Xianxia looked at Feng's face and crossed her arms. Xianxia, who had not wanted to get involved in this matter, suddenly remembered something and tilted her head to smile at Fengxia. She had always been an outstanding beauty, but she had always been honest and was not that eye-catching. At this moment, with the back of the light, he tilted his head and smiled lazily at Fengxia. It was too different from what Fengxia remembered. It was hard to look away. Fengxia nodded vigorously. Call Dad. Xianxia paused and found that if Fengxia really called Dad, Ma Chunhong would twist her ears. In the end, he reluctantly said, call him Father Yi. Fengxia felt that he wasn't such a person without principles. As if. Father Yi. Xianxia was happy. She rubbed Fengxia's head. Good boy, your Yi father will take time to teach you. Also, don't tell anyone else about this. Feng Xiaoxiao's son wasn't bad, he was much better than the brat from the ancient world. This was the secret between him and Father Yi. Fengxia's eyes brightened and he nodded frantically. He copied all the black information of Xianxia and put it in his own encrypted file. Ma Chunhong did not expect to bump into Yan Donghe at Feng Xiaoxiao's house. She was not blind. When she saw Yan Donghe's expression, she could more or less guess his relationship with Feng Xiaoxiao. As Feng Xiaoxiao's only senior, Ma Chunhong stayed behind to observe Yan Donghe. However, Yan Donghe's aura was too strong. Ma Chunhong did not dare to ask why and could only observe in secret. Especially when Feng Xiaoxiao was just over 18 years old when she was pregnant. Fengxia was already so old, but Yan Donghe had only just appeared. Ma Chunhong could not help but worry about this. Auntie, this is Yao Tianing, and this. You can call him Mr. Yan. Feng Xiaoxiao introduced Ma Chunhong and did not say anything else after that. Ma Chunhong nodded and quietly walked into the kitchen. Great aunt, why aren't you eating? Fengxia turned around in astonishment. Ma Chunhong waved her hand. You guys eat first. Great aunt isn't hungry now. I'll help you pack your things. Yan Donghe and Yao Tianing were not to be trifled with, and they both looked extraordinary. She was aware of her own image, so she did not want to embarrass Feng Xiaoxiao by sitting at the table. No matter how talented Fengxia was, he could not understand Ma Chunhong's thoughts. He only replied with an "oh" and kept his eyes on Ma Chunhong. Xianxia had just sat down when she saw this and narrowed her eyes. She tightened her grip on her chopsticks. She glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao without batting an eyelid. Feng Xiaoxiao had no intention of making a sound. Xianxia lowered her gaze and the light in her eyes turned cold. She did not continue to eat. Instead, she slowly pulled out a chair and went to the kitchen to look for Ma Chunhong to help her clear up the trash. This was Feng Xiaoxiao's home. If she did not want to interfere, she would have to cut off the roots. Yi Xiaohua took the pot from Ma Chunhong and thought to herself expressionlessly. She did not eat. She felt that staying in Feng Xiaoxiao's home was too depressing. She then told Ma Chunhong that she was leaving and pushed open the door to leave. Feng Xiaoxiao, Yao Tianing, and Yan Donghe were in the living room. Their words were laced with hidden weapons and they did not notice that Yi Xiaohua had left Feng Xiaoxiao's home first. By the time Feng Xiaoxiao regained her senses, it was already after dinner. "Aunt, where's cousin sister?" Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. This cousin sister of hers did not have much of a presence. Ma Chunhong replied from the kitchen, "Xiaohua has something to do so she's heading home." Yan Donghe and Yao Tianing were puzzled. "Your cousin sister is leaving just like that?" Feng Xiaoxiao laughed angrily. "Who knows? She has always relied on my aunt and uncle's love since young. She's used to being willful. She didn't even tell me that she was leaving. She dialed Yi Xiaohua's number." Before Yi Xiaohua could say anything, she spoke, "You're leaving just like that? Yi Xiaohua, it's not wrong to say that you're stupid. How could you have such a bad temper? You're just going to leave Aunt here and ignore her? Is there anyone who treats their daughter like this?" Feng Xiaoxiao used to say a few words but in recent years, she no longer felt like it. Fenghua Company had newcomers every year, so why was Yi Xiaohua the only one who was so busy? Could Yi Xiaohua not sense this? Yi Xiaohua was waiting at the bus stop when she received Feng Xiaoxiao's call. "Yeah, I can't help it. I've always had a bad temper." Yi Xiaohua curled her lips lazily, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." She then hung up without waiting for Feng Xiaoxiao's reply. Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked when she saw that the call had been hung up. She never thought that her always honest cousin would dare to hang up. Feng Xiaoxiao was so angry at Yi Xiaohua that she lost her temper. "Forget it, I don't want to care about her anymore." This kind of person simply did not make sense. Yi Xiaohua, who was leaning against the bus stop, could not be bothered with Feng Xiaoxiao's current thoughts. She lowered her gaze and looked at her phone. As she was dressed in a refreshing dress, passers-by could not help but turn around to look at her. At that moment, she saw that someone had added her on WeChat. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the seaside villa were open and the light blue curtains were half-drawn. The sea breeze swayed the curtains gently. It was past 5 in the morning and the sky was not bright yet. However, the beach was still bustling with tourists who had partied through the night. The man was leaning against the table next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He held a half-burnt cigarette in one hand and casually supported himself on the table with the other. His eyes were fixed on the glowing computer screen. The search results on the computer screen slowly jumped and finally stopped. Just then, the half-closed door was pushed open. A tall man dressed in a well-ironed suit entered the room. When he saw the man by the window, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Yungue." Jiang Yungue glanced at him and casually closed the computer. "Brother. What's up with that Feng Xiaoxiao? You were the one who suddenly wanted to teach her. Why did you hand it over to second uncle?" Jiangshu furrowed his brows. "Also, did you know that she's from the Feng family? I saw that her online username was quite unique and got excited." Jiang Yungue put out his cigarette with an indifferent expression. He did not mention this person further. "I'll be returning tomorrow." "You're willing to go back?" A hint of joy appeared on Jiangshu's face. "But why are you willing to go back?" He knew his younger brother's personality very well. Back then, even when the old master of the Jiang family showed up, he was still unmoved and had no intention of going back. Jiang Yungue remained silent for a moment before he threw the extinguished cigarette into the nearby trash can. He lowered his voice and said, "Looking for someone." Jiangshu looked at him strangely and suddenly laughed. "I don't recognize you. Who did Jiang Yin belong to?" He dared to fall out with old Master Jiang since he was young. When old Master Jiang asked him to leave the Jiang family, he thought that he would show weakness. But he didn't expect that he would dare to go abroad alone at the age of 15 and stay there for 11 years. Not only did he not return to China, but he also made a name for himself. Now, 10 years had passed, and he still had the same temper. He was doing well abroad. Even though the old man had shown weakness to him several times, he had never thought of going back. Jiangshu was very curious. Who was it that could make him go back on his own accord? Jiang Yingui didn't look at him. His phone rang, and when he opened it, he saw a new friend notification. Yao Tianning had come to see Feng Xiaoxiao this time because he had something to discuss with her. It was not just about the Feng family. Feng Xiaoxiao had to go out, and when Ma Chunhong returned, she had asked her to bring Feng Zhe along. Feng Zhe was Feng Xiaoxiao's son. However, he wasn't the closest to Feng Xiaoxiao. After Feng Xiaoxiao had given birth, she had left Feng Zhe in Ma Chunhong's care. Ma Chunhong knew how hard it was for a woman to give birth, so she had only let Feng Xiaoxiao take over after he was a year old. When Feng Xiaoxiao was busy, she would leave Feng Zhe to the original owner's family. Hence, Feng Zhe spent more time with Yi Xiaohua and Ma Chunhong than Feng Xiaoxiao did. Hence, he was closer to the Yi family. When Feng Xiaoxiao handed him over to Yi Xiaohua's family, he didn't seem the least bit reluctant. Xiaozhe, be good when you're at Great Aunt's house, Feng Xiaoxiao whispered to Feng Zhe. Also, if you want to read the books that Mother has given you, they're all in Great Aunt's backpack. Those are the latest hacking codes written by international hackers. Your Uncle Yao had specially bought them for you. Most people can't get their hands on them. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned. Keep them in your room and read them slowly. Don't let Yi Xiaohua see them. Don't think that I don't know that you've been teaching her in secret. In the past, Feng Zhe would always feel excited when he heard that Feng Xiaoxiao had a new book. However, this time, Feng Zhe did not feel the slightest bit excited. He only nodded at Feng Xiaoxiao casually. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Yao. He then eagerly held Ma Chunhong's hand. Great Aunt, let's go. After the two of them had left, Feng Xiaoxiao felt a little strange. Xiaozhe always gets excited when he sees these books. Why is he so calm this time? Yao Tianning raised his brows as well. It's probably because he doesn't know who wrote them. The two of them did not know that Feng Zhe had already witnessed that Yi Xiaohua was more than a rank above Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's books were not as attractive to him as Yi Xiaohua. Feng Xiaoxiao did not pay much attention to Feng Zhe's reaction. She made her preparations and prepared to leave with Yao Tianning. Feng Zhe's desktop was very simple. There were only a few chat apps and an app for watching cartoons. Hence, the document labeled Feng TXT on the desktop was very eye-catching. Yao Tianning's heart nearly jumped out of his chest when he saw the document. How could Feng Zhe's computer screen see the Feng family's secrets that he and Feng Xiaoxiao could not find out? Feng Xiaoxiao had prepared her usual things. When she heard Yao Tianning's words, her fingers trembled and she immediately walked over. How is that possible? I didn't manage to hack it. I've already asked around and no one in this world should be able to obtain the information in there aside from Master. Yan Donghe was worried that Feng Xiaoxiao would be alone with the man in front of him, so he had not left. Hearing this, he nodded and replied firmly, no one can break through these firewalls. As the two of them spoke, they stared unblinkingly at Yao Tianning as he opened up the document. The document was blank and it was filled with a bunch of garbled codes. Feng Xiaoxiao was not disappointed when she saw this. Instead, she felt that it was only natural. Garbled codes, but it's not bad for Xiaozhe to be able to do this. Yan Donghe nodded gently. Yao Tianning scratched his head and looked at Yan Donghe. Do you know anything about the Feng family? The three of them chatted as they walked out the door. They were completely unaware that the encrypted document on the computer on the table contained detailed information about the Feng family. Perhaps even the Feng family themselves did not believe that such detailed information would be leaked to the public. Father Yi, I'm here. Feng Zhe ran barefoot into Yi Xiaohua's room. When they heard Feng Zhe's words, Ma Chunhong and Father Yi paused and turned around with difficulty. Xiaozhe? They happened to see Feng Zhe move the computer to Yi Xiaohua's table and hand her a washed apple. Father Yi, look at me. In the beginning, Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming tried to persuade him. After a week, the two of them had already calmed down. Occasionally, the words Father Yi would come out of their mouths. On Saturday, the Yi family had two guests. They were Yi Xiaohua's eldest uncle and aunt. After Yi Xiaohua had taught Feng Zhe for a while, she heard Ma Chunhong calling for Feng Zhe. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had not heard from her for a week, finally had a video call. Xiaoxiao, where are you? Uncle Yi and Aunt's unsmiling faces finally piled up a smile. It doesn't look like it's in China, does it? That's right. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled. She then turned to the side so that the people in the Hua country could see the exotic buildings behind her. I'm currently at F University. When talking to the Yi family, she also side eyes to communicate with the mixed-race man beside her. He spoke fluent F language. Is Xiaoxia obedient at home? Feng Xiaoxiao felt relieved when she saw Feng Xia. Auntie, eldest uncle, eldest aunt, I'll only be able to return in a few more days. The group exchanged a few more words before Feng Xiaoxiao ended the video call. Xiaoxiao has a bright future. Eldest Uncle Yi smiled when he saw Feng Xiaoxiao. Fuming, when Feng Xiaoxiao returns, contact us again. Uncle Yi Fuyo is a civil servant and is now a member of the Procuratorate. Although his position is not high, he also has a little bit of an official atmosphere. Compared to Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming, he was much more cultured. Yi Fuyo has not returned to his hometown for a long time. After he settled down in the imperial capital, he rarely contacted his family. If Yi Xiaohua had not been admitted to the imperial capital university, he would have been very cold towards Yi Fuming's family. People always strive for higher things. Later on, Feng Xiaoxiao, a woman in her early 20s, bought an 8-figure house in the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Yi Fuyo's relatives became even closer to Yi Xiaohua's family. Especially Yi Fuyo, he could vaguely guess that the people behind Feng Xiaoxiao were not small. Hence, all these years, he had maintained a relationship with Feng Xiaoxiao through contacting Yi Xiaohua's family. Xiaohua, come out for dinner. Ma Chunhong was not aware of these twists and turns. She called out to the two people in the room to come out for dinner. Yi Fuyo instantly saw Feng Xia, who had left the room again, and his eyes lit up. Xiaoxia, come here and let uncle hug you. I haven't seen you for a few months and you've grown quite a bit. I heard from your mother that you can even read a 5th grade textbook. Eldest Auntie also reached out to pinch Feng Xia's face. Yi Xiaohua leisurely walked behind them and called out, eldest uncle, eldest aunt. The two of them smiled at her and said a few polite words before teasing Feng Xia. At the dining table, Ma Chunhong began to worry about Yi Xiaohua's marriage. Eldest uncle, are there any suitable young men in your institute? Yi Fuyo thought for a moment. How much is Xiaohua's monthly salary? Ma Chunhong said a number. Yi Fuyo paused for a moment and shook his head. He did not say anything else and the expression on his face faded. Yi Xiaohua was not used to the eccentric dining table. After eating half a bowl of rice, she prepared to return to her room. Xiaohua doesn't want to eat any more? Eldest aunt felt a little strange. Ma Chunhong replied, she and Xiaoxia have fallen in love with games recently. She's in a hurry to go back and play with the computer. Hearing this, even Feng Xia put down his chopsticks. Ma Chunhong glanced at eldest aunt, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. The children and grandchildren have their own fortune. We can't worry about them. What's there to worry about? You can ask your rich friends what kind of young men in their institute like. Eldest aunt's family background was much higher than Ma Chunhong's. She was still a high school teacher and had always looked down on Ma Chunhong's junior high school diploma. You can't find a really good young man like her. Yi Xiaohua thought of the situation of the original body, and could not help but stop. She looked at eldest auntie and suddenly smiled. Eldest auntie, you don't have to worry. I already have a boyfriend. Eldest auntie was taken aback. What? Yi Xiaohua ignored her and went straight into her room and closed the door. Chunhong, do you know about this? Aunt looked at Ma Chunhong's surprised look and understood. Nowadays, young people will mess around. Chunhong, you have to take good care of your family, Xiaohua. You don't know if you have a boyfriend. Don't let something happen one day. Ma Chunhong's expression was very calm. Big brother, why are you looking for little Xiao? After dinner, Yi Fuyo and little Xiao left, and Yi Fuming saw them off. Seeing that Ma Chunhong did not speak, Yi Fuming could not help but speak up to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward. Hearing Yi Fuming's words, Yi Fuyo waved his hand. You don't understand these things. Yi Fuming choked and didn't say anything else. After closing the door, even someone as good-tempered as Ma Chunhong couldn't help but get angry. What kind of relatives are they? I'm telling you, Yi Fuming, don't let them in next time. Yi fuming immediately comforted her. All right, I won't. He comforted Ma Chunhong for a while before she calmed down. Then he remembered Yi Xiaohua. Yi dad, what's the matter with the boyfriend you just mentioned? She knocked on Yi Xiaohua's door with a rag in one hand. Yi Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, a pair of beautiful eyes narrowed. Oh. That's it, Mom, I'll tell you when the time comes. Ma Chunhong widened her eyes. In the room, Fengzhe looked at the computer desktop very seriously. Yi Xiaohua flipped the book in Fengzhe's backpack. Who gave it to you? Uncle Yao. Fengzhe didn't even turn his head. The technology is still too backward. Yi Xiaohua casually flipped through it and threw the book aside. I'd better work overtime. As she spoke, she took out her computer. Fengzhe tilted his head and glanced at the book that Yi Xiaohua had thrown aside. The corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't know how his mother and Uncle Yao would think when they saw that the book had been thrown aside by Yi Xiaohua. By the way, you should know the Feng family and that Yan Donghe, right? Yi Xiaohua asked. I know. Fengzhe didn't hide anything from Yi Xiaohua. My mother just sent me an email, saying that I am a member of the Feng family's generation, and that someone might take me back to the Feng family in a few days. Yi Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, and her eyebrows twisted. A few days later? But I don't want to go back, Fengzhe sneered. My mother doesn't know, but Yi father, you have checked the information of the Feng family. My biological grandfather was driven out by the Feng family. At that time, my biological grandfather's ancient martial arts were abolished. For fear of provoking the Jiang family, they didn't dare to take him in. Now the Jiang family doesn't care about the past, and the Feng family temporarily hides from the limelight. They think that I may inherit my grandfather's talent, so they came to pick me up. I don't believe that they only found me now. My mother was desperate at the beginning. If it wasn't for my aunt, I don't know if she would still be, or, he suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi father, you don't want me, do you? Don't worry, your Yi father is your Yi father after all. Yi Xiaohua was satisfied. This little bastard's conscience is still big. Fengzhe knew that she always kept her word, and was relieved to hear her guarantee. While thinking, she replied to a message on WeChat. Yi Xiaohua was ready to go out early the next morning. He got up earlier than usual. Xiaohua, someone is knocking at the door. Ma Chunhong shouted in the kitchen. Yi Xiaohua slowly went to open the door. The person knocking on the door outside seemed to be impatient. Yi Xiaohua opened the door with a cold face. It was two men. Who is it? Ma Chunhong wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen. Seeing two strangers, she was stunned. Is this Yi Fuming's house? The middle-aged man standing in front saw Ma Chunhong walking forward and involuntarily took a step back. There was obvious disgust in his eyes. Ma Chunhong nodded hesitantly. Yes, you are here, that's right, I'm Fengzhe's uncle. I came to take Fengzhe home. The middle-aged man looked at Ma Chunhong. Little Xiao should have informed you. Call Fengzhe out, and you will know who I am. When Ma Chunhong heard him say Feng Xiaoxiao, the suspicion in her eyes lessened a little. Then she called Fengzhe out. Who are you? Fengzhe glanced at the middle-aged man and then hid beside Yi Xiaohua. When the middle-aged man saw Fengzhe, his eyes lit up. It's little Zhe, right? I'm your uncle. I'm here to take you back to the big house of Feng family. You should know who I am, right? Fengzhe did not answer. Yi father, I don't know him. Yi Xiaohua said slowly, some people think they are the president or RMB. The middle-aged man's face changed. You, Fengzhe, call your mother, and you will know that I am your uncle. I'm here to take you home, this is my home. Fengzhe looked at him with vigilance. The middle-aged man thought that this trip would be very easy. How could he know that he would encounter such a thing? He looked at Yi Xiaohua, and his eyes sank slightly. How could a child be so rebellious? It was clear that this family had taught this child something. A good child had been taught like this by them. He could no longer be placed in such a family. On his body, there was a slight aura that ordinary people could not see. Little Zhe, you don't understand, he looked directly at Yi Xiaohua. I've seen many people like you. I didn't want to argue with you, up to you. Yi Xiaohua looked at him slowly. She squinted her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her eyes turned cold. Hurry up and get lost. Your Yi father has no time to play with you. Digression you? Feng Sun was stunned by Yi Xiaohua for a long time. He looked at Yi Xiaohua in disbelief. This was different from what he had imagined. People who practiced ancient martial arts all had a kind of qi, just like the internal force that ordinary people understood. Because of the existence of qi, they could do things that ordinary people couldn't do, such as flying over eaves and running over walls. Just now, he had gathered his internal qi. Although ancient martial arts had declined and many martial arts had been lost, people in the ancient martial arts world had always been beyond the mortal world. They were used to being arrogant. The comparison between ordinary people and ancient warriors was like the comparison between a beggar and an emperor. Therefore, Feng Sun didn't regard Yi Xiaohua as an opponent at all. He just wanted to teach her a little lesson. He wanted to let her know that he was not so easy to deal with and bring Feng Zhe back to the Feng family as soon as possible. After so many years in the ancient martial arts world, Feng Sun could see at a glance that Feng Zhe had a good foundation. Maybe he could become the outstanding next generation of the Feng family. Who would have thought that before he made a move, the qi gathered in his body suddenly dissipated? Not only did it dissipate, but Feng Sun could also feel the blood in his body flowing backward. This was a phenomenon that could only be caused by the backfire. Feng Sun's expression changed greatly. He took a step back and looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was smiling but had a colder breath. He was very vigilant. Do you really not want to go back to the Feng family? Feng Sun looked at Feng Zhe and asked at last. Feng Zhe didn't know that the two had fought, so he nodded directly. Well, I want to go with my great-aunt. This time, Feng Sun didn't force Feng Zhe to go, but looked at Yi Xiaohua deeply and nodded slightly. Sorry to bother you. After that, he turned and left directly. Feng Sun's men saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Second master, is the young master's foundation not good? Otherwise, why didn't he bring Feng Zhe back? Feng Sun wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head slightly when he heard this. No, Feng Zhe's foundation is very good, not worse than my father. Then why? Feng Sun's men were surprised. Now there are fewer and fewer people with good foundation in the Feng family. Feng Sun paused slightly and showed the blood on his hands to his underlings. This is the reason. Feng Zhe definitely has an expert in the ancient martial world with him. He could hurt me like this without even making a move. Even in the ancient martial world, he would be in the top 3. I'm not sure who it is. He thought of the excessively young woman beside Feng Zhe and frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if it was her, but there was one thing he was sure of. That expert definitely knew Feng Zhe. Feng Sun took out his mobile phone and contacted the Feng family. On this side, Feng Zhe was a little surprised. Father Yi, they left just like that? Otherwise? Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Close the door, wash your face and eat. Feng Zhe obediently closed the door with a paw sound. I thought they would say a few more words. Feng Zhe shook his head and then said to Yi Xiaohua in a low voice, didn't they say that they are from the ancient martial arts world? I thought they were very powerful. After that, Feng Zhe went to brush his teeth and wash his face while humming Little Red Riding Hood. Ma Chenhong heard Feng Sun's words and saw that Feng Zhe had left. She couldn't help but ask Yi Xiaohua in a low voice, Xiaohua, do you think that's really Little Zhe's relative? Yeah. Yi Xiaohua nodded casually. He should have contacted my cousin. Hearing this, Ma Chenhong sighed. Why did he come to the door now? When Feng Xiaoxiao's parents died, she was alone and helpless. They didn't find her. Now that the child had grown up, they didn't say anything and just opened their mouth to bring Feng Zhe back to the Feng family. Wasn't this a little too good to be true? Although Ma Chenhong wasn't very cultured, she was very clear in her heart. Feng Sun didn't say his name either. It was obvious that he looked down on their family. He also didn't say a few words of concern for Feng Zhe. He didn't ask how he had been all these years, and he didn't explain the situation of his family to Feng Zhe. Even if such a person was really Feng Zhe's relative, Ma Chenhong didn't dare to hand him over to them. Not to mention that Feng Zhe himself didn't agree. Yi Xiaohua looked at Ma Chenhong and knew that she was unhappy and disgusted with the Feng family. She turned her head again and saw Feng Zhe happily throwing himself on the table. she couldn't help but chuckle. The Feng family really thought that Feng Zhe was someone who didn't know anything. Why did you wake up so early today? Ma Chunhong finished thinking about Feng Zhe and suddenly remembered Yi Xiaohua's words. Also, what's going on with the boyfriend you mentioned last night? We'll talk about it when I have time. I'm working overtime today. Yi Xiaohua didn't wait for Ma Chunhong to ask anything else and slipped out the door. Ma Chunhong glared at her again. Old Yi, have you noticed that Xiaohua has changed recently? Ma Chunhong looked at Yi Xiaohua's back and couldn't help but ask Yi Fuming. Yi Fuming was still eating breakfast. He didn't even raise his head when he heard this. How has she changed? Besides, she's still your daughter even if she has changed. Hearing this, Ma Chunhong was no longer conflicted. Instead, she discussed with Yi Fuming about contacting Feng Xiaoxiao to find out what was going on with Feng Zhe's uncle. Yi Xiaohua wasn't lying when she said that she was working overtime. Her team had been called over by the team leader last night. Today, the big boss of Fenghua came over. When they passed, the group of people were whispering to each other and they could even see the excited faces of the group. Yi Xiaohua didn't even pause for a moment. I heard that it's our big boss, the executive director of Fenghua. I heard that he's a relative of our President Yan. It was at this time that the team leader poked her head out of the office. When she saw Yi Xiaohua, her eyes lit up. Xiaohua, come in. Yi Xiaohua was favored by the team leader and was promoted as a special case. The people in the engineering department obviously excluded her. At this time, seeing that the team leader called her in alone, the lively sound outside disappeared instantly and the eyes looking at her became subtle. When Yi Xiaohua came out, the programmers in her group had already stopped talking about the lively topic and looked at her with strange eyes from time to time. Yi Xiaohua received a new task this time. However, as soon as she got to her seat and typed a line of code, Sister Bai, the only woman in the group besides her, asked her to type a document. The first document was missing a page. The second document was not detailed. The third time, she said that the document was no longer needed. Yi Xiaohua put down the document. Sister Bai, what did I do to offend you? I can't see it. You're quite good. Sister Bai raised her eyes, looked at Yi Xiaohua, and sneered. Why did you climb to this position? Don't you know? Her eyes were still hidden with jealousy. Then she took the cup to have a rest. Yi Xiaohua, you may not believe it, but I rely on my strength. Did the team leader just ask you to go in for the cooperation case with Jiang's? Another colleague beside her said, also, the team leader and Sister Bai used to be classmates. Yi Xiaohua turned her head quietly. Actually, I have a boyfriend. The colleague froze for a moment. Really? Yes, maybe you can see him in the evening. Yi Xiaohua turned her head blankly. She had never experienced this kind of situation. It was so troublesome to be an intern. The team leader asked her if she could do the code for a new project. He made it clear that no one in their group could do it successfully. These days, even if you have the strength, you can't stop the gossip unless you are really strong. Yi Xiaohua touched her chin. Boyfriend? Just at this time, Sister Bai came back. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, she took a look at Yi Xiaohua. Then I want to see if you really have a boyfriend. You look so good, your boyfriend must be good. At the beginning, Yi Xiaohua's information was cleaned up by Sister Bai. The other party was not a resident of the capital. Sister Bai seemed to say it indifferently, but in fact, at the same time in the office, people could hear the needle in her words. But even if it wasn't Sister Bai, people in the office were curious about whether Yi Xiaohua really had a boyfriend. After all, when Yi Xiaohua first came, there were still many male colleagues who wanted to hit on her. Sister Bai said one thing right. Yi Xiaohua was very good-looking. Later, after the team leader made an exception and promoted her, these people gradually stopped coming to Yi Xiaohua. Also, Yi Xiaohua was too cold, and her beauty was a little sharp, which was not something that ordinary people could control. Today was not a working day. Their group was working overtime urgently. In fact, there were not many people in the company. When they went out, the sun was still in the sky. There were too few people going out in such weather. Sister Bai looked around and didn't find a boyfriend similar to Yi Xiaohua. Instead, her eyes were attracted by a black Lamborghini opposite. In fact, Yan Donghe often drove all kinds of luxury cars to work, including Lamborghini, but Sister Bai and others felt that the Lamborghini in front of them was mysterious. Sister Bai saw a slender figure leaning on the door of the driver's side. He was wearing a cotton white shirt. From this angle, he looked a little lazy and cold, and his face could not be seen clearly. Even though he was asking Yi Xiaohua, he could not help but notice the black Lamborghini from the corner of his eye. He must have heard something. The man looked in her direction in surprise. He paused for a moment before walking over. Sister Bai and the others finally saw his face. In reality, Sister Bai and the others had seen handsome and rich men before. Yan Donghe was one of them. However, when they saw the man's face, they could not take their eyes off him. He only felt a ball of cold air coming over, causing the dog days of the summer to be filled with a chilly air. Yi Xiaohua did not wait for Jiang Yungue and walked forward. Jiang Yungue glanced at Yi Xiaohua's colleagues and nodded at them. Then, he led Yi Xiaohua back. It was abnormally quiet the entire time. Only Sister Bai and the others were left standing at the entrance of Fenghua. They watched as the Lamborghini drove away and a string of zeros on the back of the car. Their backs broke out in cold sweat on such a hot day. Let's go eat first before going home. Yi Xiaohua thought that Feng Xiaoxiao should be back soon. The man who was driving replied with a faint He stopped the car at a red light and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Yi Xiaohua's brows jumped as she thought about how quickly the man had found her and Feng Xiaoxiao's master. This time, Jiang Yungue interrupted her in a low voice, I have memories. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Under Yi Xiaohua's shocked gaze, he pinched her chin and kissed her fiercely. He only let go when the car horn sounded from behind. He put one hand on the steering wheel and the other buckled his seatbelt. After dinner, he drove back to Yi Xiaohua's old neighborhood. Give my parents a few days, Yi Xiaohua squinted her eyes sleepily, they're worried that I won't be able to get married. I'm afraid that they'll have a heart attack if you suddenly appear. Worried that you won't be able to get married? Jiang Yungui's heart skipped a beat. Yi Xiaohua sighed, I have no choice. I don't have a good background and I don't have any talent. I can only make a living by writing code every day. Jiang Yungue, are you serious? Jiang Yungue did not investigate her but he knew that her identity was always weird. He followed her instructions and sent her to the entrance of the neighborhood. He only looked at her until her figure disappeared in front of him. Only then did his gaze slowly shift away. No, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he leaned against the car door and smoked a cigarette as he observed the structure of the neighborhood. If it was demolished, the residents here would get a lot of money, right? However, he was also a little worried. He did not know how long this short period of time would last. How long is it this time? 1 year. 2 years or 10 years, the usually noble, high-spirited, and arrogant man was now somewhat dispirited. The car, which did not strictly conform to the neighborhood, was parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Sir, are you looking for someone? When Feng Xiaoxiao heard the news about the Feng family, she had rushed back from abroad to welcome Feng Jie at the Yi family home. However, she did not expect to see the noble-looking man standing next to the car outside the Yi family's old residential area. Her vision was different from ordinary people. Naturally, she knew that the car in front of her was a limited edition Lamborghini. It was not something that could be bought with money. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyebrows twitched wildly when she saw the car number plate on the car. She was not the type of person who liked to strike up a conversation. All she could say was that this man had a special aura and he was a little too handsome. Feng Xiaoxiao had always thought highly of herself as an aloof hacker but this was the first time she had let go of her aloof persona. Jiang Yungue furrowed his brows when he heard the voice. He glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao. Without replying, he crushed out his half-smoked cigarette and threw it into a nearby rubbish bin. He sat back in the car and drove off. Only then did Feng Xiaoxiao notice his deep, pitch-black eyes. There was an ancient aura within them that made it difficult for her to return to her senses at first glance. Feng Xiaoxiao stood in a daze and did not return to her senses for a long time. By the time she returned to her senses, the car had already left. Xiaoxiao, you're back today? Ma Chenhong was preparing to cook in the house when she saw Feng Xiaoxiao at the entrance. She was a little surprised. Just in time, Xiaohua has just returned. We'll be able to eat after tidying up. Feng Xiaoxiao was looking for Fengzhi in the room when she heard Ma Chuanhong's words. She paused. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, who had just come out of the washroom after washing her hands. Did you see the car outside the estate when you returned? Yi Xiaohua raised her brows in astonishment. Jiang Yungue had not left yet. She turned to look at the window as she thought about it. However, it was too far away from the main entrance so she could not see anything. I saw it, Yi Xiaohua replied calmly. It's just a luxury car, isn't it? When Feng Xiaoxiao saw Yi Xiaohua's calm demeanor, she could not be bothered to tell her that this was not just a matter of a luxury car. Putting aside the fact that the luxury car was a limited edition, even the car plate number on it was not a simple matter. However, even if she had explained it to her, Yi Xiaohua would not have understood. She did not want to waste any more time. When Feng Xiaoxiao had first lived in the Yi family, she had been dependent on others and did not dare to speak much. At the time, Father Yi and Mother Yi were working families. They had 2 children to feed and go to school, so they needed money for food and clothing. The 2 of them had been busy all day and did not have the time to care about the 2 children at home. Feng Xiaoxiao felt that this was what it felt like to live under someone else's roof. Hence, when she became an adult and became a hacker, she immediately bought a house for herself and gave Father Yi and Mother Yi $100,000 as compensation for their upkeep. However, Father Yi and Mother Yi did not accept it. Feng Xiaoxiao's achievements were growing and her horizons were broadening. She no longer had the timid and weak demeanor she once had in the Yi family. Back then, her relatives had ignored her. Now, they would call her every 2 or 3 days to try to bond or ask her for help. Feng Xiaoxiao could not help but admit that this feeling was much better than before. Because of this, she felt as if she was on cloud 9 and no longer respected the Yi family. She still respected Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming, but she could not be bothered to talk to Yi Xiaohua anymore. After dinner, Feng Xiaoxiao reluctantly brought Fengzhi home. Xiaoxiao, you don't look too well. Have you been wronged? Ma Chunhong could not help but ask when she saw Feng Xiaoxiao's pale complexion. Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand lazily. Don't ask, you won't know even if I tell you. Feng Xiaoxiao recalled Yan Donghe's words about the ancient martial arts world and her expression turned ugly. Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming looked at each other when they saw her like this but did not ask any further questions. Yi Xiaohua, who was leaning against the sofa, smirked when she heard Feng Xiaoxiao's words. She then lowered her head and played with her phone. Father Yi. Fengzhi waved goodbye to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was chatting with someone and casually waved at him. When he saw that Yi Xiaohua did not seem to mind, Fengzhi felt even more aggrieved and left with Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's mind was preoccupied and she became even more irritated when she saw Fengzhi's behavior. When the 2 of them reached home, they saw Yan Donghe waiting at the door. Why are you here? To see my son. Yan Donghe turned his gaze to Fengzhi. Yan Donghe must have interacted with Feng Xiaoxiao over the past few days, as their interactions were much more peaceful than before. Feng Xiaoxiao did not stop him from entering. When they reached home, she simply checked to see if Fengzhi was reading the books that she had given him. When she rummaged through Fengzhi's bag, she realized that the books were brand new and there was not a single crease on them. The other books were still in good condition. It was obvious that Fengzhi had not been reading the books as she had told him to. Feng Xiaoxiao's voice instantly sank. What have you been doing at the Yi family home for the past few days? This was the first time she had lost her temper at Fengzhi. She took a deep breath when she recalled how Fengzhi had stuck close to Yi Xiaohua during their meal at the Yi family home. No wonder the Feng family had criticized you. If you don't learn from the good ones, what are you learning from those messy people all day? Have you forgotten how others treated you in the past? Fengzhi, do you think that you're very powerful now? Do you know how powerful those who are truly powerful are? You can't even compare to them with a finger. They can crush you with a snap of their fingers. Now that you've achieved something, you're becoming arrogant? Or do you want to be like Yi Xiaohua and live the rest of your life in a muddle-headed manner? Feng Xiaoxiao recalled the people who had treated her with utter contempt in F country last night. She then looked at Fengzhi's expression and her face turned red with anger. She had always been arrogant and could not stand being stared at like this. Fengzhi pursed his lips. He had not read any books because Xianxia had taught him this a long time ago. There was no need for him to read any books at all. Now, Feng Xiaoxiao had scolded him without asking any questions and even slandered Xianxia. Feng Xia had always been obedient since he was young. This was the first time he had not read these books. Feng Xiaoxiao naturally blamed Xianxia for leading her son astray. Now that Feng Xia had taken out his computer, she could not help but laugh angrily. These books have just been published by the Hacker Alliance. Do you know how to read them? How could you? I never thought that you would learn how to lie after following her for a few days. Fine, tell me that you know how to read them. Let's see how you're going to cover up your lies. Yan Donghe raised his eyebrows when he heard the words Hacker Alliance. He glanced at the books that Feng Xiaoxiao wanted to show Feng Xia. Judging by the names of these books, he could tell that the average programmer would not be able to understand them. Even the technical staff in his company might not be able to understand them. Yan Donghe's suspicions towards Feng Xiaoxiao began to take shape. Xiaoxia is still young and this is the time for him to play around. He's smart enough now, so don't force him to read these books. Yan Donghe suppressed the shock in his heart. You know that everyone is fighting for Xiaoxia. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at him. His current situation is far more dangerous than mine. I only want him to learn as much as possible, but I never thought that he would lie to me like this. However, before she could finish her sentence, Feng Xia had already typed out a line of code. Feng Xia had already typed out a line of code and inserted it into the web page. A pair of small hands turned the computer around. This is what I learned. I didn't learn it from any random person. Feng Xiaoxiao stared at the page of code that Feng Xia had written in disbelief. In reality, Feng Xiaoxiao had read these books before, but she had not fully understood them. The code was complicated and there were many pages in total. Even someone with a photographic memory would not be able to memorize them in such a short time. Even though Feng Xiaoxiao had not learned it herself, she remembered that the completed page of code was exactly the same as the one that Feng Xia had typed out. Xiaoxia, how did you learn this? Feng Xiaoxiao was extremely shocked. Yan Donghe did not know much about hacking, but when he saw Feng Xia sitting upright and still as he typed out a series of complicated letters and symbols, he knew that Feng Xia was different from the programmers in his company. His voice trembled slightly. Is Xiaoxia that good? You know all of this? Feng Xia did not answer them. After he was done typing out the code, he returned to his room with a cold expression on his face. He did not say a word to them. Yan Dongyu was still thinking about how to comfort the two of them, but he didn't expect things to develop like this. Feng Xia is alone in the room, holding his mobile phone and sending messages to Xianxia. An hour later, Feng Xiaoxiao knocked on his door and entered to apologize to him. Feng Xia ignored her. Instead, it was Yan Donghe who acted as a lobbyist. Little Xia, your mother cares about you, but the person who taught you is very powerful. I believe your mother said that there are not many people in the Hacker Alliance who can do that. Hearing Yan Dongyu's words, a trace of pride emerged on Feng Xia's face. Of course, she's very powerful. Halfway through, Feng Xia remembered the agreement with Xianxia. He didn't say the rest of the words, and was silent again. He took out his phone, put on his VR glasses, and started playing games. This was a challenge game. Not only did it test one's hand speed, it also tested one's intelligence. Yan Donghe only wanted to take a glance, but he didn't expect that he couldn't move his eyes away. The characters were also very three-dimensional and exquisite. What game is this? Yan Dongyu searched in his mind but couldn't find this game. He saw the name of the game software displayed on Feng Xia's phone. He took out his phone to do a search, but the results were blank. This meant that there was a large-scale release of the game. Yan Donghe was the CEO of Fenghua, so his mind immediately became active. She specializes in programming. Feng Xia felt that there was nothing to hide. She'll take me in as her disciple if I can pass 50 levels. Although Feng Xia did not say who it was, Yan Donghe could guess it. It must be the mysterious person who taught Feng Xia how to hack. I wonder. Who is that person? Meanwhile, in the ancient martial arts world of China. News of Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xia had spread among several families. The Yan family wanted to know about Feng Xia, but the Feng family had kept it a secret. Second brother, didn't you tell Feng Xia about the ancient martial arts world? When old Master Feng heard from Feng Sun that Feng Zhe had an extraordinary constitution, he could not wait to bring him back and nurture him into a sharp sword in the ancient martial arts world. Feng Sun shook his head. No, he has many ordinary people with him. Make another trip and tell Feng Xiaoxiao that I'm willing to bring her and Feng Zhe back. I'll also nurture Feng Zhe as the heir of the Feng family. Old Master Feng waved his hand. She'll bring him back. Although the Feng family was ranked at the bottom of the 8 great hermit families of the ancient martial arts world, they were not a family that ordinary families could afford to cling to. There was a saying that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Feng Sun accepted old Master Feng's orders and left the ancient martial arts world once again. This time, he went to look for Feng Xiaoxiao first. In order to show his respect, Feng Sun found 2 elders to accompany them. Feng Xiaoxiao's heart raced when she heard Feng Sun's words. You're saying I'm also the heir of the Feng family? The Feng family. Is it really an ancient martial arts family? This was a normal reaction. Feng Sun glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao's shocked expression and gently nodded. If you're willing, we can bring you and the little master back to the ancient martial arts world now. You may have passed the optimal period for your cultivation, but your innate talent is excellent. If you're lucky, you might even be able to cultivate to the level of a second-rate cultivator. So, she could also become an existence that surpassed ordinary people? Feng Xiaoxiao knew very well what she wanted. Hence, her heart surged when she heard about her identity. Xiaozhe threw a tantrum with me this morning. He's at my aunt's house now. I'll take you there. Feng Xiaoxiao remembered the person who had nearly killed her in F country. If it had not been for Yan Dongyu, she would have died a long time ago. You can call me second uncle. As Feng Xiaoxiao had great potential, Feng Sun's attitude towards her softened. He then handed Feng Xiaoxiao a book of the Feng family's introductory ancient martial arts heart technique. Once you've learned it, we'll go look for Feng Zhe. After cultivating for a week, Feng Xiaoxiao finally felt the beginner state of the Qi Gatherer realm. After Feng Sun got the news, they immediately went to the community of Yi family. When he arrived at the door of the Yi family, he knocked for a long time, but the door didn't open. After waiting for a while, Feng Zhe came out of the elevator. He went out with Ma Chunhong to buy groceries. When Ma Chunhong saw Feng Sun, she naturally frowned and then opened the door to let them in. After a while, Yi Fuming also returned. I'm a member of the Feng family. After the previous incident, Feng Sun no longer dared to act presumptuously in the Yi family and was no longer as aloof as before. Xiaozhe is a member of the Feng family. He has many things to learn, not just ordinary knowledge. Yi Fuming asked, what else does he need to learn? Ancient martial arts. Feng Xiaoxiao did not hide anything from Yi Fuming. After all, neither of them knew what it was. It's a martial arts aristocratic family, a hermit family in Hua country. Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong's eyes widened in shock when they heard that it was a hermit family. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled when she saw the expressions on their faces. Feng Zhe frowned. I'm not going. The 2 elders who had been following Feng Sun were from the ancient martial arts world. Their group had always been a cut above the rest. They had thought that Feng Zhe would be extremely excited when he found out about the news. They never thought that he would be so calm and even say that he would not be returning to the ancient martial arts world. You're very lucky to be able to join the Feng family. The Feng family elder could tolerate Feng Zhe, but he could not tolerate a commoner like Ma Chunhong. He smiled. Xiaozhe, based on your current level of knowledge, you still don't know about existences like us. How about this, I'll let you have a taste of my current abilities. As he spoke, the Feng family elder unleashed a burst of inner qi from his body. Everyone could see the crystal chandelier on the dining table fall with a bang as he swung his palm. Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming turned pale with fright. What's this? Is this a superpower? Feng Zhe immediately hid in Ma Chunhong's arms, his eyes filled with fear. Mother, I'm back. Just as the 2 parties fell silent, someone entered the room with a key in hand. Yi Xiaohua was thinking about what Jiang Yungue had told her and did not notice the situation in the Yi family home. When she entered, she realized that something was amiss. When she saw Ma Chunhong and the other 2, her pretty eyes narrowed. What's the matter? She pursed her lips and smiled, but her pitch-black eyes were devoid of any mirth. Anyone who was familiar with her would know that she was acting this way because she was a little angry. That faint, strange feeling had appeared again. Feng Sun felt the pressure from the last time and his heart was filled with fear. However, the two elders and Feng Xiaoxiao did not notice it. Feng Xiaoxiao, in particular, was extremely impatient when she saw Feng Zhe running to Yi Xiaohua's side and hugging her waist without letting go. Xiaoxia, mother knows ancient martial arts too. Feng Xiaoxiao had only just learned the rudiments of ancient martial arts. She could only pinch a glass cup with her hand and use her inner qi to shatter it. Feng Sun and the two elders' eyes lit up when they saw this. She's a rudiments martial artist. Xiaoxiao, you've only been learning for 7 days and you've already become a rudiments martial artist? Hurry up and report this to master. Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming were so shocked by this scene that they could not close their mouths. Even Feng Zhe did not speak. Feng Xiaoxiao felt pleased when she saw the astonishment of these people and the reaction of the Feng family. Xiaoxia, you've seen it, this is ancient martial arts. The elder placed his hand on the tempered glass table next to the sofa. 5 fingerprints could clearly be seen on the table as he looked kindly at Feng Zhe. The Feng family may have declined but were still one of the 8 great families of ancient martial arts. He had not paid any attention to Yi Xiaohua, Ma Chunhong and the others throughout the entire process and no one answered Yi Xiaohua's question. Yi Xiaohua's gaze shifted away from the crystal chandelier and she felt Feng Zhe's embrace tightening. She remembered that in the original plot, the ancient martial arts world did not treat ordinary people as human beings. Use ancient martial arts to intimidate her, she reached out and removed the elder's hand which was about to crack the glass table. Unification, tribulation, Mahayana, the elders of the Feng family were frightened. These things were recorded in the legends of the Feng family. But they didn't know how many years ago it was. The elders of the Feng family didn't know if there was anyone in history who could cultivate to this level. Was the division of levels in the ancient martial world very simple now? Beginner martial artist, second-rate martial artist, first-rate martial artist, peerless master, top master, innate master, celestial realm. The current ancient martial world had begun to decline. In the past, there were innate masters everywhere. Now in the entire 8 families of the ancient martial world, there were no more than 2 hands that could find a top master or above, let alone an innate master. Now Yi Xiaohua opened her mouth to speak of a level of cultivation that they had never seen before. Had she really seen such an existence, or did other seniors tell her? No matter what the truth was, the elder of the Feng family now knew a piece of news. The soft persimmon they thought was actually a wolf. The elder of the Feng family felt that if Yi Xiaohua used more force, his wrist would be broken. Sorry, I didn't know this was your home. Sorry to disturb you. The elder of the Feng family stood up. Yi Xiaohua faintly said, get lost, and tidy up our house. Feng Sun was finally sure that last time in the Yi family, he should have met Yi Xiaohua. He didn't dare to say a word, and he didn't dare to move the 2 elders. He could only slowly clean up by himself. After cleaning up, Feng Sun looked at Yi Xiaohua. Miss Yi, may I ask, you are? He wanted to ask which force Yi Xiaohua was from. There was no surname Yi in the 8 families. How could such a master appear out of nowhere? More importantly, she was still so young. Don't worry about it. Yi Xiaohua interrupted him. Seeing the impatience in Yi Xiaohua's eyebrows, Feng Sun didn't ask any more. Now they didn't dare to mention taking Feng Zhe away. The 2 elders of the Feng family could be ranked in the top 5 in the Feng family. Now they were injured like this before fighting with Yi Xiaohua. Madam Yi, Mr. Yi, we have disturbed you. This time, not only Feng Sun, but also the 2 elders of the Feng family very politely said goodbye to Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong. They also left a sum of compensation. After leaving, he also carefully looked at Yi Xiaohua, for fear that she was not satisfied. After hearing Yi Xiaohua's slow N, a group of people immediately left Ye's house. Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong had yet to recover from the shock. They were not blind, so naturally, they could see that the people of the ancient martial arts world, who were originally high and mighty, had changed after their daughter had returned. That careful manner of speaking to Yi Xiaohua seemed to be, afraid that Yi Xiaohua would be angry. Yi Xiaohua still had a look of love and indifference, like she was going to get angry at any time. Her appearance was completely different from her usual lazy and decadent appearance. Even Ye's parents almost didn't recognize that this was their own daughter. The two of them felt dizzy, as if they were riding a roller coaster, their emotions fluctuating along with the roller coaster. However, neither of them were as affected as Feng Xiaoxiao. Ever since Feng Xiaoxiao had become a hacker, she has begun to look down on her former relatives, especially Yi Xiaohua. When Feng Xiaoxiao was in high school, she was not a hacker. Her relatives had only praised Yi Xiaohua, who was beautiful and had good grades. They did not care about her, an orphan girl. At that time, she had been waiting for the day when she would shine in the limelight and become a hacker. Now that she had money, she looked at the Yi family members with a sense of superiority. Digression: the first 3 updates were on the 17th while the last 2 updates were on the 18th. This was because Huahua's update time had always been 23:59 p.m. However, due to the restriction on the 18th, Huahua had nothing to give everyone, so she had brought forward the restriction on the 18th by 24 hours. This is the restriction on the 17th and 18th that you have seen. Thank you for your support. Now that she had set her sights higher, her relatives were nothing in her eyes. Feng Xiaoxiao thought to herself, this was only Ma Chunhong. If one day, Yi Fuyo and the other relatives of the Yi family were to find out that she was a member of a large family, what kind of expression would they have? However, her delight did not last for more than 3 minutes before she was shocked by the ridiculous scene that unfolded next. Mahayana? What on earth was the heavenly tribulation? Why did the Feng family elders suddenly decide to leave and not bring Feng Zhe along? Feng Xiaoxiao felt incredulous and ridiculous. Was Yi Xiaohua not a computer science university student? She was now being bullied by the people in the company while she was interning. How? How could the Feng family elders behave in such a manner? Feng Xiaoxiao could not figure it out no matter how hard she tried. All she could do was follow the Feng family elders in a daze. Xiaoxiao, who was that lady Yi to you? Feng Sun could not help but ask Feng Xiaoxiao along the way. Feng Xiaoxiao could sense that Feng Sun's attitude towards her had changed. Compared to before, he was much gentler and even had a smile on his face. Feng Xiaoxiao returned to her senses. She's my cousin. I'm sure that the Yi family is an ordinary family and she's just an ordinary computer science university student. Feng Xiaoxiao did not believe that Yi Xiaohua had any other identity. If Yi Xiaohua was so powerful, why was her family still living in such an old district? Why would Yi Xiaohua work so hard at Fenghua? Upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's reply, the 3 members of the Feng family looked at each other and said nothing more. The 3 of them knew that Yi Xiaohua was not an ordinary person based on what she had shown. Feng Xiaoxiao was probably unaware of this. Feng Sun got into the Feng family car and informed Old Master Feng about this through the Feng family's internal line. It was better to inform them early and prepare for the appearance of such a person in the ancient martial arts world. I'll give you the address. Tomorrow, someone from the Feng family will come to pick you up so that you can receive the inheritance. Before Feng Sun left, he told Feng Xiaoxiao, if Feng Zhe is willing to come back, he is always welcome. However, with that big shot around, Feng Zhe would probably look down on the Feng family. It was then that Feng Sun remembered something. Whether it was the first time he went to the Yi clan or the second time, when he mentioned the ancient martial arts world and the Feng clan, Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming were very surprised. Only Feng Zhe's expression did not change. At that time, he thought that Feng Zhe was just a kid who didn't understand these things. Only now did Feng Sun realize that it wasn't that Feng Zhe didn't understand, but rather, Feng Zhe should have long known of their existence. Feng Sun frowned slightly. So, how did they know about the Feng family's information? Ye's house, Feng Zhe did not leave. Yi Xiaohua reordered a crystal lamp on the internet and said that it would be delivered tomorrow. The next day, the Feng family did not dare to come again. Feng Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had arrived much earlier than them. She now has a complicated feeling about Yi Xiaohua, especially when she sees Feng Zhe sticking to Yi Xiaohua so much. She is a little annoyed. Little aunt, little uncle. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke calmly to them. She did not feel the slightest bit sorry for what had happened last night. Feng Zhe did not hesitate and immediately shook his head. No. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned. She never thought that there would come a day when her son would not listen to her. Mother is doing this for your own good. There are many people in the ancient martial arts world who want to harm you. It's best for you to return. You can even learn ancient martial arts. What can you do by following her? Fengzhi looked at her in silence. Feng Xiaoxiao was about to explode from anger. I'll give you one more chance. I want to follow Father Yi. Fengzhi refused to yield. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao did not try to persuade her careless son. She only felt that it was a pity. According to the elder, Fengzhi was very talented. Yi Xiaohua stared at Feng Xiaoxiao's back and coldly reminded her, the Feng family is only looking for you now. Be careful of the inside story. However, it was clear that Feng Xiaoxiao did not listen to her. Yi Xiaohua did not say anything else. Feng Xiaoxiao may be 25 years old, but she was not that mature. She had given birth to Fengzhi at the age of 19. At the time, she was still very young. If it had not been for Ma Chuanhong's help, she might not have been able to successfully raise the child. Later on, she had learned to hack and had a high opinion of herself. Feng Xiaoxiao had always felt that the original owner was immature, but she did not know that she was the most immature of them all. Xiaoxia, do you regret not going to the Feng family? Yi Xiaohua asked nonchalantly. Fengzhi replied seriously, I don't regret it. Let's not talk about the Feng family's ill intentions. It's just that Yi Fuyo and the others said that great aunt doesn't have a son. Father Yi, from now on, I'll be great aunt's grandson. When you're old, I'll be filial to you. Don't be afraid that nobody will want me. Yi Xiaohua. From now on, I'll teach you ancient martial arts. Yi Xiaohua said nonchalantly as she opened the door. Thump, this was the sound of the rubber ball in Fengzhi's hand falling to the ground. Father Yi, teach me ancient martial arts. No. No, father. Father Yi. Fengzhi gulped. Father Yi, you. You know ancient martial arts? According to the Feng family and Feng Xiaoxiao, ancient martial arts should be. Yi Xiaohua reached out and took the apple from the table. Of course, you've forgotten that your father Yi has a photographic memory and is unparalleled. As she spoke, she walked into Fengzhi's room and used spirit stones to arrange a spirit gathering array for Fengzhi's room. No one knew what the ancient martial arts world was planning. In the original plot, they had even killed the Yi family. Almighty, what are you doing? I'm not idle. Yi Xiaohua said slowly. 008 breathed a sigh of relief. It was really afraid that the great god would cause trouble and affect the progress of the task. But if those families really provoke me, I'll let Fengzhi teach them how to behave. Yi Xiaohua continued. 008, letting a child attack the ancient martial arts world? You're ruthless. Outside the house, Fengzhi's mouth hung open for a long time. His father Yi is so handsome, not only did he know hacking, but he also knew ancient martial arts. He had not heard from Feng Xiaoxiao for a very long time. Yi Xiaohua also didn't see Yan Donghua in Fenghua group. They must have fought to the ancient martial world. Fengzhi happily cultivated in the spirit gathering array. He didn't know that the place where he was cultivating now, not to mention the modern society, even in the immortal cultivation world, is also a feng shui treasure land that tens of thousands of people compete for. Cultivating here can reach the limit of speed. Don't you know when little Xiao will come back? Yi Fuyo and Aunt came to the hall again. Little Xia hasn't been in touch with little Xiao for a long time. Ma Chunhong replied. Although Ma Chunhong doesn't like Aunt very much. But they are all relatives, and the neighbors are all there. They can't keep people out of the door and not let them in. Otherwise, I don't know what the rumors will become. Ma Chunhong can only bring people in. Aunt and Yi Fuyo were a little disappointed, but Aunt soon discussed Yi Xiaohua. Our family's Qingqing, found a lawyer boyfriend, and also cooperated with a law firm. Xiaohua, last time you said it was a boyfriend, did you show it to your mother? Seeing Yi Xiaohua bowed her head and didn't speak, Aunt's mouth slipped a touch of ridicule. She said, how could Yi Xiaohua find a boyfriend with such conditions? It must be a lie. Yi Xiaohua lowers her eyes and presses her mobile phone. Why, annoying. Jiang Yungue, what's wrong? Why, my cousin found a lawyer boyfriend. Aunt said I can't find a boyfriend, what do you think, Jiang Yungue? Come down. Jiang Yungue, I'm downstairs. Why, you come up. Jiang Yungue, not for the time being. Yi Xiaohua is stunned. Didn't he always want to come up every time he sent her back? Why did his personality change today? In the next second, a line of words appears in the dialogue box. What's the point of showing off your boyfriend? Show off your husband. Pfft, Yi Xiaohua spits out the apple in her mouth. Eldest aunt took a step back in disgust when she saw her like this. Yi Xiaohua doesn't have time to care about her. She just looks at the reply on the mobile phone, then turns her eyes to Ma Chunhong. If she secretly took the household register to get a marriage certificate, will Ma Chunhong go crazy? Yi Xiaohua originally didn't plan to agree, but thinking about the world in front of her, it's either disappear after the engagement, or die directly, or leave a substitute puppet. She silently takes the last bite of the apple. Then she silently goes to Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming's bedroom. When she comes out again, she is still calm and calm. Xiaohua, what are you looking for? Ma Chunhong sees her daughter coming out of her bedroom and asks, did you find it? Do you want mom to help you find it? I didn't look for anything, just go in and have a look. Yi Xiaohua calmly says to Ma Chunhong. No, in fact, she stole the household register. Mom, I'm going out to find a classmate. After taking it, Yi Xiaohua directly waves to Ma Chunhong. Ma Chunhong looks at Yi Xiaohua's back and can't help but mutter, why are you in such a hurry? Aunt is still staying in Ye's house, and after eating lunch, she is still talking. I say, Chunhong, you should talk about your family, Xiaohua. She is so old and still uncertain. Look at our family's Qingqing. She has found a lawyer boyfriend. Your family Xiaohua is 24 years old and is already a leftover woman. At this time, Ma Chunhong's mobile phone rings. Yi Xiaohua's tone was not high but her voice was clear. Eldest aunt was standing very close to Ma Chunhong. She heard Yi Xiaohua's voice. Eldest aunt's voice stopped abruptly. Ma Chunhong felt dizzy and she was in a daze. Yi Xiaohua, can you say that again? Get married? Yi Xiaohua cleared her throat and was about to explain. Jiang Yungue took the cell phone from her hand. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yungue took the cell phone back and said lazily, Mom wants you to answer the phone. That's my mom. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. Jiang Yungue only chuckled and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. He did not refute her. Before he could say anything to Ma Chunhong began to sputter, Xiaohua, don't bully Xiao Jiang. He's an honest man. Alright, Mom won't blame you for stealing his ID. He's a good kid, you two have fun. Xiao Jiang said that the wedding is in 7 days. Although it's a bit rushed, I calculated that there's still enough time to inform our relatives and friends. When you come back tomorrow, remember to bring back the invitation. Xiao Jiang said that he's done writing it. After saying this, Ma Chunhong reminded Yi Xiaohua not to bully Jiang Yungue. Yi Xiaohua. Whose mother was it? **** After the Yi family received the invitation, Yi Fuming sent it to his relatives. Ma Chunhong also made a call to Feng Xiaoxiao. You're getting married so soon? Feng Xiaoxiao had not seen Yi Xiaohua for more than half a year. She never expected to receive a call from Ma Chunhong and it turned out to be news of Yi Xiaohua's marriage. She was extremely astonished. Ma Chunhong was elated. Yes, Xiaoxiao, you must be there on that day. I've asked Xiao Jiang about it and he lives very close to you. Let me check the time. Feng Xiaoxiao had been with the Yi family for a long time now. If it were not for Feng Xiaoxiao would not have contacted the Yi family. She felt that the two families were people from two different worlds. In Feng Xiaoxiao's memory, Yi Xiaohua was still a person who could not even learn how to use a computer. She was just a little better looking. There was no news of her before, why was she getting married now? However, Feng Xiaoxiao did not pay too much attention to it. She assumed that they were probably getting married because of the pregnancy. Since the wedding date had been set so quickly, the groom must not be anything special. Feng Xiaoxiao gently shook her head. 6 days later, she received Yi Xiaohua's wedding invitation, but she didn't look at it immediately. She just put it away. As for whether she would attend the wedding or not, she had not decided yet. Xiaoxiao, an invitation from the secular world? A friend of Feng Xiaoxiao from the ancient martial arts world leaned over. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded casually. It's nothing important, let's go to the Lianwu clan. She had not expected that an invitation from the secular world would be sent to the ancient martial arts world. The public Lion Wutang of the ancient martial arts world was the place where all the ancient martial arts disciples practiced. It contained the last bit of Earth's spiritual energy. When the two of them arrived, Feng Xiaoxiao noticed that something was amiss. What happened? Feng Xiaoxiao could smell the strong stench of blood in the air. She looked at the disciples of the ancient martial arts world who had gathered together in Lianwu Hall. Yan Donghe rushed back when he heard the news. He grabbed Feng Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. The great demon lord has appeared again. Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked. The great demon lord? Yan Donghe took a deep breath. The great demon lord of the ancient martial arts world had appeared once 50 years ago. At that time, 50 Khanate stage cultivators of the ancient martial arts world had perished. I wonder how many more ancient martial artists will die this time. Even Elder Jiang is here. Feng Xiaoxiao heard the sorrowful cries around her. Is the ancient martial arts world really going to perish? She immediately raised her head and looked at the head of the ancient martial arts world, Elder Jiang of the Jiang family. This was her first time meeting the legendary Elder Jiang. She had heard that the Jiang family members were elusive and she never thought that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. If even Elder Jiang had appeared, it was clear how serious the situation had become. She grabbed Yan Donghe's hand in a panic. Donghe, what do we do? What do you think we should do? Yan Donghe comforted Feng Xiaoxiao, but in reality, his heart was in turmoil. What are your conditions this time? The ancient martial arts world can no longer withstand your scourge. Elder Jiang looked calmly at a blood-red figure in the martial training hall. At most, we'll both suffer great losses and disappear from Earth. Blood Shadow slowly condensed into a human form and let out a strange laugh. No, why would I let you disappear? This time, we'll gather a total of 50 Earth-class bloodline cultivators as a sacrifice. Hearing this, Elder Jiang shook his head gently. There are less than a handful of Khanate stage cultivators in the ancient martial arts world. It's basically impossible to find 50 Earth-class bloodline cultivators. Since it's impossible, I'll have no choice but to attack these young people in the martial training hall. Blood Shadow's voice was extremely cold. All the exits of the martial training hall of the ancient martial arts world were covered in a layer of blood mist. Yan Donghe said, Run. Run quickly. This is a demon lord who has surpassed the celestial realm and cultivated for over 1,000 years. Don't fall into his hands. Terror. At this moment, Yan Donghe, Feng Xiaoxiao and the rest of the ancient martial arts world were all terrified. There were not many Khanate stage cultivators in the ancient martial arts world. What kind of existence was it to surpass the celestial realm? They could bathe the ancient martial arts world in blood with just a flick of their fingers. Blood Shadow admired the way this group of people fled in panic. He transformed into a bloody hand and grabbed a person. If you had come earlier or later, I might not have been able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong time. Do you know what day tomorrow is? Elder Jiang looked at Blood Shadow calmly. Then, he turned slightly to the side and bowed respectfully towards the sealed door. Second young master. Everyone followed the direction of his gaze. The blood mist that had been shrouding the door slowly dissipated. A man who was still holding an invitation in his hand slowly walked over. He was wearing a cotton shirt with the sleeves rolled up a little. With every step he took, the blood mist in Lianwu Hall lessened. When he reached the center of the hall and stopped, the blood mist that had shrouded Lianwu Hall instantly disappeared. The man who had been shrouded by Blood Shadow broke free from the bloody hand and landed on the ground. Everyone could now see his peerlessly handsome face. In the hall, aside from a few people like Feng Xiaoxiao, all of them recognized the person who had just walked in. Jiang Yungue. A few decades ago, the 15-year-old Jiang Yungue was shockingly talented and had broken through to the immortal realm before the age of 15. This had solidified the Jiang family's position in the ancient martial arts world. 10 years had passed and no one knew what level he had reached. Some people in the ancient martial arts world even suspected that Jiang Yungue had broken through and ascended to immortality. However, no one had expected to see him here and now. It's young Master Jiang. Feng Xiaoxiao heard an agitated but restrained voice next to her. Feng Xiaoxiao slowly returned to her senses and asked, Do you know him? Of course, that's Jiang Yungue we're talking about. Feng Xiaoxiao's friend could no longer hold back. I thought that I would never see this big shot in the ancient martial arts world. I never thought that he would return. I don't know why he has returned so suddenly. The faith of the ancient martial arts world. Absolute faith. I want to practice the heart technique 100 more times. 100 times. When the men and women present saw Jiang Yungue, they basically exploded in anger. Even Yan Donghe looked much more relaxed when he saw him. It's a good thing he's back. Jiang Yungue had kept Crimson Shadow in place as he had estimated the time. A being that the ancient martial arts world was helpless against had been so easily punished by Jiang Yungue. Crimson Shadow could not believe it. Elder Jiang glanced at the immobilized Crimson Shadow, unsure if he was feeling pity or gloating. Of all the times you could have come, you had to come at the time of his wedding to bathe the ancient martial arts world in blood. Who are you to blame? After saying that, he ignored Crimson Shadow. He hurried back to the Jiang family home to prepare for the scene. Feng Xiaoxiao stared at the scene in a daze, unable to return to her senses. When she regained her senses, she repeated the name Jiang Yungue again. Suddenly, she realized something and immediately returned to her bedroom in the ancient martial arts world to take out the invitation card. There were 2 names written on the invitation card. Yi Xiaohua. Jiang Yungue. It was probably just the same name. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately called Ma Chunhong. Ma Chunhong assumed that she was curious about Jiang Yungue and immediately sent a photo of Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Yungue to Feng Xiaoxiao. When Feng Xiaoxiao saw the photo, she felt as if she had lost all strength. It's really him, she felt like she was watching an idol drama. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Yi Xiaohua, from high school to college, has always been a dutiful, inconspicuous person, unexpectedly wants to marry the Jiang family. It was that person from the Jiang family. When Feng Xiaoxiao found out about this, she did not know why but she felt a little stifled. This was a counterattack, right? Feng Xiaoxiao even had a mischievous thought in her mind. Is no one in the Jiang family going to stop this ridiculous wedding? ***, little Zhao's phone? Yi Fuming was sad for a long time after knowing that Yi Xiaohua had secretly received the marriage certificate. The cabbage he had raised had been stolen by a pig, even though the pig looked okay. But Yi Fuming still felt terrible. Seeing that the wedding date was getting closer, Yi Fuming felt even more stifled. Ma Chunhong nodded. It's her. She asked me if I knew who Yungue was and if I'd seen him before. By the way, are all the relatives here? Yi Fuming looked at the invitation in his hand. Aside from eldest aunt's family, only second uncle's family is here. The others either don't have time, they have to take care of their children, are busy at home or it's a long journey. Even though he did not have many relatives, Yi Fuming had quite a few friends who could support him. Yi Fuming was well aware that his relatives were aware of the Yi family's situation and felt that it was not a good thing for Yi Xiaohua to get married in such a hurry. Besides, they had never met the groom before, so they instinctively felt that the groom was shameful. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yi Fuming's family announce it? They were probably trying to scam red packets. Most of the relatives who were not very close to him had the same thought and did not come. Yi Fuming was not surprised by this outcome. He was not a RMB and people would not come just because he said a few words. At the same time, Yi Fuyo, eldest aunt, and a group of relatives also received an invitation from the Yi family. Half a year ago, Ma Chunhong had been asking her relatives and friends about a suitable match for Yi Xiaohua. However, after searching through all of her relatives, she could not find a suitable one. These relatives also knew that they were all gossipy and passed it on from one to the next. In the end, the message that Yi Xiaohua could not find a suitable match somehow spread. Because of this, eldest aunt would scold Yi Xiaohua in front of Ma Chunhong every time they met. Unexpectedly, less than a week after the last scolding, they received news of Yi Xiaohua's marriage. After eldest aunt received the invitation, she shook her head at Yi Fuyo. I knew that your brother-in-law's daughter was not serious. She didn't even show us her partner and got married in such a hurry. TSK, I'm afraid she's pregnant. If she doesn't get married soon, she'll lose face. Yi Fuyo flipped through the invitation. Initially, he was not very interested, but he thought about the relationship between Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiaohua. It was impossible for him not to attend Yi Xiaohua's wedding. He immediately made up his mind and even asked his daughter, Yi Qingqing, to bring her boyfriend there. Remember, with Feng Xiaoxiao's connections, you and your boyfriend will be more stable in the capital in the future. Your brother-in-law doesn't know how to ride on someone's coattails. You should know what's good for you. Although Yi Qingqing was impatient, she had no intention of rejecting her father. Dress up prettily. Eldest aunt reminded Yi Qingqing. Drive your new car. I wonder if Xiaohua's boyfriend has a car and if he's from the capital. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. On the day of Yi Xiaohua's wedding, Yi Qingqing specially went to get a makeover and changed into an exquisite gown before arriving at the wedding venue with Yi Fuyo and the others. There are no cars on the road today. It's like they've been cleared. Yi Qingqing's boyfriend drove the car and arrived at the top hotel in the capital unimpeded. Unexpectedly, when they were not far from the hotel, he suddenly stopped the car. What's wrong? Yi Qingqing looked up. The Jiang family was one of the aristocratic families in Huan Nation. It was not an ordinary rich family, but a noble family. Of course, it was not limited to the ancient martial world. It was famous in the capital and even the whole country. Different from the ordinary top rich families, the Jiang family ran the large Jiang family group, was in the top management of the country, and was the first in the ancient martial world. The country's special intelligence agency was controlled by the Jiang family. It was not just a simple conglomerate, but also controlled money and power. To give a simple example, there was a movie king surnamed Jiang in the entertainment circle. The paparazzi didn't dare to follow him to his apartment to take photos. Even if they took photos of the movie king scandal, they had to report it to the top. From this detail, it could be seen the power of the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang wanted to avoid all the missed weddings. How could he keep a low profile? Therefore, when the news of the Jiang family's heir's marriage was released, the reporters all followed it. They rushed over early in the morning, wanting to get the first-hand news. This was also the reason why this road was closed today, to prevent the wedding car from getting in today. The skyscraper opposite the hotel had tens of thousands of advertisements per minute. Today, it was the publicity picture of the wedding of the two. Yi Xiaohua's face was clearly visible. At such a height, half of the people in the city could see it. Not to mention other things, the cost of this advertising screen was unimaginable for ordinary people. Yi Fuyo and Aunt Lin were confused. Yi Qingqing and her boyfriend looked at each other and subconsciously picked up their mobile phones to search for this matter. However, as soon as they opened the browser, they saw the search bar exploding on the browser, the wedding of the century of the noble family in the capital. They didn't have to search deliberately to see the first comment below, Jiang family, don't search on the internet. You can only search for the Jiang family. Go to the dark web and maybe you can find some news about the Jiang family. But even on the surface, it's enough for you to worship. Not to mention other things, have you ever seen a wedding that even the main street can be closed for 3 hours? Don't talk about the Li family, the Wang family, these rich families. What's the difference between rich families and noble families? You can search the entry and come back. Yi Qingqing's boyfriend was just an ordinary lawyer. Seeing this, he was almost scared to death. He looked at Yi Fuyo and his wife blankly. Distinguished family, uncle, aunt, your brother-in-law is really scary. Meanwhile, Yi Fuyo and Big Aunt were completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what it meant to be honored for generations, but looking at the sensational scene, he knew that this was a height that they couldn't imagine. The reporters, in particular, couldn't wait any longer, but they stood behind the yellow line very cautiously, not daring to cross it. At the entrance of the hotel, there were several pairs of armed soldiers. When the two of them looked at the parking lot, Yi Fuyo almost died of embarrassment. Originally, they thought that the new car they let Yi Qingqing drive today would be unique in today's wedding. Now it seemed that it was indeed unique. The surrounding cars were all luxury cars. Some cars might not even be seen in auto shows. Yi Qingqing parked the car next to a Ferrari, her hands trembling. Yi Fuyo and eldest auntie felt their legs turn to jelly. Eldest auntie looked at Yi Fuyo with a complicated expression. Isn't your brother's luck too good? Originally, they thought that they were attending an ordinary wedding. Who would have thought that it would be such a grand occasion? Is this Mr. Yi Fuyo's family? This way, please. The beautiful receptionist smiled and led them into the hotel. They were soon brought to Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong. When they arrived, they saw a middle-aged man talking kindly to Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong. There was a smile on his face. Yi Fuyo and the others felt that the middle-aged man was very familiar. When they got closer, they found that it was not familiar, but a middle-aged man who often appeared in the news. At this time, Yi Fuyo and Big Ant finally understood what Yi Qingqing's boyfriend meant by honored. Coming. Coming. As the crowd surged, a car slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Yi Qingqing stared at the two people who appeared at the end of the red carpet. Yi Xiaohua was not wearing a white wedding dress, but a phoenix crown and a red cape. The gold ornaments on her head reflected a white light. They always knew that Yi Xiaohua was beautiful, but they didn't expect that she would be so beautiful. The man beside her was noble and elegant. He carefully carried her out of the car. When he lowered his eyes, even the people around him could feel his excitement and care. There was only one person in his eyes. The originally noisy hall fell silent for a moment because of the appearance of the two people. Yi Qingqing was not the only one who saw this scene. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was behind the crowd, was also watching. The unmarried socialites on the scene were more or less envious when they saw the scene. Good, very good. Ma Chunhong and Yi Fuming could not help but tear up. The parents of the Jiang family had accompanied the parents of the Yi family from start to finish. They were very concerned about the two of them and introduced them to the people around them. They were very respectful to Yi Fuming and Ma Chunhong. They did not put on airs or act high and mighty like they did to others. Xiaoxiao, that's actually your cousin. I couldn't tell. Feng Xiaoxiao's friend in the ancient martial arts world said enviously, who exactly is your cousin's family? You know that Lord Jiang and Madame Jiang never show their faces in public. That's right, Madame Jiang and Master Jiang never show their faces in public. At this moment, Father Jiang was giving a speech on stage. He was grinning from ear to ear. You also know that no one in the Jiang family can control this kid. Now that the Jiang family has someone who can control him, I can't be more than happy. To think that you would have such a day. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was obvious that the Jiang family was very satisfied with the Yi family. Feng Xiaoxiao felt that she should bless Yi Xiaohua. She had originally thought that the Jiang family would not be satisfied with an ordinary person like Yi Xiaohua. Now that she heard Father Jiang and Mother Jiang's words, she could not bring herself to be happy. Yi Qingqing and Yi Xiaohua did not have such a big grudge. Especially since she could not believe that she could attend such a wedding. She took out her mobile phone and took a photo with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua did not refuse. After taking the photo, Yi Qingqing logged into her Penguin account and WeChat account to post a status. Yi Qingqing, cousin's wedding scene, the bride is beautiful, the groom is handsome, picture, picture, picture. Not long after she posted it, Yi Qingqing found that those classmates who did not often contact her all liked it and even posted a comment, verified, it's not photoshopped. I can't believe it, I actually have a classmate who is related to the Jiang family. Yi Qingqing, can I touch your hand to get some happiness? Of course, there were also people who questioned this status, but after they came back from Weibo or their browsers, they found that Yi Qingqing had taken a photo of the inside of the wedding and several photos with the bride, they dared to believe it. Yi Qingqing's friends naturally had many relatives with Yi Xiaohua. They originally thought that Yi Xiaohua was married to an ordinary young man and was too lazy to come to the capital. But after seeing Yi Qingqing's status, the luxurious reception, the large parking lot of luxury cars, and the dense crowd of reporters at the entrance of the hotel, they realized, Yi Fuming's daughter actually married the heir of an aristocratic family. For a moment, those who refused to attend the wedding scene sighed at home. This was the only time they could attend such a scene in several lifetimes. They did not expect that they would personally refuse. Thinking further, they sighed every time they saw the famous people in the photos on the internet. This scene was a good opportunity to get to know these important people. It was too late to rush to the capital now. While these people sighed, they could only call Yi Fuming. However, Yi Fuming's phone was on silent on the day of Yi Xiaohua's wedding. At night, he received warm calls from the originally cold relatives. Although Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Yungue were married, they rarely appeared in the ancient martial world. But because of Yi Xiaohua, Jiang Yungue would occasionally deal with the ancient martial world. Fengzhi was also brought to the Jiang family. Feng Xiaoxiao had thought of bringing Fengzhi back, but the elders of the Feng family had unanimously rejected her. Xiaoxiao, it's best for Xiaoxia to stay in the Jiang family. If he doesn't want to come back, I'll hand the Feng family over to him. If he doesn't want to come back, we won't force him to. After all, the Feng clan is his root, so he won't ignore the Feng clan. Elder, but Xiaoxia has been following Yi Xiaohua. Feng Xiaoxiao felt that these elders were unreasonable. If he had followed the Jiang family, I would not have brought him back. However, what could Yi Xiaohua possibly teach him? Teach him how to play computer games? Upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, Feng Sun looked at her in astonishment. Why would you think that? Feng Xiaoxiao did not notice the strange tone in Feng Sun's voice, nor did she understand the astonishment in Feng Sun's eyes. She only waved her hand tiredly. Forget it, since Xiaoxia isn't coming back, I can't control him. Fengzhi was Feng Xiaoxiao's son and also Yan Dongha's son. Initially, the Feng family and the Yan family would have fought over the heir because of Fengzhi. Now that the heir was with the Jiang family, both families turned a blind eye. However, reality proved that both families had made the right decision. In less than a year, Fengzhi had led the Yi family on a mission. He was leading a small team's deputy team leader. In reality, based on his abilities, he was more than qualified to be the team leader. However, he was too young and the team leader was another 20-year-old Jiang family member. When Feng Xiaoxiao and Yan Dongha found out that Fengzhi had come out to take on a mission, they signed up for this team as well. The ancient martial arts world was aware of their relationship with Fengzhi, so it was easy for them to join this team. This time, they were on a mission in Peace City. Even though the ancient martial arts world did not have much contact with the secular world, the ancient martial arts world would always take action when something happened in the secular world that ordinary people could not handle. This time, the situation was very troublesome. A peerless expert ancient ape had appeared on Peace City Mountain and had injured countless people. The ancient martial arts world immediately formed a small team. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yan Dongha finally realized how powerful Fengzhi was. Brother Jiang, step back. Fengzhi looked at the ancient ape whose eyes were glowing with a red light. His figure flashed and immediately turned into a blurry shadow. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed towards the ancient ape's eyes. An ear-piercing roar rang out. Wherever the palm wind passed, it brought with it a terrifying aura. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yan Dongha were shocked to realize that the space around them had begun to tremble at that moment. When Fengzhi saw the ferocious light in the ancient ape's eyes, a horrified look flashed across his little face. He was shaken by the ancient ape's inner chi and stumbled back. Brother Jiang. You guys leave. The information is wrong, this is an ancient ape who has reached the Khanate stage. The Jiang family member whom he had addressed as Brother Jiang had not left. Instead, he had taken the blow from the ancient ape on Fengzhi's behalf. Brother Jiang. Fengzhi immediately ran to the young man's side. When Yan Dongha and the others heard Fengzhi mention the Khanate stage, their faces filled with shock. Xiaoxia, Captain Zhang's internal organs have been shattered. Even God Dalua would find it difficult to save him. Let's leave before the ancient ape gets angry. The others in the team immediately pulled Fengzhi up. Young Master Jiang isn't in the ancient martial arts world now. We can't defeat this Khanate stage ancient ape. Let's go back and wait for young Master Jiang to return. Yan Dongha and Feng Xiaoxiao returned to their senses and both of them pulled Fengzhi. Xiaoxia, Captain Jiang can't hold on any longer. Let's go or we won't be able to leave. None of the people present could compare to Fengzhi's skill. These people could not pull Fengzhi away at all. Xiaoxia. Feng Xiaoxiao saw that the ancient ape was charging towards them and was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Xiaoxia, are you crazy? Feng Xiaoxiao, Yan Dongha, and the rest stared at Fengzhi, refusing to leave. He even stood there and called out to Yi Xiaohua. Run, Xiaoxia. Captain Jiang won't be able to save you. Feng Xiaoxiao did not dare to step forward. Yan Dongha took a step forward and stood in front of Fengzhi. At the same time, the ancient ape reacted and slashed its sharp claws in Yan Dongha's direction. Yan Dongha pulled Fengzhi into his arms and closed his eyes. However, the pain that he had imagined never came. Time seemed to have frozen around them. They could no longer hear the cries of birds or insects. Even the sound of the wind had stopped. Yan Donghe opened his eyes aslit. The powerful ancient ape's claws stopped 50 centimeters away from Yan Donghe. It was as if someone had pressed a pause button. The others, who had covered their eyes in fear, could not help but reveal a small gap between their fingers. They were extremely shocked when they saw this shocking scene. What's going on? At that moment, a figure slowly materialized between Yan Donghe and the ancient ape. He could clearly see her pair of cold and beautiful eyes. It was clearly the middle of winter, but she was wearing a light white thin coat, which made her figure look extremely thin. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and even that delicate face revealed a trace of humanity. Her slender fingers gently tapped the ancient ape's forehead. The ancient ape who had just been torturing everyone fell to the ground with a loud thud. Her movements were unbelievably elegant. Most of them were standing behind her and could not see her face. They could only see her exquisite and perfect side profile. When they saw who that face belonged to, forget about Feng Xiaoxiao, Yan Donghe, and the others, everyone else in the group could not help but widen their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. For a moment, everyone in Feng Xi's temporary team felt as if they had been told the truth. They stared blankly and their minds went blank, unable to react at all. "Father Yi, save Brother Jiang." Feng Xi was the first to speak. He was not the least bit surprised by Yi Xiaohua's sudden appearance. Yi Xiaohua looked at the fallen ancient ape before she turned to Feng Xi and said in a low voice, "Move aside, let me see." Feng Xi immediately stepped aside. Yi Xiaohua placed her hand on Captain Zhang's wrist and furrowed her brows. "Father Yi, how is it?" Feng Xi asked softly. "Not bad, he's not completely dead." Yi Xiaohua let go of her hand. She glanced at the surrounding situation, "But there's some trouble. I'm going to bring him back to the ancient martial world. Xianxia, I'll leave the follow-up here to you. Can you handle it?" When Feng Xi heard Yi Xiaohua say that she could save them, he smiled through his tears. Just now they said that even the immortals couldn't save them. "I knew Yi Dad could save them. Don't worry, I know what to do." Yi Xiaohua nodded, "Then I'm leaving." As she spoke, she drew a rune on Captain Zhang's body, and the two of them instantly disappeared. Just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the trace of blood where Captain Jiang had just been lying, if it weren't for the ancient ape in the congenital realm that threatened the lives of the whole team still lying on the ground, they couldn't believe that Yi Xiaohua had just been here. After a long time, a middle-aged man in the team looked at Feng Xi blankly. Just now, was that Miss Yi?" Feng Xi nodded. "Feng Xing, if Father Yi says he can save them, then he can definitely save them. Let's go down the mountain first and hand this thing over to the manager of this place." The people who were lagging behind, especially Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, could not even lift their feet. Now that the ancient martial world was on the decline, there were pitifully few people who had reached the level of first-rated warriors. A person of Jiang Yungui's level might not even appear in 1,000 years. The appearance of one Jiang Yungui was already scary enough. However, they never expected that there would be another Yi Xiaohua. The ancient martial world's forum exploded after this incident. Originally, Jiang Yungui's fans in the ancient martial world felt that an ordinary person like Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of Jiang Yungui. After all, Yi Xiaohua's superficial information showed that she was someone who had never learned ancient martial arts. She was someone who stayed in the company all day, working on some software. Now, she had even created something called the virtual lens. Although this thing was also used by people in the ancient martial world, they did not say it out loud, but in their hearts, they admired Yi Xiaohua's terrifying ability. For a moment, the number of Yi Xiaohua's fans in the ancient martial world increased. However, there were still some people who felt that even so, Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of him. A popular person in the forum even made a post about waiting for the two of them to divorce. This post went viral and was still at the top of the forum until now. Until this day. This waiting for the divorce post was deleted. Some people continued to read on with suspicion and curiosity. Then, they left a comment under the post with a face full of vicissitudes. 6L, I also slapped my face. 16, Mommy asked me why I was kneeling while watching the video. 565, perhaps, this is what it means to be outstanding. 999, it's fine if I can't compare to Father Yi, but I can't even compare to an 8-year-old child. Forget it, I'm going to the martial arts hall to practice for another 10 hours. 8888, Father Yi, please take me along. Everyone in the ancient martial world knew that Feng Shi called Yi Xiaohua Father Yi. A few members of the Jiang family also passionately called Yi Xiaohua Father Yi. At that time, they did not understand why these people called Yi Xiaohua Father Yi. Now, not only did they understand, they even wanted to call Yi Xiaohua Father Yi in front of her. Feng Xiaoxiao never went to the Jiang family to look for Yi Xiaohua again. One day, she and Yan Donghe met Jiang Yungui's brother, Jiang Shu. She recognized him as a member of the Hacker Alliance. Senior brother Jiang? Why are you here? Where's Master? When Jiang Shu heard her question, he was very surprised. You still don't know that your master is my younger brother, Yungue? It's him? Feng Xiaoxiao could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating violently. You're saying that young Master Jiang is the master who taught me how to hack? When Jiang Shu saw the look on Feng Xiaoxiao's face, she was certain that Feng Xiaoxiao had no idea about this. He smiled and said directly, at that time, you should have used the account of Xiaohua, right? Yungue thought it was Xiaohua, so he taught you to hack, but after teaching, he found that you are not Xiaohua. Yungue said that her hacking skills are better than him. After I recognized you, I've been trying to contact you. I thought you knew, but I didn't expect you to not know. When Feng Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Shu's explanation, the cell phone in her hand fell to the ground with a loud thud. Unexpectedly, it was actually for Yi Xiaohua. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been overjoyed a moment ago, was now in a daze. It turned out that her high school hacking skills were actually thanks to Yi Xiaohua. If she hadn't used Yi Xiaohua's account, she wouldn't have hacked at all. Everything that was unclear before became even clearer now. No wonder Feng Shi could easily write new code without reading those books. Feng Xiaoxiao had thought that her genes were good, but from the looks of it, her hacking skills had improved by leaps and bounds because of Yi Xiaohua's guidance, right? She used to be superior to the Yi family because she was a hacker. But it turned out that she could have all this because those people looked at Yi Xiaohua's face. Because of Yi Xiaohua, she learned to hack and used the money she earned to accuse Yi Xiaohua of not working hard. Now listening to Jiang Shu, Yi Xiaohua was originally a hacker, and a hacker more powerful than herself. Feng Xiaoxiao did not want to believe it, but the truth was right before her eyes. Yi Xiaohua had now become an elite in the IT industry. Feng Xiaoxiao wanted nothing more than to find a hole and bury herself in it when she recalled how she had lectured Gu Ruoyun for not wanting to improve himself. When Jiang Shu spoke just now, she even thought that Jiang Yungue might be interested in her. Now that she thought about it, Feng Xiaoxiao's face flushed red. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Shu's half-smiling eyes again and left as if she was escaping. At the same time, in the Jiang family, Yi Xiaohua is eating. 008 mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding. The system rewards you 1000 points for completing the main mission. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and stabilizing the ancient martial arts world. The system rewards you 5000 points. Ding. System 008 is at the service of the host. 6000 credits have been received. Leaving the world. Yi Xiaohua subconsciously looked at Jiang Yungue. Jiang Yungue seemed to have felt something as he let out a soft laugh. He then held her face and kissed her from her eyelids to her lips. It's fine. I will wait for you in the next world. Perhaps I won't have any memories, but you just have to stay close to me. His face became more and more blurred. Yi Xiaohua tried hard to open her eyes, but she couldn't see anything. In the end, he could only watch as Jiang Yungui's face became increasingly blurry. Until he could no longer see it. When she woke up again, Yi Xiaohua found that her head was very painful, and the whole person was like soaking in hot water. After being a doctor for so many times, Yi Xiaohua was very clear about her own situation. High fever. She could only hear a vague voice in her ears. It was a very gentle voice of a middle-aged woman. Dr. Su, how is Xiaohua now? Dr. Su shook his head. People with great physique are weak to begin with, and she was drenched in heavy rain. I'm just a half-baked doctor, and the resources on this barren planet are very limited. Whether she can survive or not will depend on whether her fever goes down tomorrow morning. Then there was a slight cry. Alas, if our Yi family was still here, how could we let you suffer like this? After a while, after being fed a mouthful of water, Yi Xiaohua used her spiritual force to investigate the quality of her body. She could only use 2 words to describe it: very poor. Yi Xiaohua has passed through so many worlds, and this body should be the most useless one. 008 detected that Yi Xiaohua's spirit was a little better before he opened his mouth. Do you want to transmit the plot? Yi Xiaohua estimated that her current body should be able to bear it, but it may be a little slower than before. She nodded directly. Transmit. As soon as she finished speaking, a bunch of plots were transmitted to her brain, which made her temples hurt. It took a few minutes to buffer. This is a future society of interstellar mecha. Yi Xiaohua has a fever now, and her brain is a little paced. It took a long time to sort out the plot. In this future society, she was originally the descendant of Marshal Yi. Unfortunately, Marshal Yi was sanctioned by the royal family because he betrayed the empire. The original owner was sent out of the developed planet and placed on a waste planet when she was less than 3 years old. It may be because the Yi family is left with women, and the royal family is watching them. The original owner and his mother were exiled to this waste planet. Without mecha and fighters, they could not return to the main planet at all. Most of the waste planets are ordinary people with very low physical fitness like the original owner and the original owner's mother. The economy is very backward. There are no medicines, no mecha, only piles of garbage, and the garbage of Zhu planet will be transported here. So people on the waste planet dream of leaving here. Anyone with a higher physical fitness or a higher spiritual force will be taken to the main planet by a passing noble. The original owner and his mother naturally wanted to leave this place. Until one day, a mighty mech stopped in front of the original owner's dilapidated house. An extremely beautiful and exquisitely dressed 15 or 16-year-old girl alighted from the mech. She is out of place on this garbage planet. After coming down, she looked at the original owner with curious eyes. Are you my sister? Only then did the original owner know that she had a newly born sister at that time. At that time, only Ye's mother was left in the whole Yi family. After all, she was the wife of the marshal. The first daughter she gave birth to was not physically fit, but the second daughter was A-class. Immediately, there was a noble who said he wanted to take in the original owner's sister. Yimu knew that the original owner's sister was very likely to live with her, and her sister's physique was so high that she went to the waste planet with her. She gave the original owner's sister to the noble. The original owner's sister is the adopted daughter of a famous aristocratic family on the current main planet, Xianxia. Xia's family has 2 sons, only Xianxia is a woman, and the whole family is very fond of Xiaxihing. After knowing Xianxia, the original owner was very envious of this elegant and beautiful sister with A-class physique. Especially the love of Xia's 2 brothers for Xianxia, compared with the dirty and shabby clothes of the original owner, the two seemed to live in 2 different worlds. Later, the original owner knew. Both of Xianxia's brothers are very popular mecha drivers on the main planet. Both of them can drive B-class mecha. When the mecha landed on the main planet, you could still see the fanatical fans of Xianxia's 2 brothers. The original owner knew how beautiful the main planet was. She didn't have to rummage through the garbage dump to eat. She didn't have to be afraid of being beaten all day long. She could eat enough every day and have new clothes to wear. She thought that Xia's family took her to heaven and was very grateful. But she didn't know that Xia's family took her to hell. Because although the original owner is F-class physique, she has S-class spiritual power. It is because her spiritual power is too low that her body can't bear it, so her physique is lower than normal people. The original owner has never checked her spiritual power. She only knows that her body is F-class. And what Xia's family wants is the original owner's S-class spiritual power. They dug up the original owner's brain through surgery, took out the spiritual power crystal nucleus that had condensed into substance, and put it in Xianxia's brain. Xianxia not only has A-class physique, but also S-class spiritual power. As a woman, she created a miracle in the world. Because of her excellent talent, she became the disciple of the current main planet Marshal Zone. Then she drove A-class mecha and became the idol of all the people on the planet. She is an A-class mecha driver, and her 2 brothers are also B-class mecha drivers. Xianxia became a hot existence on the planet. For a time, there were countless pursuers. Finally, she married the royal family. She left a legend on the main planet. Later history used her as a teaching material. No one knows that her spiritual power is actually the original owner's. After the crystal nucleus was dug out, the original owner's body completely collapsed and died in the laboratory. Finally, the body was taken by the laboratory for research. When Xianxia received the plot. On the main planet, the rich are different. Master Xia pursed his lips and was very worried. Siki likes to drive mecha, but her spiritual power is not enough. In recent days, she has rarely eaten. Xia's family really treats Xia Siki as their own daughter. On the side, Mrs. Xia paused. Master, do you remember that laboratory? You said? Master Xia's eyebrows jumped. Mrs. Xia nodded slightly. I found someone to check. Siki's sister is on the garbage planet. Her physical fitness is not high, but her spiritual power is at least A-class. This is not a small matter. Master Xia thought for a long time. The appearance of his little daughter appeared in front of him. He sighed. Okay, tomorrow, let the housekeeper go to the garbage planet to pick her up. It was at this time that a delicate figure came in from outside. Before the person arrived, the voice came in, Dad, who are you going to pick up? Master Xia and Mrs. Xia looked at each other. They chose to hide it and told her that Xia Siki had a sister. Hearing Xia Siki's question, the girl's information naturally appeared in Mrs. Xia's mind. The picture sent by the optical computer was very clear. The girl was wearing shabby clothes, rummaging through the garbage for something that could be used. These were all unimaginable to Mrs. Xia. When she thought about it, she couldn't help but frown. She had never seen such a disgusting scene in her life. She hadn't seen Xianxia yet, but she already felt a sense of disgust towards her. Fortunately, they didn't really bring her back to be their daughter. Yes, Mrs. Xia's joy lessened a lot when she mentioned Xianxia. She's not even 1% as good-looking as you, and her physique isn't as good as yours. We brought her back to play with you. Don't worry, you will always be the little princess of our Xia family. The smile on Mrs. Xia's face rose at the end of her sentence. When Xia Siki heard that she wasn't even 1% as good-looking as you, and her physique wasn't as good as yours, she was relieved. The smile on the corner of her mouth grew sweeter. Mom, can I also pick up my sister? The Xia family didn't hide Xia Siki's identity. Xia Siki also knew that she wasn't a member of the Xia family. Hearing Mrs. Xia's words, she roughly guessed that the sister she was talking about should be someone from her biological parents' side. She heard that the sister lived on the famous garbage planet. She felt that she should go and see. Where exactly did her biological parents and her sister live? Growing up, she had only seen garbage planets in textbooks. Go to the garbage planet? Mrs. Xia frowned when she heard Xia Siki's words. It's dirty and messy there. What are you doing there? Wait at home and wait for her to be cleaned up. Isn't it better to see her? Xia Siki shook Mrs. Xia's arm. The Xia family had always doted on her. Naturally, they couldn't stand her acting like a spoiled child. In the end, they had no choice but to agree. You can go, but you have to let Xihing go with you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Mrs. Xia said. He's training in the Mecha Academy. He'll be back in a few days. You can go together then. Xia Siki's eyes lit up. Xia Xihing was Xia Siki's big brother. He always piloted a B-class mecha. Thinking of this, Xia Siki's smile became even brighter. Thank you, Mom. Xia Siki was very much looking forward to seeing her biological sister on the trash planet. She opened her wardrobe and looked for her prettiest piece of clothing. At the same time, Xianxia has received the plot. He opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. That's right, the original owner's wish was to pilot a mech and not let his crystal core be taken away. Great God, you can do it. Xianxia still remembered that she had experienced an interstellar world. She could even create the 7th and 8th level mecha of that world, which was equivalent to this world's SS level mecha, right? However, Xianxia searched the memory in her mind, and there was no news about the SS class mecha. The strongest mecha was the S-class mecha that Marshal Zhong's son was piloting. There were also very few mechas on this planet. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that she should resume her old business. However, the most important thing right now was his own illness. After a night, Xiaohua's fever subsided, but her body was still weak. Yimu carries a bowl of rice soup with almost only water for her to drink. Xiaohua knows how much she is now and drinks it directly. There is no serious work on the garbage planet, especially Yimu and Xiaohua. Both of them have very poor physiques. Xiaohua has never been to school since she was a child. Only Madame Yi will teach her some things from books, but Madame Yi has to go out every day to help people do odd jobs and has no time to teach the original owner. Because of this, the original owner is still semi-illiterate. When she realized this, Xiaohua was a little tired. She still has to find an opportunity to take a literacy book and look through it, otherwise she will have to pretend to be illiterate for a few days. The most important thing right now is survival. After she drank the rice soup and recovered a little strength, she was ready to go out and find out if there was any work to do. However, she found that the original owner's memory, very busy road, at this time unexpectedly few people. She was a little surprised. It was at this time that Xiaohua met a girl. The other side was about the same age as her, but much cleaner than Xiaohua now. Xiaohua, are you well? Xiaohua found this girl from her memory. This is a friend who grew up with the original owner, Beth. Although her clothes are not gorgeous, they are much newer than Xiaohua's shabby clothes. She is full of a very warm smile. I'm just going to find you. The caravan stopped in an open space not far from us. They want to recruit 2 talented people to go to the main planet. All the young people on our side have gone. Xiaohua, come with me. There are a lot of people on the garbage planet, and there will be a lot of caravans coming to try their luck. Occasionally, they will meet some talented people. Such a person can be a talent with a little training. Because the other side is from the garbage planet, the background is very clean, there is no need to worry about betrayal. In fact, it is for their own caravan or family to choose puppets. Xiaohua is not interested in being a servant. But she wants to see the caravan of this world, so she nods and agrees. Beth's eyes brighten. She is afraid that Xiaohua will regret it, so she pulls Xiaohua over. In fact, Beth is not wrong. There are a lot of people coming, but the inspection is also very fast. The caravan has its own detector, almost every 3 seconds. The person in charge of the test only looks at the color that appears on the detector screen. Almost all of them are red F, unqualified. F, unqualified. Unqualified. Soon, the people in front of them have been checked, and it is Beth and Xiaohua's turn. Xiaohua has taken advantage of this time to finish observing the caravan. There is no light brain on the garbage planet. Even if there is, Xiaohua's family can't afford it. But Xiaohua has a plug-in, 008. All the technology in this world, even the mecha added up, can't compare to the high-tech technology beyond human civilization. So she probably knows that the caravan is just an ordinary caravan on the main planet, not even half of Xia's. Xiaohua, you go first, I will cheer for you. Beth makes a gesture to Xiaohua, and also shows a smile to Xiaohua. Xiaohua casually stood on the detector of the caravan of settling down. Xiaohua also took a look. People on the garbage planet have never seen a detector and are very curious about all this high tech. They all stare at the detector when they are tested. But Xiaohua, who has 008, is different. There are all kinds of detectors on the star net. The one that settles down is the simplest physical detector on the internet. When other people stand on the detector and marvel at the magic of this technology, Xiaohua is thinking that this detector can actually be a little more refined, such as modifying it to show A, B, C, D, E, F levels. Perhaps her expression is not in line with the calmness of people on the garbage planet. The person who tested Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua. F, not qualified. Seeing the red light on the detector, he said lightly, next. Beth stood nervously on the other side. A light green light lit up on the screen. Congratulations, Beth, right? You can discuss this with your family. If they are willing, our caravan will leave tomorrow. Bring this tag to our caravan before nightfall, and we will take you away. The old man in charge of the test let out a surprised gasp and said, D rank physical fitness, pass. Congratulations, Beth. Beth opened her mouth wide and looked at the old man in disbelief for a while. Tears of excitement flowed out. She took a step back. "Thank you, old sir. Thank you, old sir. This is the first qualified person so far, and the onlookers are very envious of Beth." Yi Xiaohua found that the caravan has nothing of interest to her and turned to leave. The reason why the garbage planet is called garbage planet is because the technology here is very backward, there is no army stationed, and even the space pirates are not willing to come here. Correspondingly, there are very few formal shops here. Yi Xiaohua passed through several garbage mountains, and when she scanned with her powerful spiritual force, she couldn't see anything similar to a book inside. But it's also a future society now. Everyone has a light brain. How can there be a book? This is a little annoying. Yi Xiaohua doesn't want to be an illiterate. She is extremely annoyed. She has the idea of going to the garbage dump to pick up waste parts and splicing together a light brain. But she just thinks about it. She doesn't have a source of learning knowledge yet. She had walked through several streets on this side. Other than the stalls, there were only a few shops left. Yi Xiaohua looked at a shop that sold small parts. She saw the only public optical brain in the shop. She didn't go to other shops. She went straight in and asked the owner if he needed help. No need, Igel rejected her. He was one of the few people on the trash planet who had gone to engineering school and was now assembling a small robot based on a blueprint. Although she was rejected, Yi Xiaohua did not leave. Instead, she stayed in place and watched Igor assemble the robot. Assembling parts was a very important course on this planet. Even the most powerful mecha were assembled with parts. Therefore, on this planet, in addition to mecha pilots, assembly engineers were also very popular. At the same time, it was a very difficult profession for Yi Rui. Yi Xiaohua watched Igor make 3 mistakes and suddenly said, "Can I try?" Igel was surprised that she spoke. Perhaps it was because her expression was so sincere that he could not help but hand over the parts to her. After handing it to Yi Xiaohua, Igor still felt a little distressed. These parts were bought online with star coins. If they were destroyed, it would cost him 5,000 star coins. However, half an hour later, Igor, who had a suspicious and regretful look, looked at the formed small robot, opened his mouth wide, and did not return to his senses for a long time. Is that so? Yi Xiaohua put these parts together for the first time, but a small robot is not too difficult for her. Igor took it and compared it with the original picture. He was even more surprised. "How did you assemble it all?" Although this small robot is only 2 palms big, there are 679 parts. How did she assemble it without missing a single one? It only took half an hour. Igor remembered that it took 40 minutes to assemble this robot by the recognized number 1 mecha builder on the main planet. This one only took half an hour? Assembly drawing. Look at it and assemble it. Yi Xiaohua pointed to the drawing on the table. Igor, don't mention Igor, even 008 in the system space feels that it wants to beat Yi Xiaohua. His tone was really asking for a beating. But 008 also has to admit. Yi Xiaohua, she does have the qualifications to be so arrogant. Finally, because Yi Xiaohua helped him put together the robot, Igor paid her 50 star coins, plus time to use the brain for 2 hours. Yi Xiaohua is learning on the brain. Igor also allows Yi Xiaohua to come to the store to help him. In the future, as long as there are new parts, he will give her to assemble and give her a commission. 50 star coins is only a very simple meal on the main planet, but it is the wages of ordinary people for several days on the garbage planet. When Yi Xiaohua handed the 50 star coins to Yimu, she could see Yimu's excited and gratified expression. The two finally had a normal meal in the evening. In fact, people on the main planet drink nutrients, and few people eat, unless there is a kind of aristocracy, there is a senior chef cooking, otherwise, those people would rather eat nutrients. Another kind is the garbage planet. It's very simple. People on the garbage planet can't afford nutrients. They can only cook roughly, because the cooking skills of the interstellar world are very backward. Yi Xiaohua ate the worst meal in so many worlds. After the two finished eating, the Beth family came to Yi Xiaohua to say goodbye. Beth is wearing a special servant costume. Although it's not gorgeous, it's much better than the clothes on the garbage planet, especially with the logo of settling down on the sleeve. Xiaohua, I'm going to go to the main planet with the caravan. Beth grabbed Yi Xiaohua's hand and was very excited. More than 1,000 people on the garbage planet came to test, and only I passed the test. By the way, housekeeper and also gave me a nutrient, which is the nutrient that people on the main planet can drink. Yi Xiaohua congratulated him. Congratulations. Yimu looked at Beth in surprise. Beth, you are really good. Beth smiled. She looked at Yi Xiaohua's calm face, and no one else saw her with such envy. Xiaohua, don't be sad. Even if you don't have a chance this time, you will have another chance. What if one day you can come to the main planet to find me? She comforted Yi Xiaohua. The caravan will pass by Yi Xiaohua's broken house. Housekeeper and still remembers Yi Xiaohua. A very special girl, but she can't hide the fact that she has an F-level physique. Hearing Beth's words, Housekeeper and shook his head directly. No, she's too weak. Housekeeper and naturally didn't know how much he regretted his decision today. Beth looked at Yi Xiaohua regretfully. Xiaohua, I'm leaving with Housekeeper, and after that, Beth, in the envious eyes of other people on the street, went with the convoy to the aircraft. Yi Xiaohua watched them leave, and then continued her great career. Xiaohua, do you want to go back to the main planet, too? When Yimu saw Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help sighing. Mom is useless. Otherwise, at your age, you should stay in the Star Academy and wear beautiful clothes. No, Yi Xiaohua came back from her thoughts. She tilted her head slightly, and her white face seemed to be covered with a layer of cold light. I'm just thinking about how to make the light brain. Yimu looked at Yi Xiaohua, who had a very outstanding face, and was proud and sighed. Hearing her words, she couldn't help laughing. How can I make my own light brain? It's all from the Empire. Yi Xiaohua naturally knows that the light brain is not a mobile phone in modern society. You can have several people, and not anyone can make it. But after 2 days in Mr. Iger's shop, all the parts in his shop were put together. Iger transported all the robots she assembled to the main planet to sell. This kind of thing can't be sold at all on the garbage planet, because no one can afford it. Those who can afford to assemble robots will buy themselves a house on the main planet. At the same time. Main planet. A robot shop. Are there any combat robots here? The shop assistant saw the Bauhinia logo on the man, and his eyes lit up. Yes, a batch of robots just came in recently. The young man's eyes swept over a group of robots, and finally focused on the smallest robot. Although the other robots were larger, he could tell that the smallest robot was much more harmonious than the others. That's it. The young man took the robot to school. Combat robots are purely for fighting. The young man simulated a fight with the newly bought robot, and the robot fell after a while. However, after falling, those small parts began to recover slightly. This scene was seen by a group of people not far away. Third Prince, can you show me the robot in your hand? The third prince turned around and saw that it was actually the main planet's #1 mech assembly master, Alan. Even his father had to give him some face. He immediately handed the robot to him. Of course, Mr. Allen. Then, he looked at the robot curiously. This robot. Alan immediately took the robot, looked at it carefully, and finally confirmed, God bless. An assembly robot with 100% compatibility. A 100% compatibility that had never been seen before. Third Prince, where did you buy this robot? Do you know where the assembler is? He looked at the third prince excitedly. Alan nodded. I know. I often go to that shop. It's not far from the school. I'll take you there. Asterisk asterisk at this time, Yi Xiaohua is fine. The plot hadn't started yet. She wanted to see if she could find some parts to build her own optical computer. Igor has some parts, but Yi Xiaohua knows that he is not rich. He likes to assemble parts, but he often makes mistakes. If the parts are destroyed, they can't be sold or returned, which will waste a lot of money. Therefore, the people who play assembly are very poor. Of course, except for Yi Xiaohua. Igor feels that this person should be a bug-like existence. When the robot I put on the main planet is sold, I will receive a lot of money, Igor smiled. At that time, what parts do you want? I will give you a set for free. I'm afraid that she will leave before you receive the money. Xianxia feels that when Igor's parts arrive, she will follow the Xia family to leave the garbage planet. So she didn't sit still. Instead, she found a large waste square. She wandered around inside, hoping to find some useful parts. All the garbage has been cleaned up when it was cleaned up to the garbage planet, but there will still be some fish that slip through the net. These fish that slip through the net have nowhere to hide under Xianxia's powerful spiritual power. After searching for an afternoon, Xianxia finally found some useful parts she needed. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she found the last part from the garbage. There is no sun in the interstellar society. There is a star on the side of the main planet. It is not as bright as the sun, but because the main planet and the garbage planet have no ozone layer, when the light shines down, it is not darker than modern society. At 6 o'clock, the sky is still bright, but with a touch of light blue. It was at this time that Xianxia's hand that was sorting out the garbage paused, and then squinted to look behind her. In the direction of the star, a black shadow flew towards her, from small to large, and finally landed on an open space not far from Xianxia with a brush. This is a red and silver mecha. After all, Xianxia has made the mecha. At a glance, she can see that this mecha is a 5th level mecha. That is, this world's B-level mecha. The mecha stopped steadily, and then a beautiful girl in a pink dress came out of it. She was beautiful and elegant, and she was out of place in the dirty garbage dump. Xianxia didn't answer immediately. She just narrowed her eyes at Xiaxia. Behind Xiaxia, a cold-faced man in a black suit jumped down from the mech. The man was handsome, with a slender waist and long legs. When he came down, he looked around cautiously. When he saw the trash in front of him, his brows furrowed. The whole place was filled with trash, which formed a sharp contrast with the noble and handsome man. Finally, his gaze fell on his target. When he came, he heard Madame Xia tell Master Xia that he was here to pick up Xiaxiki's sister. Although Xiaxia didn't know why he had to pick up another person when he already had Xiaxia. But since Madame Xia said so, he didn't say anything else. He just looked at Xiaxiki's sister. The other party was standing on an old and rusty steel platform, wearing very old but very clean clothes. It wasn't Xiaxiki's cute face. She had a bright appearance. Even in the galaxy where beauties were as common as cabbages, she stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Xiaxia was a mech fighter, and a general under Zhong Xiaohun. When he went to the interstellar battlefield to fight, he had passed by many abandoned planets, so he was not surprised at all by the appearance of the abandoned planets along the way. He was already used to it. Sometimes, when their troops passed by a desolate planet, they would see someone with good qualifications and would stay on the main planet. People like that would rise to the heavens in a single step. Xiaxia didn't expect Xiaxiki's sister to live on such a planet. He didn't greet Xianxia immediately. Instead, he took out his optical computer, aimed it in Xianxia's direction, and called Butler Xia. "Butler, is this the person?" Butler Xia knew of Xianxia's existence. He was the one who found Madame Xia's information, but when he saw the photo the young master sent back, he froze for a moment. The person was still the same person, but Butler Xia noticed that the person Xiaxia sent back was different from the one he found before. But only for a moment. He confirmed Xianxia's identity with Xiaxia. Only then did Xiaxia hang up. Xianxia didn't say a word from beginning to end, nor did she answer Xiaxiki's question. Xiaxia and Xiaxiki didn't feel that anything was wrong. The two of them took it for granted that Xianxia was stunned when she saw the mech orb because she heard Xiaxiki's words. Xiaxia had seen many people from trash planets and abandoned planets. Their lifelong dream was to leave the planet one day. So when he saw Xianxia's dazed look, he naturally thought so. Xiaxia looks at Xianxia, his tone is a little cold, not for Xianxia, he is like this to everyone except Xiaxiki. What about your mother? Xianxia took back her gaze, at home. Take us to her. Xiaxia took a step forward. Xianxia's eyes slid over Xiaxiki, and then led the way. Xiaxiki was wearing exquisite clothes. She had never been to such a bad environment, especially when she passed by a garbage dump. She couldn't help but cover her nose. However, she still looked at Xianxia beside her. To be honest, she had heard from the butler and Mrs. Xia that her sister was not living well. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Wearing a dress that had been out of fashion for hundreds of years. Xia's family is an interstellar noble family. In addition, there are 2 young masters who can drive B-class mecha. In the interstellar, few people can afford to offend them. Xiaxia grew up in luxury, and she was also highly educated. She looked at Yi Xiaohua's very old clothes and the harsh environment around her. She couldn't believe that the other party lived in such a place. The only thing that made Xiaxia very surprised was that her sister turned out to be extraordinarily good-looking. She didn't have the yellow face and thin skin she had imagined. Xiaxia looked down. But a few minutes later, she looked up. "You are my sister. I heard from my brother that your surname is Yi. Should I call you Sister Yi?" Xiaxia looked at the few discarded parts in Yi Xiaohua's hand and asked curiously, "Why are you looking for things in the garbage dump?" Yi Xiaohua basically didn't say anything along the way. She could tell that Hua Xiaoheng was being sarcastic. She didn't want to answer Xiaxia. Suddenly thinking of something, Yi Xiaohua raised her eyes. "When I was helping out in the shop, I found that the light brain in the shop was very fun. I want to find some parts and prepare to make my own light brain." This was the longest sentence she had ever uttered. The voice with a little lazy ending, a little clear, but also a little cold. It was a rare and beautiful voice. It seems to have washed away the dilapidated environment of this garbage planet. Xiaxia looked at her in surprise. Xiaxia didn't notice. She just listened to Yi Xiaohua's words and laughed. "Sister Yi, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You want to make your own light brain?" Yi Xiaohua looked at Xiaxia's hidden ridicule in the bottom of her eyes. She didn't care and just nodded, "Yes." In the story that Yi Xiaohua received, the original owner was a person who spoke very little and appeared very shy. Her reaction should be the image of a person who lived on a garbage planet and had never seen the world. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua even admitted it, Xiaxia's disdain was even more obvious, but she didn't show it on her face. The light brain is released interstellar, and the technology is not open to the public. Because of the particularity of the light brain, they are all interstellar, and the core technology has never been open to the public. Even those who study assembly in school want to make their own light brain. Without the core technology, it is in vain. This cheap sister actually said that she wants to make a light brain. Xiaxia didn't know what to say to her. But from this time on, she has already despised her. Xiaxia looks at Yi Xiaohua with a smile, and her face is completely innocent. Yi Xiaohua looks at her lightly. "Naturally, I know the assembly time. What about a robot that was just assembled yesterday? As for the light brain, other people can't make it, but I'm sorry, she really can." But she didn't answer Xiaxia. Just thinking in my mind, Xiaxia's expression is very obvious, isn't it? Why does the original lord always feel that her sister is good to her and buys her this and that? This was clearly a blatant show-off. It's strange that most people know that the technology of the light brain is not open to the public, but you don't know, sister. Xiaxia sighed. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer. A group of people finally arrived at the dilapidated house where Yi Xiaohua lives now. Xiaxia has never seen such a low and broken house. It breaks her 3 views. She stands outside the door and dare not go in. Xiaxia didn't let Xiaxia in either. "I'll go in and find someone. You stand outside the door and wait for us. I don't know if there will be small insects here. Don't go in and be bitten." He is a tough man outside, always cold, but when it comes to Xiaxia's affairs, he is very considerate. They went in and found Yimu. Hearing Xiaxia's intention, Yimu was surprised. Then ran out of the door and saw the bright and beautiful Xiaxia. No surprise, her eyes were red. Her fingers were trembling. She wanted to hug Xiaxia, but looking at her dusty clothes because of doing odd jobs, and then looking at Xiaxia's very delicate and spotless appearance, she did not dare to step forward. "My mother said to take you back to accompany Siki," Xiaxia said to Yimu, "and you don't want to stay in this place, do you?" Yimu has been on the garbage planet for more than 10 years. She knows very well that she and Yi Xiaohua have nothing worth plotting. Although at first, Xiaxia wanted to take them back to the main planet, now hearing Xiaxia's words, she dispelled her doubts. And Yimu also has her own thoughts. After all, she was a noble in her early years and could understand something. After returning to the main planet, she can also go to the store that is not on the garbage planet, work and make money. At least, she can let Xianxia go to a school and learn knowledge. Not to mention, he could see his little daughter. Xiaxia really talked about Yimu's heart. She couldn't refuse such an arrangement no matter how cruel she was. Yi mother took Xianxia to pack up some small things. Xiaxia and they went to open the armor. After more than 10 years, she wanted to return to the main planet again. Yimu was very excited. I even saw your sister. I thought I would never see her again in my life. I can see that Xia's family is very good to her, so I'm relieved. Her hands were shaking. Xiaohua, did you hear that? We're going back to the main planet. At that time, I can find a company to work and earn money. Maybe I can even let you go to school. Of course, Yimu also knows that Xiaohua's age can't keep up with the learning progress of her peers. She talked for a long time and laughed foolishly for a long time. But she found that Xiaohua was standing beside her, looking indifferent, without any excitement on her face. These days, Yimu has been used to Xiaohua's expression. Even when Beth was chosen to settle down, she was very calm. Xiaohua, aren't you excited? We can finally go to the main planet. You may see Beth, your best friend. Yimu said to Xiaohua. Although the main planet is very big, the chance to meet Beth is almost impossible. Xiaohua shook her head. No, Mom, you clean up first. I'll say goodbye to Mr. Iger. Yimu knew that Xiaohua had been helping in Mr. Iger's shop in recent days, and had brought back nearly 500 star coins, which solved the urgent problem. Hearing that Xiaohua was going to say goodbye to Mr. Iger, she let her go. This child is getting more and more elusive. After Xiaohua left, Yimu looked at her back and sighed. Xiaohua went to Iger's shop and told Iger what he wanted to do. You're going to the main planet? Iger looked a little regretful. Although it's a pity that I can't see you assemble robots again. But it's a good thing to leave the garbage planet. I want to bless you. Miss Yi, I hope one day my shop can be big, and I will go to the main planet to find you. Xiaohua smiled, there will be such a day. After that, she turned around and was ready to go back. Iger looked at Xiaohua's back and endured it, but he still couldn't help it. If you have a chance, you must go to interstellar school. It's a pity that you don't go there with your assembly talent. Go to the interstellar school's pride, don't harm his old heart anymore. Xiaohua smiled. Unfortunately, the original owner's wish was to be a mecha fighter. She didn't look back, just turned her back to Iger and waved at him in response. Neither of them knew that a group of people on the main planet had found out the source of the robot, and an aircraft was flying from the main planet to the garbage planet. Xiaohua and Yimu didn't bring much with them. Xiaohua only had a backpack. They found the place where Xiaxiheng's mecha was. Yimu saw this red and silver two-color, very powerful and terrible mecha, and paused for a moment. The B-class mecha is not only powerful in function, but also very attractive in appearance. When the mecha stopped, there was a pair of people coming to see it on the garbage planet. Seeing Xiaohua and Yimu's inexperienced appearance, Xiaxiki couldn't help but shake her head. Sister Yi, Aunt Yi, this is my brother's mecha. My brother is a B-class mecha warrior. Hearing this sentence, Yimu was shocked. A B-class mecha warrior in his early 20s is already the most outstanding existence in the interstellar. No wonder Xiaxiheng has some arrogance in his gestures. It's not surprising that people in their 20s have already stood at such a height. Yimu thought that the Xia family was excellent, but she didn't expect Xiaxiheng to be so excellent. Not only my eldest brother, but my second brother is also a B-class mecha warrior. One of them is a 5th-year student of the Interstellar School's mecha major, and the other is a 6th-year student of the mecha major. Xiaxiki thought Yimu's shocked look was very funny. Then he felt bored. This matter has long been known on the star network of the Interstellar Federation. Her two brothers are internet celebrities, second only to the third prince and Marshal Zong. But think of Xiaohua and Yimu living in the garbage dump, even without a light brain. Xiaxiki is not surprised. Xiaxiheng asked the little robot on the mecha to bring 3 nutrient reagents. It's dinner time now. This is a nutrient reagent. After Yimu was on the garbage planet, she had no money to buy nutrient reagents. She was afraid that Yi Xiaohua didn't understand, so she whispered. Nutrition reagents are a necessity for every family. However, the Xie family rarely drinks it because they think it tastes bad, so they mostly eat the cuisine of high-end hotels. Xiaxiki didn't expect her sister to not even drink nutrition reagents. She watched Yi Xiaohua frown and drink the nutrition reagent and couldn't help but sneer. Nutrition reagents taste like this. You'll know when you get used to it. Then Xiaxiki closed her eyes and didn't say a word. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Xiaxiki. She not only drank nutrition reagents, but also improved a lot of nutrition reagents. It has to be said that the nutrition reagent Xia Xihing just gave her was the worst nutrition reagent Yi Xiaohua had ever drunk in the interstellar world. She played with the nutrition reagent bottle in one hand and wondered if she should unlock the advanced version of the nutrition reagent. But she's not in a hurry. She's just an ordinary person who came back from a garbage planet and hasn't even studied. Yixing said nothing. The mecha is several times faster than ordinary aircraft. It takes more than an hour to go from the garbage planet to the main planet. Xie Xihing's mecha has long been recorded in the Interstellar Alliance. As soon as the main planet received his mecha signal, it removed its defense. Soon, the mecha landed in the wealthy area and stopped in front of a beautiful villa with a garden. Compared to the garbage planet, which is dilapidated and full of garbage, the main planet can be regarded as a paradise. In particular, there is a small house with its own garden. There is a robot watering in the yard. Whether it's the small house or the environment, it's an extremely beautiful existence. Yimu lived in a better place than this more than 10 years ago, but she hasn't seen such a clean and bright house for more than 10 years. She was stunned for a moment. If Beth or anyone else on the garbage planet saw this scene, they would definitely be surprised by this degree of magnificence, but Yi Xiaohua was very calm from beginning to end, and also discussed the unreasonable construction of the villa with 008. Xie Xihing put away the mecha and then aimed his light brain at the door. The high-tech door of the sensor slowly opened. At the same time, at the door of the house, an old man was coming out of it. Seeing Xie Xihing and Xiaxiki, he bowed very respectfully. Young master, miss, madam went out to attend the salon. These two people can be left to me. Xiaxiki came all the way and had no interest in Yi Xiaohua. She nodded slightly and went back to her room upstairs. After Xie Xihing took a shower, he continued his training at school. Steward Xiao looked at Yi Xiaohua and Yimu lightly. Please come with me. He brought the two of them to the servants' quarters at the back of the building. You two will stay here for the time being. Remember not to run around. If you want to go out, let me know. Otherwise, the defense system here will automatically attack you. There weren't many servants in the Xie family. Even the servants' room was clean and bright. Mother Yi didn't plan to stay in the Xie family for long. She was excited to see such a room. Seeing Mother Yi like this, contempt flashed across Steward Xie's eyes. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. He was just being polite. He didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to look up. Then can you find me a dictionary or dictionary that you don't want? The butler paused for a moment. Dictionary, this is a book that only 3 or 5-year-old children can use. Thinking of this, Steward Xiao looked at Yi Xiaohua strangely and nodded. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to you right away. Thank you, Mr. Housekeeper. Yi Xiaohua thanked him. When Mother Yi saw Yi Xiaohua asking the housekeeper for a dictionary, she was a little sad. Her idea of letting Yi Xiaohua go to school was even stronger. That night, the Xie family didn't see Mother Yi and Yi Xiaohua. But it's not surprising. What's the status of Madame Xie and Master Xie? How could they personally receive people from a trash planet? It's good to be able to pick them up. However, Madame Xie and Master Xie had other ideas in their hearts. So they had to confirm that Yi Xiaohua and Mother Yi were harmless. At breakfast the next morning, Madame Xie finally remembered these two people. She looked at her little daughter who was eating. Siki, have you seen your sister? What do you think of her? Xiaxiki frowned. She doesn't know anything. I wanted to take her to meet my little sisters today, but now it seems that I don't want to see her. Don't ask too much of her. Madame Xiao listened to Xiaxiqi's words and couldn't help laughing. After all, she's from a remote planet. Do you expect her to learn everything like you? Xiaxiyu, who came back last night, was surprised. What's the situation? What sister? The one from the trash planet? Madame Xia didn't tell Xiaxiyu about this, so she told him the situation now. Then you have to pay attention to it. Xiaxiyu's mind was more delicate than Xiaxiheng's. He said lightly, I'm used to living on the trash planet. Who knows what kind of character they have? Steward Xia nodded. Second young master, I'll pay attention to them. Just as they were talking, Yi Xiaohua and Mother Yi had been brought over. Mother Yi looked at the people at the table cautiously. Now in the Interstellar Federation, almost everyone has gone to school, even if they can't be admitted to interstellar schools. But in the previous 7 years, they were taught in ordinary schools, and there was no situation where no one was illiterate. Even Xiaxiqi didn't think that Yi Xiaohua still couldn't read. Yi Mu's fingers tightened, but she was also a rich family before, and she still knew how to maintain etiquette. There was no school on the garbage planet before, and we were too far away from the main planet, so the people on our planet had basically never read a book. Thank you for bringing us out here, so that she could have this opportunity. So that's how it is. Mrs. Xia chuckled. You and Miss Yi have suffered too much in the past. You didn't even go to school. However, you can't stay on the main planet without learning some culture. You have to seize this opportunity. The rest of the Xia family looked at each other. It turned out that the young lady's biological mother had come. They took a look at Yi Xiaohua and Yi Mu. They didn't have the slightest sympathy for the two of them. Yi Mu abandoned her when their young lady was so young, and now she deserves this result. Mrs. Xia and Master Xia looked at Yi Xiaohua's mother and daughter, confirmed that they were not harmful, and waved directly. Siki, come with me to school later. Your mecha teacher said that there was a problem with your mecha final exam last semester. Xiaxiyu also withdrew his gaze. Xiaxiki nodded. Okay, I'll go with you after dinner. As the two were talking, Yi Mu, who had been silent, looked up at Xiaxiki in surprise. See? Miss Xia, you also go to interstellar school? The Xia family dotes on Xiaxiki very much. Seeing Yi Mu's surprised look, Mrs. Xia wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Yes, our Siki has an A-level physique. She is the first woman in Class A of interstellar school. Her tone was very proud. The Xia family liked Xiaxiki on the one hand because she was the only daughter of the Xia family, and on the other hand because of Xiaxiki's strong combat power. Female A-level physique is very rare. Yi Mu thought that her youngest daughter was already very good, but she didn't expect the Xia family to spend so much money to cultivate her, and now she is still a student of Class A of the mecha school. She was very excited. Xiaxiki couldn't get used to Yi Mu's appearance. She didn't look at her and left with Xiaxiyu after dinner. As soon as she boarded Xiaxiyu's mecha, Xiaxiki saw a communication request from the optical supercomputer on her wrist. Seeing that it was the little princess of the empire, Xiaxiki accepted the communication request. I heard that you have an older sister when I came to school today? The status of the empire's little princess was very high, and Xiaxiki's status wasn't that bad either. She was the most famous among the female generation, partly because of her own strength, and also because of the two brothers above her who doted on her very much. Everyone in the upper class knew that Xiaxiki was not the biological daughter of the Xia family. However, the way the Xia family treated Xiaxiki was no different from the way they treated Xiaxiki as if she was their biological daughter. In the galactic society, strength was also a symbol of status. Xiaxiki's strength was so high that the others had nothing to say. Yeah, my big brother and I went to pick her up yesterday. Xiaxiki and the little princess had nothing to hide. A hint of curiosity flashed across the little princess's pretty face. So you guys really went to the trash planet to pick them up? I swear I'll never go to the trash planet again in my life. It's so disgusting. I don't know how the two of them endured in that place. Xiaxiki shrugged helplessly. I see, the little princess nodded. Your physique is so high. That sister of yours, how's her potential? The little princess was here to inquire about the news. After all, no one in the galaxy wanted the Xia family to have another advanced mecha warrior. Xiaxia shook her head. She hasn't gone to school since she was a child. Hearing this news, the little princess was also speechless. That's really unfortunate. Forget it, come to school quickly. We'll talk at school. I heard that young Marshal Zong will come. The school is full of people now. If you come a little later, you won't be able to squeeze in. Yi Xiaohua had been confirmed by the Xia family that she didn't know anything. So Madame Xia didn't keep an eye on her. Yi Xiaohua found the housekeeper and told her that she wanted to go out and have a look. Housekeeper Xia vaguely knew what Madame and Master were doing, so he asked Yi Xiaohua quietly. You're unfamiliar with this place. What are you going out for? It's my first time coming to the main planet. I want to see what's the difference between the main planet and us. Yi Xiaohua replied. Then you go out. Remember not to go far and don't make trouble. Housekeeper Xia asked casually and let Yi Xiaohua go out. He was really relieved about Yi Xiaohua now. From what he knew, Yi Xiaohua was an illiterate who didn't know anything. The things she brought were checked by the housekeeper. They were some very old parts. Looking at the situation of the garbage planet, the housekeeper thought that these were the toys of the people of the garbage planet. In this era, illiterate people could hardly walk on the main planet. The housekeeper didn't think that Yi Xiaohua could do anything. Looking at the whole planet, Yi Xiaohua didn't know anything. If she really didn't go back to the Xia family, there would only be one situation, and that was starvation. After Yi Xiaohua arrived at the Xia family, she began to plan the following things. First of all, to become a mecha warrior, she must go to school. And the Xia family's private laboratory. After coming out, Yi Xiaohua didn't go anywhere else, but went to find a small mecha shop similar to the existence of machinery. She wanted to see if these shops needed assemblers, but she was too young and didn't have the corresponding documents. All of them were rejected. Yi Xiaohua stood outside the big shop. The waiter in the shop gave her a white look. Yi Xiaohua took a step back, looked at the name of the shop, and took a deep breath. 008 laughed a few times, suddenly felt the cold air on Yi Deshen. It immediately remedied. Today she looks down on you, in the future you will not be able to climb her. It was also at this time that a young man who wanted to repair the mecha but didn't have enough money was driven out of the shop. Yi Xiaohua looked at the half-broken mecha in the young man's hand, probed it with spiritual force, and then hooked his lips. Brother, how many star coins do you have? Maybe I can help you repair the mecha? It was also at this time. On the top floor of the opposite Sky Hotel. The man leaning on the chair suddenly felt a strong spiritual force fluctuation, a pair of black eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, the instrument placed on the table beside him jumped violently. The man stood up. He wore a simple black robe with a rose emblem on the lapel. This was a sign that the galactic pirates and the enemies of the main planet would turn and run the moment they saw it. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize who he was. Zhong Yunzhou's name was known to everyone in the Interstellar Alliance. Although the Xia brothers and the third prince were also very famous, the combined popularity of the three of them was no match for Zhong Yunzhou. He was the strongest mech warrior in the galaxy. He was powerful and had an outstanding appearance. He was the idol of all men and women in the galaxy. He tilted his head to look at the people coming and going below and lowered his long eyelashes. Today's spiritual fluctuations are SSS-level encryption. By the way, he pointed to the figure downstairs. Check her identity. Joel saw the figure downstairs clearly. It was a very young girl. I didn't expect her to have such a strong spiritual force. After reminding Joel, Zhong Yunzhou took his coat and directly went downstairs. Young. Joel was about to ask if he had the wrong person. When he turned back, he saw Zhong Yunzhou's figure disappear. Downstairs. Fong Qing felt that it was time for him to give up. The Interstellar Academy's entrance exam was coming up. His mecha had been intentionally damaged by someone. Fong Qing's family wasn't very rich. In order to get into the Interstellar Academy, he had spent most of his family's savings to buy a mech. Now that the mech was damaged, it would cost 40,000 star coins to repair it. He could only take out 10,000 star coins at most. In fact, he knew that 40,000 star coins was already very cheap. If he couldn't pass this entrance exam, he wouldn't be able to successfully advance to the third year and wouldn't be able to accept missions. If he didn't accept missions, he wouldn't be able to earn money. This vicious cycle meant that he would have to drop out of school. His family couldn't afford his expenses anymore. Fang Qing looked at the mech that had accompanied him for several years and didn't know whether to give up or not. However, at this moment, he heard a very clear voice. "Help me, repair the mech." Fang Qing looked up in a daze and only saw a very beautiful but also very young face. "No need." Fang Qing looked at the other person and couldn't help but shake his head. "You won't be able to repair it." Yi Xiaohua smiled. "Just try. What if a miracle happens?" Only 5,000 star coins. 5,000 star coins. Fang Qing still had 10,000 star coins left. If he took out half of it, he would still have the other half. Anyway, even if he took out the 10,000 star coins, no one would help him repair the mech. If that was the case, he might as well take a gamble. Fang Qing took out his broken mecha and gave it to her. "Take a look." Yi Xiaohua had already checked it with her spiritual force. This level of damage was actually okay. It might be a little troublesome for the General Assembler to repair it, but Igor said that she was a bug-like existence. In fact, it was not a loss to charge 5,000 star coins. After all, she didn't have a certificate or a diploma. Yi Xiaohua found it very strange that Fang Qing dared to let her repair the mecha. The two of them found a spacious area. Yi Xiaohua reassembled Fang Qing's broken mecha before handing it to Fang Qing. "Take it." Fang Qing originally had expectations for Yi Xiaohua, but he watched Yi Xiaohua reassemble it in less than 2 hours. A hint of disappointment flashed between his brows. He had seen Master Aaron assemble a mech before, but his speed was not as fast as this. Even so, Fang Qing did not refuse to give Yi Xiaohua star coins. He asked Yi Xiaohua's card number and transferred the star coins to her. In fact, Yi Xiaohua didn't have a card number yet, so she let 008 hack a system. After swiping the card, Yi Xiaohua patted Fang Qing on the shoulder and smiled. "Cheer up for our civilian students. I'm optimistic about you." Even though he felt cheated, Fang Qing felt a sense of healing when he heard Yi Xiaohua's voice. He hadn't heard such kind encouragement in a long time at school. "Thank you, Miss Yi. But I have to go back to school. Goodbye." Yi Xiaohua watched him leave, then went to find a spare parts store, ready to buy some parts back. As soon as she turned around, she saw a figure not far behind her. He was holding a piece of red hard paper in his hand. The hand holding the paper was slender and white. He leaned against the wall not far away, squinting and looking at this side, his expression a little distant. It could be seen that he had been waiting here for a while. Yi Xiaohua looked at him, and the smile on the corner of her mouth froze. "Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Zhong Yunzhou saw that she was looking at him unabashedly. He couldn't help but straighten up and explain, "I just want to recruit you to interstellar school." In order to prove that he wasn't eavesdropping, Zhong Yunzhou showed her the document in his hand. "I guess you're not from a mecha school, so I want to invite you to interstellar school." Yi Xiaohua reached out and took the document he handed over. An invitation to Interstellar School's Class S? It was even stamped with the Interstellar School's seal. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Xianxia was a student of Interstellar School's Class A. So she was invited to Class S. There was no memory of Interstellar School in the original owner's memory, but according to Xianxia and the others, Class S should be better than Class A. This time she had a good eye. "Of course, you can also go back and ask your parents for their opinion." Zhong Yunzhou felt that her voice sounded a little tender. He wasn't sure if she was an adult or if she had the right to make her own decisions. "Leave your photon computer number to me." He looked down and naturally opened his photon computer. "I didn't have the money to buy a photon computer before. I'll tell you after I buy one." Yi Xiaohua remembered how miserable she had been when she first transmigrated to this world. No money? Although the Interstellar Federation worked hard, it wasn't like they couldn't even afford a standard photon computer for everyone. So, she had never used a photon computer in her entire life. Sensing this fact, Zhong Yunzhou wasn't in a good mood. He raised his eyes, and finally looked at Yi Xiaohua openly. She was wearing a set of old clothes. She looked at him with her head slightly tilted, her expression lazy and relaxed. When she squinted her eyes, he could see the faint shadow cast by her eyelids. She didn't have makeup on, but her skin was very white. Zhong Yunzhou's eyes darkened, then he turned and walked in a certain direction. Let's go. Yi Xiaohua was still holding the invitation in her hand. Where to? In fact, the moment Zhong Yunzhou appeared, Yi Xiaohua roughly knew who he was. He was still unreachable, and she was still weak, pitiful, and helpless. By an optical computer. In the end, Yi Xiaohua was brought to the best physical store in the Interstellar Alliance. This one. He pointed to a brand of optical computer. He didn't know how it worked, but he definitely bought it according to the most expensive one. Swiping the card and paying the bill in one go, the whole process didn't take more than a minute. The shop assistant had already recognized him. He excitedly handed the optical computer to him while restraining himself from shouting out loud. After binding Yi Xiaohua's identity, Zhong Yunzhou added his contact information. The optical computer worth 20,000 star coins was placed in Yi Xiaohua's hands. Fortunately, she wore long sleeves that covered the optical computer. When he returned to the Xia family had already returned and were sitting together eating. However, there was another guest today, the third prince of the alliance. He was very close to the Xia brothers, and also had a good relationship with Xiaxia. The two of them had been rumored to be the first team of the Interstellar Academy. This rumor had always existed, but neither of them had ever clarified it. These two families could be considered allies, and they had always been very close. The third prince has been very busy recently. Father Xia was a little confused. I heard that the third prince also went to the trash planet yesterday? The fact that Alan was looking for an assembler on the trash planet was not hidden at all. The third prince went out in a hurry, and many people saw it, so he didn't hide it. I went to the trash planet to help Master Alan find someone. The person Master Alan is looking for? When Master Alan was mentioned, several people at the table were attracted to this topic. There was no other way, Master Alan was the most powerful mech assembler in the Federation. Now, all the new B-grade mechs in the Federation were personally assembled by Master Alan. It could be said that all mech warriors above B-grade were Alan's people. Sorry, this is related to SS-level secrets, I can't say, the third prince said. An assembly with 100% compatibility, such a compatibility could not be found in the entire history of the galaxy. It was understandable that it was encrypted to this level of authority. SS-level secrets could only be known by people with SS-level authority. In the entire Xia family, only Master Xia had S-level authority. Even he didn't have the authority to know this secret. At this moment, the Xia family members all tacitly stopped talking about the matter of authority. At this moment, the third prince sensed that someone had entered the Xia's residence. Knowing that it should be Xiaxiki's biological sister that the Xia family had brought back from the trash planet, he could not help but look over there. Why did you come back so late? The housekeeper saw that Yi Xiaohua came back now, and his eyebrows were twisted. Yi Xiaohua lowers her eyes, lost. He could clearly hear a few mocking laughs. It's not impossible to get lost. After all, in the eyes of Xia's family, Yi Xiaohua is an illiterate. No one will believe that she will get lost. Useless. Xiaxiu glanced at her. Xiaxiki smiled and helped Yi Xiaohua resolve the embarrassment. Sister Yi has just arrived. She doesn't know the road signs. It's reasonable to get lost. Yesterday, when Yi Xiaohua came back, Xia Xiheng, who had disappeared for a day, appeared at dinner. He didn't intend to speak, but when he heard this sentence, he couldn't help but look up at Yi Xiaohua. Went out to play for a day? Didn't your mother contact the school for you? You shouldn't be much older than Siki, right? Mom, didn't you say you would pick her up to accompany Siki? Yi Xiaohua heard Xia Xiheng's words and pulled her mouth. Let her accompany Xia Siki? Madame Ye's words are really believed. She and Yimu have been in Xia's house for a day, but neither the housekeeper nor the servant has ever told her about Xia's family, let alone accompany Xia Siki. After all, in the eyes of Mrs. Xia and Master Xia, they might as well go out to the airport banquet if they have this time. How can they waste time with her? Big brother, what are you talking about? Sister Yi has never been to school since she was a child. According to her mother, Sister Yi doesn't even know how to read. Which school do you think she can go to? Is she going to the first grade when she's so old? When Xiaxia heard Xia Xiheng speak for Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help but smile and take over the conversation. Big brother, don't you think so? This sentence, sarcasm is very obvious. The third prince raised his eyes in surprise. He went to the garbage planet yesterday and didn't find the person he was looking for. After knowing that Xia's family brought people back from the garbage planet, he had some doubts. But now hearing Xiaxi's words, he dispelled his doubts. If it's illiterate, it won't be the person he's looking for. No matter how bad the assembler is, he's still a top graduate of the mecha branch. Mrs. Xia looked at Yi Xiaohua indifferently. Since she brought people back, in front of the third prince, she couldn't show a harsh look, so she said, "Tomorrow I'll ask the housekeeper to take you and your mother to the stars to find a school and see which one is suitable for you." Yi Mu, who was helping in the kitchen, was very surprised when she heard the news. "Thank you, madam." As she spoke, she also signaled Yi Xiaohua with her eyes, telling her not to be so cold and to say a few good words to Xia's family. Yi Mu was also proud in the early years, but after staying on the garbage planet for so many years, she has done such things as rummaging in the garbage heap, and her face has long been polished. Sometimes, in order to live, anything can be endured. Mrs. Xia also waited for Yi Xiaohua to speak. In her eyes, Yi Xiaohua was not full and warm before, and had no place to go to school. Now she has given Yi Xiaohua this opportunity, not only to bring the other party from the garbage heap to the main planet, but also to provide her with quality living conditions. The other party should be grateful to himself. Mrs. Xia frowned. The other people's hands that were holding the chopsticks also paused. Xiaxia looked at Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Yi Xiaohua meaningfully. "Sister Yi, do you know that tomorrow is the Interstellar School's annual test? The official enrollment will not be determined until after the annual test. That's when the enrollment will start." Any student who had paid attention to the Interstellar School was very clear about this matter. However, the Interstellar School's annual test had not yet begun, and Yi Xiaohua said that she had received an invitation from the Interstellar School, not to mention Yi Xiaohua, even if it was a student with excellent academic performance, Xiaxia wouldn't believe a word. If Yi Xiaohua was a little more obedient and listened to Mrs. Xia's arrangements, Mrs. Xia might be in a good mood and treat her a little better. She didn't expect that she would not only be untactful but also lie. Mrs. Xia waved at her coldly. "All right, the two of you can leave." After the two left. "Even if you want to lie, you should ask about the Interstellar School system," Xiaxia sneered. "Mom, that Yi Xiaohua doesn't look like a good person at first glance. You have to watch her carefully. I really don't know why you brought her back to the Xia family." "All right," Father Xia finally said. "In the future, let her come in from the side door. Don't let her appear in front of us." Xiaxiu didn't like people like Yi Xiaohua very much. He frowned. "I don't understand. She's already like this. Why don't you send her away? Is she good to stay at home?" At the end of the sentence, he was a little impatient. Mrs. Xia and Father Xia frowned. Although they didn't like Yi Xiaohua either, they had never let Yi Xiaohua stay. Seeing the family quarreling over Yi Xiaohua, Xiaxia lowered her eyes, hiding the lightness at the bottom of her eyes. At first, when she heard that Mrs. Xia wanted to bring Yi Xiaohua back, she was very unhappy. She knew that she would not be the Xia family's biological daughter. The Xia family liked her so much, would they also like others, like Yi Xiaohua? But after really understanding Yi Xiaohua, she relaxed. No one would like such a woman who was full of lies and didn't know anything. However, Xiaxia didn't know why Mrs. Xia brought Yi Xiaohua back. After the meal, the third prince said something to Master Xia and left. Yi mother is absent-mindedly busy in the kitchen, thinking about her daughter. After Yi Xiaohua returned to the room, she saw the invitation letter written the day after tomorrow, so she put it aside. Looking at the optical computer, Zhong Yunzhou asked her if her parents had agreed. Yi Xiaohua replied with one word, "Well." After replying, she picked up the cup and went outside to get some water. Madame Xia and Master Xia were still chatting by the sofa. "How is Siki?" It was Mrs. Xia's voice. Old Master Xia shook his head. Xiu said that her spiritual power wasn't enough. It wasn't easy to find a body suitable for an A-class mecha. The people in the laboratory also said that they wouldn't give up. I see. Madame Xia nodded and fell silent. Miss Yi, what are you doing here? Housekeeper Xia came out of the room and saw Yi Xiaohua in the kitchen with a glass of water in his hand. Yi Xiaohua raised the cup, drink water. However, Housekeeper Xia still looked at her warily. In the future, when Master, Madam, Young Miss, and Young Master are at home, don't run around. If you want to go out during the day, wait for them to leave before coming out. Why? Didn't Madame Xia say to pick me up to accompany my sister? Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Housekeeper Xia heard this and raised his eyelids to look at her. His eyes were full of ridicule, but he didn't answer. It seemed that she was overestimating herself or thinking too highly of herself. Housekeeper Xia, I feel that staying here is too restrictive. Can I move out of Xia's house? Move out of Xia's house? Housekeeper Xia said contemptuously. Yes, without our Xia's house, as long as you can move out and live, our Xia's will not stop you. Housekeeper Xia's definition of Yi Xiaohua is very clear. Yi Mu, the wife of an interstellar marshal more than 10 years ago, has now been smoothed out by the years. Yi Xiaohua, a girl who grew up on a garbage planet and has never even seen a school. An orphan and a widow, if they really dare to take a step out of Xia's house, it's still unknown whether they can survive on this planet. Therefore, he did not take Yi Xiaohua's words of moving out of the Xia family to heart. What Housekeeper Xia didn't see was that after he turned around, Yi Xiaohua was holding a cup. Her clear eyes refracted the eyes of a girl from a garbage planet. Xiaohua, why did you refuse Mrs. Xia? After Yi Xiaohua returned to the room, Yi Mu came back from her own business at this time. Don't you like school? Now that your sister has a good life, Mom is most worried about you. You have been smart since you were a child. If you can go to school, you will soon learn all the missing things. Why do you lie? Yi Mu still knows her daughter. Although the other side is smart, but the physique is the worst F level. She is different from Yi Xiaohua. She stayed in Interstellar in the early years. Naturally, she knows the enrollment rules and enrollment standards of interstellar schools. She knows very well what kind of morality her children are. Not to mention other things, Yi Xiaohua can't pass the cultural department alone. Yi Mu's skeptical result is the hard paper envelope in Yi Xiaohua's hand. The envelope is painted with the gate of Interstellar University. The imitation is quite similar. Yi Mu muttered to herself and opened the envelope, then pulled out a piece of paper inside. And then there is no then. She froze. She swept the words on the letter, her fingers trembled again, and then she couldn't help but read it again. This? Is this really for you? Yi Mu's eyes stopped at the S-class, and the red interstellar school seal below. Yes. Yi Xiaohua took an apple and nibbled it a few times. She couldn't be calm. Such an invitation letter is nameless, and no one on this planet dares to copy it. Yi Mu is very sure that this letter is true. She won't doubt that Yi Xiaohua picked it up. After all, it's an S-level invitation letter. Yi Mu has only heard of such a person for more than 100 years. Who can miss such an important thing? Yi Mu naturally won't believe it. So, there is only one possibility left. This invitation letter is really for Yi Xiaohua. How could it be an S-level invitation letter? Yi Mu read the invitation letter over and over again, her fingers trembling, and she couldn't bear to look away. Yi Xiaohua said, I was walking on the road, and a man told me that I had S-level spiritual power, and I had to give this invitation letter to me, so I accepted it. Good, very good, it's a long face for your father. Yi Mu stared at the invitation letter for a long time. Xiaohua, don't be jealous of your sister. You study hard at school, and sooner or later, you will reach her level. You are you. You are no worse than anyone. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua looked at her, I know. The next day. Interstellar School's annual test day. Marshal, you have time to see these today? In the observation room, the headmaster looked at the man sitting in the chair and was surprised. Zhong Yunzhou reached out and knocked on the table, just look around. The headmaster took a look at him and did not dare to point fingers. Nua's large mecha operation room is divided into two extremes. One was a commoner student, while the other was a noble student. Feng Qing, can you do it? The man in luxurious clothes looked at Feng Qing with a mocking smile. I heard that your mecha is broken. Do you want me to help you repair it? You're going too far. You're the one who destroyed Feng Qing's mecha. A young man was so angry that his eyes turned red when he heard the man's words. The finely dressed man sneered, you need proof to speak. You say that I destroyed his mecha, but what proof do you have? You. The youth wanted to say something but was stopped by Feng Qing. Feng Qing, if you're afraid, don't compete with me today. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and I'll let you go. The man in luxurious clothes grinned at Feng Qing. The noble students roared with laughter. Since ancient times, the school had been divided into two sections. The lower commoners couldn't be compared to the nobles. Most of the time, the nobles in the school would be much stronger than the commoners. This was because the nobles' families didn't lack money, so they would spend a lot of money on mecha. Even if the nobles were a rank stronger than the commoners, if the mecha was better than the commoners, the two might end up in a draw. When some commoners couldn't take it anymore, they would join a large faction. However, Feng Qing was an exception. He was a B-rank mecha warrior, but he only had an E-rank mecha. Yet, he could rely on this E-rank mecha to fight to a draw with the owner of a D-rank mecha. Many noble factions wanted to rope him in, but he rejected them all. Of course, the nobles couldn't stand it when he was in the limelight, so they used a scheme to destroy his mecha. Feng Qing had originally been able to tolerate the despicable goading of the other party, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't listen to a single word. When the man said that he would kneel down and call him grandpa, Feng Qing went straight to the center of the mecha department. I'll compete with you. Feng Qing. Don't mess around. This grandson deliberately switched to a C-rank mecha. Even if your mecha is repaired, you still won't be able to defeat him. When the commoners who were quarantined saw Feng Qing's impulsive behavior, they wanted to wake him up. He's deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for it. Feng Qing naturally knew this, but mecha battles were like this. Once you entered the simulated battlefield, you couldn't back out. Feng Qing took out the mecha that the girl had reassembled yesterday. With a thought, the mecha changed into a combat mode. Feng Qing was a little surprised. It was fine that the mecha could still be used, but the speed at which it changed was actually faster by half. However, at this time, he didn't think too much about it. The opponent's mecha was already rushing towards him, mixed with a swift and fierce attack. No matter how you looked at it, a C-rank mecha was many times stronger than an E-rank mecha. Feng Qing directly dodged. In the past, when this dodging action was used on a mecha, it would take 0.8 seconds. However, this time, Feng Qing clearly discovered that this time, the mecha was much more agile, and it easily dodged the attack. Sensing the changes in the mecha, Feng Qing's eyes lit up. He tried to attack. He discovered that this mecha was very compatible with his body, and its attack speed was the same as his own attack speed. The man opposite him also discovered this. Relying on the fact that his mecha was 2 grades higher than Feng Qing's, he directly met Feng Qing head-on. At this moment, all the onlookers couldn't help but close their eyes. A C-rank mecha versus an E-rank mecha, Xianxia. The E-rank mecha was obviously the unlucky one. Boom! The sound of the mecha falling to the ground was heard. The man who had just advised Feng Qing raised his head anxiously, wanting to go in and carry Feng Qing out. After the ashes scattered, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The one that fell was actually a C-rank mecha? Feng Qing's E-rank mecha was practically unscathed. Heavens, the entire crowd of onlookers on the simulated battlefield couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Feng Qing's brother's eyes widened. Brother, do you know that you've defied the mecha world's history today? Even Feng Qing had a dumbfounded look on his face. He turned around and looked at the mecha in a daze. Master Aaron. It's Master Aaron. After the previous uproar, the sudden appearance of Aaron caused another frenzy. Hearing Alan's words, Feng Qing gradually calmed down. If he was still confused before, now he had regained his composure. He also realized that the reason he could defeat a C-rank mech today was because his mech was different from the past. Thinking of the girl who modified his mech, he was even more shocked. Master Alan, I bumped into her on the street by accident. Fong Qing looked at Master Allen apologetically. I don't know where she is. Hearing this result, Allen was obviously disappointed. Can you let me know when you see her again? Of course, with pleasure. Fong Qing exchanged his photon processor number with Allen. But he gave Allen a name. After today's battle, Fong Qing became famous in interstellar school. The scene of an E-rank mech defeating a C-rank mech was also recorded and circulated on the galactic web. In the observation room, Zhong Yunzhou watched the results of the competition, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. However, he left after watching this match. The principal watched his back as he left, then looked at Mr. Allen, who was so excited that he did not look normal. He was surprised. Did something happen in school that I don't know about? But this was a question that no one would answer. The next day. It was the first day of the interstellar school's entrance exam. Most of the students were sent up by the schools after the last night's quota was confirmed. The content of the exam was simple. There was a written test, as well as a physical and spiritual power test. No one in the Galactic Society would be too stupid. The written test would not fail. As for the spiritual power and physical power test, it depended on the average strength of the applicants. There was no fixed number every year. But those who were C rank and above would definitely be admitted into interstellar school. D rank was a bit dangerous. E rank could only go to other schools. Because of this, most people in interstellar school were C rank, D rank, B rank, and A rank. Compared to the past examinations, this time's examination did not receive as much attention. The main reason was that Fong Qing's challenge, which was 2 levels higher than him, had been too exciting. Until today, they were still discussing this matter. Therefore, they were not very attentive to the applicants. When Xianxia arrived, the 2 teachers in charge of enrollment were discussing what happened yesterday. Name, gender, date of birth, and high school. One of the female teachers asked without looking up. Xianxia answered in turn, then paused. No high school. She placed the invitation letter on the table. Why would you come here when you don't have a high school? The teacher in charge of enrollment heard Xianxia's words and frowned. She looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia looks very unfamiliar. As everyone knew, those who signed up on the first day were the most outstanding batch of members. Before these people arrived, the teachers had already received their messages. However, this teacher has no memory of Xianxia. I was invited. Xianxia was not angry, but reached out and pointed at the invitation letter. The teacher had never seen such an invitation before. He took out the invitation and looked at it suspiciously. She was just casually looking through it, but when she saw a line of words, she suddenly stood up. The teacher next door was shocked. What's wrong? Contact the principal. The female teacher read the message again. There was no mistake. Everyone, please wait for a moment. There will be staff coming to take over the teacher's work. After that, the female teacher directly took Xianxia to the principal's office. An S-rank invitation letter had only appeared once in 100 years. The last one was handed to Zhong Yunzhou by the old principal. I didn't expect it to appear again this time. Student Yi, you stand in the middle of the simulator. We will test your spiritual force. You just need to use your strongest spiritual force. The principal looked at Xianxia very kindly. Xianxia looked at him and kindly reminded him, you can't detect it. The principal smiled, don't worry, it won't happen. Since the last time the tester was destroyed by a student, we have strengthened it. Even if you have an SS rank spiritual force, you are not afraid. Okay. Xianxia also wanted to try how strong her spiritual force was. So as soon as she arrived in the middle of the simulator, she used her strongest spiritual force. Gotcha, the display plane of the tester was stuck twice. After flashing 2 fluorescent lights, it was completely scrapped. Staying in the principal's office, there were several people who couldn't come back to their senses. The female teacher in charge of Xianxia looked at this scene, and her heart almost jumped out. Again, it was destroyed again? The teacher in charge of the tester saw for the first time that someone's spiritual force could be so strong. He had never seen the world, and his voice was trembling. How do I fill this out? The female teacher looked at Xianxia's registration list in her hand. The old principal looked at Yi Xiaohua very leisurely, as if he hadn't used his full strength, and said in a deep voice, "Fill in 3s." As soon as these 4 words came out, the female teacher's hand holding the pen was unstable. She forced herself to restrain herself, and after doing some mental construction for herself, she shook her hand to write down 3s. "Let's go, let's test the physical level." The female teacher spoke to Yi Xiaohua in a very gentle tone. At the same time, "Xia family. What about Yi Xiaohua?" Mrs. Xia saw Yimu cleaning up the garden. She glanced around, but did not see Yi Xiaohua. Mrs. Xia frowned. Yimu replied carefully, "Madam, Xiaohua went out to sign up." "Sign up? She's still doing the whole thing, isn't she? Didn't I say not to let her go out again?" Mrs. Xia looked at Yimu sarcastically. "If you still want to stay in Ye's house, I hope you will be more sensible. Otherwise, don't stay in Ye's house." Hearing this, Yimu slowly put down the kettle in her hand. "I'm going to tell Madam about this. Thank you for bringing our mother and daughter out of the garbage planet. Xiaohua is also going to school. It's inconvenient to take her with us in Xia's house." After that, Yimu returned to her room with Yi Xiaohua, packed up her things in the future, and then left a star coin card. It was given to her by Yi Xiaohua. There are 5,000 star coins in it. When she came out, she leaned slightly to Mrs. Xia. No matter what Mrs. Xia's purpose was, she was the one who brought their mother and daughter out. Although Yimu can bear it, if she can leave, she doesn't want her daughter to stay here. She can feel the family's malice towards Yi Xiaohua. "Madam." Xia's servant saw Yimu's back and couldn't help looking at Mrs. Xia. Mrs. Xia looked at Yimu's back as she left. The corner of her mouth was contemptuous. She was waiting for Yimu to come back and beg her. After a few comfortable days in the Xia family, did she still think it was easy to survive on the main planet? The main planet was different from the garbage planet. Without education, no ability, no residence permit, you couldn't even rent a house. Mrs. Xia asked someone to close the door. Yimu didn't go anywhere else, but waited outside the school gate. In reality, most people with mechas would choose to use mechas to enter and exit the school. Thus, the main gate became a decoration. Only those without mechas would use this gate. Yimu knew that Yi Xiaohua would come out from this exit, so she had been waiting here. At this time, Yi Xiaohua was already testing her physique. The principal waited nervously. A-level physique, not bad. After receiving the test results, the principal calmed down. If another S-level physique came out, would the others still want to live? But even so, there was no denying Yi Xiaohua's terrifying talent. Spiritual power of SSS level. Probably only Zhong Xiaoshui could compare. Looking at history, there were only 2 people who reached the SSS level, right? Yi Xiaohua took the last S-level rating and smiled. She didn't tell the principal that just a month ago, she was only F-level physique. After she finished the test, the principal and the 2 teachers in charge of enrollment breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yi Xiaohua hadn't been exposed. But the news that the admissions office received an S-level invitation letter was spread out. Everyone was guessing who this person was. The major forces were also inquiring. But the results of the interstellar school hadn't come out yet, so some people could only worry. "Siki, why aren't you here yet? Go home." Xiaxiu saw Xiaxiki huddled with a group of new students and couldn't help but raise his voice. Xiaxiu was the number 1 figure in the interstellar school. As soon as he spoke, countless people looked over. They whispered, not only looking at him, but also at the boy in ordinary clothes next to him. Brother, Xiaxiki had always enjoyed this kind of gaze. When she approached, she found her brother talking to someone else. "Are you Fang Qing?" Xiaxiki's eyes stopped on Fang Qing. Fang Qing was too famous these 2 days. It was not easy for a civilian to get to this point. In particular, Xiaxiki suddenly found that Fang Qing didn't lose to the 2 Xia brothers. However, Fang Qing looked very cold. "Sorry, my brother is waiting for me. Goodbye." He said a few words to Xiaxiu and left the place. "Brother, he's really cold. You invited him to join our Xia family, but he ignored you." Although she had heard the rumors about Fang Qing, Xiaxiki still felt a little uncomfortable when she experienced it personally. Xiaxiu did not seem to mind. He has the ability. An E-class mecha defeated a C-class mecha. Say, if he was given a B-class mecha, would he be able to fight an S-class mecha? Xiaxia didn't think about this and was stunned. Right, you still haven't told me why you're squeezing in with the freshmen? Xiaxiu released his mecha. Xiaxia smiled. Didn't Sister Yi say she received an invitation from the interstellar school yesterday? I just went to F class and went to the registration office, but I didn't see her at all. You actually went to see it. She's obviously lying. Xiaxiu sneered, and his tone was full of disdain for Yi Xiaohua. No one likes a liar. She's never been to the main planet. Don't blame her. Xiaxia said. Xiaxiu was even more disdainful. Sure enough, she came from a garbage planet. After the two returned to Xia's house, Xiaxia heard housekeeper Xia say that Ye's mother and daughter had left. Mom, are those two people really gone? Xiaxia didn't call Yimu a mother. In her heart, Yimu was a villain who abandoned her. Seeing Yi Xiaohua and Yimu's downfall, she would be happier. Well, don't worry about them. When they can't go on, they will come back and beg me. Mrs. Xia nodded. Why are you two so late today? The Xia family has always been very close. If they come back, they will eat together at night instead of drinking nutrient solution. Speaking of which, Dad, did you know? Xiaxia told her father the news she heard. The school has another S-class invitation this year. Father Xia nodded. I heard about it. You guys pay attention to the ranking released by the interstellar school in the next few days. If this person has no family, there must be a lot of people fighting for him. I hope he doesn't have a family. Probably not, Xiaxiu said. If he has a family, it's impossible to hide it so tightly. ***, 3 days later, the ranking of the interstellar school's freshmen was announced. It was in the freshman column. This time, a total of 589 people were recruited. Everyone's name was listed according to their admission ranking. Because of the S-class invitation 3 days ago, almost half of the students in the school came to see the list. The interstellar school had a long history. However, in the past thousands of years, the school has had 6 invitations. These 6 people were all top geniuses with at least one S-class in terms of mental power and physique. The most recent invitation was a few years ago, when Zhong Yunzhou was invited by the old principal at the age of 12. Originally, it was thought that after Zhong Yunzhou, according to the usual practice, it would be another 100 years before he appeared. Who would have thought that in less than 6 or 7 years, another invitation letter would appear? Siki, you also came to join in the fun. The Empire's princess saw a familiar figure and couldn't help but greet Xiaxia. Who do you think this person is? Xiaxia thought of many people in her mind, but she eliminated them one by one. Let's see. What if it's a civilian? Although that was what she said, Xiaxia and the others knew that the possibility of it being a civilian should be very low. Before they arrived at the hotel, Father Xia's phone called twice. Xiaxia and the others present all stared at the time on the optical computer. 8:58, 8:59, 9 o'clock sharp, a row of rankings appeared on the freshman announcement board very punctually. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the first row, Yi Xiaohua, Physique, A. It was only 9 in the morning. The stars had just risen. The light was not particularly dazzling, but the numbers and words on the new column were extremely obvious. Something big has happened, 3S, and a commoner at that. This planet is going to go crazy. Yi Xiaohua. Where did this monster come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? Some nobles who knew the importance of the matter took out their photon computers. Dad, it's a commoner named Yi Xiaohua, 3S spiritual power, hurry and inform the elder. General, 3S level. Where's the marshal? Connect me to the marshal. Fong Qing also saw the scene. He did not say anything, only sending this to Mr. Allen. The Xia family. Madame Xia was still waiting for Mama Yi to come back and beg her. However, Mama Yi did not wait until Xiaxia came back in a panic. What's wrong? Madame Xue looked at Xiaxia's tearful face and couldn't help but rub her head. Xiaxia shook her head. Mom, that Yi Xiaohua won't come back to beg you. You had someone bring her out, but she's going to fly to another family. She's the one who received the S-level invitation. Xiaxia was so shocked that she couldn't arrange her words properly. But the people around her caught the main point. S-level invitation, 3S spiritual power, what did you say? That person is her? The first to react was not Madame Xia, but Xiaxia, who had just returned from the battlefield. He looked at Xiaxia with an indescribable heat in his eyes. So, she didn't lie to us that night? Xiaxia looked at Xiaxia's face and was stunned. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't. At the same time, panic surged in her heart. Xiaxia had always been the person Xiaxia was most uncertain about. He seemed to care about her, but Xiaxia knew that Xiaxia was different from Xiaxiu and Madame Xia. He had always been close to Zhong Xiaoshui, and Xiaxia rarely saw Xiaxia smile. Now that she saw his expression change, she was very afraid. She was afraid that her worries would eventually become reality. However, Xiaxia didn't even wait for Xiaxia's reply. He took out his optical computer and contacted his friend. As he spoke to his friend, he walked forward without looking at the Xia family members who were still standing there. Mom? Xiaxia watched Xiaxia leave in a daze. Mrs. Xia did not expect that Yi Xiaohua, who had an F-level physique, would have such a talent. She laughed angrily. Fine. Very good. No wonder those two dared to leave the Xia family. They've grown up. Madame Xia ordered the butler beside her coldly, go and contact the old master. Tell him to come back quickly. After instructing, she looked at Xiaxia, Siki, don't worry, this Yi Xiaohua can't turn over the palm of our hand. After experiencing the blow, Xiaxia thought that Xia's family would pay attention to Yi Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Xia and Master Xia still cared about her. When she was brought back to the office by Mrs. Xia, she saw a secret contract on the table. It was placed on the table for him to see. Xiaxia only took a look at the title, and she was stunned. Mind power transplant surgery, her heart couldn't help beating violently. Was it what she thought? Xiaxia tried her best to restrain herself and looked down line by line. At the end of it, she gradually reacted. Yi Xiaohua had been wandering outside for so many years. Why did Xia's family suddenly find her? Even if they raised her at home, they wouldn't let them leave. So, was it all for her? Xiaxia's face was filled with ecstasy. She imagined that Yi Xiaohua's 3S level spiritual power was on her. She would be better than Yi Xiaohua. Looking at Mrs. Xia, who was chatting with Master Xia outside, Xiaxia quietly put down the document. Her jealousy of Yi Xiaohua disappeared in an instant. She even began to hope that Yi Xiaohua would be stronger. After Yi Xiaohua went to school to register, she received a call from Master Alan. She chatted with Master Alan for a while before hanging up. Recently, she has received too many calls from all kinds of forces. The only thing she didn't have was Xia's family. However, Yi Xiaohua was not flustered. She was even looking forward to the confrontation with Xia's family. She and Yimu have been away from Xia's house for several days. These 2 days, Yimu has found a new job. They rent a place not far from the school. Yi Xiaohua thought about Yimu's affairs and walked back. Mom, why did you come back early today? When she came to the small room they rented, she saw Yimu, who came back early, and stopped. It's not even 4 o'clock now. By right, she should still be at work. Yi Xiaohua frowned and walked into the room. Yimu is arranging flowers. The fragrance of the flowers is very strong. Her tone is as relaxed as usual. The manager specially gave me a holiday. Congratulations on your success in being admitted to interstellar school. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer her as usual. Now Yi Xiaohua's body has reached a level. Her 5 senses are far superior to ordinary people. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled a trace of blood. Although Yimu has tried to cover it with the fragrance of flowers, she still can't hide it from Yi Xiaohua. She didn't say anything, but directly lifted the sleeve of Yimu's left arm. You can see the blood stains on the bandage. She sneers, that's all right? She was found, and Yimu didn't feel embarrassed at all. She said calmly, it's just a warning from them. It's not a big deal. I'll find another job in a few days. Xiaohua, don't worry about me, and don't be impulsive. I don't want you to be like your father. When you're not strong enough, be patient, even if you eat shit, you have to live. After that, she calmly put down her sleeve, and the expression on her face did not change at all. Yi Xiaohua closed her eyes and pressed down the dull breath in her chest. Miss Yi, our master asks you to go to Xia's house. Xia housekeeper's voice suddenly appeared. It's please. But in fact, housekeeper Xia brought 10 people with him. Xiaohua, remember what I said. Thank you for the aristocracy of the main planet. In fact, my heart is very black. Now that Yi Xiaohua is being watched by all the major forces, Yimu is not worried about what will happen to her. Pay more attention to yourself. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yimu and chuckled, Mom, I'll invite you to watch a good show. With that, she turned and left. Yimu felt something was wrong. She wanted to stop Yi Xiaohua, but was stopped by Xia's family and watched Yi Xiaohua get on Xia's aircraft. Xia's house, Xia's father has been waiting in the study. He is looking at a document. When Yi Xiaohua pushed the door in, he raised his eyes. There was no anger on his face, even with a smile, but the smile was a little cold. Yi Xiaohua, do you remember who brought you out of the garbage planet? Yi Xiaohua didn't seem to feel the coldness on Xia's father's face. She looked for a place to sit down. Well, thank you very much. So, that's how you repay us? You think your wings are hard and you want to fly? Xia's father found that Yi Xiaohua hadn't realized what she was going to face, and smiled sarcastically. I heard that you are still in contact with Zhong's family and are held up by several families, so you are complacent and forget your identity? When Xia's father picked up Yi Xiaohua and came back, he really had no other ideas. Who knows that Yi Xiaohua turned out to be a 3S level mental power? To be honest, this kind of genius, which can only be seen once in 100 years, is very attractive to Xia's family. If Yi Xiaohua and Yimu stay in Xia's house, Xia's father will not necessarily attack Yi Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua left Xia's house on her own. After leaving, she was still in the limelight at Interstellar School, and finally joined other families. As time went by, Yi Xiaohua's identity and origin have been dug out by people on the internet. It was Xia's family at the beginning. If she really went to other families, their Xia's family would definitely be laughed at. Now when Xia's father goes out, someone will ask him in a teasing tone if he mistook pearls for fish eyes. This made the Xia family lose face. Although SSS spiritual power is rare, it's not necessary. Who do you think would be willing to go against the Xia family for you? Mr. Xia smiled warmly. After all, you haven't grown up yet. If you accidentally die, wouldn't the family that offended us for you lose more than they gain? Suddenly, Father Xia recalled something. You can take a look at the news on Star Web. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him, then turned on her optical computer. The same message was repeatedly refreshed on social media. He said that she was the son of Marshal Yi who had betrayed the Interstellar Federation. Netizen 1, I heard that Mrs. Xia brought her back from the trash planet. I didn't expect her to kick the Xia family out now that she has the ability. Like father, like daughter. Netizen 2, no matter how strong she is, I don't think any family would want her. Who knows when she will stab them in the back. Netizen 3, she's the daughter of a traitor. She shouldn't be recruited into the army, right? Netizen 4, does anyone have a problem with me calling her an ingrate? The pace was quickly picked up. And then? Yi Xiaohua turned off the optical computer, leaned back in her chair, and squinted at Mr. Xia. She squinted her eyes, full of arrogance. Not to mention Mr. Xia, anyone would be angered by her attitude. And then, did you find that no one dared to contact you? Mr. Xia threw a stack of documents on the table. This is your file at Interstellar School. The principal just sent it to me. Believe it or not, as long as I keep this, you won't even be able to enter Interstellar School. The aristocrats of the main planet were so arrogant. It was easy for them to kill a person. Yi Xiaohua just had a little problem. Under pressure, the principal immediately sent the information to Mr. Xia. In fact, the principal was just trying to divert the trouble. He was afraid that the king would punish him. After all, Yi Xiaohua was Marshal Ye's daughter. Marshal Ye's crime was still on his head. This matter could be big or small. Of course, the premise was that the Xia family wouldn't care. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect that the principal would rush to send her school file to the Xie family as soon as she left the school. She looked at the file in Mr. Xie's hand with an inexplicable look. You know fear? Mr. Xie saw Yi Xiaohua like this, and his mood improved a little. You have to decide whether you want to stay in the Xie family, study in interstellar school safely, or leave the Xie family. However, if you leave the Xie family, you have to think about whether you can continue to stay in interstellar school. Pfft, think about it? Yi Xiaohua glanced at him contemptuously. What do you have that is worth me thinking about? You? Good. Mr. Xie slapped the table and stood up. He looked at Yi Xiaohua and said sternly, do you really think you're a big shot? Fine. Since you have the guts, I hope you can bear the consequences. I'd like to see how you're going to enter the school. Xiaxia, who was eavesdropping outside, couldn't help but tremble. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. It turns out to be this. Harassing my mother and then preventing me from going to school? Yi Xiaohua just stood up unhurriedly on the chair, took a step forward, and then bent down to pull out the file in her father's hand. I can answer you clearly now. Do you think I care about interstellar school? When she took the file in her hand, she saw the seal of interstellar school stamped on it and chuckled. Then she tore the file in half. Under Mr. Xie's shocked gaze, she threw it aside with a paw sound. If that's all you have today, then I'll go back first. Yi Xiaohua nodded gracefully to Mr. Xie and walked out. When her hand was on the door. With a click sound, Yi Xiaohua closed the door. Father Xie was still sitting in his study, stunned for a long time. In fact, he did want to threaten Yi Xiaohua today. Yi Xiaohua's spiritual power was very exciting. So when Yi Xiaohua came, he took out the interstellar school to threaten her. It's very simple. Yi Xiaohua is a person from a garbage planet. In addition to her own spiritual power and interstellar school, where else could she have other cards? Father Xie has always been good at reading people's minds. If this trick was used on the original owner, it might work, but he met Yi Xiaohua. He thought he could threaten Yi Xiaohua, but he didn't expect that the interstellar school's files were torn by her. After Yi Xiaohua came out of Xie's house, she took a look at the optical brain. Now few people will contact her. Only 2 people are still contacting her on the communicator. If the outside world knows the names of these 2 people, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Yi Xiaohua first returned a message to Master Aaron, and then called back to Zhong Yunzhou. Your file was moved by the headmaster? Zhong Yunzhou squinted. Yi Xiaohua carelessly made a sound. He's very bold. Zhong Yunzhou over there, relying on not facing Yi Xiaohua, lit a cigarette with his fingertips. Yes? Yi Xiaohua smiled, but it's okay, I'll teach him how to be a man. Zhong Yunzhou looked at her, say, what do you want me to do? A little, Yi Xiaohua looked at him with a smile, when the incident happens, don't be too impulsive. Yi Xiaohua finished and saw Xiaxia catching up from behind, smiling. She cut off the link and looked at Xiaxia, what's the matter? Sister, can you talk to me? Xiaxia looked at Yi Xiaohua nervously. Yi Xiaohua nodded, naturally. The 2 found a random shop. Xiaxia watched Yi Xiaohua finish the drink in her hand, and slowly showed a gentle smile. Let's talk about how to transfer your 3S level spiritual power. After that, she watched Yi Xiaohua fall with the victory in her hand. When Yi Xiaohua woke up again, she was in the planet laboratory. You're awake? She saw Xiaxia's smiling face. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at her, but first looked at the laboratory. It was the laboratory in the memory of the original owner. This was the place where the original owner of the body had been destroyed. Even after the original owner had died, the laboratory was still filled with fear. See, this place that destroyed you, I will crush it bit by bit, as a gift to you. Yi Xiaohua whispered to herself. What are you talking about? Xiaxia didn't hear clearly. She paid attention to Yi Xiaohua's face. She didn't see the panicked expression on her face. She was very disappointed. Yi Xiaohua smiled, it's nothing, it's just that this should be illegal imprisonment, right? Aren't you afraid I'll post it on Starweb? Starweb? She thought Yi Xiaohua would say something, but she didn't expect to hear such a sentence in the end. Xiaxia chuckled, don't worry, this is my Xie family's laboratory. The Star Network is all blocked, and a fly can't come in. After saying that, she turned to look at the few people not far away. Dad, Mom, Doctor, when will we start the surgery? Xianxia couldn't wait as she thought about how she was about to possess SSS-level spiritual power. Surgery? Xianxia was stunned. What do you want to do? Don't, sister, don't be afraid. Xianxia appreciated Xiaohua's current appearance. She could have ignored Xiaohua, but she wanted to crush Xiaohua's dream bit by bit. I'm just waiting for the doctor in the laboratory to operate on you. I heard that people with spiritual power above a level have crystal nuclei in their brains. The doctor wants to install your crystal nuclei in my brain. Xianxia waited to see the twisted and frightened expression on Xiaohua's face, but there was nothing. Why did you suddenly do this? Xiaohua looked at Xianxia calmly. Xianxia froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Suddenly? Xiaohua? Are you naive? Do you know why Mom and Dad brought you back? It's not to let you come back to accompany me. From the beginning, they had the idea of digging out your crystal nuclei. It was at this time that Mrs. Xia and Mr. Xia came around. The two of them didn't have time to pay attention to Xiaohua. They just gestured with the doctor, which part of Xiaohua's head would be better to start the operation. No, anesthesia will affect my spiritual power. Mr. Xia shook his head. Let's dig it like this. The words from the two people's mouths were crueler than the other. Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes became darker. Aren't you afraid that I will disappear and attract other people's attention? How could that be? This time, Xianxia did not speak, but Father Xia showed a gentle smile. I told you long ago, you are just a piece of trash from a garbage planet. I can crush civilians like you with one hand. Who do you think you can attract the attention of? Even if the aristocrats know later, so what? Mr. Xia became more and more proud as he spoke. He began to show off his achievements. You are an ordinary person. Naturally, you don't know. My laboratory consumes 10 live experimental subjects every month. Those are all overconfident civilians. What do you think these civilians can find out? Of course, the aristocrats may know, but when my spiritual power transplant surgery is successful, do you think these aristocrats will choose to cooperate with me or against me? Mr. Xia said, casually scratching the back of Xiaohua's head with a scalpel. Young man, I have already warned you, don't be too arrogant. You are nothing in the hands of our Xia family. Look at you now, who can save you? However, to Mr. Xia's surprise, Xiaohua did not show the slightest expression of panic. Xiaohua, who was originally tied to the test bench, shook her hands and stood up easily. At the same time, the heavy laboratory door was split open by a palm, and a deep voice rang out, the heavy mechanical door has been destroyed. Several people in the laboratory couldn't help but look in the direction of the door. Outside the door, a group of people came in angrily. The leader is the current number 1 mecha assembler, Master Aaron. Alan is half of the mecha army, and the other half is the ancestral family. As long as people in the world understand the form, they know that the current planet is divided into 3 legs. The mecha manufacturing led by Alan is similar to the arms tycoon, or the kind of monopoly of Alan. One can imagine his deterrent power. The interstellar army led by the ancestral family is like a locust passing through, not a single inch of land is left. There is also the last one, the deterrent royal family. A family like the Xia family, placed in these 3 forces, in fact, is not enough to look at all. Xia father was shocked by the sudden arrival of Alan, AI. Mr. Alan, what is your relationship with her? What relationship? Alan looked at Xia father coldly. She is the heir that I found after a lot of hardships. Hearing this sentence, Xianxia's already pale face became more and more terrifying. Impossible. How could she be the heir of Master Aaron? She is obviously an ordinary person on the garbage planet. Xianxia can still remember when she and Xia Xiheng went to pick up Xiaohua. The other party was in the garbage dump, looking for garbage. He was clearly such a person. How did she suddenly become Alan's heir? How did she do it? Originally, Xianxia thought very well. Even if a person like Xiaohua disappeared, it wouldn't cause any waves. After she got Xiaohua's 3S level spiritual power, she would be able to drive an A-level mecha. At that time, even if she returned unsuspected, she could use a spiritual power mutation as a reason to fool the past. However, she didn't expect that, Alan's sudden appearance, Xia father also realized the seriousness of the matter. He looked at Alan and softened, Master Aaron, we are joking with Xiaohua. You also know that she is a sister. Isn't it normal for a sister to occasionally make a joke? He doesn't know how much Master Aaron knows. But Xia father adheres to one point, he doesn't want to admit it. He didn't believe that Alan would kill the Xia family for no reason without any evidence. At this time, Xia father remembered what Ji Xiaohua said last time, you don't think that my trump card is spiritual power and interstellar school, do you? At that time, he didn't understand what Ji Xiaohua meant by this sentence and felt that the other party couldn't escape his control. But he didn't expect. In this situation, he will understand Ji Xiaohua's meaning, and her relationship with Master Aaron is unpredictable. Father Xia was not a fool. He was very clear about political affairs. The third prince had even flown to the trash planet to help Master Aaron look for someone. Xia father and daughter, Xia father and daughter, Xia father and daughter. Xia father and daughter, Xia father and daughter, Xia father, Xia father and daughter. Xia father, Xia father, Xia father, Xia father, Xia father and daughter, Xia father, Xia father and Xia father, Xia father. When he thought of cold, his son Xia father, heat. 1. Even, the Xia father of Xia father, Xia father, Xia father. In Xia father Alan of the Xia father, he Xia father, Xia father, one of Xia father. Xia father of Xia father, 1. He had searched for a month and spent a lot of effort to find his successor, but before he could even meet her, she had been bullied by others and wanted to dig out her crystal core. This kind of deranged matter simply made people shudder with fear, especially in the end. Father Xia could still pretend that nothing had happened. How could Alan endure this? He was very angry, but he did not expect that when the swords were drawn, Yi Xiaohua smiled. From the moment she opened her eyes, she had turned on the live broadcast to the entire planet. Yes, Xia's family has blocked all the surrounding networks, but Yi Xiaohua is a bug. Even if the entire star web was blocked, 008 could still be used as usual. This live broadcast is to be recorded by the optical computer and spread to the global network by 008. It was guaranteed that everyone's photon computer would pop up once. She raised her hand and looked at the number of people watching the live broadcast on the photon computer, which has reached 900 million. Everyone heard it. I originally thought Xia family was kind to take me back, but when I found out that they wanted my crystal core, even if I thank them for taking me out of the garbage planet, I can't stay with Xia family. Also, this Master Xia can cover the sky with one hand, using living people for experiments, digging out the crystal core of civilians with strong spiritual power, and installing it on the body of a noble. It's simply outrageous. If there is a missing family member, you can come to the laboratory now to take the person home. These people will not abandon the experimental body, they will make the person into a specimen. What? Xia father and others listened to Yi Xiaohua's words and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Everyone heard it. This is what he thought it meant. Everyone present thought of one possibility, live broadcast. When thinking of this, Xia father and Xia Siki's face suddenly turned white. But, wasn't the network here all blocked by them? How could Yi Xiaohua still be connected to the internet? While Xia father and Xia Siki's wife were thinking about this, suddenly, the network in the laboratory was connected. Xia father received a contact request from Xia Sihing's photon computer. Xia Sihing didn't expect that he would see such a thing on the live broadcast on the internet. At the beginning, when the live broadcast popped up, he was going to press it. He didn't expect to see Yi Xiaohua's face on the live broadcast. His hand paused. Then came Xia Siki's cruel words. It made Xia Sihing feel that the lovely sister he usually saw was fake. How could she say that she was going to dig Yi Xiaohua's crystal nucleus with a sweet smile on her face? Then there was his father and mother, who were led by Yi Xiaohua step by step. The shocking truth, no wonder he couldn't understand why his mother suddenly asked him to pick up Yi Xiaohua. No wonder he couldn't understand why Yi Xiaohua suddenly left. Until he saw the live broadcast. This live broadcast caused a global sensation, not only involving the top figures of the Interstellar Federation, but also intensifying the contradiction between civilians and nobles. Netizen 1, I didn't expect that a person could be cruel and vicious to this point. Netizen 2, digging people's crystal nucleus, and also called to dig civilians' crystal nucleus. Today it's Miss Yi. If it were someone else without a card, would it have been successful? Netizen 3, even threatening Miss Yi so blatantly, has the safest main planet come to this point? Netizen 4, I'm afraid to let my son go to school. My son is a civilian, and he still has B-level spiritual power. Netizen 5, Xia family is really hypocritical, so disgusting that I want to vomit. After answering Xia Xiheng's call, Xia Xiheng's father clicked on the live broadcast and saw such a live broadcast page. After planning for half of his life, he was about to succeed. Who knew that Yi Xiaohua, who he thought was the best to handle, turned out to be a wolf? Xiaxiki fell to the ground and couldn't recover for a long time. Xiaxiki couldn't walk anymore. She was taken out of the laboratory by the interstellar police. As soon as she came out, she found that many residents had surrounded the laboratory and then smashed things on her. Xiaxiki saw two brothers in the crowd and opened her mouth to call them. But she found that they were looking at her with a kind of cold and disgusted eyes. Xiaxiki was cold all over. And the interstellar school was not calm. Before Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast began, some people found that the name Yi Xiaohua on the freshman column suddenly disappeared. In addition to the news about Yi Xiaohua's life experience on the internet, everyone knows what choice the school has made. The headmaster also has no way. Yi Xiaohua's identity is a time bomb. But in reality, it was not that she could not give it up. Although she had SSS-level spiritual power, she only had an A-level physique, the principal comforted himself. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Fang Qing, who was as popular as the Xia brothers in the school, suddenly came. The principal was very concerned about this top student in the school. Fang Qing, what can I do for you? He tried to keep his tone gentle. Headmaster, I'm here to withdraw from school. Fang Qing looked at the headmaster calmly, as if he had just said, I ate today. However, the principal's body stiffened. Student Fang, are you joking? The principal tried to sound as calm as possible. I won't make things difficult for you. I know that your family is poor and it's not easy for you to continue studying here. Please don't say such things in the future, I'm not joking. Fang Qing shook his head. He removed the badge and other items and placed them on the table. I've already erased my name from the system. Goodbye, principal. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the door. The principal saw that he was not joking and instantly became anxious. Fang Qing, you have to think clearly. Your results are so excellent. An E-level mech can defeat a C-level mech. Your future is limitless. Hearing the principal's words, Fang Qing turned around. He looked at the principal with a complicated expression. I can challenge higher ranks not because I'm strong, but because Yi Xiaohua helped me reassemble the mech. Her clan leader's mech compatibility is 100%. That's why I can defeat a C-level mech. If it weren't for her, I would have lost the last time I challenged those people. I heard that this time she violated the school rules and was expelled. I don't think it's suitable for me to stay here. After saying that, Fang Qing did not stop and directly left. However, his words made the principal unable to recover. Although he was not a mech assembler, he also knew the general knowledge of mechs. Naturally, he knew what a mech with 100% compatibility meant. After all, Master Aaron could only make mechs with 90% compatibility, and they were all B-level and above. According to Fang Qing, a mech with 100% compatibility that Yi Xiaohua assembled could challenge higher ranks. Did this mean that an S-level mech with 100% compatibility was equivalent to an SSD mech? When the principal thought of this, he finally realized how terrifying Yi Xiaohua's ability was. He sat on the stool in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. However, the matter did not end there. A few minutes later, he received a call from the Rosette Empire's optical computer. What? When the principal heard the general's words, he thought that there must be something wrong with his ears. Young Marshal Zhong, you want to cancel your mech display consultant contract with our school? Why? Zhong Yunzhou was their Interstellar Academy's signature. He was also the last person to reach SSS in both physical and spiritual power. This was one of the reasons why the principal chose to give up on Yi Xiaohua. Zhong Yunzhou watched the mech slowly land at the entrance of the laboratory. He retracted his gaze and looked at the anxious principal. That S-rank invitation letter was given to her by me. I was the one who brought her into the school. Since she's gone now, there's no point in me staying. Zhong Yunzhou jumped out of the mech, looked at the principal, who was already frozen, and left a sentence. When I gave her the invitation letter a month ago, she was an F-class physique at that time. After saying that, he ignored the principal and walked directly toward the crowd. Interstellar School, the principal was stunned. But when he was tested, Yi Xiaohua was clearly an A-class physique. No, Zhong Yunzhou won't lie. That is, Yi Xiaohua has improved from F-class physique to A-class physique in a month. This is not her limit. She has improved so much in a month. It's only a matter of time before she reaches the 3S level. When he realized all this, the principal covered his chest and couldn't breathe for a long time. Zhong Yunzhou doesn't care what trouble he has caused to the principal. His fighter has become the symbol of the Imperial Legion, so when they saw his fighter stop, everyone couldn't help but stop their movements. It is undeniable that he is the faith of the entire Legion and even the entire planet. Physique and spirit double 3S. No matter who the inhabitants of the planet criticize, they will not criticize such a person. His image in the hearts of these people is too high. In addition, he rarely appears in public, which adds a lot of mystery to him. Most of them have heard of this person's name in legends. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to get so close to him. Knowing that he is standing in front of another newly promoted myth. These people are crazy. I'm not impulsive. Zhong Yunzhou stood in front of Yi Xiaohua, looking at her hand that was covering her head and the blood that was drawn out. His eyes were deep. 008, well, he wasn't impulsive. He just led the Imperial Legion to destroy the Xie family base. Yi Xiaohua looked at him and helplessly held her forehead. Okay, let's go back first. My mother must be worried to death. Zhong Yunzhou nodded. The two of them returned under the watchful eyes of everyone, but what happened that day shocked the entire planet. No one would have thought that the Xie family, who had just been sympathizing with them on the internet, would instantly become prisoners. Everyone found many specimens and corpses in the Xie family's laboratory. Those terrifying experiments made them tremble with fear. Nobles and commoners were two extremes that were incompatible with each other. However, none of the nobles dared to step forward. In order to appease the people, the king uprooted the Xie family and even pulled out the truth of Yi Xiaohua's father's betrayal. According to the Xie family's prisoner, Marshal Yi was framed and betrayed by Xie family's father because he refused to hand over his poisoned soldiers to the Xie family. When this matter was exposed, the entire internet was shocked. When Marshal Yi betrayed the Interstellar Federation, everyone on the planet was angry. They hated traitors the most and didn't listen to Marshal Yi's explanation. They jointly wrote a petition to sentence Marshal Yi to death, leaving only the 3 women of the Yi family alive. So, this is the truth? We killed Marshal Yi? My Marshal Yi. Aha! I really cried myself to death. After the news was released, the king personally took out the ashes that had been randomly buried in the garbage dump. Don't move, Yi Xiaohua saw the king's action and directly stopped him. She walked over and personally took out the ashes. When passing by the king, she paused. My dad, he may not want you to touch it. After that, she didn't care about the stiff and sad appearance of the other party. She took the ashes back to the main planet and bought a cemetery to bury them. Mother Yi sat in front of the tombstone for 3 days without eating or drinking. During these 3 days, she only said one sentence, Old Yi, I raised your daughter. Look. After this incident, the power of the main planet underwent a major reshuffle. The rights of civilians were no longer so restrained. Everything was developing steadily, and Yi Xiaohua was accepted as Alan's heir. At the same time, 2 messages were posted on the internet. First, Yi Xiaohua's physical strength and mental strength reached double 3S. Second, Yi Xiaohua's compatibility with mecha assembly was 100%. These 2 messages dropped a heavy bomb on the internet. After Feng Qing, many civilians left the academy one after another. They all followed Yi Xiaohua. It turned out that Interstellar School was not the best school. The people that Yi Xiaohua brought with her were stronger than the other. Feng Qing, a double A-class mecha warrior, piloted an A-class mecha that could fight against an SS-class mecha. Yi Xiaohua leaned in front of the door of a merchandise store, looking down at the optical computer, waiting for Zhong Yunzhou to come back from shopping. Xiaohua. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Yi Xiaohua lazily looked up and saw a person that she was not too familiar with. Beth? She looked at the beautiful Beth in front of her. Beth looked very happy to see Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I didn't expect it to be you. I thought I was wrong. You haven't changed much from before. Beth looked at Yi Xiaohua's new, but somewhat monotonous clothes and pursed her lips and smiled. Didn't I tell you to find me when you come to the main planet? Beth spoke to Yi Xiaohua now, more or less with a sense of superiority. By the way, I'm still working at the settler's house. Housekeeper has adopted me as his daughter. If you have any difficulties in the future, remember to find me. Yi Xiaohua looked at her in surprise. Well, if there's a chance, I'll definitely come to find you. Beth squinted and smiled. Housekeeper said that he would take me to the settler's aircraft tomorrow to pick up my parents. Do you want to go back with me and see? No need. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. I have something to do tomorrow. What can you do? Beth couldn't believe that Yi Xiaohua actually refused to go. This was an exclusive aircraft. Yi Xiaohua looked at the pedestrians passing by and stepped back. She didn't expect to bump into someone. That person didn't stand on ceremony with her and reached out to hug her. I saw Master Aaron, so I said one more sentence. Zhong Yunzhou's voice was slightly low. When he squinted slightly, his whole person seemed lazy. His whole person didn't have the cold and hard feeling of the online photos. Instead, there was a wisp of gentleness, which made him more attractive. He didn't look at Beth beside him. He just lowered his eyes and asked, Go home? Yeah. Yi Xiaohua nodded and then waved at Beth. Beth, let's talk next time. Beth looked at the two of them stiffly and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She didn't know the others, but how could she not know the interstellar guy, young Marshal Zhong? Yi Xiaohua. How could they be together? Beth was in a trance and couldn't react. Beth, how do you know Missy? Not far away, Housekeeper had already seen Yi Xiaohua and young Marshal. But he didn't dare come over. After the two of them left, he came over and asked. Missy? Beth repeated what Housekeeper said. For a moment, she wondered if the Missy that Housekeeper mentioned was the Yi Xiaohua that she knew. Are you sure? That's my friend Yi Xiaohua. You've seen her on the garbage planet. It didn't take long for Housekeeper to find that woman from his memory. He was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. So, what right do I have to laugh at the principal of Interstellar School? I'm also one of the fools who rejected Missy. Yi Xiaohua took over Alan and became the first mecha assembler in the interstellar world. She created her own mecha and became the first female to own an S-class mecha. As for Interstellar School, ever since Yi Xiaohua and the people of Yunzhou left, it became more and more desolate. When she realized this, Yi Xiaohua knew that she wasn't far from completing the mission. Ding. Main mission completed, system reward 7,000 points. Ding. System 008 is at the service of the host. 7,000 points have been received, leaving the world. When she woke up again, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel as bad as in the previous world. It was just that the surroundings were a little noisy. She looked up and saw that she was surrounded by slightly immature boys and girls. Yi Xiaohua saw the 4 words written on the back of the student's uniform in front of her. Anqing High School. On the podium, a woman in her 20s was giving a speech. The speaker had a chestnut wavy hair, light makeup, elegant manner, and very beautiful appearance. The woman was giving a speech on a mathematical academic research. Yi Xiaohua listened for a while. With her vision, this speech was flashy and unsubstantial. It was not analyzed thoroughly at all. She didn't continue to listen. But the students sitting there listened very carefully. Especially the teachers sitting in the front row, listening and taking notes, their eyes were bright, as if they were listening to a big man's speech. Xiaohua, your sister is worthy of being an exchange student of the capital university with M country. She is good-looking and has a smart brain. The girl beside Yi Xiaohua came to Yi Xiaohua's ear, and her voice was complicated and full of envy. Really, people can't be compared with people. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her, then lowered her eyes to sleep and received the plot. This world is very ordinary. The original owner's family and the original owner have 3 children. The eldest, Yi Jinlan, was admitted to the capital university with the results of the city's top scholar 2 years ago. She is the pride of her parents. She is the beauty who is now giving a speech on the podium. The youngest, Yi Fan, has excellent grades since he was a child. He got a certificate every year. Last year, he was admitted to the best high school with the results of the first place in the high school entrance examination. As for the original body, it is the second oldest. Her grades are not as good as her sister and younger brother. She has no talent and nothing to show for it. She is already ordinary enough. Under the contrast of her sister and younger brother, she is even more ordinary. In a family with many children, parents will inevitably be partial. Not to mention that compared with her sister and younger brother, the second daughter is too ordinary, so they prefer her younger brother. The original owner also knows that she can't compare with her sister and younger brother. She never asks her parents for things. Under the extreme lack of love, the original owner will be worried about gains and losses when she meets a friend. The one who just talked to her is the original owner's friend from junior high school to the present, Song Yi. Thanks to Song Yi, the original owner, who had nothing to pick out, but had a vase face, has become ordinary. On the bridge of the nose is the black earthy large frame glasses given by Song Yi. The bangs are very long hanging on the forehead. These days, girls who love beauty have already painted light makeup. Even if they are nearsighted, they will find a good-looking glasses. The original owner can only use one word to describe it, earthy. The original owner has a childhood sweetheart boyfriend, Tianyu, who has been very outstanding since childhood. The Tian family has a small capital business and is much richer than the Yi family. For some reason, he has been living opposite the original owner's house without any accompaniment. Everyone doesn't know why. The original owner, who is ugly and has a low IQ, can have a boyfriend who is a genius. The original owner also feels that she is very lucky. However, the original owner didn't expect that her sister and Tianyu would give her a huge surprise. The two of them secretly got together. Seeing the original owner, Tianyu still has a vigilant face and protects her sister behind her, as if afraid that the original owner will harm her sister. The original owner then knows that Tianyu originally used the original owner as a shield. Later, in the process of getting along with the original owner, he fell in love with his sister who has similar interests. After the parents who favor the sister found out, they only said one sentence, "Anyway, you are not worthy of Tianyu, but your sister is." After that, the original owner became even more silent. Later, on a rainy night, the original owner's mother asked the original owner to send an umbrella to her sister. The two of them were kidnapped by the Tian family's enemy. After Tianyu negotiated, the enemy wanted to keep one hostage, and the remaining person can be exchanged with money. Yes, Tianyu took her sister away. After going down the mountain, the original owner's parents called the police. The kidnappers tore up the hostages. The original owner was killed and dumped. Receiving here, Yi Xiaohua reached out and touched the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. She was not in a good mood. The original owner lived for a lifetime. In the end, her parents were partial to her. Her friends were playing with her. Her boyfriend was fake from beginning to end. Song Yi beside her suddenly found that Yi Xiaohua's body had become a lot colder. Song Yi couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua several times. I always feel that my friend seems to be very wrong today. Yi Jinlan is still giving a speech. Yi Xiaohua naturally doesn't pay attention to this level of academic speech. She listens quite inattentively. Yi Xiaohua's seat is actually very easy to identify. Yi Jinlan, who is giving a speech, glances at Yi Xiaohua, who is sleeping with his eyes down, and frowns up. After the speech, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaohua, don't you wait for your sister?" After seeing the speech, Yi Xiaohua left with people. Song Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua with some surprise. At this time, Yi Xiaohua must have looked at Yi Jinlan with envy with her. How come today? Where does she think Yi Xiaohua is not right? Yi Xiaohua didn't care about Yi Jinlan. After the speech, she packed up her books and went home. The original owner is now in the 3rd year of high school. There is still a month to go to the college entrance examination. The principal of Yicheng High School invited Yi Jinlan, the city's top scorer in the high school entrance examination in Anqing 2 years ago, to come back and give a speech. When Yi Xiaohua went out of the school gate, she saw the original brother Yi Fan waiting for Yi Jinlan outside. They talked and laughed and walked home. They didn't find Yi Xiaohua not far behind them. Ye's family lives in the school district house not far from the school, which was bought by Ye's parents in the early years. When Yi Fan and Yi Jinlan opened the door with the key, they suddenly found that Yi Xiaohua also came up slowly from downstairs. Both of them were stunned. But they didn't speak. After opening the door, they found that many relatives of Ye's family came today. Yi Xiaohua squinted and thought about it. By the way, today is Yi Jinlan's application to study abroad. Ye's parents and relatives and friends come to dinner. Seeing the child coming back, Yi father and Yi mother's eyes brightened. As we were talking, they came back. Yi Mu pulled Yi Fan and Yi Jinlan over, and her voice was full of joy. Second aunt, this is my daughter, Jinlan, this is my son, Xiaofan. Jinlan, Xiaofan, call people. There were a lot of people in the living room. Yi Xiaohua searched her memory and didn't find any familiar faces. Yi Xiaohua didn't know anyone and couldn't get a word in. Her parents were busy showing off her sister and brother to their relatives and had no time to take care of her. This is also normal. After all, compared with her excellent sister and brother, Yi Xiaohua is too ordinary, and there is no shining point worth mentioning. However, Yi Xiaohua is not the original body. Seeing this scene, she is not lost. Just go back to her room to read. Speaking of her room, in fact, it is not a room. Ye's house has 3 rooms and 1 hall, and a very narrow utility room. At first, the original owner lived in one of the rooms with her sister. Later, Yi Jinlan learned musical instruments, and the things in the room could not be put down. She said it several times in front of Ye's father and mother. Yi Jinlan, as an elder sister, is also very excellent, and has a hot temper. After hearing it, she automatically said that she would move out. In fact, the original body knows her position very well. Her parents dislike her all day long. Without her sister's excellent grades, she dare not act coquettishly to her parents. She can only make herself more sensible. Try to make your sense of existence weak. Ye's father and mother also think that the eldest daughter's study is important. They listened to the words of the original owner, and without thinking much, they tidied up the utility room for Yi Xiaohua to live in. This has been living until now. Later, Yi Jinlan went to college and rarely went home. But even so, Ye's parents did not propose that the original owner move back. Although Yi Jinlan only comes back a few times a year, she will come back to live. The last New Year, she also brought back a roommate from the capital university, who was a native of the capital. Ye's father and mother are very clear that Yi Jinlan's classmates will all become talents in the future. They can't always live in such a small room when Yi Jinlan brings her classmates back. Moreover, Yi Jinlan always has a lot of things, such as piano and guitar, and the small room is not enough to put them. Thinking of this, the two did not let Yi Xiaohua move back. Yi Xiaohua put her school bag on the table and looked at the room. She didn't need to look at it. The original owner's things were pitiful. The wardrobe and the bed were crowded together, and then put an old desk. The whole room was very crowded. Because it was a utility room, there were no windows, and the whole room was very depressed. Yi Xiaohua wanted to take a bath, but there was no independent bathroom in the room. There was a public bathroom outside the living room, but because there were so many people, she did not take a bath. He pulled open the wardrobe and scanned through the clothes inside. The clothes from the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter combined did not fill up the wardrobe. From this door to now, Yi Xiaohua feels that her head is getting more and more painful. She pressed her hand against her temple. Then he closed the wardrobe door. On the closet door was the only decoration in the room. Mirrors. Yi Xiaohua takes off the wide glasses on the bridge of her nose, and then tucks Jia Ang's hair on both sides behind his ears. The face that was covered by the ugly glasses is finally revealed. This face was completely selected from the best genes of the Yi family's parents. She had red lips and white teeth, and a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars seemed to be filled with resplendent starlight. Yi Xiaohua squints slightly. Her originally delicate and beautiful appearance was completely washed away by her slightly narrowed eyes that revealed a bit of unruly and evil aura. Although there was nothing in this body. But he had a face. The original owner had lived for so many years. Didn't he know that this was a society that looked at one's face, outside the house? Xiao Fan, Jin Lan, get ready. We're going out for dinner. Yimu called the two of them. Today is a big day. Their old Ji family not only has a capital university, but also can go abroad to study. After the relatives knew about it, they all congratulated them. This is the only one among all the relatives. It's a big face for Ye's parents. Ye's husband and wife thought that their daughter had such a long face. Of course, they couldn't be left behind. They decided to take this group of relatives to a big restaurant for dinner. You're really lucky to have given birth to two characters, the aunt looked at Yimu and sighed. Xiaofan got the first place in middle school last year and went to Anqing High School. Jin Lan also got the first place in the city. I heard that there was a picture of her in the newspaper at that time. Yes, I still have the newspaper. Yimu showed the carefully collected newspaper to the relatives. Her face was full of pride. Of course, the two of them have been very conscious since they were young. Olji and I have never cared about them. You know, this kind of thing is completely self-conscious. This is obviously showing off. However, the relatives didn't think there was anything wrong with Yimu's showing off. It can't be helped. People are angry. Second aunt, great aunt, come downstairs with me. Let's go to a big restaurant for dinner. Olji has already booked a banquet. After Yimu finished speaking, she no longer pulled the hatred. She led a group of relatives out, and then suddenly remembered something. She said to Yi Jinlan, Jinlan, go to the opposite door and call your uncle Tian, Aunt Tian, and Tianyu. When it came to Tianyu, Yi Jinlan's expression was very complicated, but it was only for a while. No one noticed the look at the bottom of her eyes at that moment. She tidied up her clothes, opened the door, walked to the opposite side and knocked on Tianyu's door. Tianyu is the same age as Yi Xiaohua. He is a student in the No. 1 middle school next door. Like the two outstanding children of Ye's family, he has an excellent appearance. Sister Jinlan, my parents went out to socialize. Tianyu saw Yi Jinlan for a second, a handsome face raised a little light. Today, only I will go. To be fair, Tianyu is a very handsome boy. His angular face is a little bad. He is nearly 185 tall. In addition, he has been ranked first in No. 1 middle school for a long time. His name in No. 1 middle school is very loud. Even in Anqing High School, there will be girls quietly around the school to see him. Well, you pack up, we'll wait for you downstairs. Yi Jinlan calmed down his mood. After that, he left. Yi Fan finally went out. Seeing Yi Jinlan just coming out from the opposite side, her face was a little red. Yi Fan was a little surprised. He didn't know what was going on with his elder sister. Originally, Yi Fan was going to leave, but he suddenly thought of something. Yi Fan looks at Yi Jinlan, who is going downstairs, and looks at Tianyu, who is following Yi Jinlan closely. Neither of them thought of the second sister. Yi Fan, who was going out, turned back and knocked on Yi Xiaohua's door. Second sister, come out to the hotel. We won't have dinner at home today. Yi Xiaohua is packing things in the room. Hearing Yi Fan's voice, she says, well, come out in a minute. Take the glasses aside and put them on. Yi Xiaohua follows Yi Fan out. Ye's father is a truck driver. He drives a van. The trunk is empty. It's no problem to load more than a dozen people. The hotel is in the center of the city. It seems that Ye's parents have spent a lot of money. It's not cheap to have a meal here. Ye's parents also booked a box. When the group sat down, their eyes were on Tianyu. No wonder these people's eyes. Tianyu himself is a luminous body, and his speech and temperament and other aspects show that he is extraordinary. The relatives of Ye's family are all very poisonous. Naturally, they know that Tianyu is different from their group of working-class people. Which family is this handsome young man? Why haven't I seen him before? Aunt Er looks at Tianyu. Tianyu raised his eyes. He was talking to Yi Fan and Yi Jinlan. He didn't expect that these people would suddenly notice him. Yimu explained directly for him, and she smiled. Aunt Air, this is what I told you, the son of old Tian's family, now the same age as Xiaohua. He went to school in number 1 middle school. When he took the high school entrance examination, he was also the first one. Now he is Xiaohua's boyfriend. Hearing that it was Tianyu, the people at the table smiled more kindly to Tianyu. Unexpectedly, Yimu said such a sentence in the end. A group of relatives looked at each other. Xiaohua's boyfriend? It looks quite suitable. Aunt Air and others looked at Yi Xiaohua and Tianyu, and said very against their will. The two don't look like a match at all. Aunt Air smiled awkwardly and said in her heart that it was a good thing that she hadn't been the fastest. Just coming out of Ye's house, she saw Yi Jinlan and Tianyu going downstairs together. She thought Tianyu was Yi Jinlan's boyfriend. However, she couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. Yi Jinlan's appearance was quite outstanding. From junior high to senior high school, she didn't lack pursuers. Everyone in this neighborhood knew the two children of the Yi family. When it comes to the eldest daughter of the Yi family, these picky relatives are full of praise. Tianyu's appearance was also very clear and handsome. Looking at the way he talked, he didn't seem like a commoner like them. His gestures were very appropriate. The two of them looked like a perfect couple. The most important thing was that both of them had equally outstanding results. Yi Xiaohua, on the other hand, has not been very good since she was a child. Although most of her relatives are not very good, there are siblings in her family, which makes her even worse. The walls of the Yi family were covered with certificates that the siblings had brought back. Under the showing off of Ye's parents, relatives have seen it. They naturally know that there is no certificate of Yi Xiaohua on the wall. Compared with the two siblings, Yi Xiaohua is too ordinary in all aspects, and her appearance is far inferior to Yi Jinlan's. The whole person is a stuffy pot. Tianyu is very good in all aspects. How can she look at Yi Xiaohua? Although the relatives didn't say it out loud, they all thought so in their hearts. How is your family Xiaohua doing now? It's going to be the college entrance examination soon. The second aunt moved her eyes from Yi Xiaohua and Tianyu and asked Yimu in a low voice. Yimu also took a look at Yi Xiaohua, and her mood was very complicated. It's still like that. I asked Jinlan about her grades. It's hard to get into the second one. Take your time, the second aunt patted her hand. It's enough for you to have Jinlan and Xiaofan in your family. Mentioning these two heart treasures, Yimu smiled. On this side, the relatives were talking, and Yi Jinlan and others were also discussing the problem. Speaking of discussion. In fact, Yi Jinlan has been talking to Tianyu. The seats are distributed like this: Yi Fan, Yi Xiaohua, Tianyu, Yi Jinlan. I heard that Sister Jinlan went to school to give a speech today. Tianyu looked at Yi Jinlan. It's about space theory. I've seen your school forum. This space theory should be learned in the 4th year of college. You are very good. Yi Jinlan smiled modestly. I just talked about it according to what the principal said, but fortunately, those students listened very carefully. Speaking of this, Yi Jinlan mentioned Yi Xiaohua. My brother listened very carefully, but Xiaohua never listened. She made me worried about her college entrance examination. Tianyu is not interested in Yi Xiaohua. Hearing this, he was not surprised at all. She was not as smart as you when she was a child, and she didn't like to learn. Don't say that she didn't listen. Even if she listened, she didn't understand what you were talking about. The two have been discussing the theory of mathematics since then. Yi Jinlan is a mathematics major in college. She is very good at mathematics. Of course, this kind of good is at Yi Jinlan's age. And Tianyu also participated in the mathematics competition in high school. Although she was not selected by the national team, she won the first prize in the province. The two have similar interests and are equally smart, so they chat more and more congenial. From mathematics to overseas, they talk about the current financial situation. Tianyu likes the feeling of chatting with Yi Jinlan very much. No matter what he says, she can answer. Yi Jinlan said that he would ask Yi Xiaohua a few questions. However, Yi Xiaohua either doesn't speak or doesn't answer. Tianyu rarely talks to Yi Xiaohua now. He doesn't know what he can talk to her about. Is he going to say a BSD conjecture, and then Yi Xiaohua will ask him what BSD is? Yi Xiaohua sits next to the two and feels the content of their conversation. There is no fluctuation in her heart. She even wants to complain that Yi Jinlan just said a mathematical formula wrong. So you participated in CMO in high school? Yi Jinlan sighed. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyes for the first time and looked at Tianyu in surprise. CMO? Isn't it CMO, China Math Olympiad? She has even participated in IMO and won an international gold medal. What did she say? Yi Xiaohua opened her mouth. In the memory of the original owner, Tianyu studied foreign affairs, that is, liberal arts. That's why she asked in surprise. But looking at Tianyu's words, Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and didn't speak again. Yi Jinlan thought Yi Xiaohua didn't know, so he explained, Xiaohua, CMO is a national math competition. Your teacher didn't tell you, so you may not know. High school is like this. If a teacher thinks that a person is good at learning, he will train him to participate in the math competition alone. These are not only honors, but also bonus points in the college entrance examination. The reason why the two people reacted like this was because the original owner's grades had always been below the middle of the class. So the two people subconsciously felt that the teacher would not look for Yi Xiaohua. She didn't know about these competitions. In fact, everyone guessed it right. The original body really didn't know. But it was not the original body, but Yi Xiaohua who had passed through several worlds. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yi Jinlan and Tianyu, and didn't say anything. She now knew why the original plot developed like this. Nominally, Tianyu was the boyfriend of the original body. However, in the process of getting along with him, as long as Yi Jinlan was there, the two would talk about various academic contents. These contents were very profound, and the original body couldn't get a word in at all, like an outsider. As time passed, it was not surprising that the two of them would end up together. Yi Fan didn't interrupt at first, but when he heard them talking about CMO, he looked up. Brother Tianyu also participated in CMO? He was impatient with Yi Xiaohua, but Tianyu was very patient with the rest of the Yi family. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he looked at Yi Fan, also? Are you participating in competition training? Yes, but there is a lot of knowledge in it that is very difficult. Yi Fan looked at Tianyu embarrassedly. I wanted to ask elder sister to help me, but elder sister will leave in a few days. Can I ask you if there are any questions that I don't know? Although Tianyu was going to take the college entrance examination, he was naturally not worried about it. And he also wanted to have a good relationship with Yi Fan. Hearing this, he didn't even think about it. Of course, when I'm not at home, you can also call me. By the way, do you have my cell phone? Yes, thank you, Brother Tian. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Then, he joined Tianyu's discussion. Now you don't have to worry about the competition. Yimu saw that Tianyu agreed, and was very happy. But I have to trouble Tianyu. Tianyu smiled. No trouble at all. Father Yi hesitated, but aren't you going to take the college entrance examination? It's okay, Dad, Yi Jinlan said directly. This kind of college entrance examination is like a game to Tianyu. Yes, father thought about Tianyu's results and didn't worry. The relatives at the table listened to their conversation and looked at each other. What kind of math competition is Xiao Fan going to participate in? Is it like the competition shown on TV? Yes, Mother Yi and Father Yi are both crazy about showing off their children. They can't stop talking when they mention these. Their teacher said that Xiao Fan is very talented and is likely to win an award. Maybe he can also represent the national team in the competition. National team? Second aunts had never heard their children talk about this before. When they heard this, they were very curious. They wanted to go back and show off to their neighbors and friends after listening to Yimu. It's to represent the country and go abroad to compete with those foreigners. Father Yi smiled from ear to ear. Yes, family is an ordinary working family. Relatives are similar, no one is better than anyone else. Nowadays, they can't afford to buy a house in the city, not to mention that there are children to support at home. It's great for someone in the family to go abroad. Hearing that Yi Fan will go abroad to participate in the competition, these people feel that Yi Fan is more and more great. One by one, they lamented how good Ye's life was. At the dinner table, they discussed the family's position, Or these people were talking about Yi Fan, Yi Jinlan, and Tianyu. Almost no one talked to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua looked at the dishes on the table. Ye's parents really didn't care about their second daughter. They ordered almost all the seafood on the table. Unfortunately, she was allergic to seafood. So she only ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables, took the drink and didn't eat any more. The box was not very big. It was full of the smell of smoke and alcohol. It was very unpleasant. Yi Xiaohua just wanted to go to the toilet again, so she said to Yi Mu and went out to find the bathroom. The bathroom is at the end of the corridor. I don't know if it's time for dinner. The people in the bathroom are all in line. Yi Xiaohua looked at it. There were 10 people in front of her. She leaned against the wall and waited. It took about 10 minutes for her to arrive. After washing her hands from the bathroom, Yi Xiaohua walked in the direction of the box. When she walked to the box, she frowned. It was too quiet in the box. There was a bad idea. She went in and had a look. Sure enough, all the people in the box had left, leaving only a few waiters to clean up the table. Why didn't you leave with your family? Seeing Yi Xiaohua come in, the waiter was surprised. You go down, they just left. Yi Xiaohua took a look at her, thank you. As she spoke, she went downstairs. The 2 waiters behind were marveling at her. Yi father's car was parked on the left side of the gate. They should have just left. I don't know if they can catch up. Just out of the gate, she saw Yi father's car left a car and then turned a corner, and she couldn't see anything. Even though she knew from the plot that the original owner was almost an invisible person at home. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect such a scene. Didn't these people find out that she hadn't got on the car yet? Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath and sat on the stone block by the road. She wanted to take a taxi, but she didn't have any money. She also wanted to call her eccentric parents, but unfortunately, Ye's family didn't buy her a mobile phone. Yi Xiaohua has been waiting for an hour, but she hasn't waited for Yi father and Yi mother to come back. There were 3 people in the luxurious car. There was 1 person in the driver's seat and 1 person in the front passenger seat. The person in the back seat had his right hand resting lazily on the car window while his left hand was plugging an earpiece into his ear. He was talking to the person on the other end of the phone and his voice was clear and melodious. Got it, Mom. The man in the driver's seat drove carefully and suddenly saw a figure sitting by the roadside. Why is that lady still here? The 2 attendants said that her parents had left. He then looked at the rearview mirror. Young master, that lady looks quite pitiful. Shall we give her a ride? The young man heard his words and lifted his head to look at the man. His white shirt pressed down on the earpiece cable and when he tilted his head, the earpiece slid down his white shirt collar. The lights in the back of the car were switched on and he could see his face clearly. Chiyu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was once again shocked by his looks. Butler Chen, you're thinking too much. Chiyu patted Butler Chen's shoulder and held back his laughter. He's not even willing to let the leader's granddaughter get in the car. Do you think he'll let her in? Butler Chen knew this as well but he couldn't bear to listen to the discussion between the 2 attendants just now. Yun Fei, who was sitting in the back seat, heard Chiyu's words and slowly retracted his gaze. Butler Chen had watched him grow up and knew his temper well. Yun Fei couldn't help but think, what kind of lady could make Butler Chen speak to him and let her sit here? He looked ahead. From this angle, he could see the lady sitting on the stone block. One of her legs was bent on the stone block and her right hand was supporting her chin. From this angle, he could only see the side of her face. The curve was exquisite. There was only a single figure under the street lights and there were cars speeding past her. The dim light shone on her face and because of her overly cold expression, she looked extremely aloof. Yun Fei's gaze paused for a moment. Seeing that Butler Chen had no intention of slowing down, he didn't even think twice. Stop the car and ask her where she lives. The car slammed on the brakes. Chiyu's hand pressed on the window beside him, and he looked at the back seat in shock, before asking, Yun Fei, can I exchange seats with you? He knew his childhood friend's bad habit. He didn't like being squeezed with others. However, contrary to his expectations, Yun Fei only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond. Housekeeper Chen was afraid that Yun Fei would regret. He stopped the car and called Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was thinking about when her parents would find out that she was not there, but she didn't expect that before they arrived, a Bentley stopped in front of her. The window on the driver's seat rolled down. "Little girl, where do you live? I'll send you back." "Thank you." Yi Xiaohua patted her clothes, opened the back door and went in. When he saw the person sitting inside, his hand paused for a moment before he continued to sit in. Housekeeper Chen smiled. "You're welcome, you're welcome." He glanced at Yunfei, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't dare to say anything. Qiyu was extremely curious about this girl. He didn't look special at all. He was wearing the uniform of Anqing High School and had thick-rimmed glasses on his face. He looked like a nerd. He looked like a country bumpkin. However, this person's skin was really good, white and rosy. Qiyu saw that she wasn't excited after getting on the car. Instead, she looked extremely calm. He couldn't help but be curious. "My name is Qiyu, what's your name? Why are you sitting alone by the side of the road?" Qiyu was very curious about this girl. Not only him, even housekeeper Chen was very curious. Yi Xiaohua placed her hand on the window. "Yi Xiaohua. I came out to eat with my family at night and went to the bathroom. When I came back, my parents left." Hearing this answer, the three people in the car felt a little strange. Housekeeper Chen looked at her calm face in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but say, "Your parents didn't wait for you? Didn't they tell you? Why did they let you wait alone? It's almost 10 o'clock. It wasn't that he thought that her parents were careless, but she was clearly underage. And she was a girl. To be able to forget such an adult, how careless must her parents be, or, what kind of situation was she in at home? Housekeeper Chen looked at Yi Xiaohua's face that didn't have any anger or other expressions. He opened his mouth and wanted to remind her, but he felt that it wasn't appropriate. So he didn't say anything. Qiyu also looked at her in surprise, but he changed the topic. "Let's add each other on WeChat. What's your WeChat number?" Yi Xiaohua said a string of numbers and then added, "Sorry, I don't have a cell phone right now. I might have to wait for a while before I can add you." No cell phone. Qiyu's action of opening WeChat paused. The other party couldn't be making an excuse, but he was such a handsome and rich person, no one would refuse him. Qiyu looked at Yi Xiaohua's school uniform and felt that the other party might really not have a cell phone. Was she a caveman? The original owner originally had an old cell phone that Yi Jinlan used. Last month, it was completely scrapped. Father and Mother Yi also said that they would buy it for her, but they haven't bought it yet. However, the original owner didn't want her parents to buy it again. She originally wanted to go for an internship after the college entrance examination and then earn money to buy a cell phone by herself. Yi Xiaohua felt that she was becoming more and more pitiful. In the previous world, there was no money to buy an optical computer, and in this world, there was no money to buy a cell phone. Thinking of this, she glanced at the person beside her. She didn't expect that the other party was also looking at her. He probably didn't expect her to suddenly turn her head. He instantly shifted his gaze and didn't look at her again. The car smoothly stopped downstairs where Yi Xiaohua lived. As soon as Yi Xiaohua got out of the car, she saw Yi Jinlan downstairs. Yi Jinlan really admires her younger sister. She has never stopped worrying about her family since she was a child. Today's meal is to celebrate her getting the place to study abroad. She's good. She's alone without saying a word. Her parents and relatives worry about her for half a night. Finally, she comes back as if nothing had happened. Sometimes Yi Jinlan thinks that her sister's IQ and EQ are not like their family. Will she be wrong in the hospital? If it's her, she won't go back to find it at all. Unfortunately, his father and younger brother went back home anxiously. Isn't this a trick? Before Yi Xiaohua said anything, she was scolded by Yi Jinlan. She just looked at Yi Jinlan in surprise. I told Mom that I went to the bathroom, but at that time, there were a lot of people and it was loud. Mom may not have heard it. Told her mother? Yi Jinlan froze for a moment. But she didn't go on. An old man came down from a Bentley next to her. You are Sister Xiaohua. I was just in the box next to you. When I left, I found that your sister was accidentally left behind, so I brought her back by the way. At this time, Yi Jinlan found that the car that sent Yi Xiaohua home turned out to be a luxury Bentley. She discussed this kind of car with her roommates at school. Yi Jinlan remembered that she also discussed this Bentley with her roommates last week. Her roommates also said that a wheel could make them struggle for a lifetime. So Yi Jinlan was very impressed by this car. I didn't expect it to appear in front of me at this time. Thank you for sending my sister back. Yi Jinlan tried to restrain herself from looking at Bentley. The window of this car can't be seen from the outside, but Yi Jinlan sees a figure from the front windshield. It should be a very young man. When she came back to her senses, she realized the meaning of housekeeper Chen's words, and she was a little embarrassed. Such a big person, accidentally left behind, there is always a little irony in it. When the car left, Yi Jinlan looked at Yi Xiaohua with a complicated face. Who else was in the car just now? Do you know them? I don't know. Yi Xiaohua shook her head, then turned around and went back. Yi Jinlan caught up. Why did they take you back? For Yi Xiaohua said that she didn't know the people inside. Yi Jinlan didn't doubt it at all. After all, it was difficult for a family like theirs to have contact with such people, let alone Yi Xiaohua, who didn't have many friends. Didn't housekeeper Chen just explain that they met me alone? Yi Xiaohua glanced at her. Yi Jinlan didn't give up and asked, didn't you leave their contact information? They sent you back and you got out of the car just like that? Sister, did you forget that my mobile phone was broken last month? Yi Xiaohua calmly said. Hearing this, Yi Jinlan suddenly paused and did not say anything else. When he went upstairs, he took out his phone and called Father Yi and Yi Fan, telling them to come back quickly. When Yi Xiaohua returned upstairs, Yi Mother was cleaning the room. It's good that you're back, she frowned and looked at Yi Xiaohua, then turned her eyes to Yi Jinlan. Where are your father and the others? Yi Jinlan replied, they'll be back soon. Well, you go to take a bath first. You went to give a speech today. You're busy. Are you tired? Yimu took a suit of clothes for Yi Jinlan from her room. Wear this tomorrow. Yesterday, I went shopping with my colleague. She said this dress is very suitable for you. Yi Jinlan took the clothes. Thank you, Mom. After getting the clothes, she suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua, and there was no expression on the other side's face. Yi Jinlan frowned. Her sister's character was too strange. She knew that her father and mother treated them differently. But she didn't want to say anything about her sister's character. She thought about it and went straight to the bath. Yi Xiaohua went back to her room. She didn't close the door. First, she wanted to take a bath later. Second, she heard that Yi Fan and Yi Father went back to find her. She wanted to wait for them to come back before closing the door. When Yi Jinlan finished taking a bath, Yi Fan and Yi Father came back. When Yi Fan came back, he went to Yi Xiaohua's room and saw that the other side was reading at the small desk. He was relieved. In fact, he blamed himself. In the evening, he was too excited to discuss the math competition with Tianyu. So he didn't notice Yi Xiaohua for a while. Unexpectedly, a large table of people left Yi Xiaohua alone. When he got home, Yi Fan found something wrong. He should have paid more attention if he knew it. Xiaofan, come out and eat watermelon. Yi Mother called outside. Yi Fan answered, then looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was reading, Second sister, come out and eat watermelon. It's not late now, and Yi family rarely go to bed so late. But because today's day is special, they are busy until so late and they are not sleepy. They chatted while turning on the TV. Yi Fan looked at his father. Dad, aren't you going to run the goods tomorrow? No need, Yi Father said, frowning. The farmer's market over there is going to be demolished. All the original stores have been moved away. Recently, they have very little courage. Yi Father mainly helps the wholesale factory to sell goods. He is responsible for the farmer's market. Now that it is going to be demolished, the merchants have closed their doors and looked for new stores after receiving the news. As a result, Yi Father's list has been reduced by more than half. If there were fewer orders, it meant that his salary would be much lower. Yi Father and Yi Mother rarely talk about work in front of their children. Xiaohua, I want to save money for your sister to go abroad, since it was mentioned, Yi Mother continued, by the way, there is no extra expense at home, your mobile phone. Yi Xiaohua took over Yi Mother's words, I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon. After the college entrance examination, I'll work and buy a mobile phone by myself. Yi Mother wanted to say that your mobile phone would be bought later. But when she heard Yi Xiaohua's words, she didn't go on. In fact, Yi Mother never let Yi Jinlan work to make money, because Yi Jinlan has excellent grades, she hopes Yi Jinlan will study hard. Ye's mother always knew that her second daughter's grades were not good, and spending so much money to study was just a waste. So it was Yi Xiaohua who wanted to work, so she agreed. It doesn't matter if she studies or not. Anyway, she's just an ordinary second book. Even if she finishes school, she can't find a good job. It was at this time that Yi Fan finished eating the watermelon in his hand and said, I'll do a part-time job during the summer vacation. No. When Yimu heard Yi Fan say this, he frowned tightly. You have a math competition during the summer vacation. Study honestly for me. Don't worry about money. I'll read at the same time as a part-time job. It won't affect me, and I've grown up. After he finished, he went straight into his room. Ye's father and Ye's mother were furious to see his resolute attitude. Why doesn't he listen to you? Yi Jinlan has been in college. She just came back a few days before she knew the current situation of Ye's family. She looked at her brother's reaction and froze for a moment. Dad, Mom, then I don't need to buy a mobile phone. Yi Jinlan wants to go abroad. The consumption abroad is not as good as at home. Besides, Yimu and Yifu don't want their daughter to feel wronged. Hearing her words, they directly oppose, your mobile phone has been used since the summer vacation of high school. Of course, you can't continue to use it when you go abroad. Ye's family is not rich. There was extra money in the early years, but the money was used up after buying a school district house here. Now they rely on their father's salary of less than 10,000 yuan a month. The cost of 3 children is too much. Ye's father's truck costs 2,000 yuan a month. His days were tight. Yi Fan rarely asks his parents for money. He is a boy who doesn't smoke, drink, eat snacks, or go to bars. As for Yi Xiaohua, because the original owner felt that he was a burden to the family, he would not ask his father for money. The money spent by the two people in a year is not as much as Yi Jinlan in college in a month. But even so, Ye's family's life is still a little tight. But it's a good thing that Yi Jinlan goes abroad. Ye's parents suffer from low education. Now that Yi Jinlan can go abroad, they have to make money even if they work hard. When they come back from abroad, they will find a decent and well-paid job, and their efforts will be worth it. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yi Fan's closed door thoughtfully. After finishing the last bite of watermelon, he went into the room and took a t-shirt and a pair of shorts to the bathroom to take a shower. The next day was Saturday. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Fan are in the same high school. One is in the first year and the other is in the third year. Neither of them have to go to school. When she woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yi Fan, who was reading the competition book in the hall, was surprised to see Yi Xiaohua get up now. His sister seldom got up so late. Second sister, there's still porridge in the pot. Yi Fan couldn't help but remind her when he saw her squinting her eyes to look for the bathroom. Yi Xiaohua answered casually, When she was washing her face, she heard someone knocking on the door. The person who came was the opposite gate, Tian Yu. Brother Tian, you came at the right time. Help me take a look at this. Our teacher said that this question is beyond the syllabus and he doesn't really understand it. Yi Fan immediately showed him the competition book. Tian Yu took the book and scanned the room discreetly. Why are you alone? He asked as he looked at the competition questions. My parents are out. Elder sister is having a party with her classmates. Only me and second sister are at home. Yi Fan replied. After hearing this answer, Tian Yu didn't say anything. Yi Xiaohua, who had already brushed her teeth and washed her face, sneered. Tian Yu's intention was not to drink. He should be asking where Yi Jinlan was. Is this the last question of last year's IMO? After all, Tian Yu had participated in the competition. He immediately saw the last question. I know the first 3 problems of set graph theory, but I have no clue about the proof of the last conjecture. The IMO questions were as difficult as they could be and as deep as they could be. Especially these seemingly insignificant questions, some of them were even taken from the experimental conjectures of famous people in mathematics materials. At this time, it wasn't just a question of personal strength, but also the amount of reading extracurricular mathematics books. Tianyu and Yifan didn't have these too. Our teacher said that he would go back and look up the information. Yifan had already expected this and wasn't too disappointed. He should get the result by Monday. He turned the page and asked Tianyu another question. Yi Xiaohua finished eating and washed her bowl. 2 people are still studying this. When passing by 2 people, she saw Yifan's calculation draft paper on one side, so she sat in the hall and turned on the TV to watch. She doesn't have a mobile phone or a computer now. Besides reading, she watches TV. Yi Xiaohua thought about what she wanted to do to make some money. Tianyu saw that Yi Xiaohua was watching TV in the hall, and his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Didn't he see Yifan reading? But seeing that Yifan didn't care, he didn't say anything. Xiaohua, don't you need to review? After instructing Yifan, Tianyu sat not far from Yi Xiaohua. There's still a month to go to the college entrance examination. Yi Xiaohua held a glass of water in her hand. I just finished reading. Take a break. Tianyu saw that she gave up herself and didn't say anything more, but this time he noticed Yi Xiaohua's hand. Unexpectedly, the other side has no other advantages, but the hands are extraordinarily beautiful. He froze for a moment. Then he took back his eyes and played with his mobile phone. When Ye's parents came back, Tianyu was still there. Uncle and aunt. Seeing Ye's father and mother, Tianyu immediately stood up, greeted them, and naturally took the watermelon in Yimu's hand. Yimu looks at the tall and handsome boy. The child looks good, has good grades, and respects them very much. In particular, Tianyu's family is good. They have a small villa in the city center. But Tianyu's parents are not very close to Yi Xiaohua. Ye's father and Ye's mother have no bottom. For this, Yimu is also very helpless. She has secretly reminded Yi Xiaohua many times to be sweet when treating the Tian family. However, the other side is a blockhead, not at all enlightened. The relationship with Tian's parents is not as good as the relationship between Yi Jinlan and them. If Yi Jinlan, with her brain, has already coaxed Tian's parents to be happy. After reminding and finding that Yi Xiaohua didn't listen, Yimu didn't say anything about Yi Xiaohua. Although she is very satisfied with Tianyu, she has to admit that her second daughter is too different from Tianyu. Now the relationship between her daughter and Tianyu is only because they are childhood sweethearts. When they go to college, Tianyu will know more people, and they will break up sooner or later. Sit down, Auntie will cut the watermelon for you. Yimu took the watermelon to the kitchen and washed it, then cut it. Tianyu had lunch at Ye's house at noon. Seeing that Yi Jinlan still didn't come back, she went home. When Yi Xiaohua returned to her room, she passed by Yifan. The other side has finished the other questions. There is only the last question of last year's IMO competition. She paused for a moment, then pointed to the question, go to the library to borrow mathematical stories. This question uses the imaginary silk line solution of the above cube. Yifan is bowing his head and thinking. But I didn't expect to hear Yi Xiaohua's voice. Her voice was very light, and it was too complicated. He only heard a library. Second sister, what did you say? Yi Xiaohua took a look at him, then took the pen on his table and wrote a line on the paper. The first line is the title of the book. The second line is the subtitle of the book. After writing, she went back to her room. Yifan looked down at the words on the paper. He didn't pay attention to what she wrote first, but noticed her handwriting. Yi Xiaohua's hard brush calligraphy has been around for decades. It's not something that ordinary people can compare with. Between the lines, there's a strong sense of loneliness. It's said that the words are like the person. But Yifan feels that the second sister's words are simply different from her own style. This is also the first time Yifan has seen the second sister's words. After junior high school, the second sister never showed them her papers or exercise books, and no one in the family would care about how many points she got and whether she had finished her homework. To be honest, Yifan was shocked by Yi Xiaohua's words. After a long while, he came back to his senses and saw what Xianxia had written. Strange stories from a mathematical studio. This must be a book of mathematics materials. Yi Fan thought about what Hu just said and realized that Xianxia was talking about the solution to the last IMO question. Yi Fan didn't care. He just casually put the draft paper in the book. He couldn't be blamed for doing this. Yi Fan was well aware of Xianxia's performance. He didn't know why she would suddenly write this line of words, but he thought that his second sister might not be as good at math as he was. Yi Jinlan came back after dinner. Seeing Yi Jinlan come back, Yi Fan immediately took the last question to Yi Jinlan. Xianxia glanced at him and said nothing. When all the children were asleep, Mother Yi chatted with Father Yi. She sighed heavily. What do you think Xianxia will do in the end? Why don't they look like Xiaofan and Jinlan? That's it. Yes, father knew that he didn't care much about his second daughter. Now he didn't know where to start. He rarely took care of his own children, the eldest daughter and the youngest son didn't take care of much, so he was also full of powerlessness for this daughter, not to mention that he was so busy every day. Yimu was still uncomfortable. Yi father patted her. We didn't care about Jinlan and Xiaofan. How can they be so smart? Speaking of this kind of thing, you have to rely on yourself. Don't be too sad. She may care about it again. They talked for a while and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of school again. The curriculum of the third year was very busy. Xianxia took out the only change in the cabinet of the original owner. She's going to the stock market to open an account. Xianxia, where are you going? Song Yi saw Xianxia leaving the self-study class and couldn't help but call her. Xianxia said lightly, I have something to do. Song Yi looked at Xianxia thoughtfully. Xianxia, I always feel that you have changed recently. You used to tell me everything. That's because she used to be stupid. Yes. Xianxia replied lightly, turned around and went out. Leaving Song Yi still standing in the same place. The face is complicated. At the same time. High school. Yi Fan finally found time to come to his math teacher. His math teacher is a graduate of a key university, Mr. Lin, who has just graduated from a key university. His teaching is very simple and easy to understand. On Friday, he was also puzzled by the problem and said that he had to look up the information. Yi Fan asked his elder sister last night. She didn't know much about the problem. She only said that it was too much. But doing math is like this. It's normal to encounter problems. There are academic people who can't figure out the answer to a difficult problem for several months. Yi Fan is very studious and likes to break the casserole to the end. So as soon as he saw the class was over, he came to the math teacher with this problem. Miss Lin. He knocked on the door and came in after getting permission. When Miss Lin saw the paper he was holding, she knew what he was going to do. You came at the right time. I was going to talk to you about this problem. This problem is a bit tricky. Without some experience, it's impossible to solve it. Your teacher, I, was also puzzled. Miss Lin didn't take Yi Fan's paper. Instead, she turned on the computer. You were also puzzled? Yi Fan didn't dare to believe it. Miss Lin saw his reaction and was amused. Of course. Do you think I'm omnipotent? But your teacher, I, found a professor in our school's math department. That professor just happened to participate in a research meeting with Professor Mo of Capital University. Only then did he solve this puzzle. Let me show you the email they sent me this morning. Miss Lin logged into her email skillfully. Yi Fan, who heard Miss Lin's words, was shocked. Professor Mo of Capital University. He heard from his sister that he was a leading figure in domestic mathematics. He even had the title of a professor in a foreign university. His sister really wanted to study with Professor Mo. Professor Mo didn't accept students easily. Thousands of students wanted to study under him, but ordinary people couldn't enter his eyes. Even his elder sister didn't have any connections to know Professor Mo. She would only occasionally talk about it. He didn't expect to see Professor Mo's email today. But from another aspect, it also reflected the difficulty of this problem. When Yi Fan saw Xianxia's mathematical stories, he didn't care. He only felt that his second sister was joking with him. Especially at night, when even his eldest sister couldn't solve it, he didn't think of the piece of paper that his second sister wrote to him. But, Yi Fan didn't expect to see the words mathematics from a strange room on Professor Mo's email. Thinking of this, his heart beat wildly. He immediately ran back to his seat and took out the piece of paper that he had placed in the book. Then, he took it to the office and compared it with Professor Mo's email. Strange stories from a mathematical studio. The thread solution to the cube. The two lines were exactly the same. Teacher Lin thought that he had gone to do something, but to her surprise, he came back with a piece of paper. This handwriting is not bad. He looked at the handwriting on the paper and exclaimed in admiration. Then, he looked at the content on the paper. It's actually the solution to this question. To be able to remember such a rare piece of knowledge, this person must be very accomplished in mathematics. Yi Fan, which gentleman wrote this to you? Yi Fan finally came back to his senses. He looked at Master Lin and said blankly, my second sister. Your second sister? Master Lin was a little surprised. Looks like your whole family has a smart brain. Yi Fan smiled, but his heart was in a mess. Did second sister write it by chance, or did she really know? Because of this matter, he was in a mess and didn't have a good class for the entire afternoon. In the evening, he came back to find Yi Xiaohua after school. However, Yi Xiaohua, who usually comes back very early, came back very late today. Yi Fan sat in Yi Xiaohua's room and waited for a long time before the other party came back. What's wrong? Yi Xiaohua put down her school bag and looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiaohua. It's the mathematical story you wrote to me that day. Yi Xiaohua heard this and tilted her head. You solved it? She raised her eyebrows slightly. With one look, Yi Fan knew that she did not write it casually. She really knew how to do it. Although he had expected this matter, when Yi Xiaohua admitted it, Yi Fan really had a kind of absurd feeling in his heart. The kind that, you thought that your opponent was a bronze, but you didn't expect him to be a king. He didn't speak. He brought the competition book over and asked Yi Xiaohua a question that couldn't be solved. Yi Xiaohua took a look. The formula of the fifth step is wrong. Let's try the Taylor formula. When Yi Fan heard the words, he took a stool and came in. He lay on the other side of the table and began to calculate. He brought in the algorithm that Yi Xiaohua said and found that the contradictory option was gone. He put down his pen. Only now did he believe that his inconspicuous second sister was actually so smart. Why are you so good at math? Yi Fan pursed his lips and looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua took out her mobile phone and played with it. My math has always been like this. Yi Fan wanted to say how he didn't know. But thinking about it again, their family hasn't paid attention to Yi Xiaohua for a long time. When he thought of this, he pursed his lips and was speechless. He didn't know if he was angry at his parents or at himself. Second sister, where did you get your phone? When she came back to her senses, she found that there was a phone in her second sister's hand. This phone was the fruit phone that had just been launched. The market price is more than 9,000. Yi Xiaohua seemed to be in a good mood and answered him directly. I did a friend a favor and he gave it to me. Yi Fan wanted to ask what you could do for me. But thinking that he didn't even know that his sister was so good at math, let alone other things, he didn't ask anymore. But there are some doubts in his heart. The friend who can give this phone must be a rich man. Yi Fan, who didn't know anything about his sister's circle of friends, had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he didn't say them. Outside, Yimu asked them to go out for dinner. Yi Fan went out with Yi Xiaohua. When he stood up, he took a step back and let Yi Xiaohua go out first. However, when he took 2 steps back, he hit the foot of the bed. Yi Fan frowned. He looked at the narrow, dark room when the light was turned off. He was a little depressed. When he went out to eat, he was not in a good mood. Xiao Fan, what have you been talking to your second sister at night? When eating, Yimu began to talk about Yi Fan. Looking for the second sister to do math problems. Yi Fan replied. Yimu frowned. What math problems do you want your second sister to do? Aren't you teaching your second sister? Your eldest sister is at home. If you don't look for her, Why do you look for your second sister? Go back to your room and do your homework by yourself. Don't disturb your second sister. She's about to take the college entrance examination. On the surface, she said this for Yi Xiaohua's sake. In fact, she didn't want Yi Fan to follow Yi Xiaohua. It was just like how most mothers would like their children to play with students with good grades and not with students with bad grades. Yi Jinlan also looked at Yi Fan strangely when she heard this. She thought that Yi Fan had been doing problems in his own room, but she didn't expect that he would follow Yi Xiaohua to do problems. Yi Fan took a look at Yi Mu. Mom, the second sister is also in high school. She knows more than I do. If you don't know anything, ask me while I'm still at home. Don't bother your second sister. Yi Jinlan frowned. She is now a college student at Imperial Capital University. She is about to study abroad. She doesn't like Yi Xiaohua. At this juncture, she doesn't want her brother to be led by her sister. Yi Fan felt very upset. He wanted to ask, do you know what's going on with her studies? In the end, he endured, but he didn't endure another thing. Mom, elder sister is going abroad to study. When will you let the second sister move into the second bedroom? It's very realistic to say that people who are not good enough and don't know how to act coquettishly, if they meet many brothers and sisters, really have no sense of existence at home. The original owner has always been very clear about her position. Her grades are not as good as her sister and brother. When she went to visit relatives in the early years, relatives asked about her grades, and she didn't dare to speak. She has also developed a more independent and sensible character, and never let her parents worry. She didn't dare to cry and lose her temper like Yi Jinlan, because she knew that Yi Jinlan ran away from home, and Ye's parents would go out to find her. She ran away from home, and her parents might not find out. When she realized that her parents might not want her to live in that second bedroom, she came out and proposed it. Her image in the hearts of Yi Mu and others has always been sensible. Used to her concession, they all take it for granted. It's just a room. She doesn't want to fight for it. Anyway, she won't live for long. Under the eyes of Yi Fan and others, she nodded, well, I let my sister live. This matter passed like this, and Yi Fan didn't speak after that. After dinner, she went back to her room. She downloaded a securities trading software with her mobile phone. Then she opened a web page and wandered slowly. She browsed a mathematics website and randomly clicked on a post from the Capital University. The topic was a space hypothesis. The number of replies below reached thousands of pages. She glanced at it, then took out a pen to write a few lines of formula, took a picture with her mobile phone and sent it, then closed the forum. She didn't know that the paper she posted had caused 1,000 waves on the forum. Commercial building in the city center. Yun Family Consortium. Yun Fei, did you leave the granddaughter of the chief to see that Miss Shi today? Hearing the gossip of others, Jiyu came to Yun Family. He still doesn't understand why Yun Fei is so special to that girl. Jiyu now recalls that she can't remember what she looks like. He only remembers that her skin is very white. Yun Fei looked through the company's information and nodded, but obviously didn't want to talk to Jiyu about Yi Xiaohua's appearance. Jiyu sighed twice and got down to business. Did you not see Su Yining? Yun Fei nodded casually. Su Yining is the granddaughter of the chief Su and a senior financial analyst who has just returned from abroad. Yun Fei retreated from the team and did not continue to serve in the army. Instead, he took over the Yun family conglomerate on a whim. However, so many years had passed, and the Yun family had long been taken over by his uncles. His uncles had been in charge of the Yun family for so many years. How could they easily hand it over to Yun Fei? Right now, he was given an investment company. If he could revive this investment company, he would be allowed to take over the Yun family. Su Yining heard about this and came to help him, but she didn't expect that Yun Fei wouldn't see her at all. Are you crazy? You've been in the special forces for so many years, yet you've never learned business management. All the famous financial analysts in the industry have been bribed by your grandfather, and no one is willing to help you. Jiyu was speechless. It wasn't easy for Su Yining to come all the way here, yet you chased her away. Just wait to return to Beijing. Yun Fei glanced at him. Don't worry. I've already signed a financial analyst. Who is it? When he asked again, Yunfei did not answer. At this moment, Chiyu's phone rang. He looked at his phone. It's Su Yining. Then, he picked up the call. Miss Su? I thought Yunfei had signed a financial analyst, but it's just a high school student. Su Yining's voice was sharp. No one knows the China market better than me. Chiyu, tell Yunfei that even though he can strategize in the military, it doesn't mean that he can do the same in the business world. If he insists, I can guarantee that he will meet his first Waterloo. There are so many people in the Yun family waiting for him to make a mistake. Tell him to fire that high school student and I'll come back. Chiyu was speaking from the outside. Yun Hong, who was standing at the side, heard Su Yining's last sentence and he was alarmed. I won't fire you, but I won't sign you either. Yunfei hung up on Su Yining. Chiyu stared at Yunfei in shock. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? I believe in my own judgment, Yunfei said calmly. Have you ever seen me make a mistake when I gave an order in the military? Yun Hong was initially nervous, but when Yunfei said that she wouldn't sign Su Yining, he instantly relaxed. After Yun Hong left, the other directors of the Yun family video called him. How was it? What do you think he did? Yun Hong thought of Yunfei's words and couldn't help but feel funny. He repeated it to the other directors, do you think he's naive? The order given by the army has never made a mistake? Unfortunately, this isn't the army, it's the business world. He will let Yunfei feel what failure feels like for the first time. Yifan didn't listen to Mother Ye's words at all. Every night, he would take his book to Yi Xiaohua's room to do his homework. Do you think he's been bewitched recently? No matter what I say, he won't listen. When Mother Yi saw Mrs. Tian and Tian Yu, she sighed. It's going to be a math competition soon. I'm really afraid that he won't be able to perform well. When the Tian family heard this news, they looked at each other and were a little surprised. Coincidentally, Yifan came back at this time. He greeted Mother Yi and the others. Yi Xiaohua didn't come back, so he sat outside eating an apple and playing with his phone while waiting for her. Only Tian Yu looked at Yifan in surprise. Although the phone in Yifan's hand had a phone case, it looked like a fruit phone. He knew the situation of the Yi family. Even the phone Yi Jinlan used was only a domestic product, 3,000. How could Yifan have nearly 10,000 yuan? Several people subconsciously jumped away from this topic. Mrs. Tian didn't feel very good about Yi Xiaohua, and didn't want to talk about her. She looked at Yi Jinlan and said, Jinlan, Tian Yu said that you know Professor Mo? It's a friend of mine who helped Professor Mo do a project. Yi Jinlan nodded. What does Auntie want to do with Professor Mo? Recently, there's a project that needs Professor Mo. It would be great if you could contact him. Tian's parents haven't been at home for a while. There must be a big problem with the project. They want to find someone, but Professor Mo and his people are all from Beijing. The Tian family doesn't have this connection at all. I'll try. It's not possible to find Professor Mo, Yi Jinlan said. Mrs. Tian's eyes brightened. Well, I'll trouble Jinlan. Unexpectedly, Yi Jinlan has a friend who knows Professor Mo. Thinking of this, Mrs. Tian looks at Yi Jinlan's eyes more and more gentle. And Yimu is more aware of how important a good school is for networking. Yifan listened to several people and played with his mobile phone. His mobile phone is Yi Xiaohua's. He is now playing an IQ game on it. A message suddenly appeared at the top of the mobile phone. Puff, when he saw this message, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of water. His hand shook, and the game screen suddenly turned gray. After 2 times, fail appeared. Professor Mo, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? Yifan looked at the mobile phone, and then looked at several people in the living room discussing this, slightly narrowing his eyes. If it was someone else, he would not associate this professor with the professor in the capital, but he thought about Yi Xiaohua's excellent mathematical talent, and he was not sure whether he was. It was at this time that the door opened. Yi Xiaohua put her backpack on her back and came in with a bag in one hand. Yifan saw the food bag in her hand. He came back with Yi Xiaohua after school, but when he was at the door, she said she wanted to see someone, so he came back first. He knew very well that she didn't have a bag in her hand before. When Yimu saw Yi Xiaohua, the smile on her face was obviously light, and her voice was very cold. Come back. These days, because of Yi Fan, she is a little dissatisfied with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua is also very cold to them. When she went back to the room, Yi Fan immediately took his book and went in. Mrs. Tian looked at Yi Xiaohua's back, with deep meaning in her eyes. Your family is very good to Xiaohua. I heard that Jinlan's expenses for going abroad almost didn't come out. Now it seems that it's different from what I thought. What? Yimu didn't know why Mrs. Tian suddenly spoke like this. The cake that Xiaohua brought back is from the Black Swan store. It's a small piece, at least 200. Mrs. Tian smiled. When Yimu heard the number, don't be surprised. Don't study hard all day, think about eating and playing every day. In front of the Tian family, Yimu can't scold Yi Xiaohua, but she is definitely angry. She didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be so ignorant. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Fan in the room didn't know what happened outside. Yi Fan did math problems seriously. This is a recent habit, because he found that Yi Xiaohua's exercises are very clear, and he can always hit the nail on the head. His explanations are clearer and easier to understand than their school's math teacher. Not only that, she will try to train his thinking. In just 1 week, even the math teacher could feel Yi Fan's improvement in mathematical logic. Second sister. When he was halfway through the question, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that his friend had just added a message on Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone. I just accidentally saw a message from you. It was that Professor Mo who added you. After saying that, he immediately said, I didn't peek at your privacy, it just popped up all of a sudden. It's okay. Yi Xiaohua was turning over a stack of documents. Seeing that she had no intention of avoiding the question, Yi Fan continued to ask, so, is Professor Mo the same Professor Mo from Beijing? Yes. Yi Xiaohua answered casually. However, he realized that Yi Fan had not moved for a long time. She couldn't help but look up. Is there a problem? No. Yi Fan came back to his senses after a long while. He thought about how the people outside were trying so hard to see Professor Mo. I didn't expect you to know Professor Mo. How did you know each other? He was a mathematician under the protection of the country. In order to prevent him from developing abroad, the country had put in a lot of protection. After all, the development of society ultimately depended on these talents. Yi Fan really didn't expect his second sister to know this person so quietly. I helped him solve a problem on the internet before. Yi Xiaohua didn't think there was anything to be shocked about. Then he wanted to add me. What's wrong? She knew a lot of people. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing the wrong identity, she would have wanted to meet the world's hackers and have a good exchange of ideas with them. Yi Fan looked at his sister's indifferent look, pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and stopped talking. He now felt that the second sister he used to know was a fake. Helped Professor Mo solve a problem. How many people in the country could do this? How big was his second sister's heart? How could he say something like that so easily? When it was close to the college entrance examination, there was a heavy rain in the city, and the sky was dark. These days, for the college entrance examination, the first and second years of high school were on holiday. Yi Fan was going to give Yi Xiaohua an umbrella. However, he didn't expect to receive a call from Yi family's parents. Yi Fan went out with 2 umbrellas and knocked on Tianyu's door. Brother Tian, please give my second sister an umbrella. She's at the school gate. I'm going to find my parents. As Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend, it was natural for Tianyu to send an umbrella, so when Yi Fan said this, he didn't hesitate. Well, be careful. Tianyu took the umbrella and went downstairs with him. Thank you. Yi Fan took his mobile phone and sent a message to Yi Xiaohua that Tianyu would arrive soon, and hurried to find Yi father and Yi mother. Because it's a school district house, the school is not far from the residence. But the rain was very heavy. After Tianyu left the community, his cell phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Yi Jinlan's number. Is it Tianyu? Jinlan drank too much today. Can you take her back? It was Yi Jinlan's classmate who spoke. When Tianyu heard that he had drunk too much, he said nervously, Where are you? I'll be right there. Yi Jinlan's classmate said an address. Tianyu stopped the car and rushed over there. Yi Fan and Ye's parents came back an hour later. Why is there no one at home? Yimu saw the empty house and was a little confused. Yifan patted his wet clothes and said carelessly, elder sister went to a classmate party. I asked brother Tianyu to pick up my sister. They should be back soon. Upon hearing this, Yi father and Yi mother nodded. Xiaofan, while Yi Xiaohua was away, Yi mother decided to talk to Yi Fan. Why have you been following your second sister recently? Listen to mom, don't follow her. If you go on like this, I'm afraid you will drop to 20 in the final exam. Yi Fan frowned and looked at Yi mother. I know that the second sister is much more powerful than you think. Well, I won't argue with you. I'll just watch your final exam and see what you can do in the college entrance examination. Yi mother was also angry. This little son didn't listen to anything. He followed Yi Xiaohua all day. Sure enough, he was still young and couldn't tell right from wrong. Look at Jinlan and Tianyu. Which of them will play with Yi Xiaohua? Even if Tianyu is Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend, he rarely spends time with her. At this time, the door rang, and Tianyu came in with Yi Jinlan. Xiaofan, come and help. Your elder sister drank too much. Hearing this sentence, Ye's father and Ye's mother immediately surrounded, and towels, and water, busy. Hearing this, Tianyu was stunned for a moment. When he just received Yi Jinlan's call, the whole person exploded. Where was there anything else in his mind? On the way back, Yi Jinlan kept making trouble, and he didn't think of Yi Xiaohua. Now that Yi Fan mentioned it, he realized that he forgot Yi Xiaohua at the school gate. Sorry, I forgot. He looked at Yi Fan apologetically. Tianyu, you're a real bastard. Yi Fan looked at Tianyu and sneered, you're my second sister's boyfriend. Why do you hang out with my eldest sister every day? Hearing this sentence, Tianyu was taken aback. Yimu wiped the water off Yi Jinlan's face. Okay, Xiaofan, why are you so angry? Didn't you send Xiaohua an umbrella? She's such a big person, can she get lost? Why are you losing your temper? Yimu felt that her son was making too much of a fuss now. At such a close distance, she could borrow an umbrella and come back. Otherwise, she could just run back and take a bath. It's no big deal. How noble can she be? Yi Fan listened to Yimu's words and suddenly felt a little cold. Mom, if it were elder sister today, would you still say that? Yi Fan looked at Yimu expressionlessly. Yimu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yi Fan to say such a sentence. She opened her mouth, this isn't, however, Yi Fan didn't listen to her anymore and went downstairs with an umbrella. Seeing that Yi Jinlan was fine, Tianyu followed Yi Fan down. He also realized that he seemed to have gone a little too far. He didn't know how long Yi Xiaohua had been waiting there. But he couldn't control it. It was actually very simple to choose between Yi Xiaohua and Yi Jinlan. He couldn't deny that Yi Jinlan's appearance, knowledge, or other aspects were very much to his liking. Especially recently, they often discussed Professor Mo together. There was no possibility of comparison between the two people. He could only say that he was sorry for Yi Xiaohua. While thinking, he had already arrived at the bottom of the building. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yi Fan's back. Why are you still here? Yi Fan didn't answer him, but just looked at Yi Xiaohua, second sister, you. Are you okay? Yi Fan looked at the black umbrella in Yi Xiaohua's hand and was slightly relieved. Yi Xiaohua looked at him. What's wrong with me? Her expression was relaxed and did not look sad at all. Yi Fan was a little dazed. How long did you wait at the school gate? Only 10 minutes. Seeing that no one was coming, I called my little angel to pick me up. Yi Xiaohua entered the stairs, put away the umbrella, and then walked forward first, directly past Tianyu, did not talk to him, did not look at him, then we went to have a meal. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Xiaohua and felt that she was not lying, so he was relieved. But, who was little angel? As he thought about it, he looked at the umbrella in Yi Xiaohua's hand and searched according to the logo of the umbrella. A broken umbrella cost more than 2,000 yuan. Little angel classmate is quite rich, Yi Fan mumbled. Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but glance at him. Take it. Yi Xiaohua gave him the file in her hand. Yi Fan took it. What's this? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yi Fan. That's too much, sister. If Yi Xiaohua had said that he didn't understand before, he would have refuted it. But since the last time Yi Xiaohua showed him a bunch of red and green stalks, he never thought of refuting it again. Yi Fan followed behind her and couldn't help but think, who was the friend that second sister knew? It seemed that even the Tian family didn't have the luxury to spend more than 2,000 yuan on an umbrella, right? Both of them subconsciously ignored Tianyu. Although Tianyu was still Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend in name, the two of them had actually gone further and further away. Everyone was well aware of this. Tianyu was behind the two of them. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He turned around and wanted to go upstairs. However, at this time, the driver's door of a black car not far away was pushed open, and a figure walked out of the car. A black umbrella was opened. Tianyu noticed that this umbrella was exactly the same as the one that Yi Xiaohua had just used. Because he noticed that the car was a limited edition Bentley, Tianyu took a second look and wondered when such a car would appear in these communities. When he was about to leave, he found that the man with the umbrella seemed to be walking in his direction. Tianyu froze for a moment. He couldn't help but stop. There was a light on at the entrance of the community. The heavy rain outside was still very heavy. Under the rain, the man with the umbrella seemed more and more relaxed. The heavy rain outside seemed to make him a world of his own. From this angle, he could only see the snow-white shirt on his body. Approaching the gate, he tilted the umbrella. Tianyu finally saw the other party's face. His eyebrows were clear and bright, full of nobility. Although Tianyu wasn't very old, he was also very clear that the man in front of him should not be at his level. Seeing the other party's eyes looking at him, Tianyu couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you looking for me?" If he had seen such a person, he should have a very deep impression. Tianyu was very sure that he had not seen him before. Tianyu saw that the man in front of him looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze for a while, and couldn't help but frown. He lifted his feet and was about to go upstairs. At this time, the man finally spoke casually. What did that mean? What did he mean by her boyfriend? He is now Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend in name, but Tianyu doesn't think Yi Xiaohua will know such a person. Yunfei looked Tianyu up and down. The other party wasn't as handsome or rich as him. He was relieved. Then, he turned around and returned to his car. Tianyu looked at this strange man and was confused. He frowned and went upstairs. He didn't go back home. Instead, he went to the Yi family to see Yi Jinlan. Is Sister Jinlan all right? Yi Jinlan is still lying on the sofa. Her eyes are a little blurred. She should have vomited again just now. Yimu is wiping the floor. Tianyu saw that the water on Yi Jinlan's face was still wet, so she took a piece of tissue and wiped it for her. Isn't this a little too intimate? Seeing this scene, Ye's father subconsciously opened his mouth and wanted to say that you don't need it, I will do it. However, before a word was said, Yimu reached out and pinched him, signaling him not to speak with his eyes. If Yimu used to get along with Tianyu well in advance, after all, they are such an ordinary family. It's too difficult to find a family like Tianyu, but Yi Xiaohua is too stupid. She doesn't know how to express herself. These days, she also found that Tianyu cared more about Yi Jinlan than Yi Xiaohua. Moreover, she also felt that Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of Tianyu. Tianyu studies well, knows finance, and has a high vision. Yimu often sees Tianyu and Yi Jinlan talking about overseas from home. Yi Xiaohua is out of place with them. Sister, have you packed up your things? Yi Fan is in Yi Xiaohua's small room, helping her see the tools needed for the college entrance examination. There was only one day left before the college entrance examination. Yi Fan still remembered the last time Yi Jinlan took the college entrance examination. Yi Fan's father and mother paid great attention to rest. Yi Fan's mother even asked for leave to accompany Yi Jinlan for several days. In those days, there could be no noise at home, because Yimu said that Yi Jinlan could not be disturbed. Now Yi Xiaohua is going to take the college entrance examination. Father and mother Yi acted as if nothing had happened. Last night, Yi father came back at 12 o'clock and was still watching TV outside. If Yi Xiaohua didn't really care, Yi Fan would like to ask them why. He even felt that these two people didn't even notice that Yi Xiaohua was going to take the college entrance examination. It's almost time. It's just the college entrance examination. What are you nervous about? Yi Xiaohua took her mobile phone and sent a message to Tianyu, "Wait for me at the milk tea shop outside the neighborhood in 20 minutes. Yi Fan looked at her and felt that he had been worried for nothing. He thought that she would be depressed because of her parents, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. "I'll go down." After receiving Tianyu's reply, Yi Xiaohua went downstairs directly. When Tianyu received the news from Yi Xiaohua, he was rushing back with Yi Jinlan and his parents. "Did you say that Professor Mo is coming to An City?" Hearing Yi Jinlan's words, the 3 members of the Tian family were very excited. Yi Jinlan nodded. "That's right. My classmate said that." "Really, thank you so much." Mrs. Tian held Yi Jinlan's hand and looked at her lovingly. "It's what I should do." Yi Jinlan smiled gently. After receiving the news from Professor Mo, the Tian family members were much more relaxed. The group of people chatted and laughed. After getting off the car, they found a figure in a school uniform not far away. The other party was leaning against the door with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cell phone. He looked bored. After hearing the sound, the pair of cold faces looked over. Yi Xiaohua pushed her bangs to the side today, but the glasses on her face were still there. Even so, the face under the sun was still cold and lonely. "My sister is looking for you." Yi Jinlan had never seen Yi Xiaohua like this. For a moment, she was a little depressed because of Professor Mo. Tianyu nodded. "You guys go up first. I'll talk to her." Mrs. Tian didn't like Yi Xiaohua very much. The 2 girls in the Yi family were so different. Why did they choose Yi Xiaohua? Although she didn't like it, she couldn't say anything about the younger generation. She just nodded and said in a cold voice, "Go, don't delay too long." Mrs. Tian didn't like Yi Xiaohua for a day or 2. Then she enthusiastically pulled Yi Jinlan upstairs. "Jinlan, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, we would have lost all the money we invested in this case, because of the umbrella incident that happened a few days ago." Tianyu felt guilty about Yi Xiaohua. He entered the milk tea shop with Yi Xiaohua and ordered a cup of milk tea for her. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Sorry, I've been a little busy recently. Because there are still important things to be busy, I may not have much time." He looked at Yi Xiaohua. In the past, he always felt that the other party was ordinary. Today, he suddenly found that her face could still be seen. Especially her skin, it was really white. "Important things?" Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. "It's Professor Mo. Professor Mo is an academician of mathematics at the capital university. We have a case. We need his help with an academic problem." "Forget it, you won't understand." Tianyu wanted to tell Yi Xiaohua, but he couldn't go on. If it was Yi Jinlan in front of him, he would directly say Professor Mo. There was no need to explain Professor Mo's origin and identity, because the other party knew who Professor Mo was. But now it was Yi Xiaohua sitting opposite him. Every time he said a professional academic term, he had to explain it to her again. Because she couldn't understand it, he had to take care of her thoughts. It was really too tiring to talk like this. This was also the reason why Tianyu didn't talk to Yi Xiaohua much. There was a saying that they didn't get along. Half a sentence was probably what they were like. They didn't get along, and she couldn't keep up with his rhythm. This kind of life was too tiring. Yi Xiaohua's eyelashes moved a bit. "I know. It's good that you can understand." Tianyu was really afraid that Yi Xiaohua would grab him and ask these things. Now that she didn't ask, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's it. There's still the college entrance examination tomorrow. You go back first and take good care of it." Tianyu was going to leave. But he didn't expect to hear this sentence. He almost felt that he had an illusion. Although Tianyu thought about breaking up, he never thought that breaking up would come from Yi Xiaohua's mouth. "Are you sure?" Tianyu looked at Yi Xiaohua. His expression turned serious. Yi Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, it seems that you agree, so goodbye." She got up with it. The milk tea that Tianyu had just ordered for her was still in her seat. How the waiter brought it, the milk tea was still the same, and she didn't move it. Tianyu sat for a while and suddenly looked out of the window. Yi Xiaohua answered a phone call. He couldn't hear her voice. He could only see that her mouth seemed to be saying, "Professor Mo." Tianyu felt that he had been busy with the case at home recently. How could the other side know Professor Mo? He picked up his cell phone and stood up directly. At first, he thought he would be very happy to break off the engagement with Xianxia, but Tianyu found that he was not very happy. Instead, he often flashed the other's face in his mind. It's crazy, Tianyu muttered to himself. The next day, the college entrance examination. Yifan got up early in the morning. He saw that his parents were still at home. Did they find out that the second sister was taking the college entrance examination? He pushed the door open. Yimu looked at Yifan in surprise. Xiaofan, why did you get up so early? What are you doing? Your father and I are going to pick up your sister, Yimu smiled. Didn't she go to the capital to pick up her classmates last night? By the way, come with me and recognize her. One could tell that she was very proud of herself. Yifan suddenly wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. No, I have something to do today. Yifan's father and mother left. Yifan just looked at Yixiaohua's room, waiting for Yixiaohua to come out and go out with her. Someone gave it to me today. Yixiaohua glanced at Yifan. Yifan didn't believe her nonsense. All the people in the family were gone except him. Seeing that she insisted on following herself, Yixiaohua also let him follow and didn't stop him. It's strange why these people pay so much attention to the college entrance examination. To be reasonable, Yixiaohua has experienced the college entrance examination no less than 5 times. The first time is exciting, the second time is fresh, and the third and fifth time is expressionless. Yifan followed Yixiaohua, but as he walked, he saw Yixiaohua hear a Bentley in front of him, and then he opened the back door and went in. Before entering, he even called out his name. Yifan, hurry up. Yifan subconsciously went in and found that there was another man in the rear driver's seat beside Yixiaohua. He paused and opened the front door. He swore he had the same hand and foot. Dream luxury car, he didn't dare to look back. He felt that the pressure behind him was very strong. You must be Miss Ye's younger brother. Thank you for sending her to the exam today. Housekeeper Chen smiled at Yifan. You can call me Housekeeper Chen. Yifan looked at Housekeeper Chen in shock. The richest people he had ever seen in his life were the Tian family. But now, he finally understood what a true aristocrat meant. Housekeeper? In TV dramas, only people with luxurious mansions would have a housekeeper. Yifan looked at the rearview mirror and saw a white figure. He was looking down to check his sister's pencil case. He didn't see his face, but he could feel the noble aura from his body. This was something that couldn't be seen in the Tian family. It wasn't until the Bentley stopped near the examination room that Yifan gradually reacted. The friend that second sister used to talk about, should be this person, right? Then I'll go in. Yixiaohua got out of the car and waved at Yunfei. Yunfei nodded. Good luck. We'll wait for you to come out. The surroundings were filled with parents who came to send their children to the exam. Some of the older families even came. After all, people only took the college entrance examination once in their lives. Even the children of relatives in the family would ask this question. After watching her figure disappear, she turned to look at Yifan, who was still confused. I'm Yunfei. You can call me Brother Yun. Let's talk? At this time, Yifan finally saw Yunfei's face. When he saw it, he finally confirmed one thing. Yunfei was definitely on a different level from Tianyu. He asked in a daze, You. You're my sister's friend? For now. Yunfei thought that she could add one more word. Is your family very rich? Yifan thought about how Yixiaohua had more than 2,000 yuan with an umbrella last time. The Tian family didn't treat her sister well. Yifan was a little scared. Yunfei glanced at him and said, Actually, it's average. Housekeeper Chen glanced at Yunfei. Young master, I'm afraid you have a big misunderstanding about average. If you say that it's average, then there's no one in the country who's extraordinarily rich. Even so, Yifan didn't slow down much. He never thought that second sister could know such a person. He didn't know how his parents would feel if they knew. Where are your parents? Yunfei didn't wait for him to think and asked directly. Hearing Yunfei say this, Yifan's excitement instantly disappeared. My parents went to pick up my sister's classmate. Pick up your sister's classmate? Yi Fan could hear the cold mockery in Yunfei's voice. Not to mention Yunfei, even Yi Fan felt that his parents seemed to be too biased. Today was his sister's college entrance examination. They happily went to pick up her classmate. Yi Fan found it hard to speak, but fortunately, this Mr. Yunfei didn't avoid the dilemma. Is it convenient for you to bring me to your house? Yunfei looked at him and suddenly said. Yi Fan was stunned. His house was quite close to here. It was less than 20 minutes by car. It was more than enough time to reminisce. Yi Fan didn't refuse. Yunfei was so rich. He wouldn't have any ideas about his house. Housekeeper Chen continued to drive to the neighborhood. As soon as Yunfei entered the Yun family, he began to look around. 3 rooms and 1 living room. It was considered big in an ordinary family. He just wanted to see Xiaohua's living environment. After all, when he first saw her, she didn't even have a cell phone. He thought that her family was very poor. Now it seemed that it was okay. Wait. Yunfei has been in Ye's house for a long time. Because he wants to know what kind of family can raise Yi Xiaohua's character. What kind of parents must do to leave an 18-year-old penniless daughter in the hotel without a mobile phone? Until the silent Yi Fan opened Yi Xiaohua's room. Yi Fan felt that the moment he opened the door, the air seemed to have frozen over. Even housekeeper Chen, who was standing behind them, was shocked when he saw the room. Yunfei looked at the narrow room. A single bed, a table, and an empty wardrobe filled the room to the brim. Even if 2 people entered, they wouldn't be able to turn around at the same time. Put a chair beside the table, and the whole room was almost full. Because the light was not turned on, there was no window in the room, so it was very dark. He saw the snack bags on the table and the umbrella against the bed. These things were very familiar. They were all sent by him. He was also very sure that this was the real Yi Xiaohua's room. But there were no other items. It was a world of difference from Yi Jinlan's room he saw just now. Yi Jinlan's room had a piano, hanging ornaments, a beautiful wardrobe and dressing table. He was really angry. He was so angry that his heart felt like it was being pulled. The small dark room in the army that he was familiar with was more spacious than this room. If the whole family was like this, Yunfei might not be so distressed, but he had seen the room where other people in Ye's family lived. Housekeeper Chen, put away her books and documents. Yunfei ordered directly. Housekeeper Chen came back from the shock and then went in to put away all the books and documents that Yi Xiaohua often used for reviewing. Brother Yun, you. Yi Fan didn't expect Yunfei to put away everything so neatly. Yunfei only gave him one sentence, from today on, she will not live here. This voice was much colder than when she first spoke to him. Yi Fan lowered his eyes. He could understand Yunfei's mood. He saw more at home than Yunfei. The 3 people went downstairs silently. Even housekeeper Chen, who always had a smile on his face, stopped smiling. When they arrived at the school, Yi Xiaohua hadn't finished the exam yet. After waiting for a while, Yi Xiaohua finally came out of the crowd. When she got on the car, the atmosphere in the car suddenly returned to the previous state. Yi Xiaohua looks at the books and documents in the car and squints slightly. I asked someone to move it out. Don't go back, Yunfei said. Yi Xiaohua felt that if she didn't go back, Yi father and Yi mother might not find out that she had moved away. Thinking of this, she sighed, okay. After lunch, they sent Yi Xiaohua to the examination room again. Yi Fan went home in the afternoon. He didn't accompany Yi Xiaohua to take the exam in the next 2 days. In the evening, Yi Xiaohua was not at home, so Yi Fan simply moved the competition questions outside to write. Until after the college entrance examination, Father Yi and Mother Yi did not find that there was one less person in the family. One night, when they came back laughing, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Yi Jinlan, the Yi family's parents, the Tian family's parents, and Tian Yu were all there. Something must have happened. These people kept talking and laughing, and their expressions were very relaxed. Previously, Yi Fan was used to Yi Xiaohua's guidance. Tonight, Yi Xiaohua was not by his side for the first time. Yi Fan had a feeling of not being able to write. He simply waited to see when this person would find out that his second sister was not at home. Let your classmate live in peace. Yi mother didn't know who Professor Mo was, but looking at the Tian family's attitude, his identity should not be ordinary. Tomorrow we will go to the International Hotel to find him. The Tian family couldn't wait to meet Professor Mo. But at least they restrained themselves. Yi Jinlan smiled, I can't guarantee that I will see him. You know that Professor Mo's whereabouts have always been unpredictable, and I only asked my classmate about his itinerary. He is here to find someone. I'm not sure if he will agree to your case. It's okay, Tianyu was very relaxed, I know what to do. Brother, come with me tomorrow. Yi Jinlan looked at Yi Fan and said, Professor Mo has always been a person of first sight. If you can be accepted by him, you'll definitely be able to enter the imperial capital. The math competition won't be a problem. Yes, Yi mother said directly, Xiao Fan, come with us tomorrow. I heard that this professor is very difficult to see. Mrs. Tian smiled, in that case, I'm afraid your family will have 2 top students in the capital university. Yi Fan looked at them, no, I already have a better teacher. These days, he has seen Yi Xiaohua's strength with his own eyes. His math progress is too fast. Every time Miss Lin saw him, she would ask him if he had found any good learning methods recently. Of course, there is a good learning method, Yi Xiaohua. Every time Yi Fan plays with Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone, he can almost see the messages sent by Professor Mo, and occasionally there are videos. Professor Mo also calls Yi Xiaohua Miss Yi. The weight of these 3 words is enough to prove the value of Yi Xiaohua. He is sure that Professor Mo's visit this time must have something to do with his second sister. These people are thinking about whether they can see Professor Mo. Yi Fan thinks, if they see Professor Mo and Yi Xiaohua so familiar, what kind of reaction will there be? Yi Fan sometimes really feels that he is lucky. Why Yi Xiaohua is not willing to break up with other people in the family, but will teach him. Yi Fan glanced at his eldest sister, it's the second sister, I've been learning from her this month. Pfft, Yi Jinlan couldn't help but laugh out loud, wait, brother, say it again, who taught you? Even Mrs. Tianyu, and the others looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Yi Fan was very annoyed with his sister. When these people mentioned his second sister, they couldn't hide their ridicule. Who are you looking down on? He looked at several people, it's her. After that, without waiting for them to say anything, he returned to his room. The rest of the people in the hall looked at each other. Mrs. Tian couldn't help but look at Yi Mu, Xiao Fan, is there anything wrong with you recently? They also watched Yi Xiaohua grow up. They knew very well how much weight the other party had, but now they heard Yi Fan say that it was fine to let Yi Xiaohua teach him math. He even said that Yi Xiaohua was better than Professor Mo. They really didn't know what to say about Yi Fan. Recently, he followed Xiaohua, I don't know how he became like this, Yi Mu said helplessly. I hope the final exam can hit him and wake him up. After talking about Yi Fan for a while, they began to discuss tomorrow's matters. The next morning, Yi Jinlan got up very early. She made herself a not too thick, but very delicate makeup. Then she knocked on Yi Fan's door. Xiao Fan, you really don't want to go with your sister? She asked again. Yi Fan didn't look back, I'm not going. You. Yi Jinlan sighed, forget it, there's only one chance, Xiao Fan, I hope you won't regret your decision when you think about it in the future. Yi Jinlan didn't know, hearing her words, Yi Fan directly hooked up a slightly sarcastic smile. International Hotel. Yi Jinlan, Mrs. Tian, Mr. Tian, and Tianyu arrived early. The 4 of them were obviously very excited. That's my classmate. As Yi Jinlan was speaking, a woman in a beige dress came in from outside the door. She carried a small bag in her hand, and her body exuded a little noble aura. At a glance, you could tell that this was given to her by the environment she grew up in. This is my senior sister, Bai Weiwei, Yi Jinlan introduced to Tianyu and the others. Senior sister, this is the Tian family I told you about. This is Tianyu, and this is Tianyu's parents. The 2 parties greeted each other. Senior Bai once participated in a national project. She met Professor Mo in that project, Yi Jinlan said with a smile. The Bai family was also one of the participants in that project, so she was able to get Professor Mo's itinerary. Hearing Yi Jinlan's words, the three of them looked at each other. There was more or less some surprise on their faces. The Tian family was considered a wealthy family in An City. However, they knew that they couldn't be compared to those aristocratic families in the capital. They didn't expect Yi Jinlan to know such a person. No wonder Yi Jinlan was able to contact Professor Mo even though no one else could. Seeing the Tian family and Yi Jinlan's reaction, Bai Weiwei felt a little bored. Let's wait for a while. Professor Mo will be here soon. The group of people sat in the hall and waited for Professor Mo. Mrs. Tian and the others kept looking in the direction of the door. However, Professor Mo didn't come. Instead, someone they didn't expect to come. That is Yi Xiaohua? Mrs. Tian looked at the girl walking in this direction and squinted slightly. Hearing this, the others could not help but look in that direction. Tian Yu's face was very complicated, but there was no relationship between him and Yi Xiaohua now. Bai Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Jinlan, is that your sister? When Yi Jinlan saw Yi Xiaohua, she was naturally surprised, but she didn't care. It's her. Bai Weiwei and Yi Jinlan were also very familiar with each other. The two lived in the same dormitory at university. Because Bai Weiwei was a mathematics major, she mixed with people from other departments. She heard Yi Jinlan talk about her family. However, she rarely talked about her sister. Sister, why are you here? Yi Jinlan saw Yi Xiaohua coming this way, so she took a step forward and asked her. This was the best hotel in An City. If it weren't for Bai Weiwei and Professor Mo, Yi Jinlan wouldn't have come here at all. Therefore, she felt very strange about Yi Xiaohua's appearance here. It wasn't that she looked down on Yi Xiaohua. She also knew that Yi Xiaohua had been working, but even if she worked again, this was not a place she could afford. On the other hand, Yi Xiaohua didn't expect to see Yi Jinlan in this hotel. She looked from Yi Jinlan, Tian Yu, Mrs. Tian, and Uncle Tian to China. There was some understanding in her eyes. I'm here to see someone. You're here to see someone? Yi Jinlan was even more surprised. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and hummed. Yi Jinlan looked at her again. She couldn't be clearer about Yi Xiaohua's style. She basically didn't have any friends at school, and she didn't invite anyone to her house on weekdays. Yi Xiaohua saw that she had nothing to say, then looked at Mrs. Tian and said hello. Aunt Tian, Uncle Tian. This was considered a greeting. Mrs. Tian had never liked Yi Xiaohua. She just glanced at her lightly and nodded as a greeting. After greeting, she turned to talk to Yi Jinlan with a very warm attitude. There were only 2 resting places in the international hotel. The one opposite was already occupied. Then there was Yi Jinlan's place. There could be 6 people here, but Bai Weiwei and the others didn't want her to sit down at all. Yi Xiaohua was not a very thick-skinned person. She only took a few steps forward, leaned against the stone pillar, and played with her phone with her eyes down. After she left, Mrs. Tian raised her eyes. What is she doing here? She should be meeting a friend. Yi Jinlan just said that Yi Xiaohua's voice was very low. They didn't hear it clearly, so they only said one sentence. Meeting a friend? When Mrs. Tian and Bai Weiwei heard this sentence, they didn't continue the conversation. Obviously, they were not interested in Yi Xiaohua's friend. It was at this time. 2 cars stopped in front of the hotel. Then 2 rows of men in black stood on both sides of the hotel. An old man with gray hair got down from the black car in front. Behind him followed a group of very prominent figures in mathematics and other scientific circles. Most importantly, on his left side was a middle-aged man in a military uniform. The epaulets on the middle-aged man's shoulders made people shudder. General? This is what I said, it's not good to meet. Bai Weiwei looked at the group of people excitedly, but tried to restrain herself, and then said, Professor Mo has been carrying out a very secret project recently. His safety is protected by the army general. If you want to talk to him, it's too difficult. You may be caught as a spy before you even get to him. The Tian family didn't dare to speak. The entire lobby of the hotel was very quiet. Professor Mo's eyes turned around the lobby, and then he saw a figure. He quickened his pace and walked directly towards that side. Yi Xiaohua knew that Professor Mo had arrived. She couldn't help but straighten up, move a few steps over there, and reach out, Professor Mo, miss ye. Professor Mo smiled. I finally meet you. Not far away, Yi Jinlan and the Tian family were directly stunned. Digression, last month, I was still white and fat, but this morning, I suddenly weighed 71 pounds. I couldn't even imagine how I did it. The Queen Mother said that I was tired of living. She said that I didn't want my life anymore. There are not many things that Hua Hua can persist in since she was young. Writing books should be the only thing that I have persisted in until now. I hope everyone can support Hua Hua and vote for Hua Hua / General Liu. This is Little Yi in my previous report. Professor Mo introduced Yi Xiaohua to the man beside him. General Liu, who had been looking at Yi Xiaohua with a cold face, raised his hand and gave a standard military salute, Comrade Yi. The attitude of these two people towards Yi Xiaohua, not to mention Tian family and Yi Jinlan, even the group of scientists behind Professor Mo were shocked. Professor Mo proposed to Yi Xiaohua, shall we go up and talk? He came to Yi Xiaohua today for a calculation idea she replied to on the forum last time. The scientific and technological weapons of the National Secret Base were in a deadlock. Professor Mo had looked for many PhD academicians in the National Mathematics Department. The experiment had been delayed for a month, and he was desperate. He didn't expect to get a reply from Yi Xiaohua. He contacted Yi Xiaohua for a long time before he rushed over after her college entrance examination. The base attached great importance to this matter. Before the research was completed, the border defense troops were stationed around. Therefore, when Professor Mo came this time, he would bring General Liu. There was no sound in the lobby of the hotel. Everyone watched the group of people walking in the direction of the elevator. The group of people protecting Professor Mo was still checking at the entrance of the hotel. After they left, the staff in the hotel and the people who were waiting for room service were excited and whispering to each other. Jinlan, why is your sister so familiar with Professor Mo? Bai Weiwei turned to look at Yi Jinlan, who was stunned for a long time. Yi Jinlan couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Bai Weiwei knew that Yi Jinlan didn't know either. Yi Jinlan and the four people of the Tian family had the biggest change in their hearts. Bai Weiwei might be shocked for a while, but the four of them knew Yi Xiaohua the best. Yi Xiaohua's appearance in their hearts was too clear. Since she was young, she had been set off by her sister and brother. Where her sister and brother were there, she was always the one who was ignored. At that time, Yi family's relatives and neighbors subconsciously felt that Yi Xiaohua didn't look like the daughter of Yi family. Her sister and brother were both talented, only the second daughter was too ordinary. Mrs. Tian pinched her thigh hard. Hiss, she felt the pain clearly. Then she looked back at Tian Yu blankly, just now was Xiaohua? Their Tian family tried their best to ask Yi Jinlan for a long time, and waited for almost a month to see Professor Mo, who couldn't even talk to him, but he was so familiar with Yi Xiaohua. Compared to what Yi Jinlan said, Professor Mo had a complicated relationship. The difference was too big. So what were they busy with during this month? A group of 4 people stood downstairs, waiting for Yi Xiaohua to come down. However, they didn't wait long before they were driven out by the hotel. Yi Jinlan returned home in disbelief. Her mind kept echoing, how is this possible? She tried hard to recall the memory of her second sister, but found that she knew very little about her. Jinlan, how was it? Did you and Tianyu see Professor Mo today? Yimu is a little happy today. She hums a little tune and enters the house. She sees Yi Jinlan sitting on the sofa as if in a daze. She puts the key on the table and asks. Yimu was a little happy today. She hummed a little tune and entered the house. She saw Yi Jinlan sitting on the sofa and seemed to be in a daze. She put the key on the table and asked. Yi Jinlan was still sitting on the sofa, but she didn't say anything about Yi Xiaohua. She was afraid that the situation would change. Yi Jinlan was still sitting on the sofa. When Yi Fan came back from school, she suddenly stood up. Xiaofan, do you know that the second sister knows Professor Mo? Yi Jinlan walked to Yi Fan. Because she thought that Yimu was still in the kitchen, she lowered her voice and asked. The more she thought about it, the more Yi Jinlan felt that it was so. In the past month, Yi Fan's change was too obvious. He was going to participate in the math competition. He had agreed with Tianyu to learn math from Tianyu. In the end, not only did he not ask Tianyu, but he did not learn math from himself. Instead, he went to Xianxia with books all day. And he said at the beginning that he had a better teacher than Professor Mo, which was Xianxia. At first, Yi Jinlan thought Yi Fan was crazy. Now it seems that Yi Fan is telling the truth. Yi Fan was changing his shoes. After hearing Yi Jinlan's words, he paused. He got up and looked at Yi Jinlan, then turned around and entered his room. You. Yi Jinlan was infuriated by his indifferent attitude. If you knew that she knew Professor Mo, why didn't you tell us? Did you secretly laugh at us when you saw us working around like idiots? Did you think it was fun? No wonder Yi Fan didn't ask her math anymore. It seemed that he had climbed another high branch. Are you angry because you think it's fun? Yi Fan was not angry. He just looked up at Yi Jinlan calmly. Then you know that Tianyu is the second sister's boyfriend, but you put his cell phone number in the first place and asked him to pick you up when you were drunk. Do you think it's fun for you two to play with the second sister? Compared to you, I'm far inferior. After that, he went into his room and slammed the door. The second sister had always been very open at home and didn't hide anything. If her parents and eldest sister cared more about her, they would find out the truth. Unfortunately, they didn't pay attention. Yi Fan put the book on the table and suddenly felt very annoyed. As soon as Yi father came back from the door, he heard the rough sound of the door slamming. What's wrong with you, brother and sister? Yi Jinlan looked at Yi father and told him that Yi Xiaohua knew Professor Mo. Ye's father and Ye's mother were surprised to hear the news. After a while, Ye's mother suddenly remembered one thing and her eyes brightened. That's just right. Don't you still lack Professor Mo's letter of recommendation? Just let Xiaohua tell you. Yi Jinlan wanted to say something. After hearing Yi mother's words, her eyes flashed and she didn't speak. Yi father and Yi mother already knew from Yi Jinlan that Yi Xiaohua was not at home. But they didn't know Yi Xiaohua's current number, so they asked Yi Fan. Letter of recommendation? Yi Fan didn't believe that Yi mother would do such a thing. You asked the second sister to ask for a letter of recommendation? Mom, you know what kind of person Professor Mo is. What if he ignores the second sister? Yi Fan certainly knew that Professor Mo would not do this. He wanted to see Yi mother's attitude. Yi Mu thinks very well. Yi Xiaohua is like that in her impression. She was too stupid. It was useless even if she had a good relationship with Professor Mo. How could she compare with Yi Jinlan, who had been admitted to the capital university and studied abroad? Yi Fan didn't want to pay attention to Mother Yi. He closed the door and sent a message to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Mu saw that it was not good from his hands, so he went to the opposite Tian family. Tianyu has Yi Xiaohua's number. At the same time in the Yun family, Yun Hong was on a video call with Su Yining. The 1-month deadline is up. Chairman Yun, don't worry. Yun Enterprises is still yours. Su Yining, who was at the other end of the video, leaned against the back of the chair and swirled the red wine in her hand. Except for a few university interns, there is no one else in his studio. As for that high school student, the people I sent didn't find anything suspicious about her. Su Yining was not angry when she found out that Yun Fei really didn't want to sign her. It wasn't a big deal. After all, he would still beg her after a month. Yun Hongyao raised his glass of red wine and clinked it with Su Yining in the video. I wonder how he got his title of army god. How could he trust a little girl so easily? The two of them were celebrating their victory. Unexpectedly, both of their screens flashed at this moment. Silly little girl? So that's how you all look at me. Looks like I'm still not domineering enough. Another cold voice suddenly came through the communicator. When Su Yining and Yun Hong heard this voice, they were shocked. Where did this voice come from? Don't be surprised, Director Yun. Your wine has spilled on your clothes. Also, Miss Su, don't try to turn off your phone. You can't. This time, I want to tell you not to let the Su family special forces keep an eye on me. I believe that you don't want to see the consequences if this continues. Following this voice, both of them noticed that a piece of news had suddenly appeared on the screen in the middle of the room. That was the news that the Yun family conglomerate had informed Yun Fei to take over the Yun family. This news came very quickly and quickly occupied the front pages of all the major websites. Su Yining didn't expect that both of their actions were seen by that woman. Just who was she? She immediately called a hacker soldier she knew to find out who hacked her phone just now. However, in less than 5 minutes, he received a call from the hacker soldier. "Miss Su, there's nothing I can do. I was discovered by the other party as soon as I found out. The other party also easily took control of my computer. In the end, she even said that if it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of secrets on my computer, she would have released my computer. But she also said that if I still attacked her computer, she wouldn't be merciful." The hacker's voice was obviously very excited. This person is really powerful. "Miss Su, do you know her? Can you introduce her to our department? If she is in our department, we won't have to be afraid of those hackers from our alliance attacking our country's database every day." Su Yining hung up the phone in a daze, then took out her phone and searched the internet. Looking at the news on the internet, she once again fell into confusion. She was not a fool. Naturally, she knew that all of this was caused by that female high school student. It was just that she never expected that the female high school student actually had such great ability to revive the investment room under the Yun family. No wonder Yunfei trusted her so much and even let her handle all the matters. Before she finished thinking, Chief Su called her. "Yining, Grandpa remembers telling you not to look down on anyone in the world. You go abroad and don't come back." Su Yining gradually reacted at this moment. Her whole body was cold. She suddenly realized that she should have provoked a person who should not be provoked. On this side, Yi Xiaohua let go of her hand. If it wasn't for the land general telling her yesterday, she still wouldn't know about the matter of the special forces. However, this matter was not troublesome to solve. After she closed the computer, she received a message from Yi Fan. When she saw the message, she sneered. "What's wrong?" Yunfei was talking to the secretary beside him. Seeing her expression, he raised his eyes and asked. "Nothing, just those fools." Yi Xiaohua put away her phone and didn't care much. Seeing her expression, Yunfei roughly understood that it should be about the Yi family. He slightly narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the office door was pushed open. "Yunfei. How did you do it?" Chiyu excitedly came in with his phone. "In just a month, the fund you founded actually won the gold title of the Asian Fund. Do you know that when we first received the news, our family's old man and your old man were dumbfounded?" In the end, he took a deep breath. "Yunfei, you really made a big deal this time. It was one thing to be so abnormal in the military camp, but everyone in Jing City was waiting for this arrogant young master of the Yun family to fall hard this time and return to the army in a sorry state." Although even if Yunfei fell, they were still far behind, at least they felt comfortable. But he didn't expect that when everyone was waiting for him to fall, he would unexpectedly make such a big movement without anyone noticing. Now, those people in Jing City were completely dumbfounded. Chiyu thought of his old man's expression just now and felt especially happy. "Which big shot did you invite?" Chiyu felt that the commotion this time was really not small. He also wanted to pay his respects to the big shot. Yunfei chuckled. "Who else could it be? Didn't I invite one?" Hearing Yunfei's words, Chiyu's eyes widened. "Wait, you said, it's her?" Chiyu's mouth opened wide. The secretary beside Yunfei glanced at Chiyu and felt that his mouth was so big that a goose egg could be stuffed in. "No, then, where's that poor little girl? I want to have a good talk with her." Chiyu's eyes looked around the office. Because Yi Xiaohua's current image was too different from before. Chiyu didn't even think of the person in front of him as Yi Xiaohua. "Who are you calling a little girl?" Yi Xiaohua saw the call from a strange number on her phone and immediately cut it off. She glanced at Chiyu. Then, she put away her phone and walked out with Yunfei. This face was even better. Chiyu's eyes lit up. "Wait. That voice just now," Yi Xiaohua's voice was too special. It was cold with a bit of clarity and a bit of laziness. It was too recognizable in the dubbing industry. "Hey, no." Chiyu saw that the two people had left and couldn't help but turn to look at the secretary. "That beauty just now was that little girl?" The secretary reached out to adjust her glasses and nodded. "Yes, young Master Chi. I'll go." Chiyu couldn't help but say, isn't she wearing glasses and a school uniform? Why does she look like that? The secretary rolled her eyes at him and tidied up the documents on the table. Chiyu, I don't care about that grandson anymore. But you have to tell me, what's the girl that Yunfei likes? Just as Chiyu was about to go find the two, old Master Yun called him. He didn't even go home? She's very ordinary. No, she looks better than a celebrity. She just finished the college entrance examination. Chiyu thought about Yi Xiaohua's face and said. When old Master Yun heard Chiyu say that she looked better than a celebrity, the first word that appeared in his mind was, base. Will she be taking the Imperial University entrance exam? He asked. I don't know, but she probably won't be able to get in, right? Chiyu thought about the scene where Yi Xiaohua was rejected by her family and couldn't help but remind him, her grades are quite ordinary. When the time comes, you might have to contact the Imperial University. Old Master Yun, alright, I got it. Send me a photo later. Yun Group's industry included real estate, investment, and catering, and was very well known. Moreover, Yun family Chaeble's connections in the capital were not deliberately concealed. Because of this, every news about Yun family Chaebel caused a bigger sensation than other companies. The news of the change of Chaebel set off a storm on the internet. At the same time, Yun Group's stock price rose for a few days before it slowly slowed down. The heat lasted for half a month. Yi Xiaohua didn't go back for half a month, but she sent some books to Yi Fan. Are you looking for Xiaohua? Hearing Mrs. Tian's words, Yimu was very surprised. What are you looking for her for? You are looking for Xiaohua? Hearing Mrs. Tian's words, Yimu was very surprised. Why are you looking for her? Ask her to contact Professor Mo, Mrs. Tian sighed. To tell you the truth, there is at most half a month left. If the project does not move, our funds will not be enough to fill the gap. Yimu really didn't expect that one day the Tian family would look for her for Yi Xiaohua. It's not that I don't promise you. Yimu seemed angry when she mentioned Yi Xiaohua. She doesn't answer my phone at all now. She said that she met the famous Professor Mo, and now she doesn't even recognize her parents. Mrs. Yi, you can only think of another way to solve this matter. When these words came out, the people of the Tian family were obviously very disappointed. Tian of she of Tian Tian's Tian of Tian of Tian of Tian of she was. She was a little upset. Last time she heard that Yi Xiaohua broke up with Tian Yu, she was very happy. She felt that her son finally had a vision. She felt that her son was smart and handsome. How could he marry such a person? But now, knowing that things would develop like this, she shouldn't have let her son break up with Yi Xiaohua. Now there is no way to regret it. They wanted to rely on the affection of Yimu and Yifu to let Yi Xiaohua do them a favor. Now that this way doesn't work, they can only go back and find another way. Several people stood up and were about to leave. Before he got up, several relatives of Ye's family came. Second aunt? Yimu was very surprised to see the second aunt's group. She didn't expect them to come here. The second aunt took her dried fish to Yimu. Xiaofan should still be in class, right? What about Jinlan? Isn't Jinlan at home? Although the second daughter is very disappointing, Yimu has made up her mind not to recognize the second daughter, but she is still very happy to hear that the eldest daughter and the youngest son are proud of. Jinlan went to get the visa. Yimu put the dried fish in the kitchen and greeted the second aunt and others. Last time they had dinner, Tianyu was also there. The second aunt and others naturally remembered Tianyu. Xiao Tian, I remember you are also taking the college entrance examination this year. The results of the college entrance examination should come out at noon. How did you do? Speaking of this, Yimu also remembered. Yes, have you checked the results? I checked before I came. When Tianyu's results were mentioned, the sadness between Mrs. Tian's eyebrows dissipated. 719 points, he did well in the exam. Although he is the second in the city, he is also the fifth in the province. It should be enough for the Imperial Capital University. Enough, the Imperial Capital University recruits 5 people every year. The top 10 in the province are not necessarily chosen by the Imperial Capital University. There are also people who choose Harbor City and Esh University. But the 5th in the province is the second in the city. Who is the first in the city? Hearing this news, Yimu and others couldn't help but click their tongues. Yijinlan was the first in the city and the ninth in the province. And city is not big. It can't be compared with other cities in the province. It's very old to be able to take the top 10 in the province every year. I didn't expect this year's college entrance examination to be so abnormal. I don't know. Tianyu also feels strange. There are only 2 high schools in city. One is number 1 middle school, and the other is Anqing High School. In the last mock exam, he was still the first. The second place was 20 points away from him. What happened in the college entrance examination? When the second aunt heard Tianyu's results, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Even if Ye's family is so smart, how can their neighbors be so complicated? By the way, isn't Xiaohua also a college entrance examination candidate? Did she check her results? Is 2 enough? The second aunt didn't think of Yi Xiaohua at first. She just thought that Tianyu was so excellent that she could try to introduce her granddaughter to him. Suddenly, she remembered that Yi Xiaohua was his girlfriend. That's when she asked Yimu. Don't mention it. Yimu heard the words of the second aunt and waved her hand directly. What else can she check? Her results are just like that. If it's a little better, it's a little better. If it's a little better, it's a little better. In front of these relatives, she can't talk about the contradiction between her and Yi Xiaohua. No matter what, the child's results should be checked. The second aunt heard her words and smiled. To say that the 2 children of Ye's family make relatives afraid, the second daughter makes relatives breathe a sigh of relief. It was at this time that Yimu's cell phone rang. It was a series of phone calls belonging to the capital. Yimu didn't remember that she had friends in the capital. She hesitated to answer. After listening to a sentence, Yimu was stunned directly. Capital University? Aunt Air was not surprised to hear this. It's for Jinlan. Only Yi Jinlan is a student of Capital University in the family. When Yimu heard that it was Capital University, she also thought of Yi Jinlan, but she didn't expect the next sentence of the other side to make her completely confused. Are you the mother of Yi Xiaohua? I'm the president of Capital University, that's it. We sincerely invite Yi Xiaohua to study at Capital University. The tuition is free and she is rewarded with 500,000 yuan. Please tell her that if she wants to, give me a call back. We will always wait for your call. Because Yi Xiaohua didn't have a mobile phone at the beginning, the contacts on the information were all the contact information of Ye's father and Ye's mother. Yimu never thought that she would receive a call from the president of Capital University. Or ask Yi Xiaohua to go to school there. She said a word mechanically, and then the other side said goodbye and hung up the phone. Why did the president of Capital University call you? Mrs. Tian is a little close to Yimu. She heard a little of what the president said just now, but it's not clear. What reward of 500,000 yuan? He asked Xiaohua if he would like to go to Capital University. If Xiaohua goes, the tuition will be free and he will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan. Yimu seemed to be silly and repeated mechanically. After her words, Tianyu's head slammed into a set. And the voice of talking and laughing in the living room disappeared instantly. Second aunt said in a daze, what? However, before they could react, Yimu's cell phone rang again, this time in S City. Quick, press hands-free. Aunt Air said directly. Yimu pressed the green call button, then pressed hands-free, and the voice over there came over. Very polite. Hello, I'm Professor Li of S University. I don't know if your child Yi Xiaohua would like to come to our S University. This time, it was hands-free. Although some people in the living room heard it, Yimu took a breath. The second aunt took a breath of cool air. S University is no less famous than the Capital University. Just when Yimu said that the Capital University called to invite Yi Xiaohua, the second aunt thought that Yimu had received a fraud call. I didn't expect that S University would call. They used official phone numbers and knew it when they checked the internet. After S University hung up the call, the famous schools in Harbor City also called. Mrs. Tian and others, who were going back, watched Yimu answer the phone one after another, and did not go back, but watched Yimu answer the phone. How many points did your family Xiaohua get in the end? When the second aunt saw Yi Mu hang up the phone in Harbor City, she couldn't help asking anxiously, let so many colleges and universities call? Was she the number one in the city? Hurry up and check how many points we got. She originally thought that the most powerful person in the Yi family was Yi Jinlan. She didn't expect that at this critical juncture, Yi Xiaohua, the dark horse that no one expected, suddenly appeared. To have so many famous schools call him, many people dreamed of getting into these schools in their lifetime. The school is picking and choosing them. Now, there were actually people who were picking schools. The second aunt really felt that people couldn't be judged by their appearance. Just now, she felt that it was fortunate that the Yi family had a Yi Xiaohua who could make them feel less pressured. In less than a minute, he was slapped in the face. Mrs. Tian also recovered from the shock. I just checked Tian Yu's score. There's still a number on her phone. She took out her mobile phone and wanted to help Yi Mu dial. Of course, Yi Mu also wanted to check the score. It was the first time she had received so many calls from universities. After Yi Jinlan's college entrance examination, they watched Yi Jinlan fill in the voluntary form. Every day, they waited for the news to see if Yi Jinlan had been admitted to the local university. How could they be like this today? Sitting at home, the top universities such as Imperial City University called in person, but, I don't know Xiaohua's admission ticket number. Yi Mu replied awkwardly. When Mrs. Tian and the second aunt wanted to ask why you didn't have it, they suddenly remembered Yi Xiaohua's impression in their hearts, and they didn't speak for a moment. If it was them, they didn't expect to leave Yi Xiaohua's admission ticket number. At this time, Yi Mu's phone rang again. Take it. The second aunt was more anxious than Yi Mu. Press hands-free. Anqing High School. Yi Mu thought it might be another university phone, but she didn't expect it to be Anqing High School. She knew the number. It was the principal of Anqing No. 1 Middle School who came to inform Yi Mu and Yi Fu of the good news. You should know the news, right? Yi Xiaohua got the top scorer in the city. The principal of Anqing High School took the office phone in his hand at this time, and he was happy. Just now, the transcript has been printed out. Yi got full marks in math, English and comprehensive science. Not only the top scorer in the city, but also the top scorer in the province with 757 points. Give our school and our city a long face. In fact, the principal couldn't believe it when he got this result. 757 points. After the college entrance examination, the school got the test paper. The high school teachers said that the big question after the math competition was so difficult that even they couldn't do it without looking at the answer. As soon as this year's math exam was over, the topic of how difficult math was came up on the internet. I didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to get full marks in math. When the principal got the results, he didn't believe it and checked it again, only to confirm that Yi Xiaohua really got such a result. The first in the province. Their school has never had a provincial top scorer. The principal thought of this and then said, I'll call you to tell you that there are reporters rushing to Wang's school. You should get ready. The reporters will interview Ye's living environment. She's 25 points higher than the second place, which has caused a big sensation. There will be reporters from the provincial capital. Only in the city, the provincial news will interview her. Don't panic. Get ready first. Yi Mu took her mobile phone and couldn't react at all. Your Yi family's grave is really heating up. Second aunt finally came back to her senses after a while. She quickly took out her phone and said, This is great news. I'll help you contact our mother and publish it in the newspaper. Our family is going to be famous. Yi Qingtong's eyes lit up. Yi Mu was naturally happy, and her hands were shaking. Just as she was about to call her relatives to report the good news, she suddenly remembered something. The mobile phone fell to the ground with a snap. She seems to have fallen out with Yi Xiaohua a few days ago because of Yi Jinlan. The second aunt didn't know about it, but the Tian family knew. After they were excited, they looked at each other and then walked out of Ye's house. I didn't expect that the most promising person in Ye's family was the most inconspicuous Yi Xiaohua. After walking out of Ye's house, Mrs. Tian said a complicated sentence. After that, she looked at Tian Yu again. You were. Before he finished speaking, he sighed. Tian Yu's mood is also very complicated, even a little confused, and he even doubts himself. He knows how difficult the math problem is. The last question is more difficult than the question he did in the math competition. He has no clue at all. There are a total of 4 questions, and he only did the first one correctly. In the end, he got 131 points in the math test, which shows that the other questions are not wrong, only the last one is wrong. I thought my math scores were already very good, but I didn't expect Xianxia, full score of 150 points. Tianyu thought that he had mocked her for not understanding the competition and not knowing Professor Mo at this time. Even if Xianxia was not in front of him, he wanted to find a crack to drill in. In the end, Xianxia was reported in the province and the city. But I don't know why they didn't interview Ye's family. They interviewed Xiaohua's classmates and teachers, and then Xiaohua herself. Now on Weibo, the hot search of the top beauty god of learning has completely exploded. She looks good and studies so well. I won't say it. My mother is making me kneel on the keyboard. 757 points? Full score in math? Is she still a human brain? I said that the top student is an otaku. God, she recharged. Title, Understand. The old man of the Yun family has now retired from the army. Under the guidance of the younger generation at home, he has learned to surf the internet. The topic of beautiful prodigy was too popular. The main reason was that the netizens couldn't believe this perverted title, and it blew up all the web pages. He tapped into an app and saw the title. A female scholar? Old Master Yun clicked on it and saw the score of 757 points. In the end, it slid to the bottom of the news draft. He almost fell to the ground. This was what Chiyu meant when he said his results were average? How else could he not be ordinary enough? People in Xiaohua's class group are also brushing these messages. He's definitely a dark horse. How terrifying. Turns out my deskmate is the legendary prodigy. That's enough. I'm preparing to fight again next year. There's a picture of the prodigy on my bedside. My mom told me to pay my respects to the prodigy every morning. Daily worshipping the prodigy. JPG, didn't any of you say that she's pretty? Our school's second-year joke, Qian, isn't as pretty as her, right? Dream lover? Why didn't I notice it earlier? I was wondering why the most handsome guy in number 1 middle school would choose her as his girlfriend. The fertile water flowed into the fields of outsiders. Heart attack. Song Yi scrolled through the messages impatiently. Xiaohua was everywhere. She was also one of the people interviewed by those reporters. Just after the college entrance examination, when she knew that Xiaohua broke up with Tianyu, she gloated. She didn't know why such an excellent Tianyu would take a fancy to a person like Xiaohua. I didn't expect you to break up with Tianyu so impulsively. With your conditions, I'm afraid you won't be able to find someone as excellent as Tianyu in the future. Song Yi couldn't deny that when she heard the news of Xiaohua's breakup, she was happy and couldn't help being sarcastic. The next day, she got Xiaohua's top scorer, and there were photos of her on the internet. Now thinking of her words, it's really, when she thought of not contacting her classmates and relatives in the past, knowing that she was Xiaohua's friend and calling her to ask about Xiaohua. Song Yi's heart was actually bleeding with regret. Xiaohua took off the glasses she gave her. At this time, she shouldn't need her as a friend, ****. The ones who regretted the most were Ye's parents. In the past, when those relatives came, they would catch Yi Jinlan and Yi Fan and praise them. Now it's good. Xiaohua's grandmother heard that her top scorer's baby granddaughter was angry and ran away by Ye's mother. She came to the city specially and scolded her every day. This is the room you gave her? What do you say about your mother? The chicken house in my hometown is bigger than the place where Xiaohua lives. You are really, how can our old Yi family have such a daughter-in-law like you? There is no harm without comparison. Grandma Yi used to know that Ye's father and mother were partial, but she didn't stop them. Now that she knows that Yi Xiaohua has shocked the whole town, she can't hold her breath, and she doesn't like Yi Jinlan. Who doesn't know that the reason why Yimu treats Yi Xiaohua like this is entirely because of Yi Jinlan? Yimu didn't want to stay at home and went to work at the company. Yi Jinlan didn't want to be scolded by Grandma Yi. Instead of going home, she went to the company to ask Yimu for money. Just as he was about to leave, 2 figures came towards him not far away. Yi Jinlan looks up subconsciously. No one in the family knows where Yi Xiaohua is except Yi Fan. After asking Yi Fan several times, Yi Fan only said that Yi Xiaohua was at her boyfriend's house. Yi Jinlan thinks that Yi Xiaohua broke up with Tianyu and should not find a better boyfriend than him. Unexpectedly, compared with the absurdity of Yi Xiaohua being admitted to the provincial top scorer, there are more absurd things at present: the boyfriend beside Yi Xiaohua, Yun Fei. Who is Yun Fei? Yi Jinlan read on the internet half a month ago, the heir of Yun Chabel. His grandfather used to be the commander of the military region, and his parents were also senior officials. It can be said that it's not only a rich family, but also a powerful family. Yun's family is not famous in city, but in fact, it's famous in the capital. Even Bai Weiwei has lamented the deeds of Yun's family. Families like them, who are not as good as Bai Weiwei, can only read the deeds of Yun's family on the internet. But Yi Jinlan never thought that Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend turned out to be Yun Fei. That's the executive director of the company? When she got closer, Yimu also recognized Yun Fei and exclaimed. She was hired by Yun family more than half a month ago. At that time, she held a try attitude. Unexpectedly, she was really hired. Now she is in the sales department on the first floor. She has seen Yun Fei from a distance, and can naturally know the big boss. Unexpectedly, the second daughter is so familiar with the big boss. This is obviously not an ordinary relationship. Yimu's heart has been overturned. She saw two people get on the elevator and subconsciously caught up with them. Xiaohua, it's my mother. I'm sorry, lady. The man beside the elevator stopped Yimu. This is a special elevator, you can't go in. Yimu can only watch the elevator rise higher and higher. Yi Jinlan didn't go abroad to study in the end, because Grandma Yi knew about it and got in the way. What's even more shocking is that Yi Fan won the first place in the math Olympic competition during the summer vacation. Not only was he interviewed by reporters, but Professor Mo of the Capital University also accepted him as a student. He was only a freshman in high school, so he decided the place of the Capital University. I only thank one person for winning this trophy, and that is my second sister, Yi Fan said in front of the camera, smiling shyly but also very confident. She taught me the competition knowledge. Is your second sister a teacher? The reporter asked in surprise. No, she just finished her exams. Yi Fan shook his head. The reporter was even more surprised. Can she really help you? Yes. Can I ask who your second sister is? A professor beside him couldn't help but ask. To be able to teach such a student, his second sister couldn't be any worse. Yi Xiaohua. Yi Fan is very proud. Professor and reporter. No wonder. He was just a freak who scored full marks in the math exam. If it was her, then there was nothing to doubt. When Yi Jinlan and Tianyu saw the interview video, they were filled with emotions. They are getting worse day by day. When Yimu and Yifu know that Yi Xiaohua has a relationship with the crown prince of Yun family, they also have some complaints about Yi Jinlan. He didn't treat her well either. Yi Jinlan has always been a dependent on the elderly. She has never had a part-time job since she was a child. She is used to being lazy. Without the support of Yimu and Yifu, she has no money to buy things. She doesn't want to go to school. She doesn't want to be looked down upon by her classmates. Yi Fan, who has a good relationship with Yi Xiaohua, soars to the sky. Not only does he enter the capital, but he also becomes a person in the national laboratory. A few years later, Yi Jinlan, who is very down and out, looks at the interview with Yi Fan on the big screen on the street and regrets it very much. Ding. Complete the main task, the system rewards 3,000 points. Ding. The 008 system serves the host, 3,000 points have been received, leaving the world. I'm leaving again. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the people around her and said silently goodbye, Yun Fei. As soon as a sentence was finished, the whole person seemed to fall into the abyss by something, and his consciousness fell into a coma. When I woke up again, I felt that the light around me was a little bright. Yi Xiaohua is now used to shuttling and looks around calmly. Only then did I find that they are surrounded by stones. It is estimated that they are on the mountain. The most important thing is several people around me, including myself, are wearing camouflage clothes. Soldier, Yi Xiaohua realized her current identity and immediately asked the system to pass the plot to her. Right away. After 008 finished, Yi Xiaohua felt a tingling in her brain, and then a bunch of plots were clearly transmitted to her brain. Yi Xiaohua's physical fitness is very good, and she immediately received the plot. This is indeed a military camp. The original owner is very powerful. He is a soldier in the Special Forces training camp. At the moment, a Special Forces task competition is taking place. The competition this time was very important, including the resources for several training sites and the quota for the international training camp. There are 20 classes, 10 people in each class, a total of 200 people. From the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, there are many checkpoints, each of which is a test of life and death, and each checkpoint is guarded by a drill master. Each checkpoint is divided into 3 levels. If you pass the first level, you will get the bronze medal, the second level, you will get the bronze medal and the silver medal. The bronze medal is 1 point, the silver medal is 3 points, and the gold medal is 5 points. For 3 days later, the foot of the mountain will meet, which class has the most points, can take the first place. And that class can get the best resources and get a place in the international training camp. The original body is the monitor of the first class. Unfortunately, on the first day of training, he had a fever. Even those drill instructors were beaten down by her. She became a mythical existence in the entire military camp. That's right, Su Jin was reborn. Before she was reborn, she was a Special Forces soldier in the international training camp. Ranked 10th in the international training camp, the people in the original master's class were like weak chickens in her eyes. When the original master was sick, she proposed to act separately. The people in the class had long known that the most powerful person in their class was Su Jin. When they knew that Su Jin was in Yi Xiaohua's class, they all wanted to enter this class. After all, they all knew that entering this class was equivalent to hugging Su Jin's thigh. With Su Jin here, they would definitely get the first place. If Su Jin wanted to leave, they would naturally follow Su Jin. In the end, only 2 people were willing to stay with the original master. Because of a fever, the original master was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake and died. This time's mission is to lead the 2 people who chose the original master to get first place in the competition and bring them into the International Special Forces training camp to prove their ability. So it is. Yi Xiaohua reached out her hand to her lower lip, and her tone was even a little cheerful. It's really good that I didn't return to such a primitive training place. Military camp, she actually returned to the military camp. I'm going to act alone. The plate I get will not be recorded under your name. Su Jin faintly looked at the other 9 people. Of course, if any of you are willing to move with me, you can also go with me. Su Jin, I'll go with you. Long Fei was the first to stand out. And me. Me. One after another, 6 people were willing to go with Su Jin. Finally, there was a man and a woman standing beside Yi Xiaohua. Long Fei looked at the woman and said directly, Qin Shui, why are you still following class leader Yi? She has a fever, so she shouldn't drag us down. You will be eliminated like this. Qin Shui, who was standing beside Yi Xiaohua, didn't listen to Long Fei's words at all. She couldn't help but purse her lips. Su Jin, are you going to take them away? Here, only Xiaohua can dismantle the bomb a little. If you want to get first place, without Xiaohua, you will have less protection. Can you bring Xiaohua? Hearing this, Su Jin looked at Qin Shui and smiled. You're wrong, I want to get first place, that's why I left her. Yi Xiaohua's fever will seriously affect our speed, and I'm sorry, I don't like the speed at which she defuses the bomb. But, we are in the same class. When Qin Shui came to the barracks, she and Yi Xiaohua were the best. At this time, she naturally would not abandon Yi Xiaohua. Su Jin interrupted Qin Shui's words and looked directly at the 2 of them. Qin Shui, Lu Jing, I'll ask the 2 of you one last time. Do you want to leave with me, or do you want to stay with this person with a fever? I swear, I will definitely get first place with you guys. Furthermore, you will enter the international training camp. International training camp? Long Fei and the others beside him widened their eyes and exclaimed. The international training camp was the ultimate dream of every Special Forces soldier. In addition to the soldiers training inside, there were 100 of the world's top Special Forces soldiers inside. Qin Shui did not move. No, I will accompany Xiaohua. Lu Jing glanced at her sarcastically and chuckled. No need. I wouldn't do such a thing to betray the class republic. Seeing that the two of them were still so determined, Long Fei said anxiously, why are you two so stubborn? If you follow class rep Yi, you will only have the strength of 2 people. You will also have an additional burden. You are simply at the bottom. This time, the last class will be directly kicked off the list. There is also the International Special Forces Training Camp. Think about it. Su Jin looked deeply at Chen Shui and Lu Jing. The two of you will regret this. She chuckled. However, she was too lazy to argue with the two of them. It did not matter whether she wanted the 3 of them or not. She had more important things to do. It was not worthwhile to waste time on them. Chen Shui actually naively thought that she needed Yi Xiaohua's bomb disposal skills. Even if she wanted to break her head, she would never have thought that she was not the original Su Jin. She was the International Training Camp's number 10 Special Forces soldier. Su Jin, Chen Shui and Lu Jing's talents were not bad. Originally, she thought that if the two of them obeyed her, she would bring them to the International Training Camp. However, since the two of them did not have this intention, she would wait and see them all enter the International Training Camp in the future. Su Jin's eyes narrowed. She wanted to stand at a higher height than before and strive to enter the top 10. The group of 7 people quickly left the place and went to find the nearest checkpoint. International Training Camp. Yi Xiaohua had not heard this familiar name for a long time. Host, are you from Yi Xiaohua's International Training Camp? Yi Xiaohua chuckled. No. Then, but in our world, I should be one of the founders of the training camp 008. Why do I want to ask her this question? Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua slowly stood up. She put her hands behind her head and spat out the grass in her mouth. The corner of her mouth hung a faint evil smile. She hooked her hand at the 2 people beside her and asked, do you want to try the feeling of being the first in the international training camp? Digression. The training of the special forces was extremely cruel. There were billions of people in the world, but only a few 100,000 could reach the level of the special forces. There were less than 1,000 people in the international training camp every year, and among these 1,000 people, only the strongest 100 could stand out and enter the top 100 list, the top 100 strongest out of billions. Every year, there were no less than 100,000 soldiers applying for the international special forces. Everyone who dared to sign up had at least some confidence in themselves. These people were either extremely outstanding in a certain field, or they had almost no weaknesses. In any case, no one who dared to challenge the International Special Forces Training Camp felt they were weak. In fact, the annual Special Forces Training Camp would have a cruel death quota. To stand out in this cruel selection, it could be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After participating in the training and the final selection for so many days, Chen Shui and Lu Jing had never heard Yi Xiaohua say such a thing. First in the International Training Camp, this was the dream of every Special Forces soldier? Who didn't want to go? Class leader, are you confused from the fever today? Lu Jing glanced at Yi Xiaohua, then used his hand to measure the temperature of her forehead. Sure enough, it was several degrees higher than the average person. Okay, you're still burning up, I forgive you. Lu Jing finished speaking and sighed. Chen Shui also smiled. Okay, don't talk about class leader. But class leader, don't go to the international training camp anymore. After all, there aren't many people like Su Jin. If you can't do it this year, then train for another year and come back next year. Although the 3 of them were not weak, after all, they were people who could train to the end. Sometimes people can't be compared to others. Lu Jing looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was still squinting at him. He remembered that the woman in front of him was a year younger than him, just 19 years old. The instructor said that Su Jin is a gift from the heavens. She was born to be a Special Forces soldier, so this year's quota is destined to be hers. But I shouldn't have offended Su Jin and the others. Su Shui suddenly thought of this. Long Fei also has some medical skills. If he was here. When Chen Shui said this, she was a little annoyed. Every class had a standard class leader and firepower team, and everyone had their own specialties. Because the military camp had military doctors, these Special Forces soldiers would not learn medicine during the tough training. It was common to get injured while surviving in the wild. At this time, it was very important to have someone with some medical skills in the team. Among the 200 people, only Long Fei, who came from a Western medicine family, knew a little bit of medical skills. This had always been a team, so it was also the reason why Su Jin decided to bring Long Fei and the others along. Yi Xiaohua understood what these two people were thinking, but she did not immediately explain. He just narrowed his eyes and looked around. The training location was deep in the mountains. At this time, they were on a mountain. There were many wild trees, weeds, and flowers on the mountain. Yi Xiaohua looked around for a long time, and finally found a few green things similar to grass under a rock. There was no water around. In this selection, they were not allowed to bring anything. Yi Xiaohua was not particular. She chewed it in her mouth and swallowed it. Lu Jing, who was in the middle of discussing with Chen Shui what to do next, saw this scene. Without batting an eyelid, he shifted his gaze and pretended to ask casually, "Class rep, what are you eating?" In the future, they would be comrades. What's more, these two people did not abandon her at this time. Yi Xiaohua had no intention of hiding in front of them. "Masla, this is the best treatment for summer colds and fevers. I don't see any shirsu. It would be better if there was." "Masla?" Chen Shui did not know about Chinese herbs, but was surprised. "Class rep, how do you know about Chinese herbs? I thought Long Fei was the only one in our class who knew a little bit of medical skills." Yi Xiaohua swallowed the chewed masla, then glanced at Chen Shui and smiled. "There are still a lot of things you don't know. Then if you eat the herbs, you should get better quickly, right?" Lu Jing looked at Yi Xiaohua. "What does the shirsu look like?" "Chen Shui and I can help you pay attention on the road." Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to say no. As long as there was shirsu within a 5-meter radius, she would not be able to escape her spiritual power search. But then she changed her mind. She looked around, then broke a branch and came down. Using her feet to cut the gravel and grass on the ground, she directly used the branch to draw a shirsu on the ground. It's this shape. The leaves are purple with a hint of green, and there are also completely green ones, also called baisu. The effects of the two are similar. The strongest effect of shirsu is not for cold, but for fish and crab poisoning. As soon as she finished speaking, a shirsu was drawn by her. As she spoke, she also drew the masla she had just chewed and talked about the effects. Chen Shui and Lu Jing quickly memorized the two types of herbs. "Xiaohua, how did you draw it so well?" After she finished, Chen Shui stared at the two lifelike herbs on the ground and looked at Yi Xiaohua in disbelief. If an art student could draw such lifelike herbs with a few strokes of a branch, Chen Shui might not be so surprised. But this was a military camp, and Yi Xiaohua was a special forces soldier. She trained day and night, and she was either holding a rifle or a grenade in her hand. She actually drew it with a branch in just a few strokes. The two herbs took less than 2 minutes, and her speed was like moving clouds and flowing water. Chen Shui was really shocked. Lu Jing looked at Yi Xiaohua, and his heart trembled. Yi Xiaohua saw that the two were familiar with the herbs, so she used the branch to make a mess, and casually said, "It's okay, because it's a simple drawing, as long as I can recognize it." I didn't think too much about the details. She had learned art in the mission world, and if she couldn't draw something like this, it would be shameful. "It's okay?" Hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice, Chen Shui's eyes widened. "Do you know how important this kind of painting foundation is in a class? After a mission, the most important thing for a scout is to restore the terrain. If Su Jin knew you had this skill, she wouldn't easily leave you behind." Yi Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. The two sensitively felt that there was something wrong with Yi Xiaohua today, but they didn't know what was wrong. After a while, they began to walk down the mountain, looking for a checkpoint. After eating the herbs, Yi Xiaohua's spirit was much better. She pointed in a direction. "Let's go that way." There was no compass here, and they didn't have a map. Chen Shui and Lu Jing didn't know where to go. Seeing Yi Xiaohua pointing in a direction, they didn't object, and immediately walked in that direction. 20 minutes later. Yi Xiaohua squinted and looked in the direction 20 meters away. Su Jin tried out her gun. The 6 people around her, including Instructor Ho, watched her pass the checkpoint solemnly. She didn't even pause in her steps as she continued walking forward. She had never seen Su Jin in action before. This time, she wanted to see just how powerful this former 10th-ranked Special Forces soldier of the international training camp was to make Chen Shui, Lu Jing, and the others so afraid. Chen Shui and Lu Jing looked at each other. They also saw Su Jin's group, so they didn't know if they should go or not. The first person to find the checkpoint was the first to pass. If the first person to find the checkpoint reached level 3, then they would receive gold, silver, and bronze tokens. Later teams wouldn't receive a token even if they passed. If the completion level was level 1, then they would receive a bronze token. Later teams had to reach level 2 or above to get the silver and gold tokens, but they wouldn't be able to get a bronze token. If they couldn't pass the checkpoint, then they wouldn't even get a token. Later teams only needed to clear the checkpoint to get a token. Therefore, finding the checkpoint was also a kind of luck. If a class found a checkpoint that no one had passed before, then the probability of getting a token was 70%. If they found a checkpoint that no one had passed before, then the probability of getting a token was 20%. If they met a strong class, then the later teams would immediately leave and not stay for a second at the checkpoint. So when they saw Su Jin's team clearing the checkpoint, Chen Shui and Lu Jing hesitated. In fact, they didn't want to go. Because they knew that the three of them were far weaker than Su Shui's group. After Su Shui's team cleared the checkpoint, even if there was a token left, they wouldn't be able to get it. After all, if Su Shui's strong team couldn't get a token, then they wouldn't be able to. Chen Shui saw a team on the left also found the checkpoint. It was also Chen Shui's acquaintance, Class 2's class monitor, Wang Jinfeng. Bad luck. Wang Jinfeng glared. The first person to find the checkpoint was actually Su Jin. I thought we were fast enough. That's Instructor Ho's checkpoint, so it should be a firearms combat type. Su Jin is a sharpshooter. Forget it, let's go find the next checkpoint. Wang Jinfeng thought about it and didn't choose to wait for Su Jin's team to finish the checkpoint. Su Jin was a famous sharpshooter in the team. If her completion level wasn't high, then they had no hope. The group of people came and left. Chen Shui and Lu Jing looked at each other. Seeing Yi Xiaohua walking towards the checkpoint, they trotted after her and stopped her. Class monitor, let's not go. Let's go find the next checkpoint. Why? Yi Xiaohua didn't stop and glanced at him. It's a waste of time. Su Jin has more people, and Instructor He's checkpoint, Yi Xiaohua understood what he meant and chuckled. Let's see. What if we're lucky? She was so sure that Su Jin and Chen Shui paused for a moment before they finally accepted their fate and followed her. Forget it. The three of us won't be able to pass so many levels anyway. We'll always be last. It's just a matter of whether the data is good or not, Chen Shui said. Let's go join in the fun. Two people follow Yi Xiaohua to the front. Su Jin and the others were already preparing to enter the checkpoint. The 6 of them had actually arrived only 3 minutes ago. Seeing Yi Xiaohua and the other two, Su Jin immediately turned his eyes. Of course, it wasn't fear. It was just that, these 3 people were no match for her. They were no longer worthy of her attention. Her opponents were the people from the international training camp. As for this tryout, Su Jin didn't care about it at all. Do you see that? There are muzzles on all 4 walls. The 7 of you each have a rifle. The muzzles will shoot rubber bullets at high speed. You have to dodge and not get hit. At the same time, there are 30 targets on the wall. While dodging the rubber bullets, you have to hit the bullseye when you shoot the targets. Hit 10 bullseye, completion level 1. Hit 20 bullseye, completion level 2. Hit 30 bullseye, completion level 3. During this period, as long as you get hit, you'll be eliminated immediately. You won't be allowed to participate until the last person is eliminated. Is it so difficult this year? Long Fei from Su Jin's team widened his eyes. We can't even complete level 1 with such difficulty. Before they came, they had asked around. In previous years, each person had 3 chances to be shot. Even Su Jin didn't expect a small domestic tryout to be so difficult. Boss has made the decision. Let's begin, Instructor, he said. As he said that, Instructor, he pressed the switch. The muzzle of the gun could fire 2 bullets in different directions per second. There were a total of 30 muzzles, which meant that there would be 60 bullets per second. It was difficult to dodge bullets in such a small space, not to mention shooting the targets on the wall. Wasn't this year's difficulty a little too high? Long Fei, Su Jin, and the others felt bitter, especially since there were only 7 of them. Soon, Long Fei died. He shot once before he was eliminated, but he didn't hit the bullseye. The others were also eliminated one after another. However, 3 of them were very lucky. Before they were eliminated, they hit the bullseye of 3 targets with 1 shot. Su Jin weaved through the hail of bullets with a rifle in her hand. Marksmanship was her forte, but it was too difficult to aim at the targets while dodging. She kept an eye on the direction of the muzzle as she fired. Bang, 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 hit by a rubber bullet. Eliminated. Instructor Ho said and turned off the switch. He began to check the targets on the wall and looked at Su Jin with some surprise. You hit 11 targets. Level 1 completion, very good. I thought no one could complete the first round. Instructor He gave the bronze plate to Su Jin. Instructor He, who had always been very cold and inhuman, said one more sentence to Su Jin. You're Su Jin, right? I look forward to seeing you in the international training camp. Long Fei and the others also looked at Su Jin with admiration. 8 targets, Su Jin, I always knew you were very powerful, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Su Jin smiled, that's because no one could make me use my full strength before. She still had a lot of strong points that she hadn't shown. This sentence was quite conceited, but Long Fei and the others didn't believe it. Instead, they admired her even more. Then, Su Jin led them in the next direction. When passing by Xianxia and the others, Long Fei and the others just glanced at the 3 of them and smiled. They didn't make fun of the 3 of them. After all, Su Jin was so strong now. They naturally looked down on these 3 weak people. Su Jin and the others quickly left. Instructor He took out his communicator and reported to someone that someone had completed the first round. One could imagine how difficult this round was. It was just a level 1 completion, but Instructor He valued it so much. He's really strong. Lu Jing exhaled slowly and finally reacted. Let's go and find the next checkpoint. Instructor Ho turned off the communicator in surprise when he heard that there were still people who wanted to challenge the level. He turned to the side and saw a student lazily raising his hand at him. You guys want to challenge the level? Instructor Ho looked at the team of only 3 people and reminded them, you've seen Su Jin's team just now. They've already gotten the bronze medal, so you'll have to hit 20 targets to get the silver medal. Even so, you guys still want to challenge the level? No need, let's go straight to the level. Yi Xiaohua interrupted him. Instructor Ho felt strange, but since the students wanted to challenge the level, he had nothing to say. He just took down the target that he had just hit. Qin Shui and Lu Jing heard Yi Xiaohua's words and whispered, let's go. Even Su Jin and the others can't pass the second level, let's not embarrass ourselves. Qin Shui's idea was simple. If they couldn't even hit a single target, it would be embarrassing. Go? Yi Xiaohua looked at them strangely, let's finish the level first. Seeing that Instructor He had finished changing the targets, she went to pick 2 guns and threw them to the 2 of them. Then, she took a gun for herself. Qin Shui and Lu Jing had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in with her. Let's start. Yi Xiaohua nodded at Instructor Ho. Instructor Ho did not hesitate and directly pressed the switch. At the headquarters at the foot of the mountain, there were countless large and small monitors, monitoring everything that happened on the mountain. This Su Jin is really talented. A middle-aged officer looked at the monitor at the first checkpoint and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the headquarters said that she is the most promising one to enter the international training camp. This first checkpoint was set up by Captain Yun, right? According to his subordinates, no one in the entire military camp can pass this devilish checkpoint. It's really scary. There were 5 people sitting in the monitoring room, all of whom were the instructors of this selection. The 5 people sat in a row of long chairs and commented on the people in the video. This number 009 Wang Jinfeng also knows how to choose and go straight to the second checkpoint. He's a bit talented, but it's not enough to face Su Jin's team. These 3 are also going to challenge the level? The middle-aged officer saw the scene on the screen in the middle and couldn't help but frown. These 3 people are the class that Su Jin left? As he spoke, the guard beside him had already helped him pull up the data. It's Yi Xiaohua and the others. It's obvious that they can't pass this checkpoint. Why are they still wasting time here? After seeing them enter the checkpoint, the middle-aged officer frowned even tighter. Xianxia is a little conceited. He has been a soldier for so many years. How can he still have such a character? No wonder Su Jin wants to leave their team. When the others saw this scene, they clearly had the same thoughts as the middle-aged officer. Only a young man sitting in the corner narrowed his eyes slightly. He reached out to knock on the table and looked at the surveillance camera with a pair of dark eyes. His face was surprisingly good-looking. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a military uniform and was fiddling with a pistol in his other hand, exuding a bloody aura, most people would think that he was a movie star. Not necessarily. He pointed at the surveillance video. Zoom in. You are. The middle-aged officer wanted to ask if there was something wrong with his eyes, but when he turned around and saw the man, he changed the topic. A genius. After he finished speaking, he even personally enlarged the surveillance. He didn't dare to provoke this man, but in his heart, he didn't dare to agree with the man's words. Not to mention that Xianxia's strength was not as good as Su Jin and the others, just the number of 3 people was a fatal point. At the first checkpoint, Lu Jing and Chen Shui were in a hail of bullets. Only then did they know how difficult this checkpoint was. It wasn't just a test of spear skills, but also an extremely powerful body technique. The strength of the 2 of them was not bad. Before they were shot, they both hit a target. Fortunately, it's not that embarrassing. Lu Jing came out in a sorry state. He saw that Chen Shui came out at about the same time as her. Where's the class monitor? Both of them were at the peak of their bodies, which was even beyond their previous level. After persisting inside for a minute, it was much better than Long Fei and the others. In their eyes, Xianxia had a fever and would not persist longer than them, so they all subconsciously felt that when they came out, Xianxia should have come out. When the 2 of them came out, they didn't find Xianxia. Could it be? The 2 of them tensed up and immediately turned around. Sure enough, they saw that Xianxia was still in the hail of bullets. Her figure was like a ghost. Sometimes, the 2 of them couldn't see clearly how she got from one side to the other invincible point. Bang, they saw, with a gunshot, another target hit the bull's eye. Just now, they didn't even notice that this was already the 8th target that hit the bull's eye. The 2 of them had shot a total of 2 targets. So the other 6 were shot by Xianxia? Class monitor? Chen Shui and Lu Jing were both very confused. Instructor Ho's expression also became serious as he stared at the checkpoint. The people who were shocked were not only Chen Shui and the others, but also the officer who was watching the video surveillance. The officer didn't expect to see such a scene and was so shocked that he jumped up. It's actually possible. With her current level, it's still possible to hit 10 targets, but it's still very difficult to hit 20. But she's already very good, it's really incredible. The eyes of the other people at the headquarters were also fixed on the monitor. Captain Yun is right, the middle-aged officer said, her strength is good. If she stayed in Su Jin's team and the 2 of them worked together to get the silver medal, she should be able to hit 15 targets. But at this time, the speed of the rubber bullet will increase to 3 rounds per second, she should be eliminated. He said so to the others around him. However, just as he was speaking, Xianxia's figure also sped up with the speed of the rubber bullet. The 16th target, 17, 20, the officers in charge of the surveillance in the control room almost held their breath at this time, not daring to move as they looked at the surveillance video. 23, 27. 30, perfect completion, digression. The checkpoint on the screen had been passed. However, the group in the monitoring room was stunned for a few minutes before they reacted. The middle-aged officer slowly exhaled, this Xianxia really hit it well enough. You guys are really lucky to be able to recruit such a talent. Isn't she only 19 years old? She's so powerful at such a young age. Her future is limitless. It's not impossible for her to make it to the top 100 of the international training camp. As he said. He looked at the man sitting in the corner with jealousy. On the other side, several people at the first checkpoint also reacted. Instructor Ho mechanically pressed the switch, then looked at Xianxia with a very complicated expression as she walked over. Xianxia pinched her wrist. this body was good, she was still used to it. Instructor Ho, here's our badge. After hearing her voice, Instructor Ho stiffly took out a silver and a gold medal from his pocket. Yi Xiaohua took it in her hand, weighed it, then threw it to Qin Shui and Lu Jing, who were still stunned, and waved at Instructor Ho. Thank you. Instructor Ho wiped his face, then looked at her expressionlessly. Don't say thank you to me. I don't want to see you for a month. They were both human. How could there be such a big difference? Under such a strong pressure, a person shot the remaining 28 targets. Seeing that she should still be able to do it in the end, Instructor Ho felt that if he trained with her, it would be a bit too much. Fortunately, he did not train with her. This humanoid machine was really scary. Looking forward to our next meeting, Yi Xiaohua turned and said to Qin Shui and Lu Jing, let's go. Saying that, she looked in a direction and walked directly over there. Instructor Ho stiffened while looking at the direction Yi Xiaohua was walking in. Suddenly, he was stunned. This was the direction of the next checkpoint. In fact, these instructors knew where each checkpoint was, but the trainees did not know. In fact, in this vast virgin forest where almost every place looked the same, distinguishing the direction was a problem. Excellent Special Forces soldiers had a good sense of direction, and the speed at which they found the checkpoint also reflected their ability. The direction Su Jin just left was also the direction of the second checkpoint. Although Su Jin was a little off, according to her speed, she should be able to find the checkpoint in 40 minutes. But Yi Xiaohua's direction was obviously a straight line. It was estimated that she could reach the second checkpoint in 20 minutes. Instructor Ho rubbed his chin. It should be luck, right? After all, the first checkpoint was found by Su Jingxian, and Yi Xiaohua was 3 minutes behind. Thinking of this, he felt that Yi Xiaohua was lucky. However, what Instructor Ho didn't know was that Yi Xiaohua stayed at the top of the mountain for 20 minutes to find herbs before heading to the first checkpoint. But of course, no one told him about this. Yi Xiaohua sighed. Qin Shui and Lu Jing, each holding a gold medal and a silver medal, followed Yi Xiaohua like ghosts. Class rep, Qin Shui felt her voice was shaky. Did we get the gold medal? Yi Xiaohua casually said in. Lu Jing was already calm enough. Previously, he had already rejected Su Ran's invitation, which showed how firm his will was. However, even he felt a little unsteady now. Su Jin's strength could be considered to be at the top among them. Even Instructor Ho said that it was not easy for Su Jin to get the bronze medal, but he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua, this pervert, would actually hit the remaining 28 targets. Wasn't this too scary? At first, he thought she was a bronze, but who knew that she was a king? Are you still human? Qin Shui finally reacted and looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Otherwise? So, you're not joking about the international training camp? Lu Jing looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. Do you think I'm a joker? Lu Jing pursed his lips. It didn't seem like it, but it was the international training camp. It was normal for them to feel unreachable. I just didn't expect you to be so strong. Lu Jing sighed and smiled. I originally thought that after leaving the team, I would be eliminated, but now I'm not afraid. Not to mention us, even Su Jin was wrong. Class rep, with your marksmanship, even Su Jin can't compare. I think we can get first place. That's right, Qin Shui looked at Yi Xiaohua as if she was looking at a monster. Are you a pervert? But I like this kind of pervert. The two of them originally thought that they were eliminated, but they didn't expect their class rep to be a god. For a moment, they were naturally excited and no longer had the indifferent attitude they had at the beginning. 20 minutes later, they successfully reached the second checkpoint. At this time, the other team had just arrived. The two teams looked at each other, unable to tell who was first. You two teams discuss who will go first. Instructor Li, who was in charge of this checkpoint, looked at them. The second team was Wang Jinfeng and the others who left when they first met Su Jin. Hearing this, Wang Jinfeng directly waved his hand. No need, you guys go first. Are you sure? Yi Xiaohua glanced at Wang Jinfeng. Don't you want to ask your team members? Of course. A young man with a buzz cut next to Wang Jinfeng waved his hand indifferently. Regret? What's there to regret? Hurry up and go in. Don't waste time, Wang Jinfeng urged. On the way, Wang Jinfeng and the others heard that Yi Xiaohua and the other two had separated from Su Jin and the others. There were only 3 of them. How could they pass the level? Of course, Wang Jinfeng didn't know that after a while, he would want to turn back time and beat his arrogant self to death. Okay. Yi Xiaohua heard Wang Jinfeng's words and didn't hesitate. She brought Chen Shui and Lu Jing in. She had already kindly reminded Wang Jinfeng. Since he was so generous, she wouldn't stand on ceremony. Instructor Li looked at the 3 of them but didn't say anything. This level is to pass through a minefield trap. There's a computer unlocking every 20 meters. You have to decipher the information within 40 seconds. Anyone who is hit by a bomb will be eliminated immediately. There's a total of 60 meters. Every 20 meters is a level. Go. As he spoke, he closed the door, blocking Wang Jinfeng and the others' view. There was a yellow line at the starting point. Yi Xiaohua walked to the edge of the yellow line and said to the 2, "Where do you think we should go for the first step?" The first level tested marksmanship and agility. The second level tested the agents. The 2 didn't know why Yi Xiaohua was asking them, but they immediately analyzed it. The monitor is good at agility and marksmanship. I'm good at long-range sniping. Chen Shui is good at grenade launching. We're at a disadvantage in this level. So we have to be careful. The first step should be this way. Lu Jing first pointed to an empty piece of land in the lower left corner. There's a bulge on the right. There should be a mine buried there. As for the middle, it's too flat. I think there should be a trap. Yi Xiaohua nodded and looked at Chen Shui. What about you? Chen Shui had a different idea. She thought the middle was the safest. The middle was so flat that it looked like a trap. But what if the person who set the level thought that they thought so and deliberately made it like this? Yi Xiaohua smiled when she heard the 2 of them. It makes sense. Yi Xiaohua nodded and looked around. She found a tree, broke off a long branch, and pointed to the middle. Chen Shui, do you see this white line? The line is old and stained with mud. Do you think it's from the mountain? Was that why they felt that the middle path was the safest? Actually, you're wrong. This line triggered a trap. I don't know if you've noticed, but the line runs across the entire road, and the left end is buried underground. It's obviously a trap. As she spoke, she told him about the safe and unsafe places that Lu Jing had mentioned. In the end, he chose the path that Lu Jing and Chen Shui recognized as the most dangerous. He was teaching the other 2. Instructor Li, who was standing not far away, looked at Yi Xiaohua's analysis and was surprised. In reality, everyone in the military camp had something they were good at. They couldn't possibly teach it to others because they were afraid that their disciples would starve to death. He didn't expect that someone would share such a precious experience with his friend. Instructor Li couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua taught all the way and soon came to a computer at a 20-meter obstacle. When they crossed the 20-meter checkpoint, a white bar appeared on the computer, and there was a countdown, 40 seconds. Seeing the content on the computer, Lu Jing was shocked. High-level intelligence, how do we break through? However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiaohua began to press on the computer. 10 seconds later. Yi Xiaohua got up and looked at Lu Jing, who was still stunned. Let's go. Lu Jing and Chen Shui, Wang Jinfeng's group of 10, were still waiting outside. They weren't nervous at all. They didn't know what this checkpoint was, but they had heard that Instructor Li was good at being a special intelligence agent. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Wang Jinfeng was also a seated player this time, so he naturally knew what the other teams were like. The people in Yi Xiaohua's team who were proficient in this area were all on Su Jin's side. That was why he was so generous to let Yi Xiaohua and the others go first. It was just because he felt that Yi Xiaohua and the others were not a threat. If it was Su Jin's team, he would never be so generous. I heard that this mission is very difficult, but we have Su Ming. He's the best scout in the entire military camp. Wang Jinfeng patted the boy with the crew cut next to him and smiled. It's mainly up to you. The boy with the crew cut nodded. Of course. 5 minutes later, Yi Xiaohua and the others came out. Wang Jinfeng looked at the expressionless faces of Lu Jing and the others and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, are you hurt? Yi Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Lu Jian and Chen Shui seemed to be in a daze. Wang Jinfeng and the others felt that they should be hurt, so they didn't waste time with them. With a wave of his hand, the 10 people in the class all entered the checkpoint. Instructor, we're going to pass the checkpoint. Wang Jinfeng called twice before Instructor Li reacted. Instructor Li explained the rules and then pointed to the checkpoint without closing the door. You guys go. Wang Jinfeng and the others carefully walked forward 20 meters and solved the first intelligence. Then they carefully walked forward. After passing 40 meters, but at the 41st meter, Su Ming's judgment wasn't enough. Boom dash after a loud noise, Wang Jinfeng and the others ran out with their faces covered in dirt. However, the group of 10 were not discouraged. Instead, they were full of joy. We passed the second checkpoint. Su Ming, we were able to get the bronze and silver medals this time mainly because of you. Su Ming touched his head. It's okay, but the second checkpoint seems to be easier than the first one. He couldn't believe that he passed the second checkpoint just like that. He was really lucky today. The bronze and silver medals added up to 4 points. Instructor Li looked at him slowly. Oh, the bronze medal was taken by Yi Xiaohua and the others. What? Wang Jinfeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be so lucky to get a bronze medal, but he didn't take it to heart. What about the silver medal? They also took the silver medal. Instructor Li smiled very gently. In fact, even if you pass the third checkpoint, you won't get any medal, because the 3 of them have already taken all the gold, silver, and bronze medals. A minute later. A heart-wrenching voice came from the second checkpoint, F*CK. Are they devils? They didn't even leave a bronze medal for us. Of course, Yi Xiaohua and the others didn't know all this. Chen Shui, Lu Jing, and the others finally felt what it was like to win without doing anything. One god with 2 pits. Yi Xiaohua was unstoppable. After that, they found 2 more checkpoints and got 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal. Now they had 4 gold medals, 4 gold medals, 3 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal. This was probably the feeling of getting rich overnight, right? The 2 of them thought in a trance. The first day quickly came to night. They couldn't bring any food for this training. Other than their clothes, they only had the most basic military knife. At night, there would be beasts in the forest, and the checkpoints would not be open. Therefore, not only did they have to spend the night in the forest, but they also had to solve the problem of food, water, and shelter at night. This was also the most difficult part of their mission. It was very difficult to safely spend the night without bringing anything. If they didn't find food and water, they would have no strength. Not to mention whether they could pass the checkpoint the next day. If they lost their way in the forest, only death awaited them. In fact, this was also a test of survival for each Special Forces soldier. By evening, everyone was exhausted, thirsty, hungry, and tired. This way, Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything and pointed directly to a place. There's water over there. Chen Shui and Lu Jing, who had been winning without doing anything, also felt that something was wrong. They found that Yi Xiaohua was simply a human map. From the first checkpoint to the later checkpoints, the other teams had a bad sense of direction and poor analysis. It was impossible to find a checkpoint until now. However, on Yi Xiaohua's side, they passed a checkpoint in almost an hour. Now, he had to bring them to a shelter. The 2 followed Yi Xiaohua, and within 10 seconds, they saw a water source. When they got there, they found another group of people gathered by the water. It was Wang Jinfeng and the others that they had met in the afternoon. I finally see you. Wang Jinfeng and the others were holding branches to fish in the water. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming, Wang Jinfeng, who was making a fire, couldn't help but say with a bitter face, "Big bosses, I won't pretend anymore. Next time I meet you at the checkpoint, can you let us go first?" Chen Shui and Lu Jing didn't say anything. They just looked at Yi Xiaohua. Wang Jinfeng and others were shocked. It seemed that the core of the team was Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua touched his chin and finally nodded. Wang Jinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jing looked at the people in Wang Jinfeng's team. Are you fishing? What's the situation? We can't. The people in charge of spearing the fish had a bitter look on their faces. They took out the sticks that were empty again. We've been fishing for half an hour. F***ck. It was empty again. How can this fish be so smart? Another person cursed. If it weren't for the fact that they were really hungry and had to go through the checkpoint tomorrow, they would have given up a long time ago. Seeing their fishing skills, Xiaohua's mouth twitched. She asked Chen Shui and Lu Jing to find firewood while she went to catch the fish. The two of them naturally wouldn't object to Xiaohua's orders. The three of them split up. Xiaohua found a suitable stick around and sharpened it with a military knife. Finally, they went into the water. Wang Jinfeng looked at her and couldn't help but remind her, Xiaohua, this fish is very hard to catch. As he said that, a fish quickly swam past where Xiaohua was standing. She narrowed her eyes and stabbed her fork into it. When she raised her hand again, a fat fish was hanging on it. Wang Jinfeng and the others who wanted to say something, Xiaohua knocked the fish out with a stone, then threw it at the camp she had chosen. She continued to walk forward, looking for prey that would scare her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, all in all, it was only 15 minutes. The group of men in Wang Jinfeng's team, who were still in the water, looked at each other. The corners of their mouths twitched. Is this guy really a king human? Chen Shui and Lu Jing quickly gathered some firewood and came over. Originally, the two of them thought that they could help Xiaohua fish when they came back. However, when the two of them came back, they didn't see Xiaohua. They only saw 8 fat fish on their camp. The two of them looked at each other, then they looked at Wang Jinfeng and the others who were still in the water. It was at this time that Xiaohua also came back with a pile of green grass and branches. What is this? Chen Shui asked. Seasoning. Xiaohua threw the things on the ground, then took the military knife and rubbed it against the stone. Sparks flew, and she easily lit the fire. I saw it on the road when I first came. Seeing that you guys weren't back yet, I went to pick it. It's for grilling fish. Chen Shui and Lu Jing. They really hugged the legs of a god. 10 minutes later, the smell of fish mixed with cumin and other fragrances wafted out. Wang Jinfeng, actually, I want to know too. In the end, the group shamelessly asked Xiaohua to help them catch a few fish. Xiaohua taught Chen Shui and Lu Jing how to catch fish. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinfeng's team looked at each other. The two teams rested by the water for a night, and on this night, they established a deep friendship. When they parted, Wang Jinfeng couldn't help but look at Chen Shui and Lu Jing with jealousy. Aren't you two a bit too lucky? Chen Shui and Lu Jing were both shameless, can't help it, heaven's chosen one. Wang Jinfeng was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. But before leaving, Wang Jinfeng was terrified. I hope I won't meet you during the day. I'll meet you again at night when we set up camp. Not to mention Wang Jinfeng, even Chen Ming and the others had the same thought. The two teams went in different directions. Xiaohua looked at Wang Jinfeng, then pointed in a direction. You guys go that way, straight. There's a checkpoint there that suits you. If it was before, Wang Jinfeng wouldn't have listened to Xiaohua. But after last night, he understood why Chen Shui and Lu Jing listened to Xiaohua. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Thank you, class monitor Yi, but why don't you go? Oh, that checkpoint is too easy, Xiaohua replied lazily. It's not good to train these two holes. Wang Jinfeng. Why did he have to ask such a question? On the other side, Su Jin and the others also set off. After a night, some teams didn't find food, while others couldn't find water after a night of running. The next day, they were exhausted and didn't have time to take care of themselves. Along the way, Su Jin and Long Fei's team met two teams, both of which were in a miserable state. One of the teams met a wolf, and two of the team members were injured. Wang Jinfeng, your situation looks okay. Long Fei met Wang Jinfeng again and was surprised to see that he was full of energy and didn't look tired, much better than most teams. When they met Su Jin, Wang Jinfeng and the others would naturally stop. It's just SOSO, we were lucky to get a few fish. Wang Jinfeng smiled, lucky to meet a big shot. Su Jin looked at them in surprise. Then you guys are really lucky. These fish are not easy to catch, Su Jin said lightly. Yeah, we wanted to catch fish too, but we couldn't. Fortunately, we have Su Jin, a man in Su Jin's team said proudly. Su Jin caught a rabbit and a pheasant. 7 people is barely enough. Long Fei and the others were obviously very excited. He felt that he had followed the right person. After all, food in the wild was too hard to come by. In the past, most of the training teams only found a water source and ate wild fruits to fill their stomachs. They were able to find a rabbit and pheasant and eat a delicious meal. Although they didn't eat much and weren't even half full, it was definitely the most delicious meal they had eaten. Along the way, Long Fei and the others would attract hatred whenever they met a team. The people in the team all looked at them with envy and jealousy. This made Long Fei and the others very proud. He said that to Wang Jinfeng, of course, to pull Wang Jinfeng's hatred. However, they did not expect that after they finished speaking, Wang Jinfeng and the others did not have the slightest bit of jealousy on their faces. This made Long Fei and the others feel extremely strange. This was different from what they had imagined. How would they know? Last night, not only did Wang Jinfeng and the others get fish to eat, but Xianxia also forked a lot of fish to train Xianxia and Lu Jing. They also got 2 fish each, plus all kinds of wild seasonings that Xianxia found. It was as if they were having a picnic on vacation. He was even a little full, seeing Xianxia, this bug-like existence, and hearing that Su Jin had only hunted rabbits and pheasants. Wang Jinfeng and the others could not bring up the slightest bit of surprise or jealousy. Is that so? You guys are really too amazing. However, Wang Jinfeng would not tell Su Jin and the others like a fool. He just smiled. We're going to find the next checkpoint. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to leave in the direction that Xianxia had mentioned. After he left, Long Fei and the others looked at their backs strangely. This Wang Jinfeng is weird. He's going in the wrong direction. Another person laughed. Just now, Su Jin analyzed that there is no checkpoint over there. They're going to make a wasted trip. How pitiful. Yeah, fortunately we have Su Jin. The group of people laughed. I wonder how Xianxia and the other 2 spent last night. I heard that there are wolves here. Long Fei couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. Who knows? A youth said disdainfully, I'm afraid they didn't even find a water source, and they even brought along a burden. We haven't met them yet. Could they have gotten lost and sacrificed? With the intensity of the training this time, it was not impossible. Hearing this, Su Jin curled his lips. The 3 of them are still here? As they spoke, they saw 3 familiar figures at a checkpoint in front of them. Upon closer inspection, it was Xianxia and the other 2. Long Fei was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Just in time, let's go find Xianxia and Lu Jing. Say, if the 2 of them find out that we got a total of 3 bronze medals and 2 silver medals, will they regret it? Digression, today is another day of 7 chapters. I'll work my ass off to update for a ticket. Okay, when Su Jin left, she wanted to bring Xianxia and Lu Jing with her, but it was only because they were extremely outstanding in the special forces. Long Fei and the others were indeed inferior to Xianxia and Lu Jing in terms of stamina and other aspects. Now that they had followed Su Jin and won without doing anything, they even got 3 bronze medals and 2 silver medals. In fact, they had inquired about the last training camp competition. Because the Special Forces soldiers who participated on the first day were extremely unfamiliar with the forest, they did not dare to wander around randomly. They only dared to continue walking after they had determined the direction. The difficulty of the first stage was enough to make most people lose confidence and waste a lot of time. Not to mention the effort it took to find a campsite, food, and water. Therefore, the total number of tokens obtained on the first day would not exceed 4. They had obtained 5 on the first day, and there were even 2 silver medals among them. How could Long Fei and the others not be proud? In the past, when they were training, they were all suppressed by Xianxia and Lu Jing. Now that they have Su Jin, it is different from before. Facing Xianxia, Lu Jing, and Xianxia, these 3 people no longer have fear and confidence. Naturally, he was proud of himself. Let's go, I also want to know this, another person in the group said. Su Jin did not stop them. The group couldn't help but quicken their pace. Class monitor, can you see if this is the Zisu you were talking about? At the checkpoint, Xianxia and Lu Jing had already seen Long Fei and the others on the hillside behind them. However, they didn't care because they saw a stalk of grass about 10 meters away that was similar to Xiaohua's description. Qin Shui immediately pulled out a few and handed them to Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He lowered his eyes to look at the grass in Qin Shui's hands. It seemed like her painting skills were pretty good. Qin Shui was right. Xianxia reached out to take it and nodded, not bad. This body was indeed better than the previous mission worlds. After last night, Xianxia felt much better, so she didn't think of Zisu's problem. She didn't expect the two to still remember. After following Xianxia for a day, they could feel that they were dragging her down. Now that they heard Xiaohua's praise, they finally had a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, a voice came from behind the three of them. Qin Shui, Lu Jing, how are you guys? Because Long Fei and the others couldn't wait to fly in front of the three of them to show off, their speed was very fast, and they practically jogged all the way to the gate. He looked at Xiaohua and the other two very enthusiastically, but they never knew how to hide their emotions, and the pride in Long Fei's eyes could hardly be hidden. As for Su Jin, who was surrounded by Long Fei and the others, Su Jin was previously in the international training camp and commanded millions of soldiers. She was used to ordering people around. Even if she changed her body, she thought that she was still the same No-10 as before. Not to mention Xiaohua and these three people, in fact, she did not regard the people in this barracks as opponents at all. I'm still alive. Qin Shui smiled at Long Fei and the others. She did not seem dispirited at all. This caused Long Fei and the others to be a little surprised. They did not expect Xiaohua and the other two to be in a completely different state from what they had imagined. There are three of you. How was last night? Long Fei was choked by Qin Shui, and continued to say that they found a water source last night, and even ate rabbit meat and chicken. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohua took out a pot of water from a bamboo tube from the pocket of her military uniform. Slowly, bit by bit, she washed the purple perilla that Qin Shui had just found for her. Not far away, the group of 10 people from Class 3 who had just come over already had their mouths cracked. Seeing this scene, can you not be so arrogant? Don't you know that they have not found a single water source since yesterday morning? Long Fei, who still wanted to show off, this primeval forest and mountain range was especially huge. If they did not find the right direction, they would not be able to walk out even after a month. And in this huge place, there was only a small stream flowing through a lake. Last night, there were too few people who could find this lake. There were some who found it, but no one could find bamboo and water at the same time. In order to save energy and water, everyone basically did not let their body sweat. Who would have thought that there would be a pervert who would actually use the precious water source to wash grass? Aren't we a little too ostentatious? Seeing the fiery gazes of this group of people, Qin Shui could not help but ask Xiaohua in a low voice. Xiaohua glanced at her, slightly lowered her eyes, and replied in surprise, "Am I not low profile enough?" Last night, if she wanted to, she could have directly caught enough fish for them to eat for 3 days. Then in one night, she would have led them to sweep through the checkpoints on the mountain. However, Xiaohua felt that this was too much, and since she could not take advantage of this opportunity to train these two people, she slowly followed the same amount of walking as an ordinary person. Qin Shui and Lu Jing were instantly speechless. The two expressionlessly wiped their faces, and suddenly remembered that after this guy led them to sweep through the checkpoints yesterday, it was actually not even evening. Then, this guy found a tree and said that he wanted to take an afternoon break, and then let the two of them practice their fighting skills on the side. Who would have seen someone dare to take an afternoon break in this kind of situation? Were they here to participate in the very, very serious and thrilling international training camp selection, or were they here to travel, thinking up to here? The two of them were beaten black and blue. Lu Jing even looked at Qin Shui with an accusatory look. Why did he have to ask her such a cheap question, Qin Shui? Don't say it. In fact, I am also thinking about this question. Su Jin originally did not pay attention to Xiaohua and the other two, but now that she saw Xiaohua, her expression also paused. Xiaohua did not say a word, leaving Long Fei instantly speechless. This checkpoint was not known because the geographical power was too easy to analyze, but other than Xiaohua's team, there were a lot of classes that came. Su Jin, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 almost all came. It had already been a day, and when they met in the morning, most of the information had been exchanged. The class leader of Class 4 asked Long Fei as soon as he arrived, "I heard that you guys have already obtained 3 bronze and 2 silver medals?" Long Fei and the others naturally were very pleased with themselves after obtaining so many medals, so they did not hide it along the way. Now, almost everyone in the team knew that they had 5 medals. Hearing the class leader of Class 4 ask Long Fei such a question, the eyes of the class leader of Class 3 and Class 5 immediately moved from Xianxia and the others to Long Fei, waiting for his answer. Since Long Fei joined the team until now, he had never been paid so much attention to. He could not help but straighten his chest. That's right, thanks to Su Jin. F***CK. Do you guys have to be so abnormal? The class leader of Class 4 could not help but widen his eyes. We obtained 2 bronze and 1 silver medal, and thought that we were already strong enough. I did not expect you guys to be so abnormal. Although Long Fei's tone was modest, his expression was completely different. What was food and water? This was not a survival challenge, but an international training camp selection. When he finished this sentence, he wanted to see the expressions of regret on the faces of Xianxia and the other 2. In fact, from the reaction of the class leader of Class 3 to 4, it could be seen that the value of these 5 tags was not low. Just look at the envy and jealousy of those class leaders, wishing that Su Jin was in their own class. Even Su Jin paid attention to Chen Shui and Lu Jing's expressions and found that there was no envy or regret on their faces. Chen Shui even smiled at them. 5 tags? Is that so? Then you guys are very powerful. Her tone was light, but anyone with a discerning eye could easily hear that there was not the slightest bit of envy in her tone. Do they not know what these 5 tags represent? A young man beside Su Jin curled his lips disdainfully. Otherwise, why would they be like this? Su Jin, Long Fei, and the others also thought the same. However, they did not know that Chen Shui did not have a strange expression because she had 2 gold medals in her pocket. Without the silver and bronze medals, just the 2 gold medals alone were worth more than Long Fei's 5 tags. Not to mention that Lu Jing also had 2 gold medals. So, the 2 of them were very arrogant now. If they wanted to see other expressions on their faces, they would have to get Xianxia to make a move. Long Fei did not see the expression on the faces of Xianxia and the other 2, and was very disappointed. It's time to break through. It was at this time that Instructor Shi came out of the checkpoint. He looked at the team gathered here and said directly, "Next team, come in." Xianxia and the other 2 were the first to come, and they were also at the front. Hearing the sound, the 3 of them walked forward. The 3 of them actually dared to break through? Most people would naturally be a little worried when they saw a team in front of them. However, when it came to Xianxia, basically no one cared. Long Fei even teased. As everyone knew, every checkpoint was actually a test of the number of people and the tacit understanding of the team. Although there were only 7 people in Long Fei's team, Su Jin could completely fight against 5 people alone, so she was not afraid. But Xianxia's team was different. In their eyes, Xianxia only had 3 people, and Xianxia was a patient. In the eyes of the other classes, there was no threat at all. The class leader of Class 3 and Class 4 simply did not see Xianxia and the other 2. The people outside had always thought that the 3 of them hadn't obtained a single plate. Since they had already obtained a plate, they naturally didn't care about the 3 of them. The class leader of Class 3 looked at the class leader of Class 4. "You guys got 2 bronze medals and 1 silver medal. Yesterday, we finally found 3 checkpoints. But did you know that when we finally passed the first 2 checkpoints, the instructor told us that all the tags had been taken by someone else? Fortunately, no one went to the last hanging card, so we got a bronze medal." At this, the Class 3 looked, the class leader, the class, the 3, and said, Su, and Eugene." Su Jin smiled. "I think so." Instructor, Su, and class leader, Long looked at team. Long, class leader of Long. The leader of Class 3 subconsciously thought that the instructor had said that all the medals had been taken away. He was talking about the silver and bronze medals, because they didn't think the gold medals would be taken away by others. Xianxia and the other 2, who walked to the door, heard their conversation. "Is the class leader walking in the direction we came from yesterday?" Chen Shui asked Lu Jing in a low voice. Lu Jing paused. Thinking of the direction they came from, he nodded stiffly. It seems so. Chen Shui clicked her tongue. Then their luck is really bad. After saying that, they looked at Instructor Shi and did not speak. This time, you have to pass the infrared ray. You have to find and remove the bomb in the house within the time limit. You have to remove it within 10 minutes. Level 3 completion, 20 minutes. Level 2 completion, 30 minutes. Level 1 completion, 1 completion, 10 minutes. Let's start. Yi Xiaohua did not go in first. Instead, she observed the position of the infrared ray. Finally, she waved at Chen Shui and Lu Jing. I'll teach you two a set of movement skills first. Yi Xiaohua had experienced so many worlds. The movement skills in her mind were a combination of fantasy world, ancient martial arts, and interstellar society. It was not difficult to find a simple movement technique that was easy to learn on the spot. She gestured with the other two. Instructor Shi originally looked at these three people lazily. In fact, before Yi Xiaohua, there was a wave of people, but they failed. Instructor Shi was very confident in their strength and checkpoint. When he first saw the three, he did not pay much attention. But when he saw Yi Xiaohua teach them movement skills on the spot, he gestured with his hands. Then, his expression changed. He looked at the three of them. Then, thinking of something, he immediately took out his communicator and sent a message to Instructor Ho, who was far away in the middle of the mountain. How many people did you say perfectly passed your checkpoint? 3. Didn't you not believe it? Instructor Shi thought it was ridiculous at first, but now. He watched Yi Xiaohua and the other two pass the checkpoint with ease. The corner of his mouth twitched. No, I believe it now. At this time, Su Jin and the others were still waiting outside. After waiting for 20 minutes, the class leader of Class 2, Wang Jinfeng, rushed over with his class. The expressions of the people in Class 2 were very strange, as if they were living in a dream. There was a hint of excitement, but there was also a hint of something else. In short, no one present could see it. Su Jin glanced at them. Seeing that it was a group of people from Class 2, she turned her gaze away. This group was not on her list of people to be wary of. Are you all waiting outside? Who's inside? When Wang Jinfeng saw so many people waiting outside, he knew that someone was inside. He couldn't help but ask the class leader of Class 3. He had a better relationship with the class leader of Class 3. So as soon as he came over, he asked the class leader of Class 3 what was going on. The class leader of Class 3 didn't care. It's Yi Xiaohua and the other two. We're waiting for them to come out and then go in. Anyway, the first person will go in order. Whoever wants to go in will see who's capable. You should also wait. It wasn't easy to find a checkpoint. Unexpectedly, when Wang Jinfeng heard the three words Yi Xiaohua, he turned around and left without thinking. Wang Jinfeng didn't want to say much, but when he thought about his relationship with the class president of Class 3, he reminded, if you trust me, don't wait here. Why? Class 3's monitor looked at Class 2's monitor in surprise. Wang Jinfeng thought of how he had generously let Yi Xiaohua, the monster, break through because of his pretentiousness. He regretted it very much, but he naturally could not tell the class leader of the third class about his history of pretentiousness. So he just shook his head mysteriously. If you trust me, then hurry up and go find the next checkpoint. If you don't trust me, then you can wait. You even waited for Yi Xiaohua and the others to come out and still want to go in and get the sign. You are not crazy. However, the class leader of the third class didn't know the inside story. You don't think Yi Xiaohua and the others can clear the stage, do you? Do you think she's still the same team that had Su Jin in the past? You're thinking too much. He even laughed at Wang Jinfeng. Wang Jinfeng was so angry that he ignored them. Leave this place immediately. Class monitor, can we actually go down the mountain now? After Wang Jinfeng and the others walked away, Su Ming, who was beside him, swallowed his saliva. Did we get the gold medal before? Mentioning this, the other people in the team couldn't help but think of the time when they separated from Yi Xiaohua in the morning. After separating, they walked in the direction pointed by Yi Xiaohua, but did not expect that after walking for less than 20 minutes, they really encountered a checkpoint. Instructor Lee was guarding the checkpoint. When they arrived, Instructor Lee was sleeping on the ground. When he saw them, Instructor Lee jumped up in surprise. Later, when Instructor Lee handed over the gold, silver, and bronze medals to them, Wang Jinfeng and the others then found out from Instructor Lee that Instructor Lee was the only hidden welfare checkpoint in this selection. This checkpoint was hidden very well. According to the difficulty of this selection, no one would be able to find it at all. However, Instructor Lee didn't expect Wang Jinfeng and the others to come so early the next morning. According to the terrifying difficulty of finding this checkpoint, he would immediately receive the gold, silver, and bronze tokens after finding the checkpoint. Wang Jinfeng's group of 10 was effortless. At that time, they knew what Xianxia meant by no challenge. This was because the most difficult part of this checkpoint was analyzing the geographical location of the checkpoint. Unfortunately, Xianxia did it easily. Perhaps, this is the feeling of hugging someone's thigh, Wang Jinfeng said faintly. Another person added, "Class rep, you're even more jealous of Chen Shui and Lu Jing. What should we do?" Wang Jinfeng did not answer. In fact, he was also jealous, but he was the class monitor. So what if he was jealous? As the class leader, even if he was jealous, he couldn't say it. This is also the reason why they knew that Xianxia was there but did not wait. Because they knew that with that guy's monstrous strength, even if they waited, it would be in vain. In fact, Wang Jinfeng and the others weren't wrong. Su Jin waited at this place for an hour and found that there was still no movement inside. Logically speaking, even if a checkpoint was too difficult, it shouldn't take so long, right? Long Fei received Su Jin's instructions and went to knock on the door. Instructor Shi finally snapped out of his daze when he heard the knocking on the door. He was stunned when he saw the group of 30 to 40 people standing outside. "You guys are still here? Instructor, can we pass the level now?" Su Jin had already wasted more than an hour, so she didn't want to waste any more time. Instructor Shi glanced at her and asked in surprise, "You guys don't have to waste any more time. The 3 people just now have passed this level perfectly." As soon as this sentence came out, Su Jin and the others' expressions changed. "How is that possible?" Long Fei was the first to exclaim, "How did the 3 of them pass? And it's a perfect pass?" Not to mention Long Fei, even the others couldn't believe it. In their eyes, this should be the first person to pass a perfect pass. It should be the welfare checkpoint. Su Jin calmed down. She naturally didn't think that Xianxia and the others were that strong, so she could only think of the welfare checkpoint. "You guys know about the welfare checkpoint, right? As long as you find it, you can get 3 tags." Hearing her explanation, the others instantly returned to normal. No wonder. The Class 4 monitor cursed, "They're lucky." The Class 3 monitor thought of Wang Jinfeng's words and hesitated, but he also felt that Xianxia and the others wouldn't be so strong. The first gold medal, the only thing he could think of was the welfare checkpoint. "Everyone, we've wasted so much time, it's too difficult to catch up. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you guys are willing to cooperate with us." Su Jin originally didn't want to use all her abilities, but Xianxia and the others really angered her. Then she no longer hid her strength, she sank her eyes. On this side, Xianxia took another 3 tags, and now added up, there were already 5 gold medals. As for the silver and bronze medals, Chen Shui and Lu Jing were too lazy to count. At noon, Xianxia didn't look for a water source, she just found a spindle tree, and then caught 3 pheasants for the 2 to roast. She used a saber to cut the spindle tree, and used bamboo to fill a bamboo tube with water. "Monitor, how do you use stones to hit pheasants? Can we learn this?" Chen Shui was obsessed with Xiaohua's cool operation of throwing stones with one hand. Xiaohua squinted at her for a moment, then shook her head, "I really want to teach, but you guys can't learn." There was no other way, this required a bit of internal energy, the 2 of them couldn't practice it for a while. Hearing this, the 2 of them didn't have any disappointment. They knew that if Xiaohua said they couldn't learn it, they definitely couldn't learn it. Since they couldn't learn it, there was nothing to worry about. However, when the 2 of them were roasting the pheasants, they suddenly remembered Long Fei showing off the pheasants to them before. If Long Fei saw that they each had a pheasant, they didn't know what he would think. In order to take care of the other people's mentality, Xiaohua chose to rest at noon. Just like yesterday, she didn't choose to go to the bloody version of Tushan. She just wanted to get first place, and didn't hinder other people's normal training. However, what Yi Xiaohua didn't expect was that when she got up for lunch, she found that the situation had changed. What's wrong? Yi Xiaohua nibbled on the wild fruit that Chen Shui and Lu Jing found while they were practicing, and saw Wang Jinfeng and the monitor of Class 10 who followed them back. Wang Jinfeng smiled bitterly. Monitor Yi, it's estimated that it will be very difficult for us to find the checkpoint now. Su Jin has gathered the people of Class 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they are preparing to occupy the checkpoint. Su Jin said that she could get the gold medal in half of the remaining checkpoints. She only wanted the gold medal, and the remaining silver medal and bronze medal would be divided equally among the 6 classes. In particular, Su Jin said that she could roughly analyze the position of all the checkpoints. As long as the people of these classes split up and occupy the checkpoints, they could wait for her to break through. They had a lot of people, and she was afraid that they would be able to occupy all the checkpoints by tomorrow. And the remaining Class 10, Wang Jinfeng, Yi Xiaohua, and the others simply didn't have any checkpoints to break through. This Su Jin is really amazing. She can roughly analyze the position of all the checkpoints. When those people divide the checkpoints to occupy, even if we have the ability to break through the checkpoints, there is no way to get the plate. The monitor of Class 10 simply didn't think that this kind of thing would happen. Then why didn't you go? Chen Shui glanced at the monitor of Class 10 and frowned. The monitor of Class 10 smiled bitterly. My class is too weak, they don't want to see us. Wang Jinfeng's expression wasn't good either. He glanced at Yi Xiaohua and then whispered that Su Jin thinks that the 3 of you broke through the welfare checkpoint today. She felt that she was a step late, otherwise she would never be slower than you guys. Because of this, she doesn't want to miss another checkpoint because of time. What the hell, even if we didn't go to that checkpoint, she might not even be able to get the silver medal. What fucking welfare checkpoint? Chen Shui sneered. She thinks too highly of herself, doesn't she? So overbearing? Doesn't the instructor care? Lu Jing couldn't help but frown. Who cares? The monitor of Class 10 had already lost his live stream and laughed at himself. Su Jin said that she used her own ability to gather so many people and then monopolize the checkpoints. If we also had her ability, she would never stop us. Really crazy. Lu Jing clicked his tongue. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua immediately threw the fruit away and glanced at Wang Jinfeng. She really said that? Wang Jinfeng nodded. Yes, I heard it. Very good. Yi Xiaohua nodded, and then directly walked in a direction. Where are you going? Wang Jinfeng was stunned for a moment. Yi Xiaohua walked a few steps forward, and when she heard the voice, her footsteps paused, and then slightly turned her head. The sunlight shone on her eyebrows and eyes too cold. She squinted and said, Tushan, are you coming? Digression, Chen Shui put on her hat and sneered, go. How could he not go after being bullied to this extent? Needless to say, Lu Jing picked up his bamboo tube and followed them. The people in Wang Jinfeng's class were a little confused. He felt that Yi Xiaohua was calling Chen Shui and Lu Jing. In fact, he also wanted to go with Yi Xiaohua. Not to rub gold and silver medals, but to be ignited by Yi Xiaohua's words. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was beating at the fastest speed in his life. Only the heavens knew that he wasn't this nervous even when he was on his first mission. However, Wang Jinfeng didn't say anything. He knew his own ability and was afraid that the other party would think that he was trying to take advantage of the brand. Chen Shui and Lu Jing more or less understood Yi Xiaohua's thoughts. In fact, from Yi Xiaohua's lunch break, they knew that Yi Xiaohua was relatively low-key. She clearly had the strength to seize more brands and break through more checkpoints, but she did not do so. However, he didn't expect that Su Jin would actually do something like this. Now that they had angered Yi Xiaohua, Chen Shui and Lu Jing felt excited just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Lu Jing turned around and looked at Wang Jinfeng and Class 10's monitor. Are you guys going? To stir up trouble? Go. Wang Jinfeng was so happy that he almost jumped up. Of course. He really didn't expect these 3 people to be so generous. The Class 10 monitor didn't react. He looked strangely at Wang Jinfeng and Yi Xiaohua. Tushan? What mountain? Wang Jinfeng didn't explain. He just smiled strangely at the monitor of Class 10. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Come on. He dragged the class monitor of Class 10 along with him. The monitor of Class 10 didn't know the strength of Xiaohua's 3 people. All he knew was that Xiaohua passed a welfare checkpoint in the morning. However, it was better to form an alliance than to be alone, so he didn't refuse. Alright, I'll go with you. After Xiaohua finished Tushan, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she walked straight ahead. Her pace was also twice as fast as it was in the morning. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived at a checkpoint. The monitor of Class 10 did not expect that Xiaohua would find a checkpoint so quickly. Wang Jinfeng, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed, not the least bit surprised. This is Instructor Chen's test. The class leader of Class 10 saw Instructor Chen and immediately said, "Let us do this test, our team happens to be good at." However, Xiaohua did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him directly. "The 3 of us will go in while you guys wait outside. Do you have any objections?" Of course, Wang Jinfeng didn't. If he didn't have Xiaohua, he wouldn't have known that there was a checkpoint here, and he also knew that his strength was not enough to break the checkpoint. He stopped the class leader of Class 10 who was about to speak. No problem, no problem. Hurry up." Xiaohua nodded and brought Chen Shui and Lu Jing inside. After they went in, the monitor of Class 10 looked at Wang Jinfeng in surprise. "Why did you stop me? Are we going to let third brother enter just like that?" "Actually, we're the ones who cleared the welfare checkpoint." Wang Jinfeng didn't explain to the class leader of Class 10 and just said slowly. Sure enough, this sentence made the class leader of Class 10 drop his glasses. "Wait, can you say that again?" "It's literally what it means." Wang Jinfeng took out the gold medal from his pocket and showed it to the class leader of Class 10. "This is the gold medal of the welfare checkpoint. Xiaohua's checkpoint is not the welfare checkpoint at all. Dancing grass gold medal." When the people of Class 10 saw that Wang Jinfeng was able to take out a gold medal, they almost fell down. In fact, even Su Jin hasn't gotten a gold medal yet. "How did you find the mountain welfare checkpoint?" The class leader of Class 10 knew that Su Jin was good at analysis, so when she said that Xiaohua's checkpoint was the welfare checkpoint, no one doubted it. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinfeng was the one who found the welfare checkpoint and got the gold medal. "I didn't find it," Wang Jinfeng smiled. "In fact, the address of the welfare checkpoint was given to me by Xiaohua." After that, he didn't care about the shocked look of the class leader of Class 10. "Class leader, this time we're holding a thigh," Su Ming said to Wang Jinfeng in a trance. Another person of Class 2 also nodded. "Yes, really, thank you Su Jin." Not only were the people of Class 2 not nervous, but they also clasped their hands together and thanked Su Jin. The class leader of Class 10 finally straightened out all this. "It's not the welfare checkpoint, that is to say, it's at least a normal difficulty checkpoint." Xiaohua sighed, with just 3 people, perfectly past the checkpoint. After realizing the horror of these 3 people, the class leader of Class 10 finally understood why the people of Class 2 were so calm. However, Wang Jinfeng glanced at Class 10 and didn't tell him that in fact, it was not those 3 people who were terrible, but Xiaohua who was terrible. As for the other 2 people, they were just brought in by Xiaohua to learn. However, these people of Class 10 still don't understand what Wang Jinfeng meant by holding a thigh. 5 minutes later, Xiaohua and Chen Shui's group of 3 people came out. The class leader of Class 10 saw that they came out so early. The expressions on the 3 people's faces were very indifferent. At first glance, it was obvious that they didn't pass. However, as soon as he finished, Xiaohua reached out and took out 3 plates, gold, silver, and bronze. "The silver and bronze medals will be given to your 2 classes, I'll keep the gold medal, no problem?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at Wang Jinfeng and the Class 10 monitor. However, after she finished speaking, she saw that the 2 class monitors didn't respond. Huh? She narrowed her eyes. No problem, no problem. How could there be any problem? Wang Jinfeng immediately said. In order to show his loyalty, he gave the first silver medal to the Class 10 monitor. Then he pulled the Class 10 monitor. The Class 10 monitor hadn't even gotten a bronze medal until now. Suddenly receiving a silver medal, he had a feeling of getting rich overnight. Yi Xiaohua looked at them and then remembered something. She asked Qin Shui and Lu Jing to give the silver and bronze medals she had earned before to the two of them. Not only the Class 10 monitor, even Wang Jinfeng and the others also saw that when Qin Shui and the others got the silver and bronze medals, there were 4 gold medals mixed in. The people of Class 10 haven't reacted yet. They just held the silver and bronze medals in their hands and stared blankly at Yi Xiaohua as she walked to the next checkpoint. Before leaving, they faintly saw 2 people of Class 4 come to occupy the checkpoint. Wait, the class monitor Yi and the others have finished the checkpoint, why haven't Su Jin's people come yet? The Class 10 monitor found something wrong. It is reasonable to say that this position is not far from Su Jin's group. They occupied the checkpoint in different directions. So with this distance, it doesn't make sense for them to arrive at this checkpoint one step earlier than Su Jin's people. Although the people of Class 10 were despised by Su Jin, they also know that Su Jin's strongest point is that she is good at analyzing geography and finding the closest position to the checkpoint. That is also the reason why the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 6, 7, 8, and 9 classes listen to her instructions. There is no other way. Su Jin's ability to analyze the terrain and checkpoints is too high. Hearing the words of the Class 10 monitor, Qin Shui looked at him and hooked her lips, best at analyzing the checkpoint position? But she just said that and didn't explain to the Class 10. In fact, Su Jin's ability is indeed top-notch in this Special Forces unit. After all, she was the number 10 in the international training camp in her previous life. Maybe her physical strength and skills are not as good as in her previous life, but her brain is still there. Number 10. Not to mention here, even in the international training camp, he was a dominating existence. This was also the reason why Su Jin had always been so arrogant and dared to say those words on this mountain top. It was because her achievements were not low, and her strength was not low either. Under normal circumstances, what she said was not wrong. No one in this training camp was a match for her. In the case of being angered by Yi Xiaohua, he wanted to show all his real strength. To put it bluntly, Su Jin was very competitive. After the first gold medal was taken by Yi Xiaohua with luck, he wanted to monopolize every gold medal. If the people here were all ordinary Special Forces soldiers, she could indeed do this. But she would never have thought that there was an ultimate humanoid bug in this group of people. Yi Xiaohua, Su Jin's judgment was indeed strong, but she always deviated a little, so she would take a detour. But Yi Xiaohua was different. From beginning to end, no matter which purpose she had, she was very clear. She walked in a straight line. Straight line, Yi Xiaohua took 2 classes through 3 checkpoints. Each checkpoint lasted from 10 minutes to 3 minutes. The main thing was the content of the checkpoint. By the time they reached the 4th checkpoint, it was already evening. Instructor Su had long known the existence of these 3 willful sweeps from the communicator. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua finally came to his checkpoint, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and then he turned sideways to let them in. His face looked like he had nothing to live for. In the eyes of the Class 10 leader, Wang Jinfeng, and the others, the instructor was a very serious and terrible existence. This was the first time they saw the instructor like this. But thinking about it again, if they were in the instructor's position. Seeing that the checkpoint that few people could break through was used as a training ground by Yi Xiaohua, it was estimated that his expression would not be any better than Instructor Su's. 7 minutes later, seeing that Yi Xiaohua had cleared the checkpoint, Instructor Su could not bear it anymore and said, "Boss, can you keep a low profile? This not only affects our instructor's mental health, but also seriously affects the balance of the selection." The Class 10 leader, Wang Jinfeng, and the others turned their heads and pretended not to see Instructor Su. "Su Jin wants to monopolize all the checkpoints, why didn't you say balance?" Yi Xiaohua said very calmly. "You weren't like this at first." Instructor Su looked at Yi Xiaohua's face, and then said in a low voice, "Weren't you very low-key in the beginning?" After passing half a day and sleeping for half a day, it was already night. Yi Xiaohua reached out and took the 3 tags from the instructor's hand. She did not feel excited about the 3 tags in her hand, and casually gave the silver and bronze tags to the Class 10 leader and Wang Jinfeng, without the slightest reluctance. Seeing this scene, Instructor Su's eyes flashed, a little strange. After distributing the tags, Xianxia looked at Instructor Su and stuffed one hand into her trouser pocket. No, since they want to play, they have to pay the price. Aren't they playing us like monkeys? Then I'm sorry, from now on, the position of the monkey and the master has been switched. Su Jin is interested in all the gold medals. What a coincidence, I'm also very interested. Instructor Su, I've never seen you interested before. If Xianxia said to slaughter the mountain, then slaughter the mountain. After dinner, they didn't sleep like Su Jin and the others, and passed the test as usual. The entire selection of the international training camp had been plunged into a reign of terror. After Su Jin passed her test, she came to the second checkpoint that she had people occupy. This was occupied by the third class. She was very clear about her ability and arrogantly thought that no one would know the location of all the checkpoints better than her. So when she came here, Su Jin directly entered the checkpoint. She looked at the instructor sitting on the ground and said condescendingly, "Come and challenge the checkpoint." With her status before her rebirth, these instructors were far inferior to her, so she naturally didn't have much respect for them. The instructor frowned and looked at her. "You want to challenge the checkpoint?" Su Jin misunderstood the instructor's meaning and thought that the instructor looked down on her. Then, she raised her chin and said condescendingly, "I'm Su Jin." She knew that this kind of tryout would be recorded on video. Presumably, her story had spread throughout the military camp by now. Although Su Jin was afraid of trouble, it wasn't that she hadn't been chased by others in her previous life, so she didn't care about it. She even thought that she was probably the only one who could analyze all the remaining checkpoints from the international training camp tryouts to now. She should have broken the record of this tryout. She thought that after she said her name, the instructor would look at her in surprise or disbelief. However, she didn't expect that after she said her name, the instructor just glanced at her indifferently. There was no excitement or any other expression on his face. He even gave her a flat O. "Instructor, didn't you hear Su Jin say she wants to challenge the checkpoint?" Su Jin's lackey Long Fei immediately said. "There's no need." The instructor continued to sit on the ground and think about life. Someone has already passed the checkpoint perfectly. There are no more tags left. Hearing that someone had passed the checkpoint perfectly, Su Jin was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to say, "How is that possible?" but thinking that someone might have come here by accident, she held back her thoughts. She didn't stay any longer and went to the next checkpoint. The checkpoint has been passed perfectly. It's no longer open. Sorry. Instructor Su looked at Su Jin with a smile. At this moment, Su Jin's heart was filled with the fear that things were no longer under her control. Passing 1 or 2 checkpoints was one thing, but 6 checkpoints in a row had been passed. Even Long Fei felt that something was wrong. He was initially complacent, but now he was extremely afraid. "Su Jin, what exactly is going on?" "I don't know. It should be a problem with the checkpoint itself." Su Jin absolutely did not believe that there was someone here who was better than her, who could analyze the numbers more accurately than her, and who could even clear the game perfectly one step ahead of her. Su Jin had always been very powerful. When she said that, the other classes all trusted her words. After all, in their minds, no one was more powerful than Su Jin among the 10 classes. It was the middle of the night. After Su Jin found 10 levels in a row and encountered problems, she decided to take a break to conserve her strength. She would continue to look for the remaining levels the next day. However, at this moment, a whistle sounded in the mountains. Then, a helicopter came over with a loudspeaker. "Emergency notice, due to certain reasons, the preliminaries will be terminated prematurely. Students, please follow the direction of the helicopter and descend the mountain." Early termination? This is something that has never happened before in history. I heard that someone passed all the checkpoints. That's why the commander-in-chief gave the notice to terminate it prematurely. This sentence was doubted by everyone. How is this possible? Aren't you thinking too much? Even Su Jin wouldn't be able to clear all of them perfectly. That's right. If he could clear all of them, would he still be human? Su Jin was originally a little afraid, but when she heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that there was a problem with the checkpoint due to certain reasons. Listening to the words of the third class, she laughed in disdain. How could there be someone who could pass the checkpoint perfectly? You wouldn't understand even if I said more. Even the difficulty of the first stage in the international training ground is something that only the top 3 can pass perfectly. They didn't expect Su Jin to know about the international training ground. All the freshmen had another understanding of how mysterious she was. Different from them. When the officers who were watching the checkpoint heard this, they immediately boarded the helicopter and went back. There were about 7 or 8 people in the helicopter. You've been shocked too, haven't you? After the instructors met, they all hugged each other and encouraged each other. Is that so? I thought I was the only one. Too perverted. She's simply inhuman. No, her grilled fish is quite delicious. After Su Jin and the others went down the mountain, they found the chief executive officer of the preliminaries standing beside a table. Although he was only facing them from the side, Su Jin could still see his face clearly. Suddenly, her heart thumped wildly. Wasn't that, after the head count was done, the man took off his military cap and looked in their direction. Now, we'll start to count the number tags gently. Class by class. Su Jin didn't go first. After her, only the last one would attract the most attention. After class 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 handed in their number tags, Su Jin stood calmly in front of the man and put down the number of tags she had obtained. She now had 1 gold medal, 3 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals. 2 silver medals and 3 bronze medals were obtained previously. The other gold, silver, and bronze medals were obtained when she passed a checkpoint, but she didn't expect that there would be no checkpoints after that. However, she had a total of 15 points. She thought that all the checkpoints were now ineffective, so she had the most number of tags among all the classes. Thinking of this, she directly raised her eyes and calmly looked at the man in front of her. Reporting to the officer, you don't have to look at the rest. However, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a lazy voice. Don't, there's still us. As soon as Su Jin turned around, she saw Xianxia and the others. Then you guys come and hand in your tags. Su Jin was very disdainful of Xianxia and the others finding the welfare checkpoint. She just turned sideways, and in her heart, she didn't think that they could take out any tags. The people in the other classes also had the same idea as Su Jin. Xianxia walked to the side unhurriedly, and then directly took out a cloth bag from her pocket. Crash, a bunch of tags fell. Digression, Father Yi, I'm not happy, there's still a gold medal in Su Jin's hands. Although there are only 6 chapters, today is also a day of 13,000 characters. If you're happy, then vote Hua Hua is pumped with chicken blood and continue tomorrow. In fact, when Xianxia handed over the brand, no one was looking forward to it. However, there were many people who looked at him mockingly. When Long Fei saw that Xianxia was following closely behind Su Jin, he couldn't help but whisper to the class leader of the 3rd class, isn't she just lucky to find the welfare checkpoint? How dare you hand over your token in front of Su Jin? Although this stage had ended early, Long Fei knew that they would definitely get first place if they followed Su Jin. It's just a pity. If there wasn't a problem with the checkpoint, we would definitely have a lot of cards now. Long Fei and the people who followed Su Jin in the original class couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. The monitor of class 3 nodded. He followed behind Su Jin and was completely convinced by Su Jin's ability to analyze the layout of the mountain in less than 2 hours. There's a problem with the checkpoint, the class leader of the 3rd class said to Wang Jinfeng, who was following Xianxia back. Otherwise, you will see a lot of bronze and silver medals in Su Jin's hands, and there will be more than 1 gold medal. That day at the edge of the checkpoint, you shouldn't have left. After you personally saw her analyze all the checkpoints, you can feel how strong she is. When Wang Jinfeng heard this, he raised his eyes and glanced at the class monitor of class 3 without saying a word. The class monitor of class 3 looked at Wang Jinfeng strangely. He was surprised that Wang Jinfeng had such an expression. Believe me, it's not that I don't believe it. Wang Jinfeng smiled. Let's wait and see. What's there to see? The class leader of the 3rd class didn't care about Xianxia who was walking forward. Wang Jinfeng and the monitor of class 10 came back after Xianxia. Long Fei naturally saw it. So you went to find Xianxia. How about it? Do you regret offending me before? Long Fei and the class leader of Class 10 had a grudge, and because of this, when Su Jin gathered everyone, Long Fei deliberately let the class leader of Class 10 leave. Now that everyone knew that Long Fei was Su Jin's proudest right-hand man, these people were afraid of Su Jin, so they were naturally much more polite to Long Fei. If the previous monitor of Class 10 heard Long Fei's words, he would definitely be very angry. But now, he only smiled lightly at Long Fei. Regret? How could this be? I want to thank you for not wanting me, really. If it wasn't for Long Fei, how could he possibly hug Yi Xiaohua's thigh? He's staying with Yi Xiaohua, so he's crazy, isn't he? When Long Fei saw the class leader of Class 10 like this, he turned his head and said to the class leader of Class 4 beside him, "Don't think that I don't know that their class doesn't have a single plate. If there wasn't a problem with the checkpoint, we would definitely get a lot of silver plates and smash them in his face." After Long Fei finished speaking, he originally thought that the class leader of the 4th class and the others would definitely answer him like before. However, he did not get an answer from the class monitor of Class 4. He was very puzzled. It was also at this time that he suddenly realized that the originally restless army was now so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the sound of the wind stopped for a moment. Class 4's class leader did not reply, but Class 2's Su Ming kindly reminded Long Fei, "Long Fei, take a look at the top first." Su Ming pointed at the place where the sign was handed in. What's so good about Yi Xiaohua's brand? But in the next second, he was stunned, and his eyes widened. He finally understood why the people in the other classes had such expressions. The tryouts have been held many times. When they participated, they were like the seniors who had participated in the tryouts before. The most difficult part of the tryouts was to analyze the location of all the checkpoints, and then find food and water to maintain their peak state to break through the checkpoints. Long Fei and the others all kept in mind that it was too difficult for them to get a gold medal. Even Su Jin didn't think that she could get all the gold medals. So when Su Jin was able to analyze so many checkpoints, the people in the other classes subconsciously obeyed Su Jin's orders. They couldn't enter the international training camp. They could show their faces in front of Su Jin. In the future, when she became a strong person in the international training camp, they could also be soldiers under her. The best session of the tryouts in the past was only 3 gold medals. This time, because Su Jin was going to make a big move, they all subconsciously felt that if the checkpoints were not broken, Su Jin would definitely get more than 3 gold medals and break the historical record. In their consciousness, Su Jin's power has exceeded their imagination. Su Jin said that the checkpoints were broken and she couldn't get the card, so in their cognition, the checkpoints were indeed broken, so the instructor let them go down the mountain in advance. But what did they see now? They actually saw Yi Xiaohua pull out a bunch of cards from a cloth bag. And they were all gold medals, gold medals, gold medals. Under the reflection of the headlights, the gold medals reflected a dazzling cold light. Isn't the checkpoints broken? Why are there gold medals in her hands? This world is crazy. This is the first thought that came into the minds of Long Fei and the class leader of the 3rd class. The guard in charge of counting the cards was also shocked. Even though he knew from the monitor that this woman had a lot of cards in her hands, when he saw so many cards in her hands, he was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Then he lowered his eyes and began to count the gold medals. The more he counted, the more shocked he was. Yi Xiaohua got a total of 35 gold medals, a total of 150 points. This checkpoint only had 35 normal checkpoints, and there was a hidden welfare checkpoint. There were a total of 36 gold medals. Originally, there was one with Wang Jinfeng, but when Yi Xiaohua said that he was only interested in the gold medal, Wang Jinfeng immediately offered the gold medal in his hand. So Yi Xiaohua had 35 gold medals in her hands. The several classes below, including the officers, still didn't dare to speak. They were scared. Report, we are also here to hand in the cards. In the silent scene, a voice sounded. With this voice, Wang Jinfeng took a few steps forward, then took out his pocket, took out twice, and then put a bunch of cards on the left side of Su Jin. This time, it was the monitor of Class 10 who spoke. The monitor of Class 10 was indeed the weakest among all the classes this time. Under the silent gaze of those people, he walked to Yi Xiaohua's side and put down a bunch of signs. Wang Jinfeng, 15 silver medals, 12 bronze medals. 57 points. The monitor of Class 10, 14 silver medals, 13 bronze medals. 55 points. In addition, Su Jin handed over the signs to the people in the previous classes. 36 gold medals, 36 silver medals, 36 bronze medals. For the first time in history, they were all gathered. Shua, whether it was the students or the instructors, everyone's eyes were focused on Xianxia and the other two people. And the instructors who already knew all this, when they saw all the signs were handed over, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, all the signs were taken out. This was Instructor Chen. That's right, Instructor Su looked at the students from Class 3 and Class 4 with their mouths wide open and finally felt a sense of balance in his heart. It's finally over with this D*mid preliminaries. These drill masters were all hit by the speed of Yixiaohua's breakthrough. How to say it, as an instructor, the checkpoints arranged according to the international training camp were so easily broken by the students under his command. Was there anything more shocking than this? So when these people saw Yixiaohua take out all the signs, they felt the pressure on their bodies reduced a little. Finally, they were no longer mentally abused by her. But then, there was a feeling of powerlessness in their hearts. 35 gold medals. This time, Yixiaohua's crazy look was too scary. 35 gold medals, the whole checkpoint was not only 36 gold medals. If Yixiaohua didn't get the news that Su Jin had already occupied a checkpoint, they would not doubt that Yixiaohua could get 36 checkpoints. Instructor Su, I remember you are under Team Yun. Instructor Chen suddenly thought of this question. You should know the data of the last international training camp, right? Instructor Su's eyes did not withdraw from Yixiaohua's group. All the checkpoints of the international training camp are the same. Because I heard that there are several very powerful candidates this year, the international training camp specially adjusted the difficulty of the checkpoints to prevent these newcomers from being complacent. In fact, from the beginning of the training camp until now, the best number of freshmen in history was 9 gold medals, 23 silver medals, and 27 bronze medals. Unexpectedly, Yixiaohua even got 35 gold medals. 150 points, first place in the preliminaries. Yunxing made the final decision. None of the classes spoke. The middle-aged man beside him didn't stop smiling from the very beginning. There had never been a student like this in the first military region. Then he kindly looked at Yixiaohua. Student Yi, do you have any experience to share with everyone? Experience? Yixiaohua picked up her eyebrows. You want me to share my experience? Is there something you can't share? The middle-aged man wanted to say that it was fine if he didn't want to say it. After all, it was every Special Forces soldier's secret. No, of course I'm happy to share. Yixiaohua interrupted him, then looked sideways at the group of students behind her, curling her lips. The group of students immediately pricked up their ears and began to listen to her. Gold medals are indeed better than silver and bronze medals. Yixiaohua looked at the group of people with a smile. If I knew that gold medals are so good to look at, I should have made the first move. I shouldn't have hesitated, I should have won all the gold medals on the first day. Comrades, remember, when it's time to make a decision in the future, don't hesitate, or you'll end up like me, only getting 35. She had always been thinking about the gold medal that she didn't get. Instructor Su, Instructor Chen, the others, the more the middle-aged man listened to Yixiaohua, the more the corner of his mouth twitched. That's enough, Student Yi, you don't have to say any more. How could he forget that this person who swept all the checkpoints from noon to night could not be judged by ordinary people's way of thinking? Then can I go back and rest? Yixiaohua asked. Yunxing put away her smile and returned to her usual seriousness. Well, you still have 9 qualifications to bring into the international training camp. Name them. Yixiaohua didn't hesitate. Chen Shui, Lu Jing, and Wang Jinfeng. Yunxing couldn't help but look at her when she saw how fast she was reporting, but she didn't say anything. She asked the guard to write down the name list. Just these 3 people? Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel anxious. Are there still 7 places to waste? Yes. Yixiaohua smiled. I only trust these 3 people. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. But He wanted to say that she would be at a disadvantage if she only brought 3 people into the international training camp, but when he thought of Xiaohua's abnormal fighting ability, he was instantly speechless. 3 days later, bring the people you choose and wait for me outside the military area, Yunxing said finally. Xiaohua nodded, then turned around and walked out. Qin Shui and Lu Jing followed behind her. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 of them jumped into the car that was coming to pick them up. When they left, the group of instructors and students slowly regained their composure. The army that was supposed to be strict with their words and actions was now in an uproar. 35 gold medals? The people in Class 4 all seemed to have gone crazy. Someone in our camp actually got 35 gold medals? Scary. So she was hiding her strength before? It's fine if she's so powerful, but how can Wang Jinfeng and Class 10's monitor be so powerful too? They actually got silver and bronze medals? That's too scary. Su Jin, who was originally the center of attention, was almost ignored by everyone after Xiaohua's appearance. She wasn't as shocked as the other students. Instead, she frantically pinched her fingers and murmured, "This is impossible. How can someone here pass 35 levels in a row and find these levels before me? Even in the international training camp, basically no one can do this." Her words made the people in Class 3 and 4 finally shift their gazes to the forgotten Su Jin. If we knew Xiaohua was so strong, we shouldn't have. When the Class 5 monitor said this, everyone knew what he was going to say. Although the others didn't say anything, they basically all thought the same. They originally thought that the strongest person in Class 1 was Su Jin, but now it seemed that it was actually Xiaohua. Wait. If the strongest person was Xiaohua, why did Long Fei and the others choose Su Jin and abandon Xiaohua? Just now, Xiaohua had 10 places in her hands, but now she would rather waste them than give them to the people in Class 1. If Class 1 didn't choose to abandon Xiaohua, they should be like Qin Shui and Lu Jing now, right? Thinking about this, their eyes naturally moved to Su Jin and Long Fei and the others. When the people in Class 3 and 4 knew that Long Fei and the others could follow Su Jin, they were envious of them. At that time, they thought that they could enter the international training camp by following Su Jin. Moreover, Su Jin's team was not full. In addition to Long Fei and the others, there were still 3 seats. If they performed well in front of Su Jin, maybe Su Jin would remember them, but at this moment, Xiaohua's 35 gold medals were placed here. Long Fei and the others on the field should be the most regretful, right? After all, if they didn't abandon Xiaohua at that time, they could also enter the international training camp now. Even if they thought with their toes, they could know how regretful Long Fei and the others were now. Long Fei and the others were originally in Class 1, so naturally they were very regretful. Each of them was like a wooden stake until now. They didn't even care about Su Jin's reaction. The Class 3 monitor looked at Wang Jinfeng and was also very jealous. He finally understood why Wang Jinfeng had that kind of reaction before. Wang Jinfeng, you actually already knew the strength of class leader Yi, right? No wonder when I invited you, you would rather die than say yes. He was different from others. Wang Jinfeng had also reminded the Class 3 monitor before. Unfortunately, at that time, the Class 3 monitor did not listen at all. Now that he saw that Wang Jinfeng could actually be brought into the international training camp by Xiaohua, he actually regretted it in his heart. Thinking that at that time, the Class 3 monitor also told Wang Jinfeng that he would regret it, the Class 3 monitor was extremely embarrassed. But your strength is also not bad. Following class leader Yi, you can still get 57 points. The Class 3 monitor sighed. In this way, it seemed that Wang Jinfeng could be chosen by Xiaohua because of his own strength. Instructor Chen and the others were originally going to take them away. Hearing the words of the Class 3 monitor, Instructor Chen's footsteps paused for a moment. He looked at the Class 3 monitor with some surprise. Wait, you don't think that Wang Jinfeng and Class 10's medals were obtained by themselves, do you? Off topic, hearing Instructor Chen's words, the others subconsciously froze for a moment, otherwise? Instructor Chen saw their confused faces and was sure that they really didn't know. Don't you all know that Xiaohua slaughtered the whole mountain from afternoon to evening? Yeah, class leader Yi didn't want silver and bronze medals. I discussed with the class leader of Class 10 and almost gave the bronze medal to the silver medal. Wang Jinfeng's mouth almost grinned to the back of his ears. The medals were things that others helped him get. Not only was he not ashamed of it, but he was proud of it. The class leader of the third class was completely silent. Except for Xianxia and the other two who left very arrogantly, the rest of the class was still there. Instructor Chen finally couldn't help but ask his most puzzled question, speaking of which, you were fine on the first day. Why did you suddenly do this on the second day? Is there anything wrong? The people of the third class couldn't help but look at Instructor Chen. It's more than wrong. Xianxia casually passed the test and specially left a lot of checkpoints for you. Otherwise, with her strength, you wouldn't have met a single checkpoint with a medal. But you guys are good. The next day, you have to monopolize it. If you don't have enough strength, don't make such a big noise, okay? If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been so angry that she slaughtered the mountain overnight. Also let us instructors be beaten black and blue. Of course, Instructor Chen didn't say the last sentence. So, is it like this? The class leader and Long Fei finally knew the truth from Instructor Chen. This sentence, Su Jin, who had been standing on the side, also heard it. Instructor Chen was still saying something, but Su Jin didn't dare to listen anymore. Since her rebirth, she had always been proud of being in the top 10 of the international training camp. She had always looked down on these people who participated in the selection, and even abandoned Xianxia when she was sick. But she didn't expect that everything she was proud of, in front of Xianxia, was really nothing. She didn't want to compare with her at the beginning. It's not that she disdained her, Xianxia really didn't care about her. Although Su Jin always said that she didn't put Xianxia in her eyes, when Xianxia got a gold medal in front of her, Su Jin still competed with her and wanted to monopolize all the checkpoints. Seeing the eyes of the surrounding instructors and students, Su Jin finally couldn't help but leave first. 3 days later, Yunxing took Xiaohua's group of 4 to the international training camp. The international training camp was located at the edge of a tropical rainforest. After getting off the plane, they took a helicopter and finally stopped in front of a magnificent gate. Then, he gave each of them a string of codes. From 25101 to 25104. This indicates the number of people who have successfully entered the international training camp since the start of the international training camp. These are the world's top special forces soldiers. At this time, most of the people in the international training camp were training, so there weren't many of them. Yunxing brought them to a long corridor. These are the top 100 special forces soldiers. Every one of them is a target for various countries and forces to rope in. This year, 5 special forces soldiers have fallen, so there are still 95 to 100 spots left. You all have a chance to fight for these 5 spots this year. The corridor was very long. At the beginning, there were 5 empty spots. Towards the end, every half a meter, there was a person in military uniform and a string of numbers. Below that was a detailed introduction. The last 3 places were the most shocking. First, 10256, Ace. Second, 15567, Robert. Third, 16789, Tetsuko Hata. Qin Shui, Lu Jing, and Wang Jinfeng were deeply shocked. Xiaohua just glanced at it casually, then looked at Yunxing. I didn't see your name. Captain Yun was kicked out by the head instructor of the training camp. Instructor Su, who was beside Yunxing, replied for him. Yunxing coughed lightly. Instructor Su immediately shut up, but he was very surprised that Xiaohua didn't seem to care at all. Not only was she not curious about the international training camp, but, when they first came in, it seemed like Xiaohua was walking in front of them. No, Instructor Su immediately interrupted his thoughts. Even if Xiaohua was a monster, she wouldn't know about this place. Go in. This is the temporary residence for the new recruits. The training camp for the new recruits is 100 times better than the training camp for the old recruits. Yunxing brought them to the new recruits. Make good use of this opportunity. I will find a chance to see you all. Instructor Su heard this and looked at Yunxing in surprise. Didn't they just send the new recruits here and be done with it? In fact, Instructor Su could have come to see them off himself. Yunxing didn't need to come at all. No one knew why he was here. If Ace and the others knew that he was back, they would probably be scared to death. But Yi Xiaohua's strength was too outstanding, so she chose to see them off personally, right? Instructor Su was a little hesitant about the answer he chose, but he couldn't find any other reason to convince himself. He saw Yi Xiaohua's group of 4 enter the temporary residence for the new recruits, and Captain Yun hadn't left yet. Yi Xiaohua's group of 4 had already entered the new recruits' gathering place. Every year, there would be sacrifices or people who didn't work hard in the international training camp and some people who retired to become instructors. There were about 50 vacancies. This year, there were 52 vacancies. Tens of thousands of Special Forces soldiers, after many rounds of selection, only 52 were chosen. Everyone who came here was favored by the heavens, so naturally, they had their own pride. Yi Xiaohua lived separately from Qin Shui and the others. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, there were already many people in the building where she lived. Her arrival attracted the attention of some people. There weren't many female soldiers who could enter the international training camp. The piles of tags in the hall should be scattered with many groups. Hearing Andy's question, everyone pricked up their ears to hear Yi Xiaohua's answer. Yi Xiaohua smiled and reached out. Yi Xiaohua, I got 35 tags in the tryouts. Hearing that Yi Xiaohua only got 35 tags, the people who were paying attention to Yi Xiaohua immediately turned their eyes and no longer looked at her. Even Andy was very disappointed, but he didn't show it. He just smiled. 35 tags, that's also very good. After saying that, he returned to his alliance and didn't say anything to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua naturally knew what the reason was. In fact, as Yunqing said, the recruit concentration camp was indeed the best training ground in the entire international training camp. It was the place where people's physical fitness, nerve response, and other aspects of their abilities could be maximized. But there were also requirements. The recruit training camp had a special training ground, divided into 3 major fields, A, B, and C, which were open for 23 hours a day. Each training ground could only accommodate up to 5 people at the same time. 52 people could freely form teams of 3 to 5 people, or they could form their own team, so there were at least 11 teams. But even so, not everyone could enter the training ground. The recruit concentration camp used a very abnormal method. There was a checkpoint on the side of each training ground. Unlike the completion of the tryouts, these completion rates were from level 1 to level 10. Every day, they could only choose the training ground they wanted. If there were 4 teams who wanted to come to the A field to train today, they had to pass the checkpoint first. The training time was allocated according to the completion rate. There were 2 situations. In the first situation, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, the team with the highest completion rate but not reaching level 10 could be allocated 16 hours of training opportunities. The remaining 2 hours were divided equally among the teams ranked 3, 4, 5, and 6. In the second situation, if the completion rate reached level 10, the training ground would belong to that team for the day. The teams ranked behind were unlucky and could not enter the 3 major fields for the day. Therefore, the freshmen who had already received the news would find strong teammates before the training began. The stronger the teammate, the higher the completion rate. In previous years, it was always the recruits who obtained the most tags that formed one small team after another. A few very strong teams tacitly chose different training grounds every day, so in previous years, these 3 training grounds were basically occupied by these teams. The other recruits basically only had a pitiful 1 or 2 hours a day. This was how the gap between the recruits was revealed. The number of tags a recruit received actually represented a recruit's strength. In fact, everyone who came here with average strength would get between 40 to 55 tags. 35 tags. In the military camp, it might be a very impressive number, but in front of this group of geniuses, it was not enough. So when Andy knew that Yi Xiaohua only took 35 brands, he instantly lost interest in winning her over. You're from China, right? At this time, a man walked towards Yi Xiaohua and scratched his head. Hello, my name is Su Nua, I am also a Chinese. Hello? Yi Xiaohua nodded to him. Do you want to team up with me? Su Nua smiled at her. I got 40 tags, 3 gold medals, 15 silver medals, 22 bronze medals. In the national military camp, I also broke the record, but I didn't expect to be at the bottom here. To be honest, I was hit by a blow. F countries people want to team up with me. Yi Xiaohua was surprised for a moment. Are you sure you want to team up with me? I have 35 tags. That's right, 2 rookies always need a companion, right? I'll ask my team if they want to add you. Yi Xiaohua didn't have time to stop him. Sunhua immediately went to F Country's team. F Country's team is Lucian. Hearing Sunhua's words, he couldn't help but frown. No, adding you is very difficult. She only has 35 tags, her strength is low, I will not agree to let her join. Sunhua couldn't convince her, so he hesitated for a moment. With F Country's team, their strength can be considered above average. If they are lucky, they can have 15 hours of training every few days. But when he saw Yi Xiaohua standing alone in the corner without anyone paying attention to her, Sunhua felt that he shouldn't be a person who looks at people's faces like this. But at this time, a very heroic feeling suddenly arose. Why are they looking down on Chinese people like this? How can he abandon his compatriots and team up with people from other countries? Yi Xiaohua, I'll take you flying. He rejected Lucian's invitation and came to Yi Xiaohua's side. Yi Xiaohua looked at him, then. Thank you? No need, no need. Sunhua waved his hand, let's find 3 more teammates. He just felt strange, why didn't this teammate of his feel a little bit excited? This is completely different from the script, he thought. No need to look, Yi Xiaohua hooked her lips at him, I still have 3 friends, tomorrow morning, you'll know. Sunhua originally wanted to ask who the 3 teammates she chose were, but when he saw her looking outside the door, her eyes were very cold, he didn't dare to say anything. He always felt that this new teammate is a little cold. It was at this time another recruit came in from outside. The recruit was not surprised at all by the bustle he caused. He should be used to being watched by so many people. Yi Xiaohua also looked in the direction of the door. A tall woman with blonde hair came in. Although she was a woman, she exuded an imposing manner, and no one dared to look down on her. For a time, there should be a lot of people who knew her, and they went to greet the tall woman. Almost everyone in the team went over. Maybe because of physical fitness, there were many foreigners in the international training camp in the world. Alice, seeing the people in the hall surrounding her, the tall woman took off her hat, nodded to the people in the hall, and introduced herself, I'm a recruit from country M. This time I got 60 tags. She finished introducing herself. Wow, everyone cried out in surprise. Yi Xiaohua noticed the voice of someone whispering. 60 tags? This was someone's exclamation, it should be breaking the historical record of the training camp, right? I know, it's her. Yi Xiaohua heard the excited voice of a foreigner beside her. Do you know why this year's trial is so difficult? Because she went through the mock trial, she got 15 gold medals, 24 silver medals, and 29 bronze medals. You know that the trial is the international training camp's first show of strength, so the chief instructor of the international training camp asked a mysterious person to personally design and strengthen the checkpoints. But I didn't expect that she still got 60 tags. It's really terrible, and she broke the international training camp record. F*CK, so powerful? Sunhua, who was standing beside Yi Xiaohua, was also shocked when he heard this sentence, so strong that the chief instructor asked someone to change the rules. After that, he suddenly found that the new teammate beside him did not make a sound. Was he scared stiff? On the side, he found that the new teammate had retracted his gaze and was looking down at his mobile phone, as if he was sending a message to someone. Such a calm look made Sunhua reflect on himself, whether he was making a fuss over nothing. But that's 60 tags, it's not strange to be shocked, is it? With his handsome Chinese appearance, Andy successfully squeezed in front of Alice. Alice, I'm Andy. This time I got 47 tags. My team is still short of 1 person. I wonder if Elegant is honored to be your teammate? Although 47 tags didn't sound like a lot, because the difficulty had increased this year, 47 tags was equivalent to 52 to 53 tags in previous years. He could be considered as one of the top 10 recruits. It was also because of this that when Andy stepped forward, no one else followed. Okay, Alice didn't refuse Andy's words. Nice working with you. Hearing that Alice agreed to join his team, Andy was very excited. Although the others had expected it, they were still very disappointed. There were many rooms in this building. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunua saw the people who had been divided into groups and went to choose their rooms. Then he turned to Xianxia and said, "Let's go choose 2 rooms. Although we will only stay here for 100 days, this is a rainforest. There are too many mosquitoes here. We probably have to stay in the room often. If we choose a room on the first floor, we will have to suffer." No, Xianxia shook her head. She was still carrying a military backpack. "Just for today, we won't live here in the future." Sunua was stunned. "If we don't live here, where else can we live? Do you want to stay with the people you brought?" Xianxia heard what he said and smiled. "Tomorrow, you will know." After that, she didn't say another word. Sunua thought for a long time, but he didn't understand what Xianxia was thinking. The next morning, he got up at 6 o'clock. After getting up, he knocked on the door next door and found that Xianxia got up. "You got up so early?" Xianxia loosened her fingers. "The checkpoint will start at 7 o'clock. "I know, I'm just very excited. In fact, some people got up at 5 o'clock. After all, they just came to the recruit concentration camp. It was normal for everyone to be excited. Some were even excited that they didn't sleep all night." But seeing that Xiaohua's face was not excited at all, Sunua pondered again. Was he making too much fuss? Was it his problem or her roommate's problem? "Go and put all your things in the bag." In the end, Xiaohua only gave Sunua 1 sentence. Sunua didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Why put everything in the bag? However, Xiaohua went in to wash her face and brush her teeth. After packing up, he and Xiaohua were the only ones who went to the training ground with backpacks. He also saw the 3 teammates that Xiaohua mentioned. When he saw Chen Shui and the other 2 wearing green military uniforms, Sunua understood that these 3 people were actually the soldiers brought by Xiaohua. And, these 3 teammates also packed up their things. Was this the rule of their team? Were they afraid that their things would be stolen? "You guys are quite smart." Xiaohua saw that these 3 people were carrying backpacks and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Lu Jing smiled. "When we inquired about the training rules yesterday, we were ready to carry our backpacks to find you today. Where do you want to stay today?" Xiaohua asked. Chen Shui immediately raised her hand. "I asked someone last night. I heard that the environment of a site is the best." Xiaohua nodded. "Okay, then let's go." Sunua froze for a moment. "Wait, you want to go to the outside of a site to set up tents, but you can't train in tents outside? Digression, pft." Chen Shui, Lu Jing, and Wang Jinfeng laughed directly. "Did Father Yi just accept you?" Wang Jinfeng carried his backpack and was very happy. "You'll know later." A group of 4 people happily walked to Field A. Only Sunua felt a little embarrassed. The next day, she was still carrying a military backpack. Along the way, almost 100% of the people turned their heads. "You guys go in first." When Xiaohua walked to Field A, she suddenly saw a figure standing leisurely not far away. All the people in the camp were wearing military uniforms. Only one person was wearing casual clothes. No one stopped him, so he attracted most of the attention. She said to Sunua and others, threw her backpack to Wang Jinfeng, and walked over there. When Wang Jinfeng and others saw it was Team Yun, they turned around and went to line up with Sunua. Sunua didn't know Yunsheng. Seeing Xiaohua walking to the stranger, she wanted to ask, but she was afraid that she would make a fuss, so she didn't ask again. "The current head coach of the international training camp is from M country?" Xiaohua asked directly when she saw Yunsheng. Although she was familiar with this place, the people and the management style were too strange. Xiaohua had to doubt that the international training camp here was no longer Chinese. "Yes, because the ranking is monopolized by M country." Yunsheng squinted at her. Although she had expected it, Xiaohua was still very depressed. "Then you guys are really useless." Originally, she still doubted whether this world was the world she was familiar with, but the 3 training fields completely cleared her doubts. These 3 training fields were similar to some supernatural places in the original world of Hua country. The gravity and pressure in Field A were 10 times that of the outside world. Because of this, the effect of staying in it could not be compared to the outside world. Although the international training camp in that world was called international, in fact, it was used to train Chinese people. You are reasonable. Yunxin was choked by her. Yi Xiaohua interrupted him impolitely. Who is reasonable with you? Who can stop you if you want to take the position of head coach? Yunxin was surprised by her understanding of him, but strangely, he seemed to feel that the other party knew his real strength, which was not unreasonable. I just feel that the international training camp does not have a sense of belonging. Yunxin finally told the truth. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua was also silent for a while. I know. While the two of them were talking, they attracted a lot of attention. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and the others had already arrived at Venue A. According to the army's rules, once a couple entered the training ground, they were not allowed to go to the other two training grounds. Other than Chen Shui and Sunua's team, there were 4 other teams at Venue A. This was a little abnormal. When Chen Shui and the others arrived, Lucian and the others were also there. Sunua, why are you carrying a bag? Lucian and the others were very surprised to see Sunua like this. Sunua coughed twice and did not answer. The other foreigners were not as polite as Lucian. After discovering that Sunua and the others were all Chinese, they pointed at them and laughed. After being a soldier for so many years, Sunua felt that she had cultivated her temper very well. At this time, there was also a faint anger in her heart. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In the international training camp, it was not the first or second day that the locals were suppressed by the foreigners. But when he looked at the other 3 people beside him, Lu Jing was leaning to the side, looking very lazy. On the other hand, the other 2 people were still commenting, unaffected by anyone else. Sunua listened for a while. These 2 people were saying that the environment around Venue A was better than the apartment. Were they really going to set up a tent here? This was the 3rd time Sunua reflected on himself since he came with Yi Xiaohua. Was it because his cultivation was not good enough? However, Sunua did not struggle for a long time. His strength was not too bad, and when he came yesterday, he also met a lot of friends. He knew most of the people in Lucian's team. These people greeted him, but not surprisingly, they all asked him if this was a Chinese custom. Why did they have to carry a bag here? I am not very afraid of the other teams. Lucian and the others laughed for a while, and then became serious. I am afraid of meeting Alice, but Alice said yesterday that she would not come to Venue A. That was why there were so many people in Venue A today. However, as soon as he finished this sentence, the last team came in. It's Alice. For a moment, all 4 teams here wailed. Except for Yi Xiaohua's team. Sunua felt that he was almost at the bottom anyway. After all, Yi Xiaohua came in with 3 of his own soldiers, and his strength was actually a lot worse than the recruits. At this moment, Sunua finally felt that he could keep up with the channel of these people in the team. He found that the other people in the team were very calm, and they were very indifferent to the arrival of Alice's team. They should know that even if Alice's team did not come, they would be the last, so they were so calm. However, the faces of Lucian's people became very ugly. Alice glanced at everyone here, and finally her eyes stopped on the faces of Sunua's people. Then she walked in front of Sunua and asked condescendingly, "How many tags did the woman in your group get?" This was said very impolitely. Sunua frowned but did not answer. Andy, who was standing next to Alice, replied, "She got 35. 35. So bad? My senior fellow apprentice got 41 tags and didn't come in because of the number limit," Alice sneered. "I really don't know how this weak chicken came here." This was a bit irritating. Even Sunua's face changed a little. At 7 o'clock, the management instructor of Side A announced the start of the competition for the right to use Side A. A team went in immediately. After coming out, the instructor announced a number, 1st level of completion. The second team went in and came out dejectedly. 1st level of completion. So difficult? Those who came here were more or less people who could get a few gold medals in the level, but such a group of 5 people only had a 1st level of completion. Soon, the 3rd team went in. This time, it was Lucian's team that went in. The instructor reported another number, and the instructor took a second look at them. 2nd level of completion. The 4th team went in was Alice's team. The instructor was American. When he saw Alice, his expression eased a lot. You can go in. Half an hour later, Alice came out. Their team took half the time of the first 3 teams. The smile on the management instructor's face was obvious. 3rd level of completion. Alice, you are very good. After that, he turned his eyes to the faces of Sunua and the others. You are the last team. Why? The person in your team who only got 35 tags hasn't come yet? After this sentence, the eyes of several teams that had already finished instantly looked at Sunua's team. Instructor, you wait for another minute. Sunua was also a little anxious in his heart. There was a trace of cold sweat on his back. Xianxia, what is she doing? Chinese people are so timid and weak. Andy stood beside Alice, looked at Sunua's team, and shook his head slightly. I really don't know why Instructor Yun likes her so much. When this Xianxia knew that we were going to target her, she didn't even dare to show her head. Alice sneered. In this training camp, Chinese people really don't deserve to stay. The management instructor also learned last night that some people in China only got 35 tags. Therefore, he was upset about these people who stepped on the bottom line to enter, and the real strength of their country couldn't enter. Since your captain didn't come, this time it means that you gave up. If they gave up, it meant that there was no chance of trial. He said to Lu Jing next to him, let's go in first. Lu Jing shook his head. Wait a little longer. Sunua looked outside the door and didn't see Xiaohua's figure. He sighed with some disappointment. He took a step back and was just about to leave. Lu Jing pulled him. The class monitor is here. Since you are here, let's start to break through. If you don't even have a 1st level of completion, you are not allowed to share the remaining time with other teams. The management instructor looked at Yi Xiaohua and the others. Xianxia and the others didn't say anything. Sunua was angry. 5 strong new corps could barely pass 1 level. Only he and Yi Xiaohua were in their team. How could they have a 1st level of completion, and the recruit camp was definitely not such a system. Instructor, Sunua held back his anger. According to what you said, if we don't have a 1st level of completion, we can't participate in the training? You are simply targeting us. You rely on Instructor Yun. People who only take 35 or 40 tags can come in and squeeze away a person with 41 tags. Why can you be trained like others? The management instructor looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes with great sarcasm. Sunua looked at the other 4 teams around him and saw their sarcastic look. His face was ugly. Yi Xiaohua didn't get angry. She just felt funny. What's your name? She looked at the management instructor. Yi Xiaohua didn't know to what extent the world had developed, but she was sure that it was not much different from the original world. This training camp was originally for Chinese people to train. Not to mention that she didn't get 35 tags, even if it was true, so what? Burly. The management instructor chuckled. Are you going to report me? Believe it or not, even if you report it to the chief instructor, you can't touch me. Are you from M country? Yi Xiaohua squinted. Burly smiled. It's good that you know. I hope you can still say that when I finish the level and come out. Yi Xiaohua smiled and nodded directly. Then she looked sideways at the stunned Sunua and said, What are you doing? Come in. Sunua followed Yi Xiaohua and others into the level. You 3 stand here first. I will go in with Yi Xiaohua. After entering, he immediately stopped Qing Shui and the other 2. No need, Wang Jinfeng immediately stopped him. Just leave it to the monitor. But Sunua still wanted to say something. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Yi Xiaohua passed the first 3 meters effortlessly, and he was stunned. This is a gravity mechanism. Yi Xiaohua pointed to a black button beside her and said, in fact, it's not a real bomb disposal technology. You should first feel the checkpoint under gravity, and then tell me about your understanding, Yi Xiaohua. That is? Sunua hadn't woken up from the shock that Yi Xiaohua easily cracked the 1st level. He saw that she was teaching Chen Shui and Lu Jing something in a low voice. If he hadn't seen outside before, even the strongest Alice team only had 3 levels of completion, he would have thought that this level was extremely simple. Half an hour later. Yi Xiaohua's team has not come out yet. Outside, Alice and Lucian were talking to each other in a low voice. 2 winners of tags between 30 and 40 dare to come here. What gives them the confidence? Lucian did not have such a strong hostility to Xianxia and others, but because Alice said that because of their existence, a winner of 41 plates left, so they would have such an attitude towards Xianxia and others. Instructor Burley's face was filled with arrogance. However, when he saw the group of people coming in, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chief Instructor, why are you guys here? The Chief Instructor glanced at him indifferently and did not speak. Alice had always been arrogant. She was not timid at all when she saw the Chief Instructor. Chief Instructor, I want to know why a person with 35 tags can train with us? However, the Chief Instructor did not pay attention to her after she finished her sentence. Because at this time, Xiaohua's team of 5 people had already broken through the barrier, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Miss Yi, you're out? Well, are you the Chief Instructor? Xiaohua's expression was very cold. The Chief Instructor's heart was palpitating. It's me, Miss Yi. Don't worry. I've already handled this matter for you. The Chief Instructor looked at the line of numbers on the edge of the checkpoint, his hands shaking. You can go in and train. The Chief Instructor sent a group of people to the A site for training, then looked coldly at the Instructor Burley. From today on, you are kicked out of the International Training Camp base. Why? Before Burley could speak, Alice couldn't help but say, Chief Instructor, why did you let those 5 people go in together? Even if they are not strong enough to enter the training camp. Now with their strength, do you think they deserve to train in a site? Clearly, we are the first. Why? When the Chief Instructor heard Alice's words, he faintly turned to the side where he was blocking. Look at other people's passing data before you talk. Alice and Andy always felt that Xiaohua and others only had 35 tags, so they wouldn't be very good, not to mention that they also brought 3 drag bottles. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to complete the first level. So when Xiaohua and others came out, they didn't even look at the completion of the checkpoint. At this time, Alice finally saw the completion of the checkpoint, 10th level of completion. This was Lucian's voice of surprise. The Chief Instructor sneered, 10th level of completion, she alone took over the entire A site training ground. You can't go in today. Are you satisfied? Alice, of course, also saw it. She was surprised and couldn't believe it. Chief Instructor, they must have done something to the checkpoint. You know, some of them only have 35 tags, even if you beat her to death. Alice could not believe that such a weak Hua national could have a level 10 completion rate. As soon as the Chief Instructor finished speaking, Alice only felt a blackness in front of her. Also, don't think that just because I control the international training camp, the training camp is ours. This place is just made for their own use. If the people above don't agree, not to mention you, even I have to pack up and leave here one by one. After the Chief Instructor finished speaking, he looked at the people here and couldn't help but shake his head. Someone said that even if the people here were too talented, they couldn't continue to stay. After the Chief Instructor left, the people present reacted. The first to feel shocked and regretful was Lucian, so, that Chinese woman got 35 gold medals. All of them passed. This is also the strength of all 3 in the training camp, right? They finally understood why Xiaohua's group brought the package in. Level 10 clearance level. 23 hours a day belonged to them, so they simply brought their backpacks and stayed here. Envy, jealousy, and hate? No, no, no. The recruits of the entire international training camp only felt horror. Every morning at 7 o'clock, they had to see which training ground Alice chose first, because they knew that Xiaohua would choose whichever one Alice chose. If she chose other training grounds, even if she couldn't get the first place, there were still 8 hours left. But if she was in the same team as Xiaohua. Sorry, today these 23 hours were occupied by Xiaohua. From the beginning, everyone scrambled for Alice, to the end, everyone despised her, but it was only a day. As for Andy, who was implicated by Alice, after knowing that he looked down on Xiaohua's 35 brands were all gold medals, the recruits who were implicated by Alice didn't train. At the end of the recruit training, the very powerful freshmen of country M and F almost lost their halos. Just 100 days. All the photos in the corridor of the training camp were moved back by 4 names. The new posters were all Hua nationals. First, Lu Jing, 25104. Second, Chen Shui, 25103. Third, Wang Jinfeng, 25102. Fourth, Su Nua, 25132. Like Yunxing, Yi Xiaohua's existence hit the enthusiasm of the people behind her too much, and she was kicked out of the ranking by the chief instructor. She was also given an award of Lifetime First Special Forces. It meant that you were already the first Special Forces soldier, so don't come to compete with them for the ranking. When the news reached the first military region, most of the people there were shocked. Especially Long Fei of the original class. When Lu Jing and the others followed Yi Xiaohua into the international training camp, he thought that the other party's training was similar to theirs. In the future, it was uncertain who would be higher than who. Unexpectedly, the commander of the military region ordered everyone to watch the award ceremony in order to be happy. Long Fei and the rest of the original Class 1 looked at Lu Jing's name on the recording screen, followed by Chen Shui and the rest. Their eyes turned red with jealousy. No one would deny Yi Xiaohua's strength, but the strength of Chen Shui and the others was in their eyes. He didn't have the strength to enter the top 100. There was only one reason why he could improve so quickly: Yi Xiaohua is teaching them. Long Fei and his group could not help but think, if they did not abandon Yi Xiaohua at that time, would they be among the top 100 of the international training camp, because this time, Yi Xiaohua was regarded as a myth by the whole barracks. Later, Yi Xiaohua appeared less and less. Some unknown recruits called Chen Shui and these 4 people a miracle, a myth. But only the old people who really stood at the top knew who the real myth was. Do you want to try the feeling of being the first in the international training camp? At that time, they thought Yi Xiaohua had a fever and was joking. Now that he saw his name was really hung up, he suddenly felt like a dream. Ding! Completed the main mission. The system rewards 3,000 points. Ding! System 008 serves the host. 3,000 points have been received, leaving the world. The voice of 008 sounded again in her mind. Yi Xiaohua slightly looked at the side of the person beside her, as if she had ignored him again. I'm in a hurry to do the mission, thinking that the faster I do it, the sooner I can go back, Yi Xiaohua suddenly said. I don't know if the international training camp in that world is the same. They still have a lot of people waiting for me to go back, and my readers, the last chapter of the Firmament of the Gods has not been published. And, I'm still waiting to go back to find out who you are. She was afraid that one day she would forget everything before while doing the mission. But you are too strong every time, Yi Xiaohua scratched her head. You have to be with me. Cough, as weak and helpless as Chen Shui, Yi Xiaohua didn't finish a sentence, and her consciousness suddenly fell. In a white light, she only saw the man beside her seem to realize something and suddenly smiled. When she woke up again, Yi Xiaohua found herself lying in a room full of pink. There were still undried tears on her face. Even if she didn't look in the mirror, Yi Xiaohua knew that the original body was crying before she came over. The original body should be a girl with pink bubbles all over her body. Almost everyone in the room was pink. She pressed her temples and felt that her head was extremely painful. It was at this time that the door was pushed open violently. Yi Xiaohua looked up subconsciously. It was an old man in a black suit who came in. He looked at Yi Xiaohua with extremely cold eyes. Miss Yi, the master is back, please go down. Yi Xiaohua was slightly stunned. This person's attire should be the butler of this family. But he called her Miss Yi, not Miss. It seemed that the original body should not be a member of this family, and it was very disliked by this family. She hadn't received the plot yet, so she didn't know what kind of character the original body had. To be on the safe side, she just nodded slightly. I'll come down immediately. After she finished speaking, the butler looked at her for the last time before closing the door and leaving. Yi Xiaohua saw it this time. In addition to the coldness in the butler's eyes, there was also a trace of disgust and anger. To be honest, she could see this kind of eyes every time she just crossed the plot, so she didn't care too much. After the butler went out, Yi Xiaohua received the plot. This body was also Yi Xiaohua. When she was 5 years old, her parents died and she was sent to an orphanage. At this time, the Yi couple of the S-city's rich family, who happened to be 5 years old, was kidnapped. After paying the ransom, they only saw the bloody cloth on their daughter's body on the outskirts of the mountain. The guards sent a bunch of people to look for her, but they couldn't find her. In the end, they were disappointed. After losing her young daughter, Madame Yi was depressed. Yi Laoi brought back an adopted daughter from the orphanage, and this adopted daughter was the original body. After the original body came, Madame Yi's depression was cured, and Yi Laoi's business was booming. Originally, because Madame Yi's biological daughter disappeared, the Yi family poured their love for their biological daughter onto the original body. In addition, after she came to the Yi family's parents doted on Yi Xiaohua even more. Ye's parents doted on Yi Xiaohua even more, spoiling the original owner arrogant endlessly, every day only know one thing, spend money. Not only that, in order to worry about the original body's future life, the Yi family's parents also arranged a marriage for the original body, the heir of the Yang family, Yang Feng. Originally, the original body's character was pleasing, and Yang Feng was also very satisfied. Anyway, it was a family marriage, so it was better to marry the original body. After all, she looked good. The original body naturally also liked this fiancé who was good at everything. But unexpectedly, things happened here. After Yang Feng graduated from university, he went to the mountains with his roommates to play and encountered ghosts hitting the wall. Yang Feng, who never knew what fear was afraid for the first time. He originally thought that they were going to die on the mountain, but he didn't expect that at this time, a woman came from the sky and saved them. This woman was called Xianxia. She was the disciple of the Taoist master who lived in seclusion in the mountains. This time, she came down from the mountains and saved them. She was good-looking and could calculate. Because she didn't know where to go, she simply went with them to S City. Along the way, Xianxia caught a lot of ghosts and won the favor of many big shots. There were many big shots' phone numbers in her phone. Along the way, the powerful and very versatile, good-looking and mysterious Xianxia attracted Yang Feng's attention. Yang Feng never knew that his mind would be affected by a woman. When he saw that Xianxia was in a coma because of receiving a malicious ghost and was so scared that her heart stopped, he knew that he had fallen for this woman. In this way, the two got along all the way to S City and had a tacit understanding. As soon as Yang Feng came back, he wanted to break off the engagement with the Yi family. The original body was used to being arrogant, and she liked Yang Feng very much. Of course, she didn't agree. She wanted to see what kind of person Xianxia was, so she went to find Xianxia in the heavy rain that night. The Yi family's parents were worried about her and asked their only son to pick up the original body. When the original body saw the relationship between Yang Feng and Xianxia, she naturally cried. When she cried, she accidentally turned the steering wheel of the car. The car hit the guardrail. The original body's brother, who was not her biological brother, had always had no feelings for her. She didn't know why he protected the original body at that time, and the original body was safe and sound. There was nothing else on the brother's body, but he couldn't see his eyes. He went to major hospitals for examination and said that his eyes were fine, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. Oh, this brother of hers. Yi Yunan has been known as a child prodigy since he was a child. Yi family can have the present development of his contribution. Everyone in Yi family is proud of him. But now, everyone knew that the famous young master of the Yi family in S City had actually become blind. For a while, everyone sighed. Although Ye's parents like the original owner, it is self-evident who is more important than their only biological son. People are willing to save. Ye's parents can't say that they all blame the original owner, but it is normal to have some resentment for her, and Ye's servants and housekeepers hate the original owner even more. The treatment of the original owner fell from heaven to hell at once. Ye's family no longer recognized her as a member of Ye's family. The original owner also respected her brother very much since she was a child. Now her brother has become like this because of her. She blames herself and feels sad for being treated coldly by Ye's family. When Yi Xiaohua came, it was time for Yi Yunan to become a blind man. Ye's father Yi Qingfeng was abroad. When he received a call from Mrs. Yi, he fell to the ground and then bought the latest ticket back. Just now Yi Qingfeng came back and told Yi Xiaohua to go down. The plot received here, Yi Xiaohua can't help squinting. 008, do you have any books there? Yi Yunan's eyes suddenly can't see, and science can't check what the reason is. In addition, this world is a ghost world, Yi Xiaohua has to doubt. There are other reasons for Yi Yunan's eyes. She had entered the world of feng shui once before. At that time, she was just anxious to complete the task and didn't learn much. Now Yi Xiaohua is more and more aware of how important her own ability is to complete the task. 008 looked at the shopping mall. There is a set of collection version of the Taoist Master Seal and the Secret Method of Taoism, 500 points. Buy it. Yi Xiaohua said, pushed the door to go downstairs. Downstairs, there is the sound of Mrs. Yi crying in a low voice, and the voice of Yi Qingfeng and Yi housekeeper whispering. The servant is carrying the cold tea to the kitchen. When she meets Yi Xiaohua who comes down from upstairs, she says in a cold voice similar to that of Yi housekeeper, Miss Yi. The drooping face, there is a trace of anger and disgust that is not concealed at all. The Yi family was not big. The whole family only had a driver, 2 servants, and housekeeper Yi. The original body was originally from an orphanage, but she was lucky enough to be adopted by the Yi family. If not for the Yi family, the original body who only knew how to eat, drink, and spend money might not be able to live as well as they did. Now that she had behaved like this, the servants would naturally not be as respectful to her as before. While he was angry, he was also gloating. Dad, Mom. Yi Xiaohua bowed her head and walked slowly to Ye's parents. I'm sorry. In any case, Yi Yunan's eyes were indeed related to the original owner. When Yimu heard her words, she raised her head and looked at Yi Xiaohua with her swollen eyes. Don't call me Mom. I can't take it. It was raining heavily that day. I told you not to look for Yang Feng, but you insisted on going. Is the Yi family not good enough for you? I gave you food to eat, clothes to wear, and let you enjoy all the glory and splendor. Why did you humiliate my son like this? He said that he also hammered Yi Xiaohua standing in front of him. Yi Xiaohua finally discovered that the original owner's physique was not good. Madame Ye's hands were very strong. She hammered her body until it hurt. Yi Xiaohua did not frown and let her hit her. Let's not talk about Madame Yi. If Yi Xiaohua herself came to this world, she would see Yi Yunan's eyes because of a bad-tempered master. Her temper was not much better than Madame Ye's. She even had the urge to punish the original owner, although there might be more to the matter. Well, this matter actually has nothing to do with her. Although Yi Qingfeng also resented Yi Xiaohua in his heart, he also knew that it was his son who was willing to save her. Is there any use in scolding her? Hearing Yi Qingfeng's words, Yimu also knew this. She lowered her head and cried softly. She no longer hammered Yi Xiaohua. Yi Qingfeng looked at Yi Xiaohua and sighed. This child was brought back from the orphanage. No one would have thought that he would spoil her like this. That day when Yunnan went to pick you up, was there any other situation when the car accident happened? Yi Xiaohua also wanted to know this. She really wanted to judge from this point whether Yi Yunan's eyes had hit his brain or if there were other reasons. However, at that time, the original owner was only very sad about Yang Feng's attitude towards her. She did not notice anything else. Yi Xiaohua recalled many times in her mind. She could only remember the helplessness when the original owner was hit. No. She replied. Hearing her words, Yi Qingfeng was even more disappointed. He no longer looked at Yi Xiaohua. He just waved his hand impatiently and asked her to leave quickly, so that he would not be angry and sad when he saw her. Yi Xiaohua looked at the 2 people who seemed as if the sky had collapsed. She took a deep breath and said, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to cure my brother's eyes. I will go out tomorrow to buy some medical books. Please take care of yourself. Madame Yi knew that the child she brought back from the orphanage was the one who destroyed her family. She shouldn't have agreed to let Yi Qingfeng bring Yi Xiaohua back. From top to bottom, Madame Yi, housekeeper Yi, Yi Qingfeng, and the others used to love her, but now they resented her. Even the servants were very disdainful of her. Those friends of the original owner of the body, after knowing about this, also felt a sense of distance from her, and some even gloated over her misfortune. Yi Xiaohua recalled the plot of the original owner and couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was living under someone else's roof. Everything of the original owner came from Ye's family. Now Ye's family no longer doted on her. Even the card was frozen for her. She was no different from an ordinary person except that she still lived in Ye's house. After the original owner's incident, her status in the Yi family was quickly known by her friends. She thought that her friends were sincere, but she didn't know that those friends came for her money. She was also laughed at by those friends and realized that without the Yi family, she was really nothing. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but go upstairs. In fact, her room was next to Yi Yunan's room. Yi Xiaohua, who originally wanted to go to the room to read the book, turned around, knocked on the door, and whispered, "Brother?" She wanted to personally confirm what was wrong with his eyes. There was no sound inside, and no one came to open the door. After waiting outside for a minute, Yi Xiaohua knew that the other party didn't want to see her. "Yi Yunan, you're good." Yi Xiaohua glanced at the door, touched her nose, and took a step back. It was at this time that housekeeper Yi came up from downstairs and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a pair of cold and disgusted eyes. "Miss Yi, please don't disturb the young master's rest, otherwise, I don't mind driving you out of the Yi family." Since Yi Yunan became blind, the Yi family servants called her Miss Yi. "I know." Yi Xiaohua glanced at the housekeeper. "Fine," she went back to her room. "In a few days, watch your family's young master personally beg me to go in." Of course, Yi Xiaohua could only think about it now. After returning to her room, her face instantly became serious, and she put the book the system gave her on the table. She began to read page by page. So many doctors didn't find the problem. In fact, Yi Xiaohua was 99% sure that it was something else. For the next day and night, Yi Xiaohua did not go out. He had been reading in his room. And the people of Yi family did not send her food, nor did they knock on the door to call her out. "I found it." At this time, Yi Qingfeng hurried back downstairs. His tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Master Meishan said that Yunan's condition might not be a problem with his eyes but that he was possessed. "Possessed?" Madame Yi jumped up from the sofa and asked, Then did Master say that there is any way to solve this problem?" In fact, after visiting so many hospitals and using so many scientific machines, they still couldn't find the cause. Madame Yi had her suspicions as well. However, she did not find anything strange about Yi Qingfeng's words. "I've asked about this too." Yi Qingfeng shook his head. Yunnan has never believed in these things. How would the Yi family know such a master? Great Master Meishan said that he had no choice but to find a capable celestial master. However, there are fewer and fewer celestial masters in modern society. Where can we find one? Things reached an impasse again. The Yi family did not have such connections. According to Great Master Meishan of the Taoist Temple, there were no more than 10 capable celestial masters in the entire country. It was too difficult to find a celestial master among billions of people. However, for Yi Yunan, how could the Yi family give up so easily? He found many business partners. Uncle Yi. It was at this time that Yang Feng found Yi Qingfeng. Although Yi Xiaohua was the direct cause of Yi Yunan's condition, Yang Feng was partly responsible. The Yang family had a good relationship with the Yi family, but he did not expect Yang Feng to bring another woman back when he was engaged. Because of this, Yi Qingfeng looked at Yang Feng with a very complicated gaze. "I heard that you're looking for a celestial master." Yang Feng came to Yi Qingfeng because he admired Yi Yunan. In fact, Ajia is a celestial master. When we were on the way back to S City, she even caught a 100-year-old malicious spirit. If you want to save Yi Yunan, you might as well look for Ajia. However, Ajia has been very unhappy recently because of Xiaohua. You don't know, when Xiaohua came that day, it was Ajia who laid out a plan to catch a wandering ghost, but she disrupted it. She's angry now. If you want to invite her over, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. You said Xiao Jia is a celestial master? At this time, Yi Qingfeng no longer thought about his resentment towards Yang Feng. Instead, he looked at Yang Feng excitedly. "You're not lying to me?" Yang Feng nodded. "Of course. You can ask Mayor Feng about this." In fact, on the way back, the 100-year-old malicious spirit that Ajia caught was entrusted by Mayor Feng. Hearing this news, Yi Qingfeng immediately returned home. The Yi family was well taken care of by Yi Yunan. He also helped S City fund several projects. The Yi family was very familiar with Mayor Feng, or rather, Mayor Feng was very familiar with Yi Yunan. Yi Qingfeng immediately found Mayor Feng's number from Yi Yunan's secretary. You mean Master Xiao? Mayor Feng's tone was very serious. You didn't provoke the master, did you? She's really not an ordinary person. I can only tell you this. However, if you have something to do, it won't be a problem to find her. She's the only successor of a first-class sect. Although she's young, I'm sure that no one in the Celestial Master's line can surpass her. After listening to Mayor Feng's words, Yi Qingfeng's excitement could be imagined. He immediately contacted Yang Feng and asked if he could contact Xiaojia. He didn't expect that in the end, he would still ask Xiaojia for help. The Yi family's mood was also quite complicated. Master Xiao asked Xiaohua to apologize? Madame Yi quickly got Xiaojia's reply. Her face lit up. As long as she apologized, she could ask her to save Yi Yunnan. Quick, go and call Xiaohua down. Digression, you've been asking for an emotional drama. Love me, vote. Yi Xiaohua is still reading in her pink room. He didn't know anything about Xiaojia. This school is very different from Feng Shui. There are a lot of books worth 500 points. Even Yi Xiaohua will take a long time to read them. Most of them are cases recorded by famous immortal masters of several generations. While Yi Xiaohua was studying talisman, she also found a pen to draw a talisman on the blank paper. She had always read 10 lines at a glance. After a day and a night, she finally found a miscellaneous note left by immortal master Zhang. When he was traveling, he found a cloud of yin qi shrouding the sky of a house. The head of the household heard that he went up the mountain to pick herbs. After falling down, his body did not feel any pain or itch, but he could not move his legs. Celestial Master Zhang was only able to delve deeper into the matter because of that thick mass of yin qi. Unfortunately, when he came back after some research, the family had already moved away. Yi Xiaohua couldn't find a clue. She didn't expect that the biggest trouble this time was actually caused by that person. Host, I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Can I eat while reading? 008 has endured for a day, but he still can't help but open his mouth. Is there really such a person in the world who studies so hard that he doesn't eat? Her current body wasn't that of a fairy in a fantasy world, where she could just drink dew and eat flower petals? Oh. Yi Xiaohua replied slowly, you really care a lot. After that, she put away most of the books, leaving a few on the bedside table. Before he reached the door, he was already at the door. Someone knocked on her door and the butler pushed the door open. Yi Xiaohua's eyebrows wrinkled subconsciously. Knocking on the door to get the consent of the people inside should be the most basic polite requirement, right? It was impossible for housekeeper Yi, who had received special training, to not understand. At present, this was only because he no longer regarded Yi Xiaohua as his master. In his heart, there was no sense of respect for Yi Xiaohua. Miss Yi, Madam invites you to leave. Housekeeper Yi said coldly. Although he said please, it was no different from a notice. Now even a servant in the Yi family can give Yi Xiaohua a face. N. Yi Xiaohua responded. When he walked out of the door, he couldn't help but look next door. The door next door was still closed. Yi Xiaohua squinted slightly. She seems to hear a slight sound inside. When Butler Yi saw that she was still looking at Yi Yunnan's room, he could not help but call out dangerously, Miss Yi. Butler Yi, why did you let her stay? The maid couldn't help but ask angrily. She's already caused young master to be in such a state. If not for the fear of being criticized by outsiders, Madame Yi would have chased Yi Xiaohua out. In fact, after the Yi family's relatives found out about this, they all felt that the Yi family had spoiled this adopted daughter too much. Originally, this adopted daughter was not outstanding in any way, and she was so arrogant that she did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, because of her, the Yi family and the Yang family had almost fallen out. Even Yi Yunnan had been implicated. 10 years ago, the Yi family's business in S City was only average. Ever since Yi Yunnan took over, the Yi family's business had developed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the Yi family's relatives, even their business rivals had to admit that this person was outstanding. It had been less than 10 years since he took over the Yi family's business, and the Yi family had become the leader of S City and Asia. Not only that, he was now developing overseas, which was the most important stage of the Yi family's rise, but he did not expect such a thing to happen at this time. He did not leave the house, and the Yi family's group of executives and relatives were almost going crazy. If Yi Xiaohua directly appeared in front of them, they could directly tear Yi Xiaohua apart. The Yi family's relatives all called to criticize Madame Yi. They should not have let Yi Yunan pick up an ignorant adopted daughter in such a rainy day. Yi Xiaohua followed Butler Yi downstairs. Yi Qingfeng was still on the phone with Yang Feng. When Madame Yi heard that Xiaojia might be able to save Yi Yunan, she was overjoyed. When she saw Yi Xiaohua, she immediately stood up. Come with me to apologize to Xiaojia and let her come to see Yunan. Celestial Master Xiao is Celestial Master Zhang's successor. Yunan has been bewitched, and Celestial Master Zhang's successor will definitely be able to save him. Celestial Master Zhang's successor? Mom, she's lying to you, right? Celestial Master Zhang doesn't have a successor. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, she paused slightly. Also, why should I apologize? If she wanted to apologize, it would be to Yi Yunan. This Yang Feng and Xiaojia cheated on each other, and he interfered when someone else had a girlfriend. How could they be worthy of her apologizing? What's more, she has just finished reading the book 008 gave her. She is very sure about this. It is clearly recorded in the book that immortal Master Zhang traveled all over the world and did not leave a disciple before he died. There are only books recorded in his life. These books were among his funerary objects, and they were not passed down. It was just that those books used to be among the funerary objects, but now they were in Yi Xiaohua's hands. Therefore, Yi Xiaohua had some doubts about whether this Xiaojia was Celestial Master Zhang's successor. When she heard Yi Xiaohua's words, Madame Yi took a deep breath. You're just unwilling to apologize to Celestial Master Xiao. You still resent Yang Feng for being together with her, right? Although Celestial Master Xiao is the same age as you, she has real skills. Even Mayor Feng asked her for help. That night, Celestial Master Xiao had something to do in the hospital. You directly went to disturb her, causing a large number of people to be unlucky. Don't you think you should apologize? Mayor Feng, from the plot, Yi Xiaohua found out that this person was very familiar with Yi Yunan and admired him very much. It should not be fake. If it was true, the original owner of the body went to cause trouble that night and might really have disrupted a religious ceremony. If that was the case, the original owner of the body was indeed at fault. Moreover, Yi Xiaohua felt that Yi Yunan's accident might be related to this matter. When she thought of this, Yi Xiaohua looked at Madame Yi. Alright. Are we going to Yunnan now? Madame Yi hurriedly prepared with Yi Qingfeng, but before she could turn around, she was stunned. Yi Xiaohua also turned around. He was facing the corridor, so she could only see the side of his face from where she was. His long, curly eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his face. His eyelashes were slightly drooping, and his skin was fair and translucent like white jade. At first glance, his face looked beautiful and exquisite, but he did not seem like a real person. His right hand was resting on the doorframe. He must have heard the sound and looked over. The shape of his light brown eyes was very beautiful, but they were extremely dim, and almost no light could be seen in them. Come here. Although the pair of eyes looking at this side did not have any focus, everyone in the hall would not doubt that those eyes were looking at Yi Xiaohua. That face was still cold and expressionless. Yi Xiaohua found out from the housekeeper, Yi Qingfeng, and the others that Yi Yunan had not left the house since he returned from the hospital because his eyes had suddenly become blind. Every day, the housekeeper and Yi family's parents would personally deliver his 3 meals. But they would also serve them exactly as they were. Madame Yi and the others did not even dare to persuade him because they were afraid of provoking him. This was the first time Yi Yunan spoke after coming out of his room. Yunan is calling you, hurry up. Madame Yi's eyes were red, and she hurriedly pushed Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua stared at the pair of unfocused eyes in a daze. She only reacted after being pushed by Madame Yi. She lowered her eyes to hide her emotions. What time is it now? She heard a low voice when she walked to his side. Yi Xiaohua glanced outside the door. It's past 10 in the morning. The sun is very bright today, and the flowers in the garden outside are in bloom. Do you want to go and take a look? Madame Yi, Yi Qingfeng, and housekeeper Yi were very angry when Yi Xiaohua said that she wanted to take him out to see the flowers. What was she talking about? These days, in order not to provoke Yi Yunan, they did not dare to bring up the topic of seeing. But unexpectedly, Yi Yunan hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Yi Xiaohua naturally grabbed his right hand. The other party's fingers were unbelievably cold. Yi Yunan's fingers stiffened, and his slightly drooping eyelashes moved. He had a serious obsession with cleanliness. In the past, even men could not touch a corner of his clothes, let alone women. He did not know why he protected this sister that day, but in reality, he was also very disgusted. But today, he was slightly dazed. It seemed that he did not feel any resistance in his heart. For the past few days, everything around him was unfamiliar. Whether he opened or closed his eyes, there was only darkness in front of him. Yi Yunan had stayed in the room for so long, and every moment was spent in panic and decadence. Until now, the warmth from his palm had gradually calmed his chaotic heart. Yi Xiaohua took him outside to see the flowers, basked in the sun for a while, and then came back to let housekeeper Yi bring him food. She put the dishes into his bowl one by one. Seeing this scene, Madame Yi covered her mouth and tears flowed down her cheeks. However, she did not dare to make a sound. "Mom, what happened that day was an accident. It has nothing to do with my sister. You don't have to vent your anger on her." After Yi Yunan finished eating, he said softly, "Yang Feng embarrassed my sister in the industry. Now that something like this has happened, you should question Yang Feng on how he dared to treat her like this. You shouldn't force her to apologize." Yi Yunan took a piece of paper from Yi Xiaohua and wiped his hands and the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned to face Madame Yi. "You should let him know that my sister, Yi Yunan, is not someone who can be bullied by anyone." Although their son could not see it, Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng could feel the hostility that flashed across his face. The two of them did not speak for a moment. Yi Xiaohua spoke at the right time and let Yi Yunan go upstairs to sleep. If she was not wrong, he should not have slept for 3 days. "Housekeeper Yi." When Yi Xiaohua brought him upstairs, she suddenly called out to housekeeper Yi. "Can you help me bring some cinnabar and talisman paper back?" Because Yi Xiaohua let Yi Yunan eat, housekeeper Ye's attitude towards her became better. "What do you want?" "Mom, didn't you say that the Taoist master can solve my problem?" "I want to try." "Okay." Housekeeper Yi responded indifferently. In reality, he did not care at all. Previously, she said that she wanted to learn medicine, but she hid in her room for so many days and did not even go out. She did not even read a medical book. Housekeeper Yi did not believe Yi Xiaohua at all and did not take it to heart. "Don't go looking for that Xiaojia." When he finally closed the door, Yi Yunan solemnly warned. Yes, I know." Yi Xiaohua pushed him in and closed the door with a bang. After going downstairs, she saw that Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng were still waiting for her. Listening to Yi Yunan's words, the two of them felt complicated. Although they did not vent their anger on Yi Xiaohua, compared to Yi Yunan, she was still not comparable. They still brought Yi Xiaohua to look for Xiaojia. Xiaojia had not been in S-City for long, but she had her own studio in S-City's commercial building. Director Li? The Yi couple saw the expensive Director Li coming out of Xiaojia's studio in a hurry. He was still very respectful to Xiaojia, so they finally confirmed Mayor Feng's words. Director Li looked hurried. When he saw the Yi parents, his footsteps also stopped. "Yi Qing, Madame Yi, you also came to look for Taoist Master Xiao." Seeing that Director Li was in a hurry, Yi Qingfeng only said a few words to him and separated. The two of them brought Yi Xiaohua in to look for Xiaojia. "Taoist Master Xiao is busy, you can wait." The receptionist glanced at them, especially when her eyes fell on Yi Xiaohua. Her expression was very cold. Yi Xiaohua remembered that the original owner had come here before and found Yang Feng and had a big fight with him. Therefore, the people here were very unfriendly to her. The three of them waited from noon to 3 p.m. before Xiaojia reluctantly saw them. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua nodded. "I shouldn't have disturbed you that night." Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng hurriedly winked at her, but Yi Xiaohua did not move at all. She admitted that it was her fault. As for what she did not do wrong, sorry, even if the president came, she would not be afraid. Ever since Yi Xiaohua came in, Xiaojia did not pay attention to her at all. In fact, she did not even care about this ordinary and arrogant lady. In the end, she agreed to see Yi Yunnan. Madame Yi had asked Mayor Feng about the market before coming and handed her a check with a face value of 5 million yuan. This was only the advance payment. In fact, as long as she could cure Yi Yunnan's eyes, not to mention 5 million yuan, even 50 million yuan would not be a problem. Before leaving, Yi Xiaohua lowered her head and bit her finger. Using her blood, she drew a talisman between her eyebrows and frowned as she looked at the studio. After leaving the studio, Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Do you think that Xiaojia looks like you? Especially those eyes. This was the first time Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng met Xiaojia. They did not feel it before, but now that they came out and thought about Xiaojia's face, they felt that it was very strange. Madame Yi hesitated when she heard Yi Qingfeng's words. It should be a coincidence? The two did not speak anymore. Yi Qingfeng already had other plans in mind. Yi Xiaohua sat in the back seat and wiped the blood off her fingertips. She was deep in thought. During dinner that night, Yi Yunnan also made an extraordinary appearance at the table for the first time. Yi Xiaohua saw housekeeper Yi coming back from outside and asked, "Housekeeper Yi, the things I asked you to bring for me, I forgot," housekeeper Yi replied lightly. Yi Xiaohua thought about finding time to go out by herself tomorrow. However, she did not expect to be called to the study by Yi Yunnan after taking a shower at night. He gave her cinnabar and talisman paper. Secretary Jean was a middle-aged man. Originally, he was very annoyed with Yi Xiaohua because of this matter. Now that he saw the big boss looking for him to buy these things for Yi Xiaohua, he was a little surprised. Didn't the big boss not get along with this adopted daughter? Yi Xiaohua didn't expect him to hear what she said to the housekeeper. She couldn't help but touch her nose. Yi Yunnan was talking to Secretary Jean about the company's affairs, and he did not ask Yi Xiaohua to leave. These things were very confidential and important decisions in the company. He was sitting at a desk. He could not see. Secretary Kim was reporting something to him. Seeing that Yi Yunnan did not avoid Yi Xiaohua at all, she became even more skeptical of the rumors outside. Yi Xiaohua didn't notice that Secretary Jin's eyes had changed several times. She just looked at the bottom of her eyes, which had not slept for a few days, and looked a little blue. On the table was a backlog of documents for nearly a week. She couldn't help but open her mouth. "Brother, you rest for a while, I'll help you look." "Can you understand it?" Yi Yunnan asked gently. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Secretary Jean. "It's okay. Is Secretary Jean teaching me? If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you. Your eyes are all my fault, so I naturally have to help you solve this problem." Yi Yunnan lowered his eyes and thought for a while. "Alright, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Hearing this, Secretary Jean was even more shocked. But these can't be taught in a short time, right? The original Secretary Jean thought that Yi Xiaohua was lying when she said she wanted to learn from him, but she didn't expect that the other party was very smart. Although she didn't know anything at first, she could completely remember what he said. She could also draw inferences. In particular, the speed at which the other party flipped through the documents was flying. It could be said that she could read 10 lines at a glance. Secretary Jean didn't believe it at first, but when she pulled out a document, she could even remember the page, line, and word clearly. This time, Secretary Jean was completely convinced by Yi family's adopted daughter. In less than a night, the other party almost didn't need him anymore. Secretary Jean thought about the outside world's evaluation of Yi family's arrogant adopted daughter. He couldn't help but smack his tongue. After Yi family and Yang family broke off the engagement, they announced that Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of their son. She couldn't do anything. She was an idiot. With this kind of learning speed, Secretary Jean thought that it was good that she didn't study hard at the beginning. Otherwise, her generation was destined to grow up in her shadow. Secretary Jean couldn't help but think that with this speed of reading 10 lines at a glance, it wasn't impossible to see it on ordinary days. Yang family said that she was an idiot. Was there something wrong with her eyes? When he first came, he wanted to strangle Yi Xiaohua. When they went out, Secretary Jean couldn't wait to worship Yi Xiaohua. The two people chatted as they came out. They saw housekeeper Yi leading a person to Yi Yunnan's study. Mayor Feng. Secretary Jean saw the young man and bowed respectfully. Mayor Fong slightly nodded. He didn't look at Yi Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. Yi Xiaohua looked at the thick yin qi on his body. She couldn't help but look at Secretary Jean. Does my brother have to deal with this person? Yi family has a joint project with the government, Secretary Jean nodded. You just saw it. The project is very big. A few days ago, it was delayed because of Mr. Ye's accident. I know. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Then she took the talisman and went to Yi Yunan's room. She brought tea to the two of them. Mayor Fong, I've been learning Taoism for a few days. It seems that something is going to happen to you. Yi Xiaohua resisted the reluctance in her heart. She handed the talisman in her hand to Mayor Fong. I hope this can bring you good luck. I just learned the talisman in the book. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Mayor Fong smiled very gently. Thank you. Then I won't disturb your discussion. Yi Xiaohua saw that Mayor Fong accepted it. Then she turned around and left the study. Yi Yunan's gaze stopped in the direction of Mayor Fong's hand for a while. Then he lightly moved away. He talked with Mayor Fong about the project for a while. This plan is indeed better than designer Lin's plan last time. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's revised plan last night, Mayor Fong's eyes brightened. Yunnan, where did you find the designer? Yi Yunnan just smiled and looked at him without answering. Fortunately, Mayor Fong didn't care and went back with the new plan. Seeing the young master ask this question, housekeeper Yi was also very puzzled. However, he still answered very seriously. Waste paper, cigarette butt. He said a few words and then saw the yellow thing that was crumpled into a ball. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why is there a talisman here? Hearing this, Yi Yunan's eyes darkened. Pick it up and give it to me. Yes. Housekeeper Yi immediately picked up the talisman and handed it to Yi Yunnan. Seeing Yi Yunnan slowly smooth the talisman and solemnly put it in his pocket, he was a little surprised. A few days later, Xianxia came to treat Yi Yunnan at noon. Not only did Yang Feng come, but also Mayor Fong, who came not long ago and was very familiar with Yi Yunnan. Mayor Fong's parents and grandparents' generation were all people of high status. Therefore, even though he was the mayor, he was only 30 years old this year. He had a handsome and dignified face and stood next to Xianxia, quite imposing. When the two knew that Xianxia was coming to Yi family, they both accompanied her. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, Yang Feng's reaction was especially big. He stood in front of Xianxia, as if he was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would pounce on him and bully Xianxia. Although Mayor Fong didn't react, when he saw Yi Xiaohua, he clearly looked at Yi Xiaohua warily. In fact, when he came to Yi family a few days ago, Yi Xiaohua gave him a talisman, so he was very vigilant of Yi Xiaohua. The other party was probably still unhappy that Yang Feng found Xianxia, so he also wanted to learn. Unfortunately, such a person's mind was already very twisted, so Mayor Fong had to pay more attention to him. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua, who was being watched, didn't even look in their direction. She just saw that Yi Yunnan was about to come down from upstairs, so she immediately went upstairs and led him down. She was very careful, and finally let him sit on the sofa. Yunnan, you came down just in time. Xianxia came to see you. With him, your eyes will definitely be able to see again. Mayor Fong looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. He knew about Yi Yunnan's bad habits, but he didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be able to get close to him. This made Mayor Fong surprised. Now that he couldn't see, Yi Yunnan's ears were much more sensitive than before. Naturally, he could feel that there were a few more people in the house. When he heard Mayor Fong's words, his expression darkened. You apologized to her? Although Yi Yunnan was a little cold, he rarely lost his temper in the Yi family. Even Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng were shocked by his cold voice. They did not understand why Yi Yunnan was so angry even though he had asked Yi Xiaohua to apologize. Even Yi Xiaohua herself was shocked. I'm not going to treat this illness. Dad, please ask the irrelevant people to leave. Yi Yunnan stood up directly and walked upstairs with a gloomy expression. Madame Yi, Yi Qingfeng, and Butler Yi went forward to persuade him, but to no avail. Xiaojia sensed the yin qi on Yi Yunnan's body. In fact, she only realized it now. She did not expect that a blind man could be so elegant. Brother, just let her take a look at you. Yi Xiaohua reached out and pulled his sleeve. She whispered, "Mom, I've already paid 5 million yuan. I can't just pay for nothing, can I?" Yi Yunan's temper was well known to everyone present who knew him. When he said he was not going to treat her, even Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng felt that there was no hope. Unexpectedly, after Yi Xiaohua said that, he stopped in his tracks and sat on the sofa again. Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng looked at Yi Xiaohua excitedly. These days, the anger in their hearts towards Yi Xiaohua has gradually dissipated. "I'm sorry, but you have to get her out of my sight." Xiaojia did not treat her immediately. Instead, she pointed at Yi Xiaohua. "I have almost understood the Yin Qian boss Yi, but the Yin soldiers I hired hate her very much." Hearing this, Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng immediately let Yi Xiaohua go out first. Yi Xiaohua pinched Yi Yunan's hand, who continued to be angry. Yi Yunan pursed his lips and sat back down. Seeing Yi Xiaohua leave, Xiaojia walked forward and burned incense to pay respects to her ancestors. Then, she began to draw talismans and hire Yin soldiers. She used up all her skills inside and out. However, the Yin soldiers who were usually very active in the past could not help but stay 800 meters away from Yi Yunan when they saw him. After working from 1 to 5 for 4 hours, Yi Yunan's eyes had not recovered in the slightest. The anticipation on Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng's faces gradually turned into disappointment. "Celestial Master Xiao, will Yunan's eyes recover? These Yin soldiers obviously hate Yi Xiaohua very much, so they are not willing to cooperate with me." With so many tools, the Yin Qi on an ordinary person would have been removed long ago. Unexpectedly, the Yin Qi on Yi Yunan's body did not change at all. Xiaojia did not think that it was her problem. "Madame Yi, I think you want to drive her out. Let me try again." "Okay." Compared to her son, Yi Xiaohua's sleep was self-evident. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Yi Xiaohua was walking inside. "Xiaohua, Celestial Master Xiao said that you will affect Yunnan. From now on, move out, enough." Yi Yunan, who had been suppressing his anger from the beginning, finally stood up. His pair of eyes that could no longer be seen stared at Xiaojia. Xiaojia still felt a chill in her heart. "Xiaojia, Yang Feng and my sister have an engagement first. You clearly know that he has a fiancée, yet you still come between the two of them. What's wrong with my sister looking for you to reason with? You deserve to be interrupted. Do you still feel wronged? You even asked my sister and my parents to look for you to apologize? Do you really think that there is no one to protect my sister? My parents let you do whatever you want. My temper is not as good as theirs. Now that your skills are not good enough and you can't recruit Yin soldiers, you put all the blame on my sister. You are really a celestial master. Housekeeper Yi, see the guests out." After he finished speaking, he looked at his parents who were still in a daze. "Of course, Mom, Dad, if you really believe this woman's words today and drive my sister out, then you can drive me out too." Digression, Celestial Master Xiao also said that his ghost soldiers don't like your sister. Yi Yunan sneered, "You actually believe such excuses? I'd like to know what's so special about my sister that the ghost soldiers don't like her." Mayor Fong opened his mouth, but he didn't say the rest of the words. He wasn't sure either. Ordinary people were afraid of ghosts, ghosts were afraid of celestial masters, and ghost soldiers were afraid of an ordinary girl. It was indeed a little far-fetched. However, he also thought that Xiaojia wasn't incompetent and was momentarily speechless. Madame Yi couldn't care less about her anymore and hurriedly said, "Yunan, what are you talking about? Why would Mom kick you out?" In order to invite Celestial Master Xiao back, the two of them came to visit and gave gifts, thinking that Xiaojia could really cure Yi Yunan. They invited Xiaojia back to treat Yi Yunan's illness. Compared to Xiaojia, their son was naturally more important. However, they didn't understand why their son, who had always been cold, was suddenly so protective of her. "Celestial Master Xiao, Yunan is very emotional right now. Why don't you leave first?" Yi Qingfeng felt that this Celestial Master Xiao was very pleasing to the eye, so he was still very polite in the end. However, Xiaojia didn't appreciate it and only felt that Yi Yunan had humiliated her. "Since you don't think I'm trustworthy, then don't come looking for me in the future." To vent her anger, she handed the ghost suppression talisman in her hand to Mayor Fong. "Mayor Fong, if this talisman were to be sold in the hands of a celestial master, It would cost at least 1 million yuan. I'll give it to you to protect yourself. She had originally prepared this talisman for Yi Yunan, but now that she saw him slandering her, she didn't want to care about him anymore. Looking at the density of yin qi on Yi Yunan's body, it would only get worse if this continued. Although Xiaojia was young, her master had told her that she was extremely talented since she was young. Now that Yi Yunan was doubting her, she was naturally very arrogant and turned to leave immediately. In the future, even if the Yi family begged her, she wouldn't take a step back. Uncle Yi, this time. Yang Feng also felt guilty towards Yi Yunan. After all, he knew that part of the reason was because of him, so when he saw Yi Yunan drive Xiaojia away in anger, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Yijia is really good, sigh. Forget it. When he was about to leave, he passed by Yi Xiaohua who had just returned. When he glanced at Yi Xiaohua, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Since Mayor Feng was a good friend of Yi Yunan, he did not leave immediately. He held Xiaojia's talisman in his hand. His gaze paused on the talisman for a moment before he reluctantly looked away. Yunan, Celestial Master Xiao's talisman is really useful. Moreover, it's not easy for a Celestial Master to draw such a talisman. If she said 1 million, then it's definitely true. Mayor Feng handed the talisman in his hand to Yi Yunan. I'll give it to you. It was not easy to draw a talisman these days, especially a talisman drawn by a Taoist master. Not only did he have to pay attention to the right time and place, but he also needed thousands of talismans to draw a complete talisman. Mayor Feng had wanted to ask Xiaojia for a talisman before, but Xiaojia had always said that she did not have one. If it was someone else, Mayor Feng would definitely not give it to them. However, Yi Yunan was his good friend and the target of the government's cooperation. Moreover, this talisman was originally for Yi Yunan. Even if Mayor Feng was reluctant to give it away, with his emotional intelligence, he knew that he absolutely could not keep this talisman. Yi Yunan shook his head slightly. No need, you take it. Yunan. Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng called him together. You really don't want it? Mayor Feng was stunned by Yi Yunan. Yi Yunan did not look at Mayor Feng at all. He only roughly looked in Yi Xiaohua's direction. Let's go upstairs. Yi Xiaohua patted his sleeves and did not immediately go upstairs. Instead, she stood in front of Mayor Feng. Can you show me the talisman in your hand? Mayor Feng was very surprised by Yi Xiaohua's request. He did not like Yi Xiaohua at all. He just tried his best to make his expression as gentle as before. Holding back the faint disgust in his eyes, he gave the talisman to Yi Xiaohua. Of course, take a look. Yi Xiaohua took it and opened the folded talisman to take a look. The excited expression on his face instantly faded. She had been staying in the Yi family and did not know the strength of the celestial masters in the outside world. When she heard Xiaojia say that the talisman was worth 1 million yuan, she wanted to see what kind of talisman could be so expensive. When she opened it, she was instantly disappointed. It was just a middle-level evil suppression talisman. After reading it, she very lazily folded the talisman along the creases and handed it back to Mayor Feng. Seeing that Mayor Feng folded it very carefully, Yi Xiaohua had the urge to roll her eyes. In order to prevent Yi Xiaohua from thinking about his talisman again, Mayor Feng put the talisman back into his pocket and ran away. Yunan, your father and I will find a celestial master for you again. Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng thought about Xiaojia's words just now and felt sad. Brother, let me tell you. Yi Xiaohua was not sad at all. She only sighed. This Mayor Feng is stupid. The talisman I gave him is so much more powerful than Xiaojia's talisman. He was not even this happy when he received my talisman. Her attitude made housekeeper Yi and the servants at the side want to chase her out on behalf of Madame Yi and the others. Celestial Master Xiao just said that the young master's eyes might not be cured. How could she still be in the mood to joke? Don't worry, I will cure your eyes. Finally, Yi Xiaohua brought him upstairs and said in a voice that no one could hear, let me tell you, I am learning Celestial Master Zhang's Taoism. Soon, I will understand all the notes he left behind and I will be able to cure you. Don't say that in front of Secretary Jean. Yi Yunan did not feel sad at all that his eyes could not be cured. He only knew that as long as he heard her voice, he would feel very at ease. He was so scared that he didn't come for 2 days. Indeed, even Yi Yunan was shocked by Yi Xiaohua's level of learning. However, there were too many things to do in Yi group. Even if Secretary Jean called Yi Yunan, he could not handle it. On the second night, he still came to Yi Yunan dejectedly. When he came to the study, he saw that Yi Xiaohua was flipping through an ancient book. She flipped through it quickly. She did not stay on a page for more than 10 seconds. He looked at it expressionlessly. However, he immediately turned his gaze back. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was concentrating on reading, Secretary Jean said in a low voice that he thought Yi Xiaohua could not hear, "Boss Yi, the Xiaojia that you asked people to investigate has been found." Her identity, as he said that, he handed a document and a headset to Yi Yunan. Yi Yunan took the earphones and put them on. Secretary Jean was still looking at Yi Xiaohua. At this time, he also saw the words on Yi Xiaohua's ancient book. Oh, and it was written in Xiaozhuan. Really, if anyone were to tell him that the adopted daughter of the Yi family was an idiot, he would beat them up in front of that person. You call him an idiot? Then what were they, who were worse than idiots, called? Pigs? No, he couldn't insult the pig. Before coming, Secretary Jean was still thinking that if Yi Xiaohua knew that Yi family's biological daughter had been found, her situation in Yi family must be very difficult. Now seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, Secretary Jean wiped his face. Why did he have to worry about this great demon king who could learn everything in a lifetime in one night? With her current ability, if she really left the Yi family, he would also be willing to hire her to work for Yi Group at a high price. 3 minutes later, Yi Yunan understood the cause of the matter through his headset. He placed his hand on the documents on the table and said calmly, "Take them back to the company and lock them in my safe." Chairman Yi? Secretary Jean didn't react in time. You don't understand? Got it. Secretary Jean immediately received the document into his briefcase, making sure that Yi Xiaohua and the rest of the Yi family could not see it. After taking it back, Secretary Jean was ready to go to Yi Xiaohua to deal with official business. Then Mr. Yi, I'll go to Miss. Yi Yunan knew that Yi Xiaohua was studying talismans and other things day and night. Learning these new things was already very taxing on his brain. Yi Yunan did not think that she would have it easier than him. No need. Tell me slowly. But Miss Jean said that you have a lot of yin qi in your body. You're already very weak and you should focus on resting. So, leave this matter to her. Secretary Jean was a little hesitant. Yi Yunan reached out and knocked on the table. His tone was several degrees lower. Hurry up. Still worried that Yi Xiaohua was also in the study, he deliberately lowered his voice. Secretary Jean, don't listen to his nonsense. Bring all the documents to me today. Yi Xiaohua moved away all her ancient books, cinnabar and other things. Brother, you should go to rest. Yi Xiaohua opened the door directly and asked the housekeeper to take Yi Yunan to the room. Secretary Jean looked at Yi Yunan's back as he left. Hee. If you have the ability to be fierce to me, then you have the ability to be fierce to the young miss, coward. By the way, Miss, Secretary Jean suddenly remembered something. Boss Yi might have to go to the construction site with Mayor Feng tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua told him to keep an eye on Mayor Feng's movements. Construction site? Hearing this news, Yi Xiaohua could not help but frown. She had learned most of the things she had learned in the past few days. She calculated that tomorrow would be the middle of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, so she had to go to the place where Yi Yunan had an accident to see the situation. She didn't have time to accompany him. Thinking of this, she took out the cinnabar and talisman paper and drew a talisman very solemnly. Then, she folded it and handed it to Secretary Jean. Keep this with you. Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave my brother's side. Only then did Secretary Jean realize that this was what the cinnabar and talisman paper were used for. However, although he had not seen other people draw talismans, it was not as simple as Yi Xiaohua, right? Miss, can this be done? He looked at the talisman drawn by Yi Xiaohua and hesitated. Yi Xiaohua sneered. Look, in the future, you won't be able to buy one of my talismans with 10 million. Miss, if you say that in the future, others won't be able to buy one of your plans even with 10 million, I can still believe it. As for the talisman, you're just bragging. Secretary Jean was also a bit mischievous. If it really works, I'll call you daddy. Yi Xiaohua faintly looked at him. My son wants you to be so stupid, I don't want him. Secretary Jean. Why can't people get along with each other peacefully? In the end, he watched Yi Xiaohua quickly deal with a pile of documents. A few days ago, she still asked him this and that. Tonight, she didn't even ask a word. Secretary Jean looked at her, who had only studied for a few days. Even he, who had studied for more than 10 years, was not as good as her. He could not help but feel ashamed. Miss, he shamefully put the processed documents into his bag and shamefully opened the door. Finally, he shamefully followed Yi Xiaohua around half a step. That Mayor Feng asked me several times who our new planner is. Let him guess. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. No need to tell him. Secretary Jean shamefully nodded, shamefully said goodbye to Yi Xiaohua and left Yi house. Standing downstairs, Yi Qingfeng and housekeeper Yi were very surprised. When did Xiaohua and Secretary Jean become so good? Yi Qingfeng knew the Secretary Jean. Yi Yunan spent a lot of money to dig him out from overseas. He was quite arrogant in Yi house. He didn't even give Yi Qingfeng face. This was the first time he saw him being so polite to people. Yi Qingfeng and the housekeeper looked at each other and felt that this matter was strange. But they also couldn't figure out why Secretary Jean would be so respectful to Yi Xiaohua. The next day, Yang house. Yi Yunan knows, but there's no reaction? Father Yang and Mother Yang were shocked when they heard the news. In fact, when Yang Feng brought Xiaojia back, they knew that Xiaojia had a very good relationship with Mayor Feng, so they hid these things from Yi family for Yang Feng. Mayor Feng's identity was simply a cheat. He even asked Xiaojia for help. In S City, there were not many people who could have Mayor Feng's connections. Even if Yang family had a relationship with Yi family before, they couldn't touch Mayor Feng's side. At the moment, because of Xiaojia, Yang Feng was familiar with Mayor Feng. No matter what, it was better than Yi Xiaohua, that straw bag. Until they saw Xiaojia with their own eyes, Father Yang and Mother Yang felt that Xiaojia looked a bit like Mrs. Yang. So they secretly did a paternity test, and the results came out yesterday. After knowing that Yi Yunan was going to investigate Xiaojia's affairs, they secretly sent this paternity test to Yi Yunan's head without a trace. Xiaojia sat on one side with an unpredictable expression. She knew that she didn't have parents since she was a child. But she didn't know that she also had parents, and that her life was so prominent. Yi Xiaohua was just an adopted daughter, but she could let Yi Yunan protect her regardless of his own life. The most important thing was, Xiaojia had also heard the Yang family's evaluation of Yi Xiaohua in the past few days. She was very sure that she was much better than Yi Xiaohua. Yesterday, she also felt that even if Yi Xiaohua didn't know much about the Yi family, Yi Yunan, who was rumored to be in S City, still protected her. When she heard the Yang family say that her mother had depression and stayed in the hospital for 3 months because of her, she knew that her mother didn't abandon her. She had always thought that the Yi family would come to pick her up and ask her to go back when they got the news. Xiaojia even thought that she wouldn't forgive them so easily for losing her. Unexpectedly, they waited from night to morning, only to hear the news that Yi Yunan and Mayor Feng went to the construction site. It must be Yi Xiaohua. I heard that she and Secretary Jean are very good now. Seeing Xiaojia turn from expectation to sadness, Yang Feng couldn't help but get angry. It must be her doing something. After occupying the nest for so many years, I'll tell Uncle Yi. Father Yang and Mother Yang also felt that things wouldn't be so simple. According to the craziness of Yi mother looking for Xiaojia, she definitely wouldn't be indifferent after knowing Xiaojia's existence. Seeing that Yang Feng went to the Yi family to question, Xiaojia pursed her lips but didn't stop him. Don't worry, it must be Yi Xiaohua. Mrs. Yang used to be very good to Yi Xiaohua, but after Xiaojia appeared, she immediately changed her attitude. She has always been jealous that Yang Feng likes you, and now your appearance has seriously threatened her position. No one dares to touch your document except her. The reason why Mrs. Yang dared to let Yang Feng dump Yi Xiaohua was because Yi Yunan didn't have any feelings for that adopted daughter. Everyone knew who the real power in the Yi family was. Who the real helmsman of the Yi family was. But they didn't expect that in the end, it was Yi Yunan who blocked the injury for that adopted daughter. This time, the Yang family panicked and asked Yang Feng to contact the Yi family and introduce Master Xiao to them, selling them a favor. Now, Xiao Yijia's identity was revealed. According to Yi Yunan's appearance, Xiao Yijia's status in S City would probably be unmatched. The two of them coincidentally thought of this matter. On this side, when Secretary Jean was picking up Yi Yunan, Yi Xiaohua chased after him and drew a strange rune with cinnabar between Yi Yunan's eyebrows. This is a bright-eye charm, Yi Xiaohua patted the craft, and the charm immediately disappeared like invisible. In 3 hours, you will perceive things within 3 meters around you. Go. After that, Yi Xiaohua took a step back. Secretary Jean, who was standing at the side, saw the talisman on Yi Yunan's forehead disappear just like that. He opened his mouth wide and immediately took out the charm that Yi Xiaohua gave him last night from the car and put it on his chest very devoutly. Daddy Yi, we're leaving. Yi Xiaohua, the project that Yi Yunan and Mayor Feng were working on was to transform the land on the west side of the city into a science institute. This project required a lot of manpower and resources. Most people did not have the guts to undertake it. Fortunately, Yi Yunan had never played by the rules. Secretary Jean followed the two of them. The labor contractor took the two of them around. Mayor Feng, Boss Yi, the plan that you changed the other day is much better. We also saved a lot of trouble. You have the brains of cultured people. Compared to us, you are different. Don't praise us, Secretary Jin's heart trembled. Let me tell you, the one who planned it in the end is a real big boss. An extraordinary big boss. Don't belittle yourself. Because in front of her, I feel like a retard. Is that so? The labor contractor looked at Secretary Jin's heartache and also believed it. He knew that he would not be this stupid. Mayor Feng looked at Secretary Jean thoughtfully. He was very curious about the big boss that Secretary Jean was talking about. But for the time being, he did not ask. Instead, he followed Yi Yunan to deal with the matter and went to the office to find the sample drawings. Yunan, Mayor Feng walked and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yi Yunan did not seem to let Secretary Jean lead the way today, you can see? Hearing that, Yi Yunan's expression softened a little. No, but there is a... Master gave me a 3-hour vision talisman. In these 3 hours, I can sense anything within 3 meters. Mayor Feng's handsome face froze. What master, so powerful? This time, Yi Yunan only smiled faintly and did not say a word. Mayor Feng could only carry his curiosity and followed him into the office. Boss Yi, Mayor Feng, don't you feel that this place is as cold as an ice house? Secretary Jean felt that something was wrong as soon as he entered. It was summer and there was no air conditioning in the construction site, but he was shivering from the cold. At this time, the office without windows was filled with chilly wind. The sun outside seemed to be eaten by a heavenly dog, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Mayor Feng felt that something was staring at him, making his scalp tingle. He could not help but look behind him, and happened to meet a pair of red eyes. What is this? His hair stood on end, and he took a few steps back. His heart was beating like a drum, and Mayor Feng felt his body go cold. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the temperature around Yi Yunan and Secretary Jean was a few degrees higher than other places. That thing was floating in the air, missing a leg, looking at them with a cold expression. Secretary Jean thought of what Yi Xiaohua said last night, and could not help but take out the talisman on his chest, holding it tightly in his hand, and protect Yi Yunan behind him. He could not help but think in shock. Did Miss already know that Boss Yi would come here today? Don't be afraid, the talisman Master Xiao gave me is still here, I can definitely suppress it. Let's run again. Mayor Feng saw the remaining hand that was almost rotting reaching for his neck. With great difficulty, he took out the talisman from his pocket and stuck it on the ghost's arm. He originally thought that this ghost would be suppressed by Xiao Yijia's 1 million talisman, but he did not expect. The ghost laughed contemptuously, then tore Xiao Yijia's talisman paper. Mayor Feng's face paled. His breathing became weaker and weaker. If Mayor Feng could speak now, he would definitely tell Yi Yunan, even Xiao Yijia's talisman was useless, so the talismans of other people must be useless too. However, at this moment, he realized that the ghost strangling his neck actually took a step back in horror, When Mayor Feng put Xiaojia's talisman on the ghost's hand, there was no reaction at all. However, when Yi Yunan took out his talisman and put it on the ghost's body, they could clearly see the traces of the talisman drawn in cinnabar emitting a golden light. The two talismans immediately showed who was better. Let's go. While the ghost could not move, Yi Yunan immediately opened the door. At this moment, the door that could not be opened suddenly could be opened. The three of them stepped out, and the feeling of being trapped in an ice cellar immediately disappeared. Mayor Feng's face was still pale until he saw the sun above his head, and then he felt alive. However, at this moment, he also knew that Yi Yunan had saved him. Yunan, it's all thanks to you today. If it wasn't for you, today. I wonder which master did you know? Yi Yunan called the labor contractor over, and only said that there was something wrong with the office, and did not let other workers near it. After he invited the Taoist priest to take a look tomorrow, it would be opened. The labor contractor saw the handprint on Mayor Feng's neck, and his expression changed. It was normal for people to die at construction sites, and there were many supernatural incidents on a daily basis. Hearing Yi Yunan's instructions, he immediately followed. Yi Yunan then replied to Mayor Feng, "You're welcome, I picked this talisman up." What? Mayor Feng was stunned, he could even pick up a talisman. "It was the night when you discussed the cooperation with me," Yi Yunan replied lightly. "After you left, the housekeeper found a talisman in the trash and gave it to me, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to happen to save us today." After saying that, he got into the car and went back to the Yi family. Mayor Feng, on the other hand, was stunned, and for a long time, he did not have any expression. On the night of the cooperation, didn't he throw away the talisman that Yi Xiaohua gave him? At that time, he was still very disgusted with Yi Xiaohua, and the description of Yi Xiaohua in the upper class of S city was not very good. She was an idiot, so at that time, he really did not have a good impression of her. Naturally, he did not think that the talisman she drew was useful. He directly threw it into the trash. But he didn't expect that the talisman she gave him was actually useful. Not only was she useful, but even Xianxia, who was already famous in S city, could not compare to her. So, what Yi Xiaohua said about something bad happening to her was true. She reminded him, and even gave him a life-saving talisman. Xiaojia's talisman, which is obviously far less than Yi Xiaohua's, costs 1 million yuan. The talisman that Yi Xiaohua gave him must be far higher than this price. The other party gave it to him very casually and didn't even mention anything about money. And he just threw it into the trash. Even when Mayor Feng's men came to find him, he was still in a daze. At a crossroads, Yi Xiaohua put away the talisman and wiped the blood from her mouth. She squinted at the talisman that had turned into ashes on the ground, but her eyebrows did not loosen. "You're pretty fast," she snorted. "When I finish the last book in a few days, let's see if you can still slip away from me." After that, she drove back to a car on the side of the road. This car was given to the original owner on her 18th birthday by the Yi family's parents. When she returned to the Yi family, Yi Yunan had not returned yet. But she clearly felt that the Yi family's situation was not quite right. The atmosphere in the Yi family seemed to be better than usual. Yi Xiaohua paused for a moment, then walked into the house. Just as she walked to the door, she heard Madame Ye's laughter. Ever since Yi Yunan could not see, the Yi family had not laughed so easily for a long time. Yi Xiaohua also clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right. When she entered the door, the maid gave her a white look. Although Yi Yunan's eyes had something to do with the original owner, the Yi family knew that Yi Yunan was very protective of Yi Xiaohua these days. Even Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng did not dare to provoke Yi Xiaohua. Even if the maid and the housekeeper were dissatisfied with Yi Xiaohua, they could not give her face in front of Yi Xiaohua. After all, Yi Yunan was there. Now the situation was a little strange. The maid did not even give Yi Xiaohua a pair of shoes. Instead, she sneered. "Now that the real Phoenix is back, it's time for you, a real chicken, to go back." Real Phoenix, Yi Xiaohua took the slippers for herself and narrowed her eyes. Did the lost daughter of the Yi family come back? Thinking like this, she changed her shoes and walked to the hall. She saw the young family sitting on the sofa, the Yi family, and Xiaojia, who just yesterday said that she would not step into the Yi family. Yi Xiaohua wanted to ask her if her face hurt. Xiaohua, you came back just in time. Look, my Yijia is back. Madame Yi was very distressed by her own daughter. She had not forgotten her for so many years. Originally, she liked Xiaojia, such a young and powerful girl. Now that she knew that she was her own daughter, she was so happy. Although she also doted on Yi Xiaohua was not her own daughter. Moreover, this daughter was much better than her adopted daughter. Those big bosses and even Mayor Feng respected her daughter so much. Madame Yi was both happy and proud. This should be her daughter. Even without guidance, she was as good as her son. Yi Qingfeng also had a smile on his face. That's right, Xiaohua, are you happy? Naturally, Yi Xiaohua smiled. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Father Yang and Mother Yang used to be very warm to Yi Xiaohua. However, this time when Yi Xiaohua came back, they didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua. Obviously, they were very disdainful of Yi Xiaohua. However, people like them were used to fawning on the rich and powerful. They thought that Yi family's own daughter was back, and she was still so outstanding. Yi Xiaohua had no place to live. By the way, Xiaohua, Madame Yi suddenly thought of something. Yijia doesn't have a means of transportation, and she has to work every day. Unlike you who stay at home all day and do nothing, you can give your Ferrari to Yijia first. When the car I ordered for her arrives, I will return it to you. What do you think? This year, the first specific car would take more than half a month. Yi Xiaohua put the car key in housekeeper Ye's hand. It should be. She was an adopted daughter. It was not a big deal for people to return the car to their own daughter. However, Yi Xiaohua looked upstairs and saw someone moving her book out. She couldn't help but pause for a moment. Mom, what's going on? You're talking about that? Madame Yi did not turn her head around. The 2 rooms upstairs were originally meant for Yijia and Yunan. Now that Yijia is back, I want them to interact more with each other. You can move to the bedroom at the end of the corridor. The lighting there is very good too. Speaking up to this point, Madame Yi suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua. You won't disagree, right? Yi Xiaohua paused for a moment. No problem. It wasn't her home, but she was considering moving out. However, at this moment, the maid said excitedly, "Young master." This sentence made all the voices in the hall disappear for a moment. Then, everyone stood up with a ting sound. Yunan, you're back. Madame Yi immediately ran to the door to pick up Yi Yunan. 3 hours passed. Yi Yunan couldn't see anything else, but he felt that he could see movement in the room. What's going on up there? He pointed to Yi Xiaohua's room upstairs and asked. Speaking of this, it's the big happy news that I wanted to tell you. Madame Ye's excited face was still red. Do you still remember your biological sister? She's been found. It's Yijia. Yi Qingfeng also explained, in the past, when we were building a house, Xiaohua's room was prepared for Yijia, so now we're going to let Yi Xiaohua change to another room. The 2 of them smiled shyly and pulled Xiaohua, who didn't dare to look at Yi Yunan. There was no girl who didn't like such an outstanding brother and such an illustrious identity. Although Xiaohua was a master, most of the orders she received were between a few 100,000 and 1,000,000 yuan. If she was lucky, she could receive orders worth a few million yuan, but it would take too long. Although she was very powerful, she couldn't compare to a wealthy family like the Yi family. Seeing that Yi Yunan was back, she was very excited. She couldn't help but think about how he protected Yi Xiaohua yesterday. When he knew that she was his biological sister, he should be even more excited, right? At this time, the servants, Yang Feng, Father Yang, and Mother Yang all looked at Yi Xiaohua with schadenfreude. They had been unhappy with Yi Xiaohua for a long time. These few days, she had Yi Yun's protection. Otherwise, she would have been chased out by Madame Yi. Now that Yi Yun's biological sister was back, would Yi Yunan continue to protect her, this fake? Yunan, are you happy? Madame Yi said excitedly and looked at Yi Yunan. You should remember that this villa belongs to the military compound. The chief specially approved it for me. However, Yi Yunan didn't even look at her. He just pointed at housekeeper Yi and the others who were moving things and said word by word, within 1 minute, move everything back untouched. If one thing is missing, you don't have to come tomorrow. Digression, since the beginning of the month, Huahua has been continuously adding chapters. Even if there was a burst of chapters on the 19th, I basically didn't miss any chapters. This also led to the burst of chapters on the 19th, Huahua didn't save many chapters at all. Everyone knows that Huahua's speed is around 1000. Do you know how I saved it? Because the 18th and 19th happened to be a double holiday, I was afraid that from Friday night to half a day on Sunday, 2.5 days. I only slept for 2.5 hours from 4:30 to 7 o'clock on Sunday morning. Even when I was eating, it was my sister who brought the dishes to my side. I waited until it was cold before eating. This way, it saved more time. Because I stayed up all night, my speed was less than 1000. In the middle of the night when I finished writing all the burst of chapters, I told Ayun that I was really afraid that I would suddenly die. Everyone also knows that the 18th is free. Xiao X will end the free period before 10 o'clock in the evening. I didn't put off saving the 18th until after 10 o'clock. Instead, I advanced it to the early morning of the 18th to ensure that you all can see the free updates. End of chapter 618. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.